As the autumn wind howled, a notification suddenly rang out. A good deed was complete, and the merit points were in his account. While the staff diligently moved furniture, the old man simply watched the young man before him. Without Xiao Yun's help, this orphanage would have closed long ago. He didn't know how to possibly thank him. But to Xiao Yun, this was a trivial matter. He just considered it a good deed for merit points, so the old man shouldn't worry. And Xiao Yun wasn't lying. That was his only goal. Congratulations. You have received 500 merit points. Current balance: 1,150,1,143. The display vanished. This was Lin Guoyun. No house, no car, and his parents were gone. Locking his system, he returned to his building. The moment Uncle Lu saw Guoyun, he knew exactly what the kid had been doing. He was only ever outside doing good deeds. After all, it was his parents' dying wish. Lin Guoyun, 18 years old, male, with the merit system locked. He entered his room, greeting his parents out of habit, but only silence answered him. 2 years ago, his parents left him with a system and a cryptic message before disappearing. When the blood moon rises, the great calamity begins. Only merit can cross the sea of suffering. He performed good deeds for 2 years, ranking first in the world, yet his usable balance remained at 0. He slammed his glass down on the table. Guoyun still couldn't understand what these merit points were for. Suddenly, the water in his glass flashed crimson, startling him so badly he fell to the floor. He whipped his head toward the window, where the moon now glowed a terrifying, bloody red. What in the world was happening? Standing in the crimson light, Guoyun suddenly turned around, where a system screen had appeared. Congratulations. You have qualified as a player in the original Sin game. First instance opens in 24 seconds. The original Sin game? What the hell was that? He reached down to touch the red-stained floor. Guoyun snatched his hand back in shock. His fingertips were stained with a blood-like substance. The sensation felt terrifyingly real. Abruptly, the text at his feet began to fade. The very space around Guoyun started to warp. What was happening now? A blinding light flashed before him, the crimson world assaulting his senses. When he could finally see again, the merit system was hovering in front of him. Low-level system access card detected. Successfully integrated into the original Sin game system. Spending functions unlocked. Usable balance: 1,150,1,143. He slapped himself hard across his own handsome face. Guoyun forced himself to calm down. This was no time for fear. Following system integration, an invitation to the original Sin game has been sent to your system inbox. The countdown continued. It seemed there was no escaping being dragged into this game. Staring at his phone, Guoyun knew he had to figure one thing out, even if he didn't know what was going on. What the hell was this? He quickly started searching for original Sin game on Google. His phone suddenly buzzed non-stop in his hand. A message? Just then, a red warning filled the screen. Keyword search for original Sin game detected. If you have personally received a game invitation, please visit the page below for related information. If you learned this term from another person, please make contact. He couldn't believe it. This game had an official website built by the developers. It seemed this game had existed for a while. First, you must believe that the original Sin game is real. The Bureau of Human Safety and Security exists to actively respond to this situation. Warning: the game may contain monsters and unscientific events that defy common sense. Please prioritize protecting your own safety. While ensuring your survival, do your best to complete the missions. Mission failure will lead to extremely severe consequences. Completing missions can grant rewards, special abilities, and even anything you can imagine. The outcome of this game concerns more than just your own life. Good luck. Reading the blunt information, Guoyun let out a slight smirk. A game filled with monsters and supernatural phenomena. Failure meant severe consequences, but completing the missions would bring rewards. High risk, high reward. The low-level card had integrated? It seemed his starting point was higher than others. He had to live. No matter what awaited him, Guoyun had to survive. Under the blood-red sky, he quickly threw on a rugged outfit covered in chains. Over the last few days, he had finally gathered enough food, water, warm clothes, and basic medicine. He adjusted the buttons on his shirt. Looking at the pile of supplies, a stark contrast to his own neat appearance, his mind was completely blank. Suddenly, before his eyes, the supply bag began to emit a strange light as the space around him twisted. What was happening now? Game starts in 15 minutes. Players, please enter the preparation area. Before Guoyun could say a word, the system pulled him into a strange space. Why didn't it give him a warning? That damn thing. Opening his eyes again, Guoyun found himself at a table, looking around frantically. There were several other people there with him. Men and women, young and old, adults and even infants were there. At that moment, an old man beside him couldn't take it anymore and collapsed, crying out the name Jihui. Seeing the poor old man's state, Guoyun's kindness took over, and he rushed to check on him, full of worry. However, a sharp knock cut through the noise. Everyone stopped and looked at the source. A man with his chin in his hand was scowling, tapping the table in annoyance. Are they all newbies this time? Has anyone played this game before? Hearing this, Guoyun realized the man wasn't a first-timer. Could the information online actually be true? The man's hand tapped harder and harder against the wooden table. Of course, this wasn't his first time in the game. Everything on that website was the absolute truth. Becoming a player in the original Sin game meant playing once a week. Hearing this, Guoyun and all the other players were completely stunned. Once a week? The man's hand tapped the table again. He slammed his hand down, cracking the old table. That's right. This is a death game, once a week, until every last one of you is dead. Faced with the man's harsh words, Guoyun simply clasped his hands, deep in thought. This burly man looked intimidating, but in reality, he was just boasting about his past experience. If I just flatter him a bit, maybe I can get some useful information? At this thought, Guoyun clapped his hands together. His expression shifted, becoming more naive, his voice pitching higher. A master like you will have no trouble at all. With your experience, could you teach us newbies? At Guoyun's effortless flattery, the man's ego swelled with pride. The corner of his mouth curved into a smirk. Experience? I guess you could say I have a little kid. Seeing the terrified old man and the eager-looking kid before him, he felt the urge to show off even more. First lesson I learned is to not be a hero. Your own life is the only thing that matters. After that, forget everything you think you know, because it's useless here. Ghosts, demons, and all kinds of monsters appear in these Sin games. And most importantly, the game has special rules. If a player breaks those rules, they'll die faster than if they ran into a monster. Hearing this, Guoyun touched his chin, pondering. Rules? He was sure he'd read about them online yesterday. It said the unbreakable rules change for every game, but gave no other details. Just then, the white-haired girl in the room finally spoke. I just got a notification. It says, the novice shop has been unlocked. Do you guys know what that is? As she spoke, a system message appeared for everyone. Turns out, the girl was telling the truth. They all received it. Seeing the message, the burly man just waved his hand nonchalantly. You can browse it if you want, but don't get your hopes up. You need achievement points, and you only get those after clearing your first game. His words only confused everyone further. Finally, a heavy-set man couldn't take it anymore and snapped. What's the point of a shop if we can't buy anything? Is this garbage system just toying with us? This isn't a game. Just then, the old man reached a trembling hand toward the burly man, asking in a weak voice, can those achievement points be bought with money? At such a question, the burly man just sneered, his eyes narrowing as he looked down on him. Buy them with money? Old man, are you still dreaming like a kid? I heard you need spiritual antiques just to exchange for a single point. You think those things are just lying around? At that, the young man's lips tightened, his face twisting in frustration. But after hearing that, Guoyun's face lit up like the summer sun. You want to know why he was suddenly so ecstatic? It was because his system displayed a notification. Use merit value to exchange for achievement points? The exchange rate is 1 to 10. Just look at that, a 1 to 10 exchange rate. And Guoyun's current merit value was 1,145,143. That's more than you can count on your fingers. At this rate, he could get millions, tens of millions. It would be over 11,400,000 points. The feeling of sitting on a mountain of wealth was simply indescribable. So this is what his merit points were for. He had almost blamed his parents for nothing. After a silent moment, a black notification screen appeared. Open the novice shop? Right before his eyes, items began to materialize. From 3-star basic potions at 150 points, to 10-star serenity pills at 200, and 3-star invisibility talismans at 500. 1-star healing potions were 300 points, 10-star demon sealing talismans were 1,000 points, and there was even a 1-star white tiger seal for 30,000. At his exchange rate, he could buy out the entire shop with just a few thousand merit points. Snapping his fingers, Guoyun made his decision. System: exchange 10,000 merit points. 10,000 merit points spent, 100,000 achievement points received. Remaining merit, 1,140,143. With a single thought, Guoyun acquired the 3-star basic potions, 10-star serenity pills, the 1-star white tiger seal, and 10-star demon sealing talismans, stuffing them all into his inventory. It was all done in the blink of an eye. At the same time, from outside the ancient house, a barbaric song echoed in their ears. "'Tis the season, once a year, a joyous ghost marriage is here." Hearing this melodic tune, everyone in the house shivered uncontrollably. "Who's singing out there at this hour? Hey, 2 lanterns just lit up over there." At that, the burly man slammed the table, roaring for silence. His expression grew deadly serious. "This means the game is about to start, you fools." Over in the dim candlelight, the silhouette of a bride in red appeared. Along with her came the chilling song, echoing endlessly in the silence. "Red wax, white candles, tears run dry. The bride's dowry won't return to her home." At that moment, a large notification panel appeared before all the players, startling them. "This mission is ghost marriage. The clear condition is to survive until the ghost marriage in the mountains concludes." After the announcement, the outside erupted with lively drums and horns. The sounds of eating and laughter were cheerful, yet eerily distorted and savage. They were seated at a banquet table in this ghost wedding. While the other guests ate and chatted merrily, the players could only tremble and watch their surroundings. Just then, the silver-haired girl glanced at the banquet table behind her. The ghost-like guests were swarming the food, tearing it apart and devouring it like starved animals. -10 points for etiquette. The sight left the girl speechless. What is wrong with these people? They seem completely and utterly unhinged. Hearing her sarcastic remark, the burly man simply folded his arms and nodded. Even if this place felt terribly wrong, the mission had already begun. Whatever seems illogical or bizarre, just ignore it. Don't ask questions. The curious die first. Just then, an old man with wide, glaring eyes stepped forward. That alone sent a chill down Kwa Van's spine. Why weren't any of the other guests touching their food? Kwa Van's eyes darted back in terror, his throat suddenly dry. The old man's aura was overwhelming. He felt nothing like a living person. The girl with glasses trembled in fear, on the verge of tears as she clung to the large man. "Uncle, what are we going to do now?" Even the large man, despite his calm facade, couldn't stop the sweat soaking his shirt. "Just ignore him. We'll wait and see what he does." But that was merely the big man's hope. The old man's face began to twist with a furious anger. "You disrespectful brats. An elder is speaking, and you won't answer? On this joyous occasion, you dare disrespect us? Someone, pour the wine, now." As he finished, all the other guests moved toward their table in unison, each holding a cup of wine, ready to celebrate. Staring at the glistening pig's head on the platter, Kwa Van swallowed hard. These villagers all looked sickly and pale, as if the whole town was severely malnourished. Why was the feast on the table so extravagant? More than half of this food had to be tainted. They absolutely could not touch it. Approaching the handsome youth, 2 women gave him a ghastly smile. "Young man, come celebrate with your aunties. Let's have a toast. Let me feed you a little piece, open wide." As the meat and wine were shoved toward his face, Kwa Van's expression turned deathly pale. His lips were sealed shut, refusing to open. Eating that would be a fatal mistake. And it wasn't just him. Everyone else at the table was being pressured. "Hurry up and eat!" Finally, the old man at their table snapped and shouted, "Fine, I'll be the one to drink it. Is that what you want?" They were as persistent as leeches. Faced with these 2 little red imps offering him wine, how could he possibly refuse? He grabbed the bowl with one hand and downed the wine in a single gulp, then shakily held the empty bowl to the kids as proof. "There, good children, see? I drank it all." As he spoke, a strange sensation seized his body, and his eyes rolled back in his head. His eyes became bloodshot as foam bubbled from his mouth, and his skin turned a deathly blue. In an instant, he collapsed, convulsing violently. Seeing this, the villagers just chuckled amongst themselves. Drunk after only 1 cup? Why come to a feast with such low tolerance? What a lightweight, trying to show off. Meanwhile, the girl rushed to the poor old man. His pupils were dilated, his veins turning black. "He's been poisoned." Just look, the wine and meat were definitely the problem. This original sin game is full of danger. One wrong move and you're dead. Just then, a system notification flashed before his eyes. Special mission activated. Save a life. You can choose to help another player. Success will grant merit points. A special mission? Here, of all places? Kwa Van glanced at the others still being harassed by the villagers. They showed no reaction. It seemed this merit system was exclusive to him. At that moment, the girl with glasses started sobbing again, calling to the big man, "Uncle, what should we do now? Please, save him." Hearing this, the big man finally lost his patience. He shoved the girl away. "I told you not to touch anything." He walked right into his own death. Saving him might get the rest of us killed. If someone wants to be a hero, go ahead. I'm staying out of it. Hearing this, Kwa Van calmly adjusted his sleeve and spoke. Then I will be the one to save him. The clarity pill, refined from clarity herb, twin petal glasswort, and pure water, can neutralize common poisons. Looking at the item in his hand, a slight smile touched Kwa Van's lips. The medicine he bought from the beginner's shop would finally come in handy. Without a moment's hesitation, Kwa Van placed the clarity pill into the old man's mouth. Its potent fragrance made everyone turn their heads. Seeing Kwa Van take action, the big man behind him couldn't hide his shock. That pill is no ordinary item. But isn't this his first time in the game? Prying open the old man's mouth, Kwa Van made him swallow. In less than a minute, a brilliant light enveloped the old man. The dark purple marks from the poison began to fade. He cured the poison in an instant. It was truly incredible. Kwa Van helped the old man to his feet. Sir, are you all right? Though his breathing was faint, the old man thanked the youth beside him. If it weren't for you, this old life of mine would have ended here. As he smiled, relieved, Kwa Van was startled as countless gold coins began raining down upon his head. Special mission: save a life. Complete. Objective: save the poisoned Chen Yu Quan. Reward: 7,770. 7 merit points. Wow, it really was a special mission. Saving a life truly is a great deed. He earned a ton of merit points. But wait. Kwa Van noticed something else on the screen. There was also a mission prompt. What was this? Mountain Ghost Wedding. Objective: survive until the ghost wedding concludes. Reward: 100 achievement points. Mission 2. Rescue the Bride, by Ling. Reward: 3,000 achievement points, plus 3 clearance store items. Mission 3. Steal the statue of Lady Sanchuan Mingmu. Reward: 5,000 achievement points and 1 clearance store item. Mission 4. Uncover the ghost wedding's truth. Reward: 5,000 achievement points. Look at that. It's an entire quest chain. So this game has other objectives besides just simple survival. So that's how it is. The basic mission is simple, with small rewards. To get more, you have to complete these hidden quests on your own. While Kwa Van didn't lack achievement points, more store items would rapidly boost his strength. These missions were definitely worth doing. Just then, after a moment of observation, the silver-haired girl spoke coldly. Has anyone noticed where all the villagers have gone? A quick glance around confirmed it. They were gone. The villagers must have slipped away while everyone was distracted by the old man. But where did they go? Furious, Mage Lokit stormed forward and kicked a nearby chair, sending it clattering across the floor. This can't be good. We can't just sit here and wait to die. Seeing the kid act rashly, Daihan quickly tried to stop him. Don't do anything reckless. But when had a guy like Mage Lokit ever listened to anyone? He began kicking the door, trying to force it open, but the door wouldn't budge. Finally, Daihan shoved the kid back with one hand. I already told you not to waste your energy. Don't you get it? Or are you just trying to get yourself killed? As the two argued, Kwa Van finally spoke up. He's not wrong. The villagers are clearly hostile toward us. Doing nothing is just waiting to die. But with no clues, how could they be sure it wasn't a trap? You're wrong. We have a natural ally. She'll have the information we need. But who could that be? Meanwhile, in the bride's chamber, a lone figure waited. And who was Kwa Van referring to so confidently? Who else but the bride, he said, pointing to the room glowing with red candlelight. In a ghost marriage, the bride is the sacrifice. She'll definitely be willing to help us escape. But despite Kwa Van's confidence, Daihan was skeptical. Leaning against the wall, he crossed his arms. What if the bride herself is the ghost? He wasn't about to risk his life on a hunch with no proof. If you want to go, then go. I'm staying put. Hearing this, the young mage stood and brushed himself off. If you're too scared, then Kwa Van and I will go. The girl beside them noticed his strange confidence. The young man's expression was too certain. He must know something they don't. In that case, I'll go too. The old man also started to follow, but Kwa Van stopped him. You should stay here, sir. You need to rest and save your strength. Torn between two different paths, the girl with glasses glanced back and forth, hesitant about who to follow. In the end, she chose to stay with the older man. Experience seemed safer than a rookie's confidence. Since she'd made her choice, Kwa Van didn't argue. He walked over to Daihan, placing a hand on his shoulder. Take care of them both. We'll be back soon. If you get into trouble, just scream for help. With that, the three of them departed. Kwa Van pushed the door open and stepped inside. There, sitting on the bed, was the bride dressed in crimson. She was surrounded by eerie paper effigies. The bizarre, unsettling scene sent a chill down their spines. Great, just our luck, paper dolls. At this, Kwa Van realized the issue. Without paper effigies, it wouldn't be a proper ghost marriage, would it? The bride herself isn't the problem here. Even as he said it, Kwa Van's hand slipped into his pocket, his fingers tracing a small seal. He then approached the silent bride. "Miss, we're travelers caught in this ghost wedding. We want to work with you to escape. What do you say?" In response, the bride remained completely still. The room was deathly silent. Losing his patience, Kwa Van reached out and lifted the bride's red veil. What he saw sent a jolt of terror through him. The bride was made of paper. He stumbled back, his face a mask of horror. Kwa Van couldn't believe his eyes. Why a paper doll? Where was the real bride? Glancing at the young man beside her, the girl grew suspicious. Based on his actions earlier, he seemed certain a real bride existed. But if this was his first time in the game, how could he know things that nobody else did? Something was definitely suspicious. Just then, a notification panel appeared before Kwa Van. "Rescue the bride. Bai Ling. Reward. 3,000 achievement points." He stroked his chin, thinking hard. Kwa Van was certain of one thing. His system would never give him an incorrect mission. Bai Ling was clearly a human name, and a paper doll didn't need rescuing. So where was the real bride? Just then, the girl behind him began to search the room. "I'll check around. There might be a hidden mechanism." She moved methodically, knocking on walls, opening cabinets, and even inspecting the lamp. She tapped on desks and chairs, missing nothing. She checked the floorboards and even the ceiling. Her thoroughness paid off. When she tapped on the bed where the paper bride sat, she noticed it. Finally, she heard a distinct sound coming from beneath the bed. The sound was different from anywhere else in the room. With this discovery, a look of triumph flashed across her face. "I found it, you guys. If I'm right, there's a hidden compartment inside this bed." Hearing her cry, Kwa Van, who was searching elsewhere, whipped his head around. He crossed his arms, a thoughtful expression on his face. She was also the first one to realize the old man had been poisoned, wasn't she? She was a brave girl with professional skills. She was clearly more than she appeared to be. Behind Kwa Van, the impulsive mage lost his patience. He strode forward and snatched up the paper bride. "Move it." He then crudely tossed the effigy onto the floor. The abrupt action was jarring, but Kwa Van didn't say a word. He quickly joined the other two. Combining their strength, the three of them heaved, managing to flip the heavy bed frame over. In less than 5 minutes, the top of the bed popped open. It revealed a deep, pitch-black void, with a cold mist billowing out. He stared down into the hidden cellar, his expression one of utter shock. Seeing this, his two companions looked to him, waiting for his next move. They had made it this far, so what was Kwa Van's plan now? What else could they do? Obviously, they had to go down. And so, the three of them. She descended the ladder into the dark cellar below. Candlelight cut through the oppressive darkness. After a quick inspection, she saw it. There was only one path forward. If that was the case, they had to see where it led. They moved through the flickering candlelight in silence. Suddenly, the young man's foot stepped on something soft, causing him to jump back in shock. Looking down, he fell to the ground in terror. "A hand! It's a human hand!" he screamed. After his panicked cry, the girl calmly picked it up. What was he so worked up about? "Calm down," she said flatly. "The thing you stepped on is just a fake. It's a paper hand, nothing to scream about." But as her eyes scanned the ground, she frowned. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Why were there only 6 of them? Could they correspond to the paper figures above? The boy, having calmed down, knelt beside the paper limbs. He picked up a tattered paper leg with a grimace, clearing his throat as he mumbled to himself. Why are these paper figures so torn up? Were they just failed attempts? Thrown down here because they were made poorly? But Guo Van sensed something was terribly wrong. A chilling premonition washed over him. Cold sweat dripped from his brow. Does anyone else see it? Don't these 6 paper figures look exactly like the 6 of us players? There's an ancient custom. A bride from a great house always has a dowry. A dowry isn't just jewels and treasure, it also includes people. The 6 of us. We're the dowry for this ghost wedding. Upstairs was a fake bride in a fake room, so that was a fake dowry. If I'm right, the real bridal chamber is down here. And these mangled paper dolls. They foreshadow the final fate of all 6 players. We're meant to lie here forever, just like them, a wedding gift for the dead. As this horrifying truth dawned on them, Guo Van suddenly broke into a desperate sprint. They were completely out of time. They had to act immediately. Any further delay would mean certain death. And just like that, the other 2 followed his lead, their candles flickering as they raced behind him. They had to find the bride, and fast. Otherwise, the 3 waiting above ground were doomed. After a frantic dash through the darkness, a brightly lit doorway appeared before them. The young man behind them spotted it first. "Hey, there's something up ahead," he yelled. At his shout, Guovan and the girl skidded to a halt. They stood before a massive door. The silence was heavy and terrifying. His pale hand reached out and pushed the door ajar. Peeking inside, his voice trembled as he called out, "Bride?" Taking a deep breath, the three of them pushed their way in. It was just as they had predicted. The real bride was lying right here. Red candles bathed the room in a bloody light. In the center was a brilliant red wedding dress. The girl was remarkably brave. Without a trace of fear, her hand reached out and pulled back the bridal veil, and there she was. This was no paper doll like the one before. She was a real person. Her face still had color. Though unconscious, she was definitely still alive. But judging by her breathing, she was in a deep coma. Guovan stepped up beside them to observe. Can we possibly wake her up? He wondered. But in her current state, nothing they did would rouse her. She was trapped in a profound coma, and there was no telling when, or if, she would ever wake up. Guovan turned to the young man. Get over here and help us. We'll have to take turns carrying her out of here. Without another second's delay, the three moved as one. One took her head, another her torso, and the last took her legs. With extreme care, they slowly lifted her from the bed. Finally, they succeeded, placing the real bride on the bed outside the cellar. The two men gasped for air. She's heavier than she looks. But before they could catch their breath, strange sounds echoed from outside. The sound of footsteps grew louder and more frantic. Guovan, inside the room, instantly recognized the danger. Suddenly, the door burst open. The old man and the girl with glasses from earlier stumbled in, shocking the three inside the bridal chamber. Before anyone could speak, the two began begging for their lives, their faces etched with pure terror. Their panic was contagious, making Guovan's own heart race. Why did you run in here? What's going on outside? The faces of the two newcomers were deathly pale, their voices cracking with fear. The villagers. The people from the village are coming here to kill everyone. We saw them carrying hoes and sickles. They're attacking anyone on sight. Dahan stayed behind to hold them off so we could get help. Hearing this, Guovan's expression grew grim. He shot a quick glance at the girl beside him. There was no other way out of the room. They would have to take the bride and face them head-on. Meanwhile, outside, Dahan stood as the lone barrier against the maddened crowd. He had been using his special ability the entire time. Dahan was growing exhausted from the endless fight. Even with his guardian spirit, he was nearing his absolute limit. Sweat poured from him like a river. He knew he didn't have the power left to take on this entire mob of demonic villagers alone, but as their senior, he had to protect them. He took a ragged breath and issued a final warning. Take one more step, and the demon at my back will strike you down. You have no idea how brutal it can be. Leave now, while you still can. But he knew these mindless villagers wouldn't listen to reason. His words only seemed to enrage them more. They surged forward, ready to slaughter anyone in their path, with Dahan as their very first target. Before the villagers' reckless charge, he had no choice. He braced himself as the fiend behind him swung its sword, sending them flying with one blow. Witnessing this and the fiend's immense form, Guoyun froze. This power had to be from the original Sin game, right? So awesome. But before Guoyun could admire it further, the fiend suddenly slashed its master, Dahan, across the back. A scream of agony echoed as the man's face turned deathly pale. How could this be? Was this a power backlash? That fiend actually dared to attack its own host? Still stunned by the spirit's action, Guoyun glanced at the man's muscular back. Something was terribly wrong. All those old scars. Was this the price for using the fiend? Just then, a system window appeared before him. Congratulations, host, for unlocking the Anomaly Ecology Guide. Phantom Pain Fiend Fragment unlocked, opening 9 pages of the guide. You can now claim guide rewards. Please continue your efforts. A Remnant Class Phantom Pain Fiend Fragment? A demon born from pain? It exists for the sake of suffering. Reading the notification, a chill ran down Guoyun's spine. It took pleasure in torturing others. It can strike with a long whip, and each attack inflicts a certain amount of damage back onto the user. Meanwhile, seeing the uncle use his fiend to repel the crazed villagers, the girl with glasses watched in awe, her eyes sparkling with admiration. That fighting form was truly magnificent. Uncle, you're amazing. While the others praised Dahan for his incredible skill and fiend, only Guoyun knew the truth. Wielding the fiend's power always came at a steep price. He couldn't hold out for much longer. Guoyun couldn't just stand by. He turned and grabbed the old man beside him. Sir, after we entered the room, did you investigate the courtyard? Did you find any possible way out? At this question, the old man seemed to recall something. Yes, I did. There's a low wall on the west side we might be able to climb. With no time to waste, Guoyun and the others quickly turned to run. He didn't forget to yell back to Dahan, "Brother, head west, hurry!" Hearing him, the villagers shrieked, "Block them! Don't let a single one survive!" And so, carrying the bride, they all fled from the savage horde. However, her strength fading, the girl was quickly targeted by one of the villagers. Just as he was about to attack, the silver-haired girl beside her lashed out with a kick. It slammed hard into the man's chest. Then, she glanced back, sensing another attacker. As a clawed hand swung toward her, she ducked, then used both hands to slam the man to the ground. But she wasn't finished. She lunged forward, using her long legs to kick the man squarely in the groin. The family jewels were utterly shattered. Seeing that, Guoyun and the man beside him couldn't help but wince. They could feel the guy's pain. They were definitely crushed. After her work was done, the girl casually dusted off her hands. "Don't just stand there, run." Her words snapped them out of it, and they sprinted away. But soon, their path was blocked again. What now? Dahan can't hold on much longer. The fiend only has 3 strikes left. But don't worry, where there's a will, there's a way. Guoyun pulled out a small talisman. "Now, watch this." At his words, Dahan felt the fiend beside him begin to tremble violently. He whipped his head around, staring at the young man in disbelief. The talisman in his hand was so powerful that even his fiend was shaking in fear. Who in the world was this kid? What was his identity? Without saying more, Guoyun bent slightly and began to chant an incantation. "By the 3,000 masters who received the evil-slaying writ, let the walking dead of the night and the 7 evil souls be utterly incinerated." After muttering these words, the talisman blazed with a brilliant light. Guoyun then hurled it forward. "Evil spirits, begone! Obey my command!" Just like that, a volley of talismans flew toward the villagers. In an instant, a brilliant, crimson light erupted, engulfing them in flames. Watching the villagers writhe in the inferno, Dahan and the others breathed a sigh of relief. That talisman was terrifyingly powerful. "Kid, you got any more of those? Finish them off." Hearing this, Guoyun fell silent for a moment, his eyes fixed on the fire. Demon-suppressing talismans are for expelling evil spirits. Though their bodies are warped, they are still fundamentally human. This talisman can't destroy them completely. At these words, Dahan's smile vanished, replaced by pure anxiety. Then what are we supposed to do now? Are we just going to stand here and wait to die? A confident smirk played on Guoyun's lips. That may be, but for now, we stick to the original plan. With that, his legs blurred as he dashed forward, leaping onto the high wall. Is there any escape route other than getting out of this place? Hurry up, old man! At that moment, the villagers' footsteps grew frantic as they fanned out with hoes and shovels, searching in all directions. They were determined to find the 6 of them. As 2 villagers searched elsewhere, a hand slowly reached out from a haystack behind them. It moved with utter stealth. Instantly, the girl and Dahan lunged out, each grabbing a man in a headlock, choking them into silence. They were completely powerless to resist. After the 2 were choked unconscious, Dahan quickly scanned the area. He then dragged the villager's body away with one hand. Once the coast was clear, the 2 entered the small room where the other 6 were hiding. Staying here any longer isn't an option. The villager patrols are increasing. We need to get out of this place, fast. Hearing this, while Guoyun was deep in thought, the puppet-like man urged him again. So, where do we go from here? At his words, Guoyun remained silent. He didn't have a new plan yet. I have to find another path. A different way out. The ritual was broken, and the bride was saved. But the ghost marriage wasn't truly over. Quo Van knew he'd missed something. Just then, the bride stirred in the girl's lap. Seeing this, the woman with glasses called out, "Everyone, look, I think she's waking up." Her eyes fluttered open to Quo Van's face. "Are you all right? Do you remember your name?" She shakily sat up, nursing a splitting headache. "My name is Bai Ling. Where is this? And who are all of you?" "We're just unlucky souls trapped in this ghost marriage," Quo Van explained. "Since you're involved, do you know anything?" At his words, the girl's face went pale. "A ghost marriage? I don't remember. They only just captured me a few days ago." She recalled being snatched from a sedan chair by the villagers. Why they chose her as the bride, she had no idea. Quo Van's voice turned grim as he faced her. "Miss Bai, if we can't end this ghost marriage, all of us are going to die. And your fate won't be any better. Do you truly remember nothing?" Pressed for an answer, Bai Ling put a hand to her chin, thinking hard, racking her brain for any detail. Suddenly, her eyes shot open. "I remember now. While they forced me into the bridal clothes, I heard the village chief mutter to the others. 'Is the road to the goddess temple clear yet? We can't be late for the procession.'" Hearing that name, Quo Van's head snapped up. The goddess temple? The Three Rivers Bright Mother Goddess? A cold smile touched Quo Van's lips as he turned to the others. It seems if we want to end this, we'll have to visit that ancestral hall. Hearing Quo Van's dangerously calm words, and thinking of the villagers hunting them, the young man panicked. Are you insane? That place is swarming with those monsters. Going there is just walking into a trap. But this was a fear Quo Van had already accounted for. Don't assume everyone is as simple as you. Quo Van then pulled out a light blue talisman, reassuring the terrified youth. Don't worry, kid. We have more solutions than problems. This was an invisibility talisman, a charm meant to conceal their mortal forms. It hides them from sight, sound, and smell. It conceals everyone within 5 meters for the time of 3 incense sticks. Without another word, Quo Van lit the talisman. An eerie blue flame flared to life. Once this is active, if we touch anyone, or are touched, the spell breaks. We must be careful. There is no room for error. Now invisible, Quo Van eased the door open. The entire group slipped out into the open. They only had the time of 3 incense sticks. They had to move fast. After a tense journey, they finally reached the ancestral hall. Hiding nearby, the youth waved his hand in front of a villager. Seeing no reaction, he was absolutely thrilled. Dude, they really can't see us. Quo Van cut him off. Now shut your mouth so we can think. As the villagers patrolled the area, the group crept up the stairs, finally reaching the great wooden doors of the hall. Without hesitation, they slipped inside. The doors closed behind them. Only then did Quo Van finally exhale, relieved. He was practically drenched in sweat. The silver-haired girl came close, pointing. Behind the hall, there's a path up the mountain. I know, let's go. But before they could move, Quo Van froze. A small book had appeared before them. It was the village gazette. Slowly, he reached for the object. Quo Van quickly opened it and began to read. It chronicled the past. 17 years into the Dragon Emperor's reign, a black rain fell. Crops failed. A great famine swept the land, forcing people to cannibalism as demons emerged. After reading the book, the 7 of them took the path behind the hall and started up the mountain. They helped each other climb the endless, steep stairs. Bai Ling, still weak, began to fall behind. But Quo Van wouldn't leave her. He turned back, offering his hand. Miss Bai, quickly, take my hand. After pulling her up, Quo Van turned to ask her something. Miss Bai, this black rain from the gazette. What is it? Do you know anything about it? Hearing this, Bai Ling's face drained of all color. She frantically shook her head. No one truly knows what it is. Only the rumors I've heard from many people. The rumors claimed the Dragon Emperor was not a benevolent ruler, that he had murdered a great and loyal hero of the nation, and so the heavens, in their fury, sent the black rain as punishment. As she spoke, Bai Ling trembled uncontrollably. She had only heard whispers of black rain in Guangzhou recently. Terrified of being caught in it, she had taken this very detour. I never expected to run into those villagers. Out of the frying pan and into the fire. Just then, the young guy decided to tease her, making a scary face. Bet you didn't know this mountain is crawling with ghouls and ghosts too, right? Ah, he. For his little performance, a fist came crashing down on his head. The kid yelped and clutched it in pain. The silver-haired girl had seen enough. You're just spouting gibberish. So what? Man, she's a pain. Why'd she hit me so hard? Don't you know you're looking at a future national treasure? Meanwhile, Quo Van gazed up at the towering peak, deep in thought. According to the Gazette, it was the Bright Mother Goddess temple on this very mountain that protected the village from the black rain. But this very act twisted the villagers into monsters, neither human nor ghost. As they walked, Daihan suddenly threw out an arm, halting everyone. The woman with glasses beside him looked confused. Why did he stop? Sweat now drenched Daihan's trembling face. They had arrived. Following his gaze, they all looked up. A small pagoda had appeared before them. The grim aura sent shivers down their spines. At the sight, everyone, including Guoyun, gasped in utter shock. When had they even reached this place? It was far too eerie. Suddenly, the door before them began to creak open. Daihan snapped back to reality, yelling at the kid beside him to run. This was something they couldn't handle alone. If they fled now, they might just survive. But before they could act, a figure stepped out from the goddess's temple. A hand with long, ragged nails pushed the red door aside. From the murky darkness, an immense aura pulsed outward. A bone-chilling cold washed over them, with a ghastly voice whispering, "Since you've arrived, don't even think about leaving." That grotesque smile terrified Daihan. With no other choice, he summoned his spirit familiar to stand guard. It struck with a crack of its whip. "You won't touch them while I'm here." But unlike before, the whip had no effect on this enemy. The fiend easily caught the whip with one hand, holding it tight. A crazed, wild look began to fill his eyes. A savage grin stretched across his face. Trying to perform an exorcism? Are you from the reincarnation cult? At the strange question, Daihan roared, pointing forward, as his familiar struggled to pull its whip free. Reincarnation cult? What the hell is that? Don't spout nonsense. A second attack landed, but the man didn't even budge. He tightened his grip on the whip, raising his other hand to channel his power. If not them, then you must belong to some other sect. His smirk widened as a small bowl materialized in his hand. In that case, I won't hold back against this little demon. After speaking, he raised the bowl high. A powerful vortex erupted from it, violently pulling at the familiar's soul. Watching this happen in a flash, Guoyun and the others were stunned. How could he subdue a spirit with a mere wave of his hand? This demonic priest was incredibly powerful. In a single move, Daihan's familiar was sucked into that tiny bowl. The force made Daihan collapse, clutching his head and trembling. In less than a minute, the soul was completely devoured. Despite its struggles, he quickly sealed the bowl's lid. Not perfect, but it's a rare yin spirit. The ghost mother will be pleased. With his familiar gone, Daihan fell into despair. He knelt with his head bowed, completely silent. His strength finally gave out, and he collapsed. Seeing this, the demonic priest grew even more excited. With that wicked smile, he turned to face the terrified group. Judging by your clothes, you must be tonight's bride, correct? At his words, Bailing flinched and fell backward, her body trembling. She was nearly driven mad with pure terror. Stay away, don't come any closer, she shrieked. Watching the girl, the priest just stroked his chin, lost in thought. A pure body, housing a divine soul. His expression turned to one of pure ecstasy. To find such a prize in this remote place, the ghost mother will surely be satisfied. While the priest muttered to himself, Guoyun could no longer remain silent. He stepped forward and declared, "The ghost mother is a goddess. Why would she ever need a human bride? This is nothing but a scam." At these words, the priest's head snapped towards the boy, his voice growing darker. "You dare interrupt me? You must have a death wish." By now, Guoyun was trembling from the man's oppressive aura, but deep down, he forced himself to stay calm. He had to find a way to stall for more time. There has to be a way through this. Suppressing his fear, Guoyun boldly pointed a thumb toward himself. Besides, as the dowry, our bodies don't have much time left anyway. A savage laugh from the priest echoed in the air. "How amusingly you speak. I like that." He then noticed the boy was wearing a very peculiar set of clothes. An icy chill shot straight down Guoyun's spine. Before he could react, the priest's hand landed on his shoulder. A cold mist radiated from the priest's body. "You know you're going to die, yet you still dare to run your mouth before me? Such a clever tongue. What's your name, brat?" As he asked, Guoyun's hidden hand slipped into his pocket. He brought it out, a faint smile on his face. "I'm just a commoner. In my tradition, dying without reason turns you into a wandering ghost. That is why I dared to ask you, great priest." The man stepped past him, conjuring a small orb of fire in his hand. "So you simply wish to know why you must die? Very well. I shall grant you that one chance, so you won't become a lost soul. You want to know about this ghost marriage, correct?" The flame in his hand grew fiercer as Guoyun glanced back. The priest then brutally crushed a spirit in his hand, ignoring its piercing screams. "Yes, this priest is in a very good mood today. Out of pity, I will tell you everything." On this moonlit night, the demon priest's voice drifted like the wind, spilling every dark secret. The underworld matron doesn't need a spirit marriage. It's her guardian, the ghost beast, who truly desires to be wed. And as for you, the dowry, you'll become my blood sacrifice. The demon priest raised a bone flag, waving it at the group. "Don't you worry. When I kill, souls are scattered to the wind. You won't become wandering ghosts." With just that single gesture, the souls he devoured burst forth from his back. They screamed as they moved, mindlessly attacking. Streaks of light slammed into the ground all around the terrified youths. The demon priest merely glanced back with a delighted smile, ignoring their desperate struggle to survive. He must be thrilled, thinking he was about to devour them all. But suddenly, from the thick white smoke, a brilliant light shot out. Then, more and more lights appeared, brighter than ever before. Sensing something wrong, the demon priest quickly turned. What was happening? He froze in shock. Before him and the four youths, a massive tiger, as large as a temple pillar, materialized. Its roar was powerful enough to blow everything away. Standing before the cunning demon priest, Guoyun held out his seal. The great tiger stood guard behind him. With his protector here, he dared anyone to take another step. They would regret it instantly. The other boy collapsed, stunned by his ally's incredible style. He trembled and laughed, telling the cowards to go home. He thought he was a dead man just moments ago. Little bro. No, big bro is more like it. You saved my life again. Guoyun held the item forward for everyone to see. It was the white tiger seal. After that grand display, 85% of his power remained. Guoyun then turned to the others and shouted, "You all need to leave. Get as far away as you can." That single move used up 15% of his spiritual power. He had to find a way to stall for time. At his words, the silver-haired girl just stared blankly, but his warning quickly registered, and she turned to run. However, she didn't forget to urge the other two. "If we stay, we'll just be a burden to him. Everyone, follow me, and let's go." Meanwhile, the demon priest stood frozen, overwhelmed by this power. A manifested spirit weapon. That's at least a mid-grade treasure. But I'm sure I sense no spiritual power on that kid at all. How is this even possible? He pointed a finger at the boy. The demon priest demanded to know what kind of person he was. Hearing such a clueless question, Guoyun burst out laughing. "Have you been listening to a single word I've said this whole time? Are your ears just for decoration? I already told you before. I'm just a commoner from the outside. Hey priest, how about we just talk this out? No need to fight, right? Let's negotiate." But the demon priest completely ignored Guoyun's offer. He curled his hand and roared in fury. "This brat has some nerve. How dare you insult me? Do you know who I am?" After saying this, the demon priest thrust one hand forward and waved his flag. In an instant, a massive fireball shot out. It slammed violently into the golden tiger standing by Guoyun. Without stopping, the priest unleashed his wraith spirit ghost fire. Soul after soul flew towards him at terrifying speeds. Faced with this onslaught, Guoyun had enough. It was time to fight back. With a single roar, the great tiger created a protective barrier around them, blocking the filthy incoming spirits. The demon priest's lips curled into a wicked smirk. His eyes went vacant as he laughed. "So you're just relying on a useless artifact? Once I drain its spiritual energy, I will peel your skin and tear out your tendons, you rotten brat." Hearing this, a chill ran down Guoyun's spine. This is bad. The cunning demon priest figured out his secret. As a storm of spirits rained down, Guoyun desperately dodged each attack. If he didn't move fast enough, he'd be torn to pieces. The ground around him was relentlessly bombarded by his opponent's attacks. Seeing the boy's pitiful struggle, the demon priest grew more excited. His smile twisted into a crazed grin as he glared at his unlucky prey. Insanity, overriding reason, he furiously waved his flag, unleashing all the souls he had trapped. "What do you think of this? Why aren't you running that mouth of yours like before, little brat? Why so quiet now?" After dodging for what felt like an eternity, the ground where Guoyun stood was riddled with craters. His body was reaching its limit. He leaned on his knees, gasping for air. He was completely on the defensive. He knew he couldn't win by dragging this out. He had to regain the upper hand, and fast. Pushing himself up, Guoyun surged forward. He swung his arm wide and yelled out, calling the name of the white tiger. At his call, the massive white tiger charged, letting out a thunderous roar. Its paws moved with blinding speed, a clear warning to its foe. This was no mere threat. The white tiger attacked instantly. It swung its massive claws, large as pillars, right at the demon priest. It intended to smash him into paste, but a rock-hard barrier blocked the attack. The tiger's blow was stopped by a trick, just like Guoyun's. A large shield materialized, deflecting the great tiger's claws. How pathetic. There's a limit to imitation, but this priest had no shame. From within his barrier, he laughed mockingly at the boy. "Did you really think I wouldn't be prepared for that move? You're still too naive. Children shouldn't play with adults, sweetie." And the reason for the demon priest's confidence wasn't just his own spiritual power. Weapon aura alone can't break his soul banner. Even a mid-grade artifact would fail. His razor-sharp claws tensed, ready for the kill. The demonic priest displayed it for all to see, then mercilessly crushed the light within. All that remained was to end Guoyun. He would use vengeful spirits to refine this weapon. What a perfect combination of fresh prey and a magnificent artifact. But while he was lost in his monologue, 3 golden talismans shot forward. They exploded violently around the demonic priest. The blast momentarily stunned him. At the same time, the silver-haired girl moved into position, fresh talismans already in her hand. Her intense gaze had been fixed on him the entire time, waiting for the perfect chance to launch her next assault. The priest merely scoffed at her attack. One hand maintained his barrier, while the other mockingly beckoned the woman forward. "Why the rush, little girl? I know you're eager, but everyone gets a turn. Instead of saving yourself, you leap into the tiger's maw. If you're that desperate to die, then I won't be gentle." While the priest was laughing, about to threaten the girl's life, a faint sound echoed from above. Lost in his bliss, he didn't notice his barrier was starting to crack. By the time he reacted, he was horrified. The massive tiger was tearing through his personal defense barrier. Under the tiger's immense pressure and the talisman's earlier attack, the sickly green barrier finally shattered into pieces. The demon priest's panic came far too late. What was happening? From behind, Guoyun roared, "Now's our chance!" At his command, the girl unleashed 3 more talismans, which combined perfectly with the great tiger's fierce assault. The 2 attacks converged, and a massive explosion erupted. Smoke and dust blasted everywhere as he scrambled to the side. Even now, the demonic priest couldn't fathom what the 2 of them had just accomplished. Wiping sweat from his brow, Guoyun smirked. "Looks like my little artifact has drained all your spiritual power." Hearing these words, the demonic priest's eyes widened in disbelief. "Impossible. Only Goddess Mingmu herself could weaken me. Darling, if you don't know, you should listen. Even a kid like me knows that as long as the goddess's statue is safe, your power is endless, right?" The priest flinched at his words, eyeing Guoyun with deep suspicion. "How could you possibly know about that? Who told you that?" In the 12th year of the Dragon Emperor, there was a sudden flash flood. The statue of Goddess Mingmu was swept away. The search lasted 3 months, with a penalty of 30 lashes per day. After the statue was found, the ghost marriages returned. A great famine followed, killing 3 or 4 out of every 10 villagers. Was the only punishment for losing the statue a few lashes, or were their souls completely extinguished? As Guoyun closed the book, the uncle ran out, desperately clutching the statue of Mingmu. "I stole it. I'm the one who took it." At this sight, the demonic priest was finally pushed into a state of pure rage. His eyes blazed red as he ground his teeth and charged forward. "You die. Hey now, priest. Where do you think you're going? You dare try to touch my people? You should calm down." Facing the great tiger, the weakened priest had no choice but to retreat. Even so, he was seething, pointing a trembling finger at the young man as he screamed, "You were trying to grab my attention from the start, weren't you? You cunning brat." "Yeah, that's right." Guoyun's distraction wasn't recent. It was the plan all along. "Old man, wasn't my plan flawless?" Guoyun asked with a slight smile. When evil men keep diaries, they always expose their own weaknesses. Tossing the book aside, Guoyun turned toward the uncle behind him. The others cracked their knuckles, ready to move. They had tolerated this old monster long enough. They had been waiting for this moment. Guoyun observed the details of the statue, feeling a strange emotion. "So this is the statue of Goddess Mingmu." He slowly knelt and reached for it. A sudden announcement rang out. "Mission complete. The ghost marriage of Mingjia has ended. Congratulations, player, on clearing the game. Bonus rewards are being calculated. Please wait." "Young man, the system says the game is over." Hearing this, the uncle was confused, his hand still hovering over the statue. Is it really over?" Guoyun helped the man to his feet, confirming it for him once more. "Yes, we did it. It's really over." But when they turned to the girl in glasses, she was trembling and sobbing uncontrollably. But what is there to cry about? No one was injured or died. Seeing such a useless weakling was a bad omen to him. As he took a step toward her, the silver-haired girl gave him a cold look, pulling the other into a protective hug. Seeing this, the punk paled and raised his hands in surrender. Guoyun and the girl then turned their attention to the man on the ground. What's his condition? According to her observations, his vital signs had stabilized. He was only unconscious, so his life was no longer in danger. Now that the game has ended, Guoyun wondered how much longer this place could possibly exist. The resolution time is typically 5 to 15 minutes. Then, all survivors will be teleported to their original positions. Hearing this, Guoyun glanced back at her. He asked with a serious tone, "How do you know these things?" "That's a secret." "You're not the only one with secrets, Guoyun." Turning toward the bride, the silver-haired girl spoke, startling her. "What will you do now? Can you leave this place on your own? Are our saviors leaving?" Just then, a strange noise cut through the air. A chilling mist bled from the dark woods, followed by thundering hooves as an army appeared. They were completely surrounded. The soldiers formed a wall, leaving everyone stunned and confused. The bride quickly calmed them. "Do not be afraid. They are my family, here to escort me home. Bai Ling is finally safe. I wonder which of my father's generals has come for me." A man vaulted off his horse, hand to his chest. "Captain Guo Yi, of the Tiger Leopard Cavalry, greets you, milady. We are late. My failure deserves death." Seeing the loyal general, Guoyun sighed in relief, unaware his own hand was turning transparent. He wouldn't have to worry about her fate after all. But then, panic struck. Guoyun watched his hand slowly vanish. There was no time for a proper farewell. Farewell, milady. And just like that, 6 pillars of red light shot skyward. In a flash, he and the others were gone. As they vanished, the general was baffled. They left no trace. Not even an aura. Milady, who were they? Bai Ling had no answer either. They were merely kind strangers who helped me. A system notification echoed. Game clear. Calculating rewards. Final score, 14,500. Quest completed. 4 out of 4. Special and hidden quests. 3. Unlocking 200% store access and special items. Hidden quest reward. 1. Star token. 3 golden screens swirled around him. Guoyun floated, deep in thought. The shop would stay open until the next quest. There was no need to rush. He could take his time to browse. He mulled it over. Every quest was cleared, yet he only earned 14,000 points, less than the cost of the items he used. Just clearing basic quests would mean endless grinding for store rewards. That was incredibly inefficient. No wonder that other guy had so little. But Guoyun wasn't like him. He didn't lack points, did he? He lacked things to buy. He tapped the red screen. Does the player want to log out and return to the real world? He confirmed immediately. In an instant, Guoyun materialized back in his familiar room. The transition was instant, leaving him bewildered. He patted himself down, confirming he was solid. To be back so suddenly, it felt unreal. He glanced at the clock. Days had passed in the game, but here? Only a few minutes had gone by. Suddenly, his vision warped. He grabbed his throbbing head in pain. Was this the side effect of mental exhaustion? First things first, he needed sleep. Everything else could wait for tomorrow. At sunrise, Guoyun forced his heavy eyes open, staggering to his feet. A persistent knock echoed. He dragged his exhausted body to the door. Who could it be this early? As he turned the knob, a familiar voice spoke. Mr. Lin Guoyun, on behalf of the Human Security Agency, I need you to cooperate with an investigation. Seeing her face, Guoyun was suddenly wide awake. The Human Security Agency? An official government branch? Then her appearance in the game was not a coincidence after all. And how did she find his address? She crossed her arms, calmly explaining to Guoyun. The Sin Games player selection is entirely random. Our meeting truly was a coincidence. She glanced over her shoulder. As for his other question, she hesitated. Behind that wall, armed agents were on standby. If you cooperate with us, she stated, you will get your answers. Guoyun swallowed nervously, trembling. This cooperation. It did not involve getting cut up for research, did it? Is that it? Relax. Every player is a valuable asset. As long as you cooperate, your personal safety will never be at risk. But then her expression iced over. She stepped closer, her tone menacing. So long as you cooperate, we will never have to threaten your life or safety. With a cold snap of her fingers, the sound of a gun cocking echoed from behind her. Guoyun froze, terrified. I get it. I will cooperate, I promise. Can I have 10 minutes to change? After 10 minutes, they all departed. After changing, Guoyun was escorted to their car. Yesterday's rookie mission, she began, was evaluated at the highest difficulty. Keeping everyone alive was 80% your doing. For that, you have my thanks. But the organization sought you out for more than just your performance. Your identity is the key. That is all I can reveal for now. The convoy sped towards a massive building. She presented her credentials to the guards. Human Security Bureau, Special Ops Team Leader, Ji Qinglin. Verified. Team Leader Ji. Welcome back to HQ. Inside a conference room, Ji Qinglin offered Guoyun a glass of water. Why am I here? Can you please explain? Patience. You will know soon enough. Just then, a man in a lab coat entered the room. The moment Guoyun saw him, his jaw dropped. Little Yun, it has been a long time. How have you been? Uncle Bai. What are you doing here? That was right. This was Professor Bai, a renowned folklorist and archaeologist. He was the Lin couple's closest partner before they vanished. Seeing the boy's shocked face, Uncle Bai just smiled as the agent chuckled. Of course I'm here for research. Did you think I was a player like you kids? My old bones can't take that kind of torment. Just then, Gui Qinglin, beside Guoyun, spoke up. Professor Bai is the chief advisor for the Human Security Bureau and a key member of its research group. He's also one of the Bureau's honorary vice directors. Enough flattery. Those are just empty titles for an old man like me. If the Fengmian couple hadn't disappeared, the chief advisor role would have never been mine. At this, Guoyun shot forward in a panic. Lin Fengmian? You mean my parents worked for the Human Security Bureau too? Professor Bai sighed, his expression falling. It seems they truly told you nothing, did they? Professor Lin Fengmian and Professor Jiang Hongli were essentially the founders, the elders of this bureau. They were the first ones to discover the rule, anomalies, and predict the arrival of the original Sin game. But it's a shame. Heaven is often jealous of great talent. Hearing this, Guoyun rushed forward, grabbing the professor's shoulders and demanding answers. So my parents didn't die in a car accident, did they? What really happened to them? Are they still alive? Professor Bai's eyes shifted, avoiding the young man's gaze. He hesitated. The truth is, they. But before he could finish, Gui Qinglin stepped in, cutting him off. Professor Bai, the following is classified. Lin Guoyun doesn't have the proper clearance to be told. Guoyun was, of course, completely dissatisfied. Why don't I have the right to know about my own parents? Why is their story being forbidden from me? She held a confidential file towards Guoyun. Gui Qinglin was perfectly calm. If you really want to know, sign the consent form and join the organization. Staring at the papers, Guoyun felt completely cornered, grinding his teeth. Do you know about the monsters that have tormented humanity? Gui Qinglin hoped he understood that once he signed this contract, he would become part of the war against that distortion. You'll have to face the grotesque, the twisted, madness, or even death. Flipping through the pages, he asked, as you said before, you don't send people on suicide missions, right? Qinglin had already stated that every player is a precious asset and resource. We would never intentionally let them get hurt. Unless it could save an even greater number of lives. He signed his name on the contract. His eyes filled with absolute certainty. No problem. I will definitely survive and investigate the whole truth. In a dark room, two figures observed their entire conversation. The two men were still assessing him without pause. From their perspective, he was just an impulsive, confident, passionate, and self-righteous brat. But isn't that what makes him a good kid? It's daytime, so why is it so dark in here? Hearing his companion's complaint, the scarred man immediately scowled. Our positions are different. You are responsible for trust. I am responsible for suspicion. He took the paper. It was already signed. Now, you two are part of the same family. Professor Bai has 2 more topics. As for your training, I'll leave that to Qinglin. You young people will probably have an easier time. After the professor left, Guoyun and Qinglin sat facing each other. He was just about to say her name, but Qinglin leaned forward and spoke first. Gui Qinglin, former head of Special Intelligence Analysis, current leader of Special Operations Team 2. A pleasure to meet you. Taking her hand, a flustered Guoyun scratched his head and laughed awkwardly. Before he could even introduce himself, the woman recited all his information. Lin Guoyun, male, 20 years old, current employment status is unemployed, son of the renowned scholars Lin Fengmian and Jiang Hongli, physics graduate of Imperial Capital University. No relationship history. Sexual orientation is suspected male. Hearing this, Guoyun roared in frustration. There's nothing wrong with my sexual orientation, so stop spouting nonsense. Hey girls, don't listen to her, I'm straight. In short, Qinglin's side knew everything about Guoyun. As for the Human Security Bureau, it was just as he had searched online. We are the official handlers of all anomalous events, including this original Sin game. Including? What do you mean? Are there other strange events besides the game? She gently pushed a file toward Guoyun. Qinglin's voice was calm. The history of these strange events goes back much further than you think. You can take a look. Looking at the documents, Guoyun quickly opened them. Inside was a meticulously detailed list of strange events. From the dragon sacrifice of 1890, the demonic aid of 1930, the Ascension Banquet of 1943, and the Water Ghost Incident of 1950, the Clairvoyant Prodigy of 1965, 1982's Grandma Washes the Cat, and countless other bizarre incidents. Before, these events were like sparks from a mysterious cave. Their job was to prevent that fire from burning down the entire forest. But now, the monster from the cave has crawled out. That monster is the original Sin game. Since the appearance of the original Sin game, other strange events have all disappeared. They did disappear, but not completely. According to the research of Professor Lin, Guoyun's father, they've all become small worlds within the game, commonly known as instances. It's just like the principle of a black hole. When an overwhelmingly massive strange object appears, other strange objects are devoured and merged into it. Standing up, she walked past Guoyun. In short, handling the original Sin game and its derivatives is now the Bureau's main focus. She pressed a button on the wall. A large board lowered from behind Qinglin. What are these derivative events you mentioned? These incidents are mainly divided into 2 categories. The first type is players who lose control. There's always a small number of players who gain power from the game only to do evil and harm society. Monitoring, managing, and restraining players is the first derivative task that the Human Security Bureau must handle. As for the second type, as Qinglin's chalk flew across the board, two words quickly appeared. Real world instances. The instances mentioned here are not the mission instances inside the game. They are instances that have manifested in reality. He stared at Qinglin beside him. Could the game manifest in the real world? Remember what the official site said? Mission failure has dire consequences. In that instant, pure horror filled the boy's eyes. So if a game is lost, when every player is wiped out and the game is declared a failure, the dungeon materializes in reality. These manifested dungeons become secondary missions for them to handle. Hearing this, Guoyun rested his chin on his hand, deep in thought. Do failed missions really appear in our world? Just how massive could a dungeon get? And why had he never heard of this? Just then, Qinglin dragged over a small suitcase. Don't get so worked up. Usually, high-level veterans are the ones who handle these dungeons. First, check out your welcome gift. As she opened the case, its contents were revealed. Was that a handgun? It was absolutely stunning. Qinglin expertly assembled the weapon and aimed. Your firearm license is in the box, too. I'll teach you the basics of using it later. Tossing the gun to the kid, Qinglin added a warning. This is the organization's trust in you, Guoyun. Not a license for misconduct. Abuse it, and you'll just become the Bureau's next mission. This is a custom-built satellite phone. All missions and official communications will come through here. Your watch has a built-in anomaly detector. If it senses anything, the light activates. It has 6 colors: green, blue, purple, orange, red, and white. The later colors mean extreme danger. Just as she finished, a noise from outside made Guoyun turn his head. The man from the dark room stormed in, his expression grim. Deputy Director, what brings you here? Ignoring Qinglin's question, Xu Jingyan strode in. He was the Deputy Director of the Human Security Bureau, in charge of the Special Action Unit. You seem displeased. How far along is the training? I've just finished the basic briefing and was about to take Guoyun to the firing range. Proceed with the firearms training. Holding 2 sheets of paper, Xu Jingyan's expression remained rigid. That will have to wait. I have an urgent mission for you two right now. He handed them each a document. Inside was the mission code name, The Cabin in the Woods. Mission type, Uncontrolled Dungeon Containment. Danger level, Night. Staring at the information before her, Qinglin was utterly shocked. Dungeon containment? She slammed her hands on the table, incredulous. Deputy Director, Lin Guoyun has only cleared 1 game. Giving him a mission like this is too much. Unconcerned with the rookie's inexperience, Xu Jingyan spared him a brief, cold glance before speaking bluntly. There are no buts. This is a mission. You can only choose to accept or refuse. Sensing the heavy atmosphere, Guoyun nervously scratched his nose. Can I ask, what are the consequences for refusing? There are no consequences. The contract you signed will simply be voided. We'll erase your memories of the Bureau and send you back to where you came from. So this is some kind of preemptive initiation test? But if he backed out now, he'd never get the information about his parents. In that case, I accept. A very good attitude. The Intel Analysis Department will contact you with the mission specifics. With that, the man turned and left the room, leaving the 2 teenagers behind in a heavy silence. In the now quiet room, the space between Guoyun and Qinglin felt strangely still. Guoyun couldn't help but feel a deep dislike for that deputy director. Why did I feel like his gaze was so hostile? Pushing the director's attitude aside, Qinglin finally spoke. From what I understand, the Bureau doesn't recruit players after a single game. Their minds are too unstable, and they'll likely die in the next few rounds. I heard Professor Bai gave your file directly to the director late last night, and that deputy director is the most by-the-book person here. Guoyun tapped his fingers on the table. He finally understood. The director despised him because he thought he'd used connections to get in. It seems I've dragged you into this, Qinglin. You're overthinking it. My duty is to complete the mission. Now, put on your earpiece. The Intel Analysis team will contact you through it. Then Qinglin's tone became serious. Guoyun, do not underestimate this mission. Dungeon containment is not something a player who has only cleared a single mission can possibly handle. But the contract says I won't intentionally harm my teammates, right? And the deputy director is all about following the rules, isn't he? He followed Qinglin from the room and into a waiting car. Now, put on the earpiece. Quickly. This is Gui Qinglin. I need auxiliary analysis for the Cabin in the Woods mission. Application sent. Linking private network. Connected to the Intel Analysis team. Auxiliary agent in position. This is Specialist Ying Wei, providing intel support. The cabin in the woods manifested 36 hours ago. The contamination zone is roughly 1,200 square meters and has been sealed. The provisional team consists of leader Li Shuyang and agents Gui Qinglin and Lin Guoyun. That is all the data on the cabin in the woods. Any questions? None. Hearing Qinglin's curt reply, Guoyun was amazed by her professionalism. So they did have a veteran team leader after all. It seems the deputy director was just testing my courage to accept this mission. At Guoyun's words, Qinglin's brow furrowed. Li Shuyang, I would advise you not to get your hopes up about him. As for why, you'll understand when you meet him. With that ominous warning, the car sped down the road. Nearby, a young man was waving around an armor case. The foul, sour stench coming from it was overwhelming. Standing aside, Guoyun could only pinch his nose shut. This is their veteran? He looks like a total wreck. Sprawled on the ground, Li Shuyang gasped for air after puking his guts out. He's 29 years old, a cast-off from the Celestial Master's order, and a 5-time game clearer. Worse, he's a raging alcoholic with a rock-bottom mission success rate. So this is the elite veteran the deputy chief sent Guoyun and Qinglin? What a genius. It's hard to tell if this guy is an asset or a liability. Now Guoyun understood why Qinglin called him untrustworthy. Get him a bucket of water. Make it ice cold. A sudden splash of frigid water slammed right into Li Shuyang's face. That one shock of cold water was enough. The dazed man jolted awake, sitting bolt upright. What's going on? Is it raining? Li Shuyang, it's mission time. Remember? He recognized that grating voice. Ah, it's Qing Diao. In that case, I'll just lie back down and chill. Rolling over to ignore Qinglin, Li Shuyang seemed completely unfazed. This has to be a dream. Otherwise, there's no way Qing Diao would be right here. Clearly, the booze is making him hallucinate. Hearing that, Qinglin was at a loss for words. Give him a few more buckets. If he's still out, have 2 men carry him inside. Now, take me and Guoyun to the site immediately. Following her, Guoyun couldn't get that man out of his head. What did he just call her? It sounded so odd. In response, Qinglin simply adjusted her earpiece. Qing Diao was my call sign back in Intel, just like Yan Wei. Suddenly, a voice crackled through their comms. Captain Qinglin was our former squad leader. Without another word, she and Guoyun followed their guide's directions toward a massive, sprawling villa. But the atmosphere radiating from the place was deeply unsettling. This mansion isn't just dark, it's bizarre. With just a glance, Guoyun sensed something was terribly wrong. It felt like a shattered piece of reality. This was an unstable dungeon. Suddenly, his watch flashed with a golden light. Seeing it, Guoyun's heart pounded. A warning? Did an aberration escape the dungeon? That's no aberration. It's a distortion. Qinglin immediately ordered everyone to don their protective suits. Ying Wei, confirm all current positions and check if the distortion is spreading. What on earth was Qinglin talking about? Guoyun, you don't understand what a distortion is, do you? And why aren't we suiting up? We don't need them. You were supposed to learn this later, but real-world experience is a much faster teacher. Aberration is the general term for all supernatural phenomena, monsters, areas, and rules. A distortion is a bizarre byproduct, like a virus or radiation. It infects normal people, twisting and corrupting them into monsters. The protective suits can slow down the rate of distortion, but if aberrations can twist regular humans, why don't Guoyun and Qinglin need a suit? Wait, normal people? The 2 of them don't need suits. Because they're players, aren't they? You guessed it. Because we were distorted by an aberration long ago, a suit wouldn't do any good now. Just then, Ying Wei's voice crackled on the comms. Captain Qinglin, the target's distortion radius expanded 50 meters in the last 2 hours, and the rate of expansion is accelerating. The distortion field is expanding fast. How long until the threat level is elevated? From what Ying Wei sees on her screen, it's already too late. No other special forces are on standby. There's a village 800 meters away. Prioritize evacuation, then expedite the call for backup. Seeing Qinglin hesitate, Guoyun placed a hand on her shoulder. Don't worry, this situation is still salvageable. I think I can give it a shot. The cabin in the woods dungeon was ranked night level, meaning it has powerful supernatural rules. Guoyun, I'm advising you not to underestimate this. Our primary objective here is reconnaissance only, and we are prepared to evacuate at the first sign of danger. With that, she pushed the door open and entered. According to Qinglin, they had to stick together. Absolutely do not get separated. The moment she said it, she whipped around, but no one was behind her. Meanwhile, Guoyun, still supporting Li Shuyang, looked up to find Qinglin had vanished without a trace. With no other choice, Guoyun frantically contacted Yingwei. Qinglin just disappeared right in front of our eyes. What in the world happened? On Yingwei's monitor, Qinglin's locator had vanished. I repeat, we've lost Qinglin's signal. We cannot make contact. But doesn't the special satellite tracker have a signal everywhere? Hearing this, the slumped-over Li Shuyang finally spoke. It only works as long as you're still on Earth. He stepped away from the young man. My guess? Qinglin was dragged into a different dimension. Of course you can't contact her. He took a long swig from his flask. Did the initial recon team mention anything about spatial phenomena? Yingwei confirmed it. The recon team did report spatial folding and location displacement. The hallway's length exceeded the building's actual dimensions, and the doors were all scrambled, but there's never been a forced spatial transfer like this. The dungeon's rules have changed. Intel recommends aborting the mission and waiting for backup. Spatial rules are always the trickiest. So, kid, ready to give up yet? Guoyun took a deep breath. Just, give me 1 minute. System, open the reward exchange center. As he muttered the command, his personal system interface materialized, its options scrolling endlessly before his eyes. Meanwhile, Qinglin realized something was wrong. She tried calling Yingwei again and again, but it was no use. No matter what, she couldn't get a signal. No signal, no connection whatsoever. It was clear she was trapped. Turning towards a nearby door glowing with a pink light, Qinglin knew her first priority was finding a way out. With no hesitation, she plunged forward, crossing through the gate and into the space beyond. The moment her feet touched the ground, Thonlam's eyes flew open in shock. Before her was the very same gate. Was this space folded? Refusing to quit, Thonlam charged through again and again and again. Trapped in this strange place, Thonlam was wearing down. Every attempt to leave just forced her right back to the start. There was no way out, only deeper in. Meanwhile, Quavan and Li Tudung stared at the dark entryway. Should they follow? Seeing his partner's doubt, a sly grin crossed Quavan's face. Of course we're going in. Without another word, he stepped forward. In parallel dimensions, two people approached the same door. Quavan adjusted his earpiece, calling Oan Veer. Run the intel on this instance for me one more time. The Vanguard had 3 leads. The art museum was run by a family of 3, and a member had a spirit vision of their lives. Second, human bones were found inside the statues. Many have died. Finally, the team encountered a wandering killer. Firearms are less effective on him. We think he's a core anomaly. Hearing this, Quavan thoughtfully stroked his chin. An art museum, a killer, and a family of 3? As he pondered this, a ghostly figure appeared right behind them. You're finally here. Those chilling words sent a shiver down their spines. Both Li Tudung and Quavan froze. In the silence, they slowly turned to look. They had no idea what was waiting for them. Peekaboo! They turned to see a schoolgirl whose eyes glowed like headlights. After muttering a strange phrase, she drifted towards them. The 2 men scrambled out of her path. The ghost then snapped her head around, her gaze fixed on Quavan. She leaned in unnervingly close, inspecting him. Okay, I get it, I'm handsome. But you don't have to count my pores. This is awkward. After a moment, the ghost moved on. You two, follow me. At her command, Li Tudung shot an uncertain glance at Quavan. He wanted to see how his partner would act. Who's the senior agent here, anyway? What else can we do? Just stand around. They followed the ghost to the museum Oan Veer described, ducking aside as she slipped into a painting on the far wall. Quavan turned to Li Tudung, sweating. I hear you're a Taoist priest. Isn't this kind of your job? Li Tudung gave Quavan a confident thumbs up. That's right, Junior. There are no ghosts in this world. I am a firm materialist. You should save that speech for the ghost girl, not me. Ignoring the jab, Li Tudung placed a hand on the old, worn painting, feeling its texture carefully. It's a strange phenomenon, a powerful distortion. It's just manifesting as a ghost. Suddenly, Oan Veer's panicked voice hit Quavan's earpiece. Our research shows these anomalies often manifest based on local legends or classic ghost stories. The current theory is that human thoughts contain energy that can influence their appearance. Hearing the explanation, Quavan scratched his head, annoyed. So what's the real difference? Don't make up your own rules. If you don't understand, I'll explain, Li Tudung began. Think of it like someone being killed by lightning. In ancient times, people said it was divine punishment. But now, in a more advanced age, we know better. We'd say it's because of the storm and standing under a tree. What they called superstition, we now call science. Taking this in, Quavan looked back at the painting. So, why did it lead us here? What is it trying to tell us? What's its goal? In the painting, a man looked up at a waving woman. Is that a signal for help? Before he could think more, Li Tudung pointed to another painting. Over there. The ghost girl appeared again. Without hesitation, they both ran toward the glowing canvas. A bizarre and horrifying scene greeted them. It showed a butcher with an axe, about to strike someone, while a young girl cried in the corner. If the ghost girl led them to this painting, was she trying to warn them to be careful? He barely finished his sentence when a figure emerged from the shadows behind them, carrying an axe. It was a stone statue with glowing red eyes. The statue raised its axe high. With pure, deadly intent, it prepared to execute them both. The axe came down with a vicious swing, shattering the stone floor in a single powerful blow. Luckily, Quan and Li Tudung were not ordinary men. They dodged on pure instinct, narrowly escaping death. Any slower and it would have been over. Quan lunged forward with 3 talismans in his hand. At his side, Li Tudung quickly drew his spiritual sword. They threw both items directly at the statue, trying to stop it. A huge explosion erupted on impact. Quan is really going for it, using talismans like that. Li Tudung thought. Could he be a fellow Taoist practitioner? Hearing the words fellow Taoist, Quan shot him a sharp look. Weren't you the one who claimed to be a materialist? In a flash, Quan spotted 3 small stones on the floor. Before he could react, they shot upwards. Careful, it's not over yet. Just then, the shattered stone golem reassembled itself. Its body fused back into one, as if it had never been attacked. The stone man raised its great axe, charging at the 2 of them once more. They had to run, or they'd be dead for sure. Meanwhile, Thonlam was alone in the darkness, guided only by her phone's light. How far had she even walked? She had no idea. 300 meters? 500? The space felt distorted. Maybe she was walking in circles. Suddenly, her phone's light revealed a dark figure up ahead. Thonlam's eyes narrowed. Someone was there. A nurse appeared out of nowhere, also holding a phone. She was clearly surprised to see Thonlam. It's unbelievable to find another person here. You're not with that drunk uncle, are you? Drunk uncle? Who did you meet before? The nurse said she'd met a handsome guy and a drunk uncle. They said they were looking for their teammate. Could that be her? Yes, they were Thonlam's partners. But who was this girl? When the cabin first appeared, special forces sealed it off. No civilians should have been able to get inside. Thonlam stared at the other woman silently, her suspicion growing. Something was definitely wrong with this person. The girl then turned back. I'm a streamer, here for a paranormal live stream. A streamer? That's right. I-Chan's super cute. Have you ever heard of me? Of course not. Seeing Thonlam's blunt reaction, the girl looked devastated. Doesn't anyone here go online? I'm actually really popular. But she gave up. I couldn't film anything today. And I got warned for trespassing. The girl said she was leaving and told Thonlam to find her friends. As she turned, Thonlam immediately called out to her. Wait, if you're trying to leave through the main gate, you can't. Hearing this, the girl's face filled with fear. Thonlam explained. What do you mean can't go? This mansion is in a spatial loop, unless the core problem is solved. No one who enters can ever leave. Not believing a word, the girl bolted for the door right in front of her. She was sure Thonlam was just trying to scare her. But the moment she ran through the door, she reappeared right back where she started. Now, the girl was truly terrified. So, you understand our situation now, right? It was completely hopeless. The girl collapsed to the floor, her face pale with fright. We really can't get out? This is no time to panic. Where did you see my teammates? The 2 of them had to find the others. Without hesitating, they set off together. They truly couldn't find a way out of this mansion. Isn't this just like that one story? What did she mean? What story? The one about the ghost that kills people in an art museum. The story says the owner was a madman who killed everyone inside his home. Then he mysteriously vanished. Afterward, anyone who entered the museum could never find the exit, trapped there forever. They're trapped until they meet the insane father and become his new sacrifice. Aren't you leaving something out? Hearing Thonlam's question, the woman's menacing expression faltered as she thought. It was true. She had missed a part. The people killed by the father also became vengeful spirits, endlessly searching for someone to take their place. As Thonlam's suspicion peaked, the woman's hand on her arm suddenly convulsed as if electrocuted. It darkened rapidly as she screamed in agony. Right then, a ghost appeared before Thonlam. When did you know? She asked. Thonlam replied. From the very beginning. After all, your acting skills are terrible. You and I are in the same space. We could never have met Quan and the others. Thonlam's eyes narrowed. Unless this ghost knew everything that had happened here, past and present. With that, Thonlam lunged. As one of the ghost's arms was still spasming, Thon Lam slammed her fist into its face, knocking the creature backward. Thon Lam didn't stop, landing another punch right on the ghost's face. It was too stunned to even fight back. Looking down at the figure on the floor, Thon Lam raised her hand again, delivering one final, crushing blow to the fiend's face. With her head pinned to the ground, the ghost could only scream helplessly. "You will pay for this. My father will come for you soon." After that final warning, a blood-curdling shriek echoed through the air. The horrible sound felt like it would tear Thon Lam's eardrums, forcing her to cover her ears. Within that gut-wrenching scream, the image of a man holding an axe flashed into view. When it finally ended, Thon Lam slowly opened her eyes. She realized the ghost had fled. She was now completely alone. Suddenly, the sound of an iron axe dragging on the ground hit her ears. Thon Lam heard every detail, including the heavy footsteps. There was also the sound of something heavy being dragged. Could it be the father from the story? Meanwhile, after running to escape the statue, both Kwa Van and Li Tuduang were hiding in a room, panting. It seemed the noise had finally stopped. The space fell eerily silent. Li Tuduang felt like he'd seen this exact situation in countless horror movies. The method of attack didn't matter. The statue's recovery time was always the same. Li Tuduang glanced over, stunned. Guoyun actually had the focus to observe that? Truly impressive. The regeneration was flawless, far too perfect for its weak attacks. So Guoyun had watched it very closely. He then noticed it. Each time it healed, external energy flowed into its body. Energy Li Tuyang couldn't see, but Guoyun saw it with perfect clarity. They moved up to the next floor. Guoyun's eyes flashed, his yin-yang pupils activating. It cost 150,000 achievement points, but his vision was massively enhanced. He could now perceive the very fabric of the world itself, using his celestial eye to pierce the veil. After a moment, Guoyun spoke. "Second floor, third room." The power source was in there. They burst through the door into a suffocating space, its walls covered in countless paintings. A chill filled the air. What were they even looking for? Then, Guoyun saw it. One painting was glowing, just as he'd expected. He tapped the canvas, and they quickly pulled it from the wall, revealing a small hole. What on earth was this? An altar? But for what? A charm would cause an explosion in this small room. "Tu Yang, you're up." Without hesitation, Tu Yang formed a hand seal, commanding his chain of coin swords. "Demons and evil spirits, be banished." The attack shot toward the mirror, and simply vanished, leaving the two of them stunned. A projection? But where was the real one? At the same time, they both spoke a name. "Gui Qinglin?" Tu Yang slowly turned, pointing a shaking hand at the mirror. "Look, in the mirror." It was Gui Qinglin, facing the stone statue herself. Guoyun immediately called Oan Vai. "Can you contact Qinglin?" Of course, the answer was no. The signal was completely blocked. They could only receive information from her side. If Oan V was right, they had to find a way to reach her. The real altar had to be with her. At this, Tu Yang raised a hand. "Actually, I have a way." In a previous dungeon, he'd obtained an ability called the Drunken Dream Divine Mechanism. But to use it, he had to get drunk on spirit wine and fall asleep. The problem was, he was completely out. Hearing this, Guoyun placed a small bottle before him. Drunken Immortal's Brew. It cost 1,200 achievement points. He followed it with Emperor's Nectar, worth 4,000 points, then Jade Dew Ambrosia, worth 200. Staring at the expensive wine, Tu Yang gulped. "So, is this enough to get you drunk?" "More than enough. This was enough for 3 missions. Do you also need spirit wine for a technique?" "No, I just have a lot of points." Inside that other space, Qinglin faced the statue alone. No matter how she attacked it, it couldn't be destroyed. It was regenerating again. Did she miss its vital point? Suddenly, a voice called to her. "Gui Qinglin." It was clearly Li Tuyang. But where was he? "I'm over here." They weren't in the same space. He had just come to tell her how to deal with the monstrosity. According to Tu Yang, the statue was immortal. No matter how many times she broke it, it would be useless. To defeat this abomination, she first had to destroy the altar supplying its power. It was hidden on the second floor, behind a painting. Only you, in that space, can destroy it. Hearing that, Qinglin understood. She immediately turned and fled from the statue's next attack. Watching through the mirror, Guoyun grew anxious. Could it really be that easy? He suddenly glanced behind him. The painting they had removed now showed a warrior with a great axe approaching the altar within the image. Guoyun carefully removed it, and then he finally understood. At that moment, Tu Yang had led Qinglin to the second-floor room. "This is the place." The words had barely faded when a banshee lunged from nowhere. Its shriek tore through the air, forcing Qinglin to cover her ears. While they were reeling, the statue's massive axe swung down from behind, cleaving Tu Yang's dream form in two. In the real world, he jolted awake, clutching his head. What? What just happened? He groaned. In front of him, Guoyun sat amidst scattered paintings, tearing them apart while muttering, "Not this one." At that moment, Guoyun noticed Tu Yang was awake and turned his head. "You're awake? Good. Come help me." Tu Yang asked, "What are you doing?" "Gui Qinglin is trapped with that monster." "I already know that," Guoyun snapped. "That's why I'm trying to fix it. Look at that painting over there." Walking over to the large painting, he saw a man clutching his head in agony. Behind him stood a girl with a strange, sinister smile. What was this? The truth was, the source of this evil wasn't the father, but his own daughter. She was obsessed with dark rituals and had turned him into a monster. The painting they saw earlier wasn't her crying for help. It was a lure to trap people inside this art museum. No wonder she had tried to stop them from entering the library. But what was Guoyun doing? Of course, he was searching for her true self. After being reborn as an evil spirit, she now lived inside a self-portrait. If they destroyed that portrait, it might not kill her, but it would cause serious damage. Clutching the paper, Kwa Van stared intently. She was clever enough to split them into two groups, planning to take them down one by one. But that meant she could only handle one side at a time, and that was her fatal flaw. But enough talk. They had to speed up their search and destroy everything. Meanwhile, after an intense fight, Than Lam took a heavy breath. Before her stood the stone statue and that hideous female ghost. Seeing her pathetic state, the spirit seemed thrilled, screaming, "Die!" However, before she could finish, the ghost let out a gasp. A diagonal slash suddenly appeared across her chest. Every move of Kwa Van's dagger carved a new wound on her body, engulfing the ghost in agony. Watching the spirit's reaction, Than Lam could only stare in confusion. In a flash, the two entities vanished as if they were never there. Just then, Kwa Van and Tu Duong turned with a faint smile. "They came to our side? Then we'll have to give them a proper welcome." Seeing the ghost and the statue charging at them, the two prepared for battle. After a fierce clash, only a pile of rubble remained. Their breathing grew heavy. Tu Duong was now completely exhausted, his trembling hand barely able to control the coin sword. "Hey kid, how much longer can you last? My spiritual power is almost gone." "Almost gone?" Hearing this, Kwa Van tossed the tiger tally to his partner. "Here, take this." Staring at the talisman, Tu Duong was stunned. What is this? Before he could react, the object in his hand began to glow brightly. The light nearly blinded him. But more importantly, was this a mid-grade spiritual tool? How does Kwa Van have so many amazing items? Just what is your background? What else? "It's an inheritance from my parents. Now, be careful, that statue is about to regenerate again." Before the statue could reform, their talismans activated. But before they could do anything, the statue began to crumble piece by piece. This turn of events left even Kwa Van speechless. He never expected the stone statue to simply fall apart, collapsing right before their eyes. It seemed that Kwai Than Lam's team had finally finished their part. Over there, Than Lam had just destroyed the altar. Wiping a bit of sweat from her brow, the female ghost was now furious. It lunged forward, roaring, "Get up! I command you to get up! Looks like it's really dead this time, huh? What other tricks do you have left, little girl?" Faced with Tu Duong's taunt, the ghost gritted her teeth in rage. Her head snapped left, then right, before she suddenly shot backward. "Hey, you can't do anything, so you're trying to run?" Gliding across the ground, Kwa Van blocked the vengeful spirit's path, trapping it in a golden pouch in an instant. Just like that, it was sealed away. Did Kwa Van really just capture it? How was that even possible? This kind of monster creates a distortion. Technically, it can't be privately owned. Don't worry about it. How about a jug of drunken immortal brew? Just hearing the name was tempting. Tu Duong was practically drooling, but with his last bit of resolve, he tried to stick to the rules. But when Kwa Van offered 2 jugs, then 3 flasks of jade nectar, he threw the regulations aside and agreed to the deal. You can't drink regulations, can you? Alcohol comes first. Taking the small pouch from Kwa Van, Li Tu Duong's eyes lit up. The monster's soul had already been destroyed. It was deader than dead. Just then, a sound made Kwa Van turn his head. The space where they stood began to warp strangely. At that moment, Kwai Than Lam appeared before them with her arms crossed. "So, you two have that kind of hobby? A guy-on-guy thing?" Hearing this, they immediately let go of each other and jumped apart. Don't misunderstand. This was just out of necessity, purely necessity. Than Lam ignored the two of them and immediately contacted Oan Vai. The abnormal space in the house has vanished. What's the distortion energy level? Watching the building on her monitor, Oanvi reported her findings. The distortion's range and energy levels are dropping rapidly. We can preliminarily confirm the incident has been resolved. If that's the case, let's wrap it up here. The mission is complete. We should all head back and report. And with that, the three of them stepped outside, feeling a great sense of relief. Looking at a report, Xu Jingyan spoke into his phone. Regarding this mission, the key player was Lam Guoyun. Do you have anything to add? He's very strong. Far beyond a player who's only cleared one game. Not only that, he has a strong sense of justice, willing to take risks for his teammates and for others. According to Li Tuduang, the kid's mind is incredibly sharp and his observation skills are meticulous. He has great potential, but he's hiding quite a few secrets. At this, Xu Jingyan's eyebrows furrowed slightly. An inheritance from his parents? He acknowledged he'd received Li Tuduang's report and thanked him for his hard work. Standing in the shadows, Li Tuduang just smiled. It was all part of his duty for the organization. Meanwhile, stepping out of his bedroom, Guoyun was still yawning. He looked in the mirror and splashed some cold water on his face. After washing up, the young man sat on a chair, deep in thought with his eyes closed. He held the tiger tally, which in a flash, wrapped around the small chair where he sat. He knew it. For now, they were still trustworthy and could be cooperated with. Stroking the large tiger head, Guoyun suddenly received a call. The call was from an unknown number. The moment he answered, a loud, squawking voice blasted his ear, making him pull the phone away. Hello? Is this Mr. Guoyun? Hello. This is Fong Tin-Tu. From now on, I'll be your personal support specialist. Let's work well together. The name was unfamiliar. Fong Tin-Tu? Then where's Oanvi? Oh, Miss Oanvi was just temporary support for yesterday. A support specialist will be assigned soon. Looks like she's Agent Qingdiao's specialist now. Are you talking about Gui Qinglin? Guoyun was genuinely confused. Why do you all call her Qingdiao, not her real name? Leaning back in her chair, Feng Xinzi stretched. You don't even know that? Such a country bumpkin. The Bureau of Human Security uses codenames to protect agents' identities. Didn't they teach you that in training? What training? Guoyun never even finished it. He was dragged into a breakthrough mission right after he started. No wonder. That's why Agent Qingdiao used your real name. Is your registration complete? You still have no codename? You can't access the system that way. How would Guoyun know? He's a total rookie. Just wait a moment. Let Feng Xinzi look it up for you. With a few quick taps, Guoyun's information flashed on the screen. Found it. Your new codename is Zhulong. Lin Guoyun, codename Zhulong. Hearing those words, Guoyun just sat there stunned. But over here, Feng Xinzi was chewing on candy when she suddenly froze. Wait, why do two people share this codename? Why is even the codename this weird? And why does the other user have a firewall on their file? After breaking the firewall, the other user's info appeared. It was, incredibly, Lin Fengmian, with his status listed as suspected defector. Hearing this, Guoyun's heart pounded. A defector? Just then, Feng Xinzi's screen flashed crimson red. This is bad. I think I just broke protocol. Guoyun, wait a second. I have to solve a problem. I'll call you right back. Hey, hello? Don't hang up. Explain the defector thing. Staring at the glaring red warning on his phone, Guoyun nervously bit his nails. Suspected of defecting? But wasn't he one of the founding elders? If he really defected, Xu Jingyan's attitude toward me. Just as he had that thought, Guoyun's phone buzzed again. Hello? You need to explain what just happened. What happened just now? Who else but Gui Qinglin? Hearing her voice, Guoyun's own tone softened a bit. I was just talking to my support specialist. I see. Qinglin just wanted to say that an agent already delivered your badge and incomplete training materials to your house. Hanging up quickly, Guoyun went to the door and turned the handle. Before him stood a man in a suit, holding a small box. Comrade Zhulong, these are your items. Please inspect and receive them. Slowly taking the box, Guoyun looked up and let out a sigh, not even out of breath. So Feng Xinzi isn't picking up? Fine. I'll go through these documents first then. The energy levels are the same. Aberrations are split into 7 ranks. Tainted Echo rank. Monsters from minor distortions, unable to use supernatural powers. They are a major threat to ordinary people. Night rank. Monsters with powerful distortion abilities, able to use 1 supernatural power. Difficult to destroy, even with heavy firepower. Bishop rank can use multiple supernatural powers and carries a lesser monster. With its immense distortion energy, it can instantly infect normal people and can easily threaten many lives. Sanctuary rank. The strongest known aberration class. It has mastered at least 1 law of reality. making it immune to conventional attacks. A monster that can shake the foundations of civilization. Cataclysm, World Ender, and Finality are the highest ranks, existing only in theory. The true enemies of civilization. They pose a grave threat to the entire world, and the ranks correspond to the aberration levels. The player ranks are organized in a consistent system. So, I guess Guoyun is at silver rank right now? But the White Tiger Seal and Demon Suppressing Talisman are his powers, though they feel more like items. To be safe, he should master these abilities before the next mission. Just then, his phone rang again, the screen showing a single word. Feng. I'm finally in the clear. I was almost caught. I can't believe one codename could be so dangerous. About that Lin Fengmian. You didn't see any other information, did you? Are you kidding me, Guoyun? I don't have a death wish. The moment I saw one line of text, over 30 security officers and guards were chasing me down. That was the most dangerous moment in my entire history of slacking off. Good thing I'm a genius, or I would have been caught. How do you know Lin Fengmian anyway? Of course I do, he's my father. Feng Xinzi was so shocked she dropped her lollipop, breaking into a cold sweat. So, is it too late for me to become a witness? But you are my support specialist, aren't you? If so, you're the one who proactively investigated the codename for me, right? You saw a classified document and then escaped internal pursuit, correct? Faced with Guoyun's logic, Feng Xinzi couldn't argue. This time she was finished. She got involved with the wrong person. She'd definitely be branded an accomplice and kicked out of the organization. My internet subscription, my clearance level, and even my newest figurine are all gone. Stop whining like that. Aren't Feng Xinzi's priorities a little messed up? But don't worry, Guoyun's father is only a suspected defector. Besides, the organization recruited you, didn't they? You're the one who looked up the file, so only we know about this. As long as Guoyun doesn't report it and you don't report it, no one will ever find out. I give you my word. But I need your help with something. Friends are supposed to help each other out. A mutation occurs. I see. So what is the safest way to awaken? It's probably a reward from the game of Original Sin. There are many rewards. They can cause a person to awaken. That's how most people get their first ability. So which one is most effective? Is there an ability ranking chart? Should he awaken his strongest power? All day, Guoyun paced his room restlessly. Then suddenly, he slammed his hands on the desk. It has to be you. Staring at 3 glittering items, Guoyun made his choice. The Eternal Fire Tribulation Crystal, forged in creation's calamitous flames. It could awaken the power of creation's karma. According to Feng Xinzi's data, this was a top-tier awakening material. The crystal had a high chance to awaken spiritual power, but a tiny chance to grant the Tribulation Flame ability. To use it, he had to swallow it whole. The process would be excruciating. He tossed the crystal into his mouth. At this point, Guoyun didn't care. He had to pass the next mission at all costs. He could always find a reset potion later on. As he swallowed, the taste wasn't bad. But then, a strange energy surged through his body. An agonizing pain brought him to his knees as he clutched his stomach. A burning sensation seared through every fiber of his being. He writhed in agony, his insides on fire. A system window appeared, detecting that the Eternal Fire Tribulation Crystal is altering the host's body and awakening spiritual power. Guoyun already knew that. Useless system, tell me something helpful. Spiritual power modification complete. Upgrading. Compatibility with creation's tribulation fire. 5%. His head felt like a burning ember. Damn it, no wonder the success rate was so low. Under such an intense flame, who could possibly endure it to 100%? The pain grew, forcing a helpless scream from Guoyun as he slammed the table. Clenching his fists, his eyes landed on a peach under the table. Guoyun's mouth began to water instantly. Without a second thought, he snatched it and devoured it. Host's stamina has increased. Endurance has been enhanced. Tribulation fire compatibility. 21%. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Guoyun yelled, "System, give me everything that can enhance my constitution." Instantly, countless items materialized on the table. Guoyun lunged forward, consuming everything in sight. Compatibility. 58%, 73%, 92%. Congratulations. Host has unlocked a new skill, Creation's Tribulation Fire. Steam finally billowed from Guoyun's body as the heat subsided. The ordeal was finally over. System, open inventory. A wry smile touched Guoyun's lips. Good, he almost missed out on his first mission reward. This better have been worth it, or I took a huge loss. Congratulations, host has completed a hidden quest. What is this? Hidden quest. 1 step ahead. Completed. Objective. Unlock the spiritual power system before the 3rd dungeon. Reward. Vision shop activated. Completing a hidden quest meant this wasn't a loss. But what in the world was the Vision Shop? The Vision Shop allowed the host to use merit points to buy items that were usable in the next dungeon world, right before the mission started. Items like local currency, special outfits, or unique tools. This function was actually quite practical. It would definitely raise his chances of clearing the dungeon. But what should he do for the next few days? That's right. Guoyun grabbed a small crate and placed it before a statue. Now, it's time to deal with you. The statue of Three Rivers Mingmu Nyang required blood offerings. Its origins were unknown, but it radiated a dark energy, suspected to be an avatar of some deity. Placing a hand on the statue's shoulder, Guoyun smirked. I don't care about your past, but if you're with me, you're going to have to change. Do a good job, and forget about any blood offerings. He set down a golden bag, which held the aberrations from the forest villa. As the contents of the bag squirmed, Guoyun spoke clearly to Lady Mingmu. These were the aberrations he'd captured in the original Sin game, and he was giving her dominion over them. After a moment, the squirming in the bag ceased. The Mingmu statue began to feel strange. Suddenly, the contents inside the bag began to thrash even more violently. As he marked off the days on his calendar, his phone rang. It was Gui Qinglin. Why are you calling? To give you a heads up, of course. Today's the day for your second dungeon in the original Sin game. The Bureau has dispatched an action team to your house. They should be arriving soon. He couldn't believe the day was already here, so fast. After putting on his familiar gear, Guoyun felt ready. He probably hadn't missed anything. He glanced to the side. When did three men suddenly appear in his room? Are you guys just going to stand there and stare at me? I'm feeling the pressure here. Feng Xinzi's voice came through his earpiece. It's their job. Just bear with it. You'll get used to it after a few times. From a control room, Feng Xinzi watched him on a monitor and tried to reassure him. After all, if a player gets eliminated in a dungeon, they have to immediately report that the dungeon is out of control and contain the aberration outbreak. But doesn't that mean this is their first time facing them? Isn't it dangerous? Taking a bite of a snack, Feng Xinzi seemed unconcerned. Of course, it's extremely dangerous. If they encounter a materialized dungeon, their survival rate is less than 10%. But some jobs just have to be done. They volunteer for this post knowing the risks. Guoyun understood. So, can I contact you while I'm inside the dungeon? Of course not. What were you thinking? We don't currently have any tech that can interfere with the original Sin game. Then why do I have to keep this call open? It's to help stabilize your mental state. Talking with me can actually reduce your stress and pressure. That might just increase your chances of clearing the dungeon. It's not a guarantee, but it's the best the Bureau can do for now. Just as she finished speaking, the space around him began to distort. 15 minutes until game start. All players, please enter the preparation area. The game is about to start. And just like that, Guoyun vanished. The moment he disappeared, one of the agents immediately reported to his superior. Zhu Long has entered the game. Initiate level 2 alert. Start the timer. In a flash, Guoyun found himself somewhere new. He appeared in a bizarre space, sitting alone on a desolate bus. In front, only the driver sat, his eyes fixed on the road. Looking back, he saw others begin to materialize. Then, a bald man rose to his feet, addressing the small crowd. Long time no see, everyone. So calm. You must all be veteran players, right? Just then, a crushed can rolled across the floor. The only woman aboard looked worried, wondering where they were. The bald man approached her, a sly grin spreading across his face. Well now, looks like we have a newbie. Little sister, didn't you get the invitation? Faced with his aggressive tone, she instinctively took a step back. She had, but she assumed it was just some cruel prank. A prank? You think so? You're going to die a horrible death soon. But don't you worry. Big Brother here will take care of you. I promise nothing bad will happen. Seeing the man's lecherous stare, Guoyun knew he was about to make his move. The situation was still a mystery. A veteran harassing a newbie of unknown strength wasn't a very smart play. After backing away from the man repeatedly, the woman finally hit a wall. There was nowhere left for her to run. He cornered her, his eyes gleaming with a predatory smirk. What are you running from? Aren't you afraid of death? His hand snaked out, reaching for her. Let me have some fun, and I might just save your life. It's a great deal for you. At that moment, Guoyun had finally seen enough. He couldn't just stand by and watch this happen any longer. His arm shot out, seizing the brute's hairy wrist. The action was a clear challenge, infuriating the man even further. You little brat, sticking your nose where it doesn't belong? So what if I am? He looked bigger, but could he break free from this kid's iron grip? The bald man struggled to pull his hand away, but it wouldn't budge. The kid's grip was impossibly strong. Suddenly, Searing heat flared from his wrist, forcing him to leap back. He scrambled away like a total coward. Guoyun warned him, "Focus on completing the mission first, if you dare interfere with it." As his opponent stumbled, Guoyun held out his steaming hand. "If you try that again," he said seriously, "I will sever that hand from your arm." Hearing this threat, his pride utterly shattered. The bald man gritted his teeth in fury. He then charged forward, ready for a life-or-death battle. Once again, Guoyun unflinchingly held out his flaming hands. Faced with this display of power, the bald man froze in his tracks. He needed to conserve stamina for the mission. "Fine," he spat. "I'll let it slide this time." Whether that was true, or he was just a coward, was anyone's guess. Hearing that, Guoyun retracted one hand, extinguishing the flame. Just then, a system notification echoed through the bus. Special quest. Hero saves the damsel has been completed. Reward: 300 merit points. Well now, what an unexpected bonus. At that moment, a hand gently tugged on Guoyun's sleeve. The girl behind him shyly whispered her thanks. "Don't worry about it," he said. "I only did what anyone should." Just then, a man with glasses from the front seat stood up. He walked over to Guoyun, extending a friendly hand. "Judging by your clothes, you're from the Human Security Bureau, right? How should I address you?" Guoyun politely shook the man's offered hand. "I'm Zhu Long. This man is Zhuge Guang, but my friends call me Zhug. The person behind me is Xiao Dao. He's with me. The two of us are from the Tianya Guild." Hearing this, the bald man glanced back in utter shock. The Tianya Guild? The Tianya Guild? Guoyun recalled reading about it in a file. It was Huaguo's very first player organization, and he said they entered together. Does that mean there's a way to join the game as a fixed party? Walking past Guoyun, Zhu Guang moved to the front. "Leave this to me. It seems our friend here knows of the Tianya Guild. How about you give me some face, and we'll pretend this little incident never happened." He approached the brute, placing a hand on his shoulder. "Our brother Zhu Long has a point. We should prioritize completing the mission first." Although Zhug said it with a peaceful smile, his words carried a bone-chilling threat. "Wouldn't you agree?" The brute's body trembled uncontrollably. He stammered, "Mr. Zhug is absolutely right." Satisfied with the answer, Zhug ordered the brute to make amends. "Now, go apologize to our brother Zhu Long and the young lady." Zhuge's words were an absolute command. The brute timidly approached Sumi and Guoyun, bowing his head in submission. "Brother Zhu Long, Sister Jin Gang, I was wrong. I'm truly sorry." From the side, Zhuge began to clap loudly. "Excellent, excellent. Turning conflict into harmony is a wonderful thing. We must work together if we want to clear this instance safely." Zhuge's swift and elegant way of handling things, using diplomacy over brute force, stunned Guoyun. His methods were truly formidable. He effortlessly established himself as the group's leader and asserted his authority. Guoyun watched Zhuge's reflection in the window. This man is no simple player. Just then, the girl in pink, Su Mi, shyly approached Guoyun. "May I sit here?" she asked softly. He replied, "Of course." To prepare for the instance ahead, Guoyun needed some suitable items. He commanded the system to open the help center. 3 items appeared: green paper money for 200, a medical record for 400, and a map for 100. After a quick glance, he decided to purchase them all. After that, the bus carrying the players continued on its way to the instance location. Before it began, hints appeared from the system. It mentioned a demonic ritual involving a skull, candles, and a growing demonic symbol. A series of verses were then broadcast. A dead man, his body buried in a tomb. The flames and candles have burned halfway. The system's voice returned. No one has found the soul. Then, a jarring image. Towering tubes of eerie green chemicals. A dead man gains an evil spirit. And the final clue. Burn down the He vanished in a flash. A nearby billboard suddenly pulsed with red light, drawing the attention of all 5 players. It displayed the instance's system panel. Mission: Evil Moon. Completion condition: End Tom Sorat's revenge. The team immediately opened their systems to read the mission background. You are an agent from Sector X, a supernatural containment organization. A bizarre murder has shaken the town of Blackwater. You'll pose as FBI agents to investigate and determine if a supernatural force is at play. Zhug searched his pockets for any starting items. He pulled out an FBI identification card. Looking at the badge, Zhug seemed to realize something important. A mission completion type, huh? This cover identity is so crude. No wonder this instance's difficulty rating is low. His words sounded cryptic to the others. The rest of the players looked at Zhuge, waiting for him to elaborate. Holding his FBI card, Xiao Dao asked worriedly, "Sir, what do you mean by that?" Seeing the naive expressions before him, Zhuge was amused and decided to enlighten them. Think about our past dungeons. The completion condition was always survival, right? Lasting until a certain event was over. The group stood in a line, nodding like elementary school kids. He began to explain the survival-type dungeons. Survival missions might seem dangerous, but the threats are always obvious. You can hide or just delay. Once the timer runs out, you win. He sparked a cigarette as he spoke. But this mission type is different. If you don't meet the requirements, the dungeon will never, ever end. He snapped the lighter shut with a flick, and when players must investigate proactively, Zhuge continued, they're bound to face unknown dangers and rules. He placed a hand on Xiao Dao's shoulder, his expression unreadable. This is your third dungeon, Xiao Dao. Even with me here, a successful clear isn't guaranteed. Exhaling a cloud of toxic smoke, Zhuge continued slowly. Unless, the players listened, a tense silence falling over them. Zhuge's brow furrowed as he spoke grimly. There are powerful players who raise the game's difficulty. Lin Guoyun felt a pang of suspicion. It seemed Zhuge's gaze was directed right at him. He quickly deflected and changed the topic. Either way, we need to make the first move. If we're too slow, that guy Tom might finish his revenge. With that settled, the group of 5 began walking through the city before them. Zhuge broke the silence. The only clue we have is the bizarre murder mentioned in the mission background. Let's start there, regardless. Jin Gang rubbed his bald head, thinking, maybe we should ask the police? We don't have any documents after all. Hearing this, Xiao Dao rushed to explain. No, we can't. It says Sector X is a secret organization the world doesn't know about. This ID is just a forgery. It's only meant to fool regular people. With everyone debating and getting nowhere, Lin Guoyun took the lead. He smiled confidently. It's simple. I have an idea. On a sidewalk at the edge of town, a cowboy-looking man was dozing off, his hat pulled low over his face. Lin Guoyun tapped the bench to wake him. The old man irritably lifted his hat, glaring at the kid who dared to ruin his nap. Lin Guoyun used the chance to introduce himself. Hello, I'm a reporter with the paper. I need to get to the recent murder scene in town. Could you give me directions? The man frowned and cursed. You psycho. If you disturb my sleep one more time, I'll... Before he could finish, the man froze. His eyes were glued to a thick stack of cash that Lin Guoyun held out before him. The man remained stunned for a moment. Lin Guoyun simply stood there, smiling, holding out the gleaming stack of cash. The once scowling man did a complete 180. Lin Guoyun smiled brightly and asked, So, can you point me in the right direction? He clenched his fist excitedly. No problem, none at all. Just as they asked, the man led the players to the very edge of town. He pointed toward a solitary house, John's house. As Lin Guoyun and Zhuge looked on, questions began to surface. It's over that way, the old man said, pointing to a simple, dark, and gloomy home. After observing in silence for a moment, Lin Guoyun turned to ask, He lives alone, this far from town? The man frowned, pointing to his own head. A bit crazy, he said grimly. Ever since his wife and children ran off, John hasn't been right in the head. After that, he moved to this damn place alone. As far as I know, John got involved in devil worship and strange rituals. People said he got obsessed with that stuff. John became gloomy and hard to understand, so his wife and kids just left. John's young daughter glanced back at him once, but her expression was cold, without a trace of affection. While Lin Guoyun and Zhuge gathered more intel, Jin Gang and Xiao Dao worked on removing the police tape sealing the house. Xiao Dao tore the tape from the doorknob. The door swung open. Zhuge pointed inside. We'll investigate. You try to get more news from him. No problem, Lin Guoyun answered. He turned to the old man, who asked worriedly, Hey, there won't be any problems, right? Lin Guoyun placed a hand on his shoulder to reassure him. Relax, the police are here now. We'll handle it. He even flashed a confident smirk. Sir, tell me more about John. What did he believe in? The old man rubbed his chin, pondering. John. Actually, I don't really know him that well. John frantically clutched a cross, chanting scripture. His obsession finally enraged his wife. Their conflict exploded into a massive fight. Divorce was the inevitable end. Their family shattered like glass. His wife and child simply walked away. Crushed by the loss, John became a recluse. He wasted away, living in complete darkness. He moved here alone, a total mystery. Back in the present, the old man eyed Lin Guoyun. That's all the information I have. For case details, go see the police. Lin Guoyun crossed his arms, deep in thought. You said John came from that town. Was there something special about him? The old man's expression instantly soured. He quickly waved his hands dismissively. It's better if you don't know. Anyone involved meets a terrible end. Suddenly, A loud crash echoed nearby. Yun Guo and the old man whipped their heads toward the sound. Ge Guang rushed out from inside the house. Yun Guo demanded, "What's wrong?" He answered. Xiao Dao heard police sirens. A town police car raced toward them, siren blaring. A man stepped out, bellowing, "Who are you people? What are you doing here?" This cop had a shiny bald head and was mid-bite into a donut. "Get your hands in the air." The old man seemed to know him and waved. "Officer Mack, they're reporters, here for a story." The cop didn't care, just roared back, "Shut it. Reporters? You think you can just waltz onto a crime scene? That's illegal, you hear me? Illegal." Without hesitating, Yun Guo stepped up to Officer Mack. The cop actually took a step back. Yun Guo smiled. Of course. The officer frowned, suspicious. "You're really reporters?" the cop asked. "See for yourself. Our press credentials." Nearby, Xiao Dao gave Ge Guang a worried look. "Sir, where did we get press passes? Let's just see what he's planning." Officer Mack's face lit up as he took an envelope from Yun Guo. He tossed his half-eaten donut aside. His entire demeanor shifted, all smiles now. "Ahem. These are indeed press passes. But you can't go destroying the crime scene." Officer Mack quickly pocketed the envelope. Yun Guo casually draped an arm over his shoulder, laying on the flattery. "Destroy it? Never. We're just here to take a few photos for the report. A case this thrilling needs an expert like you to explain the details." Yun Guo reached into his pocket, pulling out another thick envelope. Officer Mack still seemed a bit wary. Before the case is closed, evidence is off limits. Before he could finish, Yun Guo gave a knowing look, certain the officer would get the hint. "We aren't outsiders. We're good friends." The cop understood immediately, grinning from ear to ear. Right. We're the best of friends. So, what was your name again?" Ge Guang and Xiao Dao watched from the sidelines. Xiao Dao couldn't believe he was bribing a cop. "You can do that, sir? Should we carry bribe money?" Ge Guang just grinned as he watched. He replied coolly, "Can you bring money into the game?" "No. So how did he do it?" Snow began to fall. Yun Guo watched from a distance as the officer left. Ge Guang smiled and waved as well, silently taking Yun Guo's measure. This kid's got more to him than meets the eye. As Yun Guo walked up the steps, he found Ge Guang waiting at the door. Yun Guo explained the situation. "Officer Mack is getting the evidence for us. What about you? Find anything?" "A little something." Ge Guang shared what they'd discovered. The victim seems to have died by suicide. Xiao Dao's power can replay visual fragments. He saw it. Ge Guang hesitated, finding the words difficult. Xiao Dao closed his eyes, replaying the scene's last moments. The memory formed. A circle with a star inside. A candle was placed on each point of the star. On the wall, a shadow held an axe high. Red liquid splattered across the ritual circle. The victim, his face cold, cut himself into 7 or 8 pieces. As Yun Guo and Su Mi saw the vision, they looked horrified. Su Mi covered her mouth in fear. Yun Guo summoned the system. System mission notification. The system displayed the current quests. Mission 1. The Vicious Moon. Reward: 2,500 achievement points. Mission 2. Solve John's mysterious death. Reward: 1,500 points. Mission 3. Keep Blackwater Town civilian casualties below 30%. Reward: 5,000 points. Mission 4. Unlock the world's true nature. Reward: 5,000 points. He quietly considered the missions. No completion notice. So the system doesn't count it as suicide. Meanwhile, Officer Mack was making his way into a dark room, flashlight beam cutting the gloom. Tasked with getting evidence for Yun Guo, he kept glancing nervously behind him. Officer Mack reached the room and pulled out his key. From a records shelf, he grabbed an envelope. With the file in hand, he let out a sigh of relief. Let's hope that officer brings back something useful. A steaming cup of tea was placed before him. Yun Guo held the cup, staring into it, lost in thought. Yun Guo looked up at Sumi. "Thank you." Hearing his words, she blushed shyly. It was nothing. Jin Gang couldn't believe Yun Guo's calm demeanor. He snapped at him. "You have the nerve to drink tea here? Aren't you scared?" Yun Guo raised the cup to his lips. He replied casually, "I've checked. There's nothing unclean in this house." Ge Guang leaned on the table. He asked Yun Guo, "My friend, did you learn anything?" Holding his tea, Yun Guo recounted what he'd found. A little. The victim, John, was from another town, Blackwater Town. Rumor has it, the whole place is devoted to some dark cult. No surprise there. That's the real mission site. Hearing this, Sumi asked, "So we have to go to Blackwater Town?" "Not yet. We need more clues before rushing the boss's lair." Just then, police sirens screamed from outside once more. Hearing a car horn, Vanhua immediately stood to look. He already seemed to know who had arrived. Looks like our police friend is back. Let's hope he brought us a little surprise. Vanhua strolled outside, his hands in his pockets. Facing him was Officer Muck, holding a box. The officer was also walking slowly into the house. Officer Muck glanced back nervously with a warning. You kids had better make this quick. You should know I took a huge risk bringing these out. He then handed the box of documents over to Vanhua. Inside, everyone passed around the files Officer Muck delivered. As Vanhua distributed them, he replied, Understood. Understood. We will absolutely make the most of this time. He slipped some money into Officer Muck's hand. A little something for his trouble. Of course, seeing the bills, the officer was stunned. We never let our friends take a loss. Everyone gathered around. Every face was serious, intently reading the documents. Kim Kang rubbed his forehead when suddenly, his eyes shot wide open. He immediately shot up, slamming the table and shouting, I found it. He held up the file, pointing at a photo. This says his death was an accident. The article detailed an experiment accident at Fataleo Medical Center, where a patient named Tom Soros unfortunately died. Vanhua turned to Officer Muck, who was counting money in the back. He asked, Officer, what year is it? Clutching the cash, the man replied, 1957. Why? Vanhua recalled the words from the newspaper. An experimental accident at Fataleo Medical Center. A patient tragically died. He questioned himself. The report is dated 1927. In other words, their mission was to solve the revenge of a man dead for 30 years. Just then, Tumi raised her hand. I found something, too. She had been searching the file box and found a journal. It was John's journal. She opened the book, relaying the information inside for everyone to hear. The journal said he began believing in various religions because he was being haunted by an evil spirit. She then shared a few more details. He also mentioned that even after he fled the town, the evil spirit wouldn't let him go. This man, John, had written down everything he had experienced. Everyone who participated in the experiment was already dead. Very soon, it will be my turn. His face in the photo was terrifying. He had written words of repentance in the journal. Oh God, I have repented for my actions that year. I beg for your mercy. Suddenly, a hand reached out and closed the journal. Tumi was surprised to see it was Vanhua. He simply explained, I get the general idea now. Officer Muck was puzzled, unsure of what Vanhua meant. What do you get? How come I don't understand? Vanhua walked toward the officer, holding the file box. He replied softly, It's nothing, just a few new leads. He held the box, offering a grateful smile for what the officer had done. Thank you for your trouble, officer. This has been a huge help. You can go now, don't get discovered. Vanhua stepped into the yard, hands in his pockets, standing silently and looking ahead. The police car quickly sped away as everyone went outside to watch it go. Suddenly, Vanhua coughed twice, shattering the silent atmosphere. Ahem. He turned and walked up the steps into the house. Vanhua faced everyone, bringing up their earlier discussion. Everyone, I have a few thoughts. Do you remember the nursery rhyme from before the mission? Tumi seemed to recall it and began to recite. I remember it was, a man is dead, his body buried, his soul unfound, and another man is dead, gaining one evil spirit, losing one whole town. Using the clues John left behind, Vanhua stated his deduction. Based on John's journal, we can basically confirm Tom Soros became an evil spirit after dying in some experiment 30 years ago. Kim Kang seemed to understand Vanhua's assessment. You mean the first line of the rhyme was also a hint? I think so. Hearing this, Kim Kang clutched his head in confusion. Can we please stop with the riddles? What are you guys talking about? I don't understand a single word. Vanhua turned to explain it to him again. We think the first line is a hint that the phrase his soul unfound can be interpreted in reverse. If we find his soul, we might get some more clues. Someone's hand rose to gently touch their hair. It turned out to be Tu Dao. After a moment of silence, he finally spoke. I can trace John's footsteps before he died. However, I need more items connected to him. Vanhua bowed his head in thought for a moment. Then an idea struck him. He smiled brightly at everyone and said, I know. Follow me. His hand reached out to grab something. A shovel. Everyone was holding a shovel. Tu Dao looked at the tool in his hands, confused. Brother Truk Long, what is this for? Vanhua flashed a grin at everyone and shouted, Grave digging. Hearing this, Tu Dao grew a little anxious. He stared at the grave in front of him uneasily and asked Vanhua, Are we really digging? The shovels were already breaking the earth. Vanhua dug tirelessly into the grave. He glanced over at Tu Dao and reminded him, Enough nonsense. Someone will be here soon. After a while of hard digging, the group was gradually getting deeper into the grave. Kim Kang was exhausted, breathing heavily as he wiped sweat from his forehead. He looked up at the sky, surprised by its strange hue. Was the sky this dark a moment ago? A strange light glinted off the polished tombstones. Suddenly, the sound of hurried footsteps approached. Tumi rushed over to Van Kwa's side with a report. "We've got company." Hearing this, Van Kwa looked up and asked, "Someone's coming?" Tumi's eyes went wide as she stared and cried out, "No, not someone. It's a fish, it's a fish." As she spoke, a glowing fish began to fly through the air. A confused Kim Kang pointed ahead. "What is that thing?" Tumi looked up and stammered, "I don't know." It suddenly came out of the grave. The fish gradually floated higher. Van Kwa narrowed his eyes, thinking, "My yin eye isn't reacting. It's not a ghost." He reasoned internally, "It doesn't interact with objects. It's just an illusion." Just then, all kinds of creatures began crawling out from beneath the graves. Surrounded, Xiao Dao yelled, "They're multiplying. What's the plan?" Just then, a chilling laugh echoed from the shadows. Trembling, Sumi hid behind Yun Guo, whispering, "There's someone laughing." Jin Gang's expression hardened as he readied for battle. A red fish-like spirit struck Jin Gang from behind with a blast. He nearly choked on his own rage. Clutching his head, he fell, his weapon clattering aside. Yun Guo, confused, asked, "What's going on?" Zhuge knelt beside him. "No external injuries. It must be a spiritual shockwave." He then warned, "He can recover from one hit, but a few more will be dangerous." Yun Guo turned. "Then we have no choice but to fight." As he spoke, both men drew their weapons, prepared for combat. Yun Guo launched his weapon at the creatures. Zhuge shouted, "These are pure spiritual forms. Talismans are useless. Do you have a mental attack?" Yun Guo replied, "Let me try something." He empowered a talisman and hurled it toward the spectral fish. Xiao Dao cried out, "Sir, that dolphin is regenerating." Sumi scanned the area. More and more of them are appearing. Yun Guo observed, "That laughter is the key. If we find its source, we can end this." "But where is it hiding?" Sumi suddenly exclaimed, "I think I know where it is." Yun Guo turned, skeptical. "You do?" Sumi said. "It was a faint feeling at first, but it's getting stronger now." Her eyes widened. "Something's hiding in that tree's roots." Zhuge holstered his weapon. "We'll have to trust her. Let's take the gamble." Yun Guo gave a slow nod. "Agreed." Instantly, both charged forward, cutting down one creature after another. Sumi pointed upward. "The branch on the right!" Yun Guo prepared to attack. A long-haired ghost appeared and let out a piercing scream. The psychic assault forced everyone to cry out in agony. The scream triggered a painful memory for Yun Guo. He placed a small statue on the ground, and a powerful tiger spirit materialized. The tiger's claws terrified the ghost, dragging it back toward Yun Guo. "His goal met," he muttered. "I won't give you a second chance." The creatures in the air began to dissolve. A single piece of paper floated down. Yun Guo caught it. He leaped from the tree and calmly read it aloud. Test subject number 11. Ability: Emotional Resonance. It can project its emotions, creating an instant psychic shockwave. The organization is named the Padaleo Medical Center, where Tom had his accident 30 years ago. The hospital is most likely a front. Its true purpose is the Center for Abnormal Human Research. Zhuge frowned. It seems Brother Zhu Long was mostly right. Sumi stammered frantically, "Brother Yun Guo, I can still sense something behind that tree." At her words, Yun Guo's gaze shot to the roots. He approached slowly. "Something is still there?" He got closer but saw nothing. Yun Guo thought to himself, "There's nothing here." A sudden realization hit him. Could it be? He quickly activated his yin eyes. After opening them, he saw the ghost of John Tat. The others came closer and Zhuge asked, "What is it?" Yun Guo replied, "A soul remnant of John. You need yin eyes to see it." He took out a vial of buffalo tears. "Use this. The effect is temporary, but at least you'll be able to see him." They all wiped the liquid on their eyes. Afterward, they gasped in shock at the sight. Xiao Dao exclaimed, "It's really John." Sumi asked nervously, "Brother Yun Guo, why can I sense these things?" Yun Guo answered, "Simply put, your own abilities are awakening. Some people are affected just by being near these anomalies. You're one of them." He smiled, patting her head. "Don't worry. This proves you have a unique gift." Sumi blushed. "I see." Zhuge then asked, "Xiao Dao, can you perform a trace?" Xiao Dao knelt. "Shouldn't be a problem." He placed his hand on the spirit. Yun Guo looked on, confused. "What is he doing?" Zhuge explained. "He's synchronizing with the soul remnant. It's like a psychic channeling a spirit." We might get more information this way. As Xiao Dao sinked, his body suddenly went limp. Moments later, he looked up, possessed. The spirit spoke. Who are you? Me? But I'm supposed to be dead, aren't I? Zhuge knelt. You are dead. We are here to deal with Tom Soros and summoned your spirit hoping you could provide us with information. At that name, the spirit in Xiao Dao slammed its fist down. That fiend! Stay away from him. He clawed at the ground. Anyone who gets close to him dies. Yun Guo asked. A fiend? You mean Tom Soros? So he became a spiritual entity after that incident 30 years ago, just like subject number 11. The spirit shrieked. No, he's the only one. He devoured the souls of the other test subjects. And he took their powers, it screamed in terror. All the evil spirits are him. Yun Guo and Zhuge exchanged a grave look. Zhuge frowned. If the other subjects are just fragments of his soul, Yun Guo finished, then he already knows we are here. He knelt to ask the spirit, why did he hunt you for so long, even posting a spiritual guard over you? What is his goal? John, in Xiao Dao's body, trembled. This is his revenge. He refuses to let my soul pass on and find peace. He tortures everyone from the experiment, and their children. The entire town was like a feast for that hidden monster to dissect. He replicates those experiments on everyone, then devours anyone who awakens their abilities. Based on John's words, Yun Guo's face grew tense. Does that mean everyone in this town could be one of his avatars? John looked up, his voice breaking. Not that many awaken. It's 1 in a million. Everyone else is just his toy. A blue aura began to leak from his body as he struggled to say his final words. Save them. John reached for Van Qua, his last breath, a desperate plea. Save Anna. With that, his arm fell, lifeless. The face shifted back to reveal Xiao Dao. He stood, dusting himself off. His soul is gone. But I saw how he died. Drawing on John's memories, Xiao Dao explained. After endless torture broke his spirit, the evil spirit Tom possessed his body. That explained his twisted death. Once Van Qua knew the truth, the system announced, mission complete. The reward, 1,500 achievement points and 50 condensing pills. Van Qua stared at the bottle, surprised by the bounty. He calculated quickly. 1 pill every couple of hours would permanently raise his spirit limit. A priceless item. Meanwhile, a worried Xiao Dao spoke to Zhuge. Sir, if John was right, the difficulty of this mission. Zhuge's face grew grim. This will be incredibly hard. We don't know the evil spirit's true power, or how many copies it has. Worse, it can possess normal people. In that town, we can't tell friend from foe. Van Qua suddenly cleared his throat, offering a solution. I might have a way to solve this impossible problem. Moments later, they all gathered to hear Van Qua's plan. Afterwards, a stunned and tense Zhuge asked again, do we really have to do that? I thought revealing monsters was forbidden by the Bureau. Van Qua just turned to him with a calm smile. Reality is one thing, but we're in an instance now. An opportunity this good? We can't waste it. Later, at the police station, Officer Mack was preparing to leave. He was debating a trip to a car dealership when something caught his eye. Over at the front desk sat Van Qua. He spoke quietly to the officer. Sir, we're here to file a report. The cop, looking barely awake, just grunted. Van Qua patiently repeated himself. A report. We're here to file a report. The officer's eyes barely opened as he leaned in. Huh? Just then, Officer Mack called out, Hey, Long, my best friend. What are you doing here? Are you in some kind of trouble? Van Qua feigned helplessness. Actually, we've run into a problem, so we came seeking a little help. At that, Officer Mack's hand slid to cover his back pocket. Cautiously, he repeated. Help? His hand guarded his wallet carefully. Van Qua saw it and waved dismissively. Don't worry, it's not about money. Then, his expression turned deadly serious. Reaching into his jacket, he said, The truth is, we aren't reporters. Van Qua flashed a badge that read, FBI. Mac stared at it, skeptical. You're the FBI? Van Qua placed a hand on his chest. We're from the National Bureau of Supernatural Research, Area 10. We handle all supernatural threats, including aliens, cults, and monsters. But Officer Mack still wasn't buying it. Is this some kind of new prank? To prove his point, Van Qua summoned a purple flame to his fingertip. Officer Mack scrambled back in shock. What is that? You're doing a magic trick, right? Van Qua let out a tired sigh. Jin Gang, I guess it's your turn. Jin Gang pounded his chest. Don't worry, leave it to me. His muscles began to twitch and swell. In an instant, his clothes ripped apart as his body grew to twice its normal size. He flexed, his muscles bulging enormously. He then declared, "My body is invincible. Blades, bullets, fire, nothing can harm me. Understand now?" But then, Van Qua poked him with the flame. He felt a strange sensation and looked down to see Van Qua casually burning him. After a few seconds, the flame vanished. Jin Gang finally yelped in pain. "Ow, what was that for?" Van Qua scratched his head, grinning. Sorry, I was just a little curious. I promise it won't happen again." Officer Mack, however, had collapsed to the floor. He stammered, You really are investigators from Area 10. Van Qua helped him up with a smile. "That's right. A supernatural event has occurred in Blackwater Town. Our local contact has been killed. We have no way to reach our organization, so we came to you for help." Mac replied nervously, "But I don't know how to contact them either." "With your organization," he clarified. "If you don't know, report to your chief. If he doesn't know, he reports to the governor. Someone high enough up the chain will know." Hearing that, Mac snapped to attention. "Understood. I'll go find the chief right now." Watching the man rush off, Zhu gasped doubtfully, "Are you sure this plan will actually work?" Van Qua couldn't say for sure. He simply replied, "There's no harm in trying." Just then, the door opened. A man with a cold expression walked in. This was William, from the Supernatural Management Organization, Area X. William looked at Van Qua and introduced himself. "I'm William, a manager for Area X. You must be Zhu Long." Van Qua disrespectfully put his feet on the table and corrected him. "It's Zhu Long. The way you say it sounds like an insult." After confirming his identity, William spoke gravely. "We did send investigators for John's case, but they have absolutely nothing to do with you." His anger suddenly flared as he slammed the table. "So who the hell are you? And how do you know about Area X?" Van Qua's tone remained calm. "Settle down. We're not your enemy." He paused, then slowly took his feet off the table. As he stood, Van Qua got to the point. "The situation in Blackwater Town. You already have people there, right? We just want to offer our assistance." William turned halfway. "And why would you want to help us?" Van Qua met his gaze sternly. "Because dealing with that spirit is our mission too. Essentially, we can help each other." Still facing away, William said, "So this is a transaction." Van Qua, also turned away, replied, "I'd prefer to call it a partnership." But William still wasn't ready to help. "Partnerships require collateral. We already had the information you provided. I have no reason to simply lend you our power." Hearing this, Van Qua unhesitatingly took off his wristwatch and held it up. He presented it, proposing a trade. "What do you think, Mr. William?" Van Qua explained the watch has a built-in geyser meter. Igniting a purple flame, he gave William a live demonstration. "It can detect distortions of varying intensity, the very supernatural power you mentioned. I trust you understand its immense value." William's interest was piqued, so he asked, "May I run some tests?" Van Qua handed him the watch and told him to go ahead. William's face grew tense. "Please wait a moment." Van Qua simply put his feet back on the table. He casually added, "Just try to be quick." A moment later, William's blurry image appeared with a voice calling, "Mr. Trucklong." Mr. Trucklong, still drowsy, Van Qua slowly opened his eyes. He stretched and asked, "Have you made a decision yet?" William announced the results with a satisfied look. After deliberation, the organization agrees to cooperate. "We'll solve the Blackwater Town anomaly together." Van Qua stood, stretched, and let out a huge yawn. He then suggested, "We can't delay this. Let's negotiate the terms of our cooperation now." Meanwhile, in Blackwater Town, a grim atmosphere prevailed. Soulless townspeople wandered the streets. Just then, a piece of paper drifted down from the sky, landing before a skeletally thin young man. His face was utterly lifeless. He grunted in confusion, then curiously approached the paper. He picked it up and saw it was a rescue notice. It said the government had sent aid and urged all citizens to evacuate the town, promising that everyone would be kept safe. As more rescue flyers rained down, the people grew confused. But the skinny young man, after reading the words, began to cry with relief. He fell to his knees on the ground, shouting, "Can we finally leave this place? We're saved, thank God." The people's spirits began to lift as they clutched the notices and ran. "Wait for me! Hurry to the town entrance!" At that moment, at William's position, a soldier arrived to report to him. Reporting, "Commander, the first helicopter group assigned to the leaflet drop has returned. The second group is now preparing for launch." William then asked, "Where is the broadcast team?" Elsewhere, a massive speaker was being set up. "Please, all residents, Evacuate Blackwater Town immediately. The soldier continued his report. The broadcast unit is entering from the opposite direction to ensure total coverage. William nodded, satisfied. Good work. Maintain the operation. The soldier stood at attention and replied sharply. Suddenly, applause echoed from behind them. Lam Van Qua and To Me slowly approached the group. He couldn't help but praise them. Highly efficient, very professional. As an ally, you are truly dependable, Mr. William. William replied humbly. A disaster can crush an individual, but for a nation's machine at full power, it's merely a small problem. Still, he sighed as he watched the crowd of rescued refugees. Finally, William issued a new directive. Everyone, please maintain order. We will be conducting one final screening process for your safety. Soldiers carefully contained the crowd as they neared To Me. William turned to Van Qua's team. According to our agreement, identifying Tom among the evacuees is now your team's responsibility, Lam Van Qua stated firmly. Don't worry, I brought the right person for the job. Just leave it to us. As he spoke, he patted the shoulder of a blushing To Me. A trembling refugee cried out in frustration. Aren't you here to protect us? Then why won't you let us leave? Instead of calming them, a soldier replied coldly. There is one final step. Please remain silent. A wave of fear sent shivers through the crowd. They were both confused and utterly terrified. From a safe distance, Van Qua, To Me, and William silently observed the refugees' every move. Van Qua turned to To Me reassuringly. Any problems? She gave a small nod. To Me answered softly. I can deploy my ability. With that, she activated her power, sending a sensory field sweeping over the crowd. After a moment, she opened her eyes. 3 of them are compromised. They were an old man, a fierce-looking youth, and a one-eyed woman. William immediately waved his hand, signaling his soldiers to act. 2 soldiers swiftly moved in, subduing the 3 suspects with stun guns. William gave another order. Take them away and restrain them. Monitor the rest closely. The soldiers successfully restrained the suspects and reported in unison. Yes, Commander, everything is secure. Van Qua didn't linger, entrusting the rest to To Me. So I'm leaving this side to you. To Me happily accepted. I'll do my best. He departed silently. At a tent flap, Van Qua called inside. Is everyone ready? He didn't need a verbal answer. His eyes widened. Before him, an energized Kim Kang was preparing heavy weapons, while Jia Cat Kwang reacquainted himself with his rifle. And there was Tu Dao, fully suited up in armor. Van Qua couldn't help but grin. It's our turn to take the stage. The team quickly assembled before William. Seeing them all gathered, William began his briefing. The evacuation is mostly complete. We have secured 85% of the civilians. There are still approximately 80 hostile elements inside Blackwater Town. He then explained the team deployment. We will be dispatching 2 teams. A total of 30 soldiers will provide support, but they possess no paranormal resistance themselves. William's final warning was grim. So, fighting Tom, so. You can only rely on yourselves. Just then, a system notification appeared for Van Qua. The mission was complete. Blackwater Town casualties were below 30%. The reward was 5,000 achievement points and a skill roulette spin. He eagerly requested to claim his prize. The lucky wheel spun at a terrifying speed. Finally, the arrow landed on cloud stepping. The system announced the skill had been acquired, then provided more detailed information. The unique lightness skill of Dian Ba Kuang, ranked among the legendary Lingbo Weibu and Shengxing Baibian, one of the 3 most famous movement arts. This technique specializes in long-distance running, drastically increasing straight-line speed. Van Qua was bewildered. Dian Ba Kuang, isn't that the infamous pervert? Still, he thought, this skill doesn't sound bad. William saw his zoned-out expression and asked, What are you thinking about? Van Qua snapped out of it, his spirit high. Nothing at all, just thinking of something pleasant. He closed the system, solemnly activating an enchantment. Trong assured Quillam, the situation is better than I expected. Leave the rest to us. Van Qua, Kim Kang, Jia Cat Kwang, and Tu Dao led the charge into Blackwater Town. The sky itself seemed to clear, matching their burning resolve. Meanwhile, To Me focused 100% of her power. Grasping the situation, she opened her eyes and pointed coldly. To Me announced, 2 people are ambushing us from behind that corner. The soldiers signaled each other and quickly followed the order. In unison, understood. Just as To Me said, 2 suspicious figures were hiding at the corner. Suddenly, a strange object crackling with electricity shot forward. It spun through the air, rapidly closing in on the 2 targets. Before they could react, a rope and weight tied them up tight, immobilizing them completely. The 2 suspects stared, their eyes wide with shock. The squad of 4 or 5 soldiers coldly aimed their weapons. The commander spoke into his radio. "Target is neutralized." From her position, Toomey cautiously replied, "Copy that." Watching the scene unfold, she resolved to quickly catch up with Truck Long's team. Van Qua, Kim Kang, Jia Cat Quang, and Tu Dao swiftly entered Blackwater Town. Jia Cat Quang pushed up his glasses, remarking, "I never thought we'd be able to complete a mission like this. Originally, we were supposed to storm this town and be swarmed by Tom's psychic parasites." He waved his hand, continuing, "Even if we reached Tom, we should have been exhausted and covered in wounds. We'd either be wiped out or win by a thread." Then Jia Cat's eyes widened as he shouted, sending the squad into chaos. They tried to capture the panicked residents who were fleeing in terror. "Don't run. Hey now." Van Qua gently approached, patting Jia Cat's shoulder. "It's not your fault. Civilian groups like your Heaven's End Society often have this limited mindset," he patiently explained. "Don't try to solve everything yourselves. Report when you should report, and ask for help when you need it. The nation will always be your strongest backer." Hitting a nerve, Jia Cat could only mumble, "I'll seriously consider your words." As they were talking, a figure quietly approached. It was to me, and the soldier assigned to watch her. The soldier reported first. "The path to the Fataleo Medical Center is clear. All parasites along the way have been completely suppressed." He added, "My mission to escort Miss Toomey is complete." Van Qua couldn't help but scold to me for following them. "Why did you come here? It would be safer at the camp." She giggled and explained, "I finished assessing the residents. I thought I might still be able to help Truc Long, so I asked them to bring me." Van Qua could only sigh in resignation. "All right, just stay close to me. Don't get separated." Suddenly, a soldier ran up frantically. "All soldiers are experiencing hallucinations and distorted senses. It's getting progressively worse," he continued explaining. "If this gets any more severe, it could affect our thoughts and actions. Our commander has authorized our withdrawal." Van Qua nodded. "I understand. Leave the rest to us." The commanding soldier gave the order to fall back. The entire squad snapped to attention, saluting with perfect form. They bowed slightly, executing a standard military salute. Kim Kang rubbed his bald head, impressed. "That sudden salute. It gives me a real sense of mission." Beside him, Tu Dao could only rub his nose to fight back his emotions. Van Qua rallied everyone's spirits. "After all, if we lose, both worlds will be in trouble. Let's go." Soon, the group arrived at the Fataleo Medical Center. The sign was yellowed with age, and the dark sky swirled above, threatening to devour any trespassers. The dilapidated building only added to the terrifying, ghostly atmosphere. Toomey hid behind Van Qua in fear. Her eyes were wide. "This is the Fataleo Medical Center." Van Qua calmly turned to Kim Kang. "Kim Kang, break down the door." He confidently rolled up his sleeves. "Leave it to me." Kim Kang activated his skill, gathering immense power in his fist. He unleashed a devastating punch with terrifying destructive force. The door shattered in a single blow. Van Qua led the group inside, ordering, "Everyone, let's move in. Stay alert and watch your surroundings." Jia Cat was suspicious. "I can't believe we reached the enemy's lair this easily." Toomey was terrified by the heavy, cold air of the place. She trembled. "It's so dark in here, I can't see a thing." Suddenly, Van Qua detected a deadly presence rushing towards them. 3 sharp needles shot forward at an insane speed, ready to kill. He grabbed Toomey's wrist and yelled, "Watch out!" In a flash, Van Qua pulled Toomey aside, easily dodging the 3 needles. He scanned the area cautiously. "Who's there? Stop hiding." A voice echoed out as a spiritual body, a green aura enveloping a man. Tu Dao looked at Van Qua nervously, pointing ahead. "There's another one over there." At the same time, figures radiating green auras appeared in the air, surrounding Van Qua's group. A hand grasped a glowing tiger emblem. Van Qua tossed the emblem behind him and said defiantly, "So, you realized we'd defeat you one by one and decided to gather your strength?" The emblem transformed into a majestic tiger standing behind him. The figures in the green, fire-like auras spoke in unison. "No one can stop us. You will all die here." "How interesting," Van Qua thought sarcastically, as a flame ignited in his hand. His gaze was firm. "But you've forgotten one thing." As he spoke, Van Qua vanished, leaving only a purple vortex. His sudden disappearance confused the enemy, who frantically looked around. A hand shot out as Van Qua fiercely gripped the man's neck. The purple flame in his hand erupted, incinerating his target. A moment later, Van Qua slowly withdrew his hand. He spoke, "It doesn't matter how much trash you gather together." He glanced at the pile of ash at his feet. "It's still just trash." Then Van Qua turned. "Next, He cracked his knuckles. "Who is it?" A portly man rushed forward at lightning speed, breathing out a strange gas. As the man got close, he blew a stream of fire at Manhwa. He dodged nimbly, unimpressed. "Corrosive slime? Too bad you're too slow." Manhwa's eyes focused as he activated the butterfly cloud step. He shot forward, slamming a fiery palm into the fat man's face, the flames instantly consuming him. Worthless. Lin Guoyun looked ahead, his voice clear. "It means nothing if you can't land a hit." He cupped his hands, making a megaphone. Then he raised his makeshift megaphone and yelled, "Does anyone here need help?" Just then, Zhug put 2 rounds into the girl's body. Meanwhile, Jin Gang summoned a tiger that tore into the enemy. Witnessing this, Lin Guoyun shrugged and muttered to himself, "Guess not." Lin Guoyun and his team slowly approached the last one. "That just leaves you," he said. 3 minutes later, Jin Gang held the tiger statue and said, "Thank goodness for Brother Zhu Long's artifact. I was helpless against these spirits." Zhug stepped forward. "We've eliminated all the test subjects, but the mission isn't over yet." He rested his chin on his hand, thinking, "It seems Tom's real body isn't here." The group sensed something and turned. Sumi said nervously, I'm sensing it again." She closed her eyes, trying to focus her senses. Lin Guoyun's team waited anxiously. Suddenly, Sumi's eyes shot open as she pointed forward. "Found it. There's only one energy source left, and it feels like it's underground." The moment she finished, the team scattered, searching every corner of the room. As Xiao Dao moved a crate from its spot, he discovered a hidden passage. He yelled out, "I found it!" Deep inside the passage was a wide entryway leading to a sealed door. A sign with English text hung on it. Jin Gang didn't understand the words and nudged Xiao Dao. "Hey brother, you seem like the educated type. What's it say?" Xiao Dao hesitated. "Morgue." Lin Guoyun appeared beside them, reassuringly. "We've already dealt with the spirits outside. Don't be afraid." He volunteered to lead the way. Jin Gang called from behind, "Wait for me." Inside, the room was filled with animal specimens floating in tanks. Lin Guoyun explained, "The medical center above is just a front. This is the real lab." He then paused, looking at a small, sealed door. "Is it in there?" Sumi nodded. "It's inside." So, Lin Guoyun stepped forward and turned the knob. The door creaked open, revealing the laboratory within. Tom Sorot spoke without turning, as if he knew who had just entered. "Years ago, they conducted their experiments on us, right in this very room. My family, my people. They tortured every last one of them with various methods." His monotone voice continued. "In the end, they were all thrown into the incinerator." Tom Sorot held a strawberry syrup-covered treat in his hand. Lin Guoyun's team froze for a moment, stunned by the scene. Tom Sorot slowly straightened his back. "Later, when I strapped them to the operating table, not one of them could withstand a third of my experiments." He suddenly whipped his head around, a savage look on his face. "Isn't that hilarious? They couldn't even handle the experiments they designed themselves?" Lin Guoyun stepped forward confidently. "So that's your reason for taking revenge on this town?" Tom Sorot immediately denied it. "Revenge? No. This isn't revenge. This is war. A war between my kind and humans." Lin Guoyun was baffled by his words. "War with humans? You're not human." Tom Sorot readily admitted it. "Of course we're not that lowly species. Our blood comes from the deep sea and the cosmos. We have the blessing of the old gods." Recalling his kin fleeing from those researchers, Tom Sorot's voice turned chillingly cold. "You coveted this blessing, so you hunted my people and me." He snarled. This was always a war. Suddenly, a system window appeared before Lin Guoyun. "Mission complete. Congratulations, you have unlocked the kin of the deep sea worldview." He lightly touched the screen, thinking, "So the mission cleared just like that?" He paused. "Wait, what's this abnormal status warning?" Tom Sorot's accusatory voice echoed. "Arrogant and conceited humans. You think you know everything, that it's all in the palm of your hand." A strange green gas filled the air. The team took a few confused breaths, and except for Lin Guoyun, they all collapsed, losing control of their bodies. One by one, they began to cry out. "I can't feel my legs. My head is so heavy. Even my spiritual power is suppressed." Only Lin Guoyun remained standing, his gaze steady. "Nice speech. Very emotional. What's next?" Tom Sorot was taken aback, flustered. How? How is this possible? Why are you unaffected?" In Lin Guoyun's hand was a cleansing heart pill, made to neutralize common poisons. He glanced at the pill in his hand. "Why am I not poisoned?" "Apologies, but I still had some antidote left." Seeing his trap fail, Tom Sorot grew furious. "Impossible. Fataleo's neurotoxin is state-of-the-art. How could there possibly be an antidote?" Lin Guoyun explained calmly. Our Eastern cultivation is difficult to explain with your Western science. Hearing this, Tom Sorot gritted his teeth and cursed. Damn you! He quickly turned to flee, planning to escape first. But a purple aura suddenly flared up at his feet, blocking his path. Yun Guo taunted him from across the room. Don't run, weren't you acting so high and mighty? The aura from Yun Guo's feet shot forward, encircling Tom Sorot. You're not the only one who was stalling for time. Realizing something, Yun Guo paused. I almost forgot. You're a spirit. You can phase through walls. With a snap of his fingers, purple flames erupted around Tom Sorot. He had trapped him within the Tribulation Flame prison. Yun Guo mused. Even though I didn't draw a damage skill, freely manipulating spiritual energy isn't half bad. Just then, Tom Sorot touched the fiery barrier, and his hand was instantly scorched. He snatched it back, roaring, Release me, you inferior being, or I will show you the meaning of true fear. Yun Guo retorted sarcastically. And why would you need an inferior being like me to release you? A smirk played on his lips. Is it because you can't get out on your own? He recalled the earlier events. Right, you controlled the test subject's spirits, but they retained their original abilities. Yun Guo's gaze sharpened. Looking at the figure trapped in the flames, he declared, Which means you don't actually have the power to devour them, do you? Tom Sorot looked on in utter disbelief. Van Qua's cold voice echoed again. I'm guessing your power is parasitic, or maybe some kind of mental corrosion. Your combat strength can't even match those test subjects. And with that, he delivered his final conclusion. So you planned to use the lab's poison gas on us, didn't you? Hearing this, Tom Sorot finally snapped. Who are you? Why would you help that inferior species? Van Qua calmly replied, I sympathize with what your clan has suffered, but we also have our own mission. Just as you said, this is a war I was born into. He crushed the flame in his hand, saying, On the side of humanity. At that moment, countless purple energy chains erupted around Tom Sorot. He fell into a mad frenzy, screaming, I curse you! I curse you! Tom Sorot's hatred exploded outwards. I curse you! Even if my soul burns to ash, even if my will fades, this curse will last forever. Just then, Van Qua rushed in, shocked by the scene, wondering, what is happening? Suddenly, Tom Sorot cried out, Oh my God! His consciousness seemed to be seized, as he uttered incomprehensible words. Take my soul, my spirit, as an offering. I beg you, fulfill my prayer, fulfill my curse. Tom Sorot's eyes widened, the bloodshot veins becoming clearer. Regret this. You'll understand soon enough. Compared to this curse, losing your life is a mercy. Lam Van Qua was still trying to understand the situation, observing in silence. The system also sensed the danger and issued a warning. Warning, chaos intrusion detected. Warning, dungeon has been breached. High danger level warning. Extreme danger warning. An immense power was unleashed into the open. A man in a black suit watched from a distance through binoculars. Quayam lowered his binoculars and asked the person beside him, What's the situation? His subordinate replied sternly, Reporting, my lord. He explained the situation clearly. The Daedu prototype alarm has been activated. According to the chart provided by Lord Truklong, the color is red, indicating a disaster-level threat. Quayam calmly watched the immense power, wondering what had happened. Meanwhile, inside, dark smoke began swirling above Van Qua's head. Faint red lights appeared in the center of the dark smoke. The eye of Karoat appeared, illuminating the entire area. Van Qua watched it cautiously, wondering, what is this thing? Could it be the evil god that man summoned before he died? Van Qua tensed, swallowing hard. He didn't understand its nature but decided to take a risk. White Tiger, go for it. Receiving his command, the White Tiger shot forward like a rocket. It leaped, pouncing towards the central eye, but the eye showed no caution. It widened its gaze and counterattacked, instantly obliterating the White Tiger. Van Qua watched the fragments fall, stuttering, shattered. The eye seemed excited, making a strange sound in response. Van Qua immediately realized something terrible. Crap, it's noticed me. Just as he predicted, the eye had locked onto him, unleashing an invisible killing intent. Van Qua seemed to be hit by its attack. His eyes rolled back as he began to lose consciousness. His knees started to buckle, and he collapsed. His entire body was about to give out. Van Qua struggled, propping himself up and gasping. He grit his teeth, amazed by its power. Just a single glance was enough to knock me unconscious. The eye darted back and forth, searching for his silhouette. It kept moving, which slightly terrified Van Qua. Oh no, it's about to see me again. But then, he suddenly realized something. Wait, being seen. Van Qua immediately placed his hands on the table, releasing a surge of power. It grew larger, rushing forward like a wall. Van Qua used his power to create a solid wall, blocking the eye's line of sight. This was the plan he had just come up with. Block its vision, and maybe I can avoid the attack. But just then, an arrow appeared in the center of the eye. The arrow shot forward without hesitation, shattering the wall he had just created. Van Qua stood behind it, bracing himself against the powerful blow. He grimaced. His spiritual power was draining 10 times faster than normal. Could he hold on for a few seconds? 10 seconds? Or maybe 8? A system notification suddenly appeared, attempting to expel anomaly. Dungeon shield is regenerating. Van Qua grit his teeth, urging it on. I can't hold on much longer. Hurry up. Out of options, Van Qua took out a gourd. It contained condensing chi pills, used to permanently increase the spiritual power limit by 1 point. He poured a few small pills into his hand. Regulations stated only 1 could be used per hour. Van Qua stubbornly shoved a handful of condensing chi pills into his mouth, muttering, "Forget the rules." He didn't hesitate to swallow them all. A profound look entered Van Qua's eyes. It seemed the pills were taking effect. A blazing flame suddenly appeared. Van Qua's entire body was enveloped in a fiery orange light. He was now brimming with fighting spirit, ready for battle. The eye continued to launch its attacks toward him. The system's shield construction progress had reached 85%. It crept up bit by bit, soon reaching 95%. Van Qua suddenly collapsed onto his knees. He knelt on the floor listening to the system's announcement. The dungeon shield construction is complete. The anomaly has been expelled. Lam Van Qua grit his teeth in doubt. Is it over? The eye drooped slightly, looking down at him. Just then, something appeared before it. It was an arrow, fired with perfect speed and precision, flying as fast as the wind. Should I report this to the organization? He glanced at the unconscious group, wondering what they saw. But first, I have to save them. Yun Guo immediately went to Sumi. He lifted her head and gave her a purifying pill. The pill took effect instantly. She woke up groggily, relieved to see him. Brother Zhulong, did you deal with that evil spirit? Yun Guo raised an eyebrow. You didn't see the whole thing? Sumi honestly shook her head. I lost consciousness right after I fell. Hearing that, he felt a bit more at ease. I see. You should rest for a bit. I need to detoxify the other 3. Yun Guo turned and hurried to help the others. Xiao Dao was the second to regain consciousness. Right after him, Zhug also started to recover. The last one was Jin Gang. He rubbed his bald head with a scowl. Jin Gang roared impatiently. What happened? Why did I pass out? Xiao Dao clutched his stomach. Where's the evil spirit? Zhug was calmer than both of them. The mission status shows complete. It seems Brother Zhulong handled it. Yun Guo quickly waved his hand humbly. Its true form was weak, and it didn't expect my antidote, so it was a simple fight. Xiao Dao noticed something, eyeing the wreckage hesitantly. A simple fight? Yun Guo walked over, patting his shoulder. You have a problem with that? This simple act made Xiao Dao jump. He quickly tried to explain himself. If you say it was simple, it was definitely simple. Zhug cut in with a pleased smile. Regardless, the mission was a success. We owe it all to Brother Zhulong. By the way, are you interested in joining the Tianhai Guild? Yun Guo pointed to himself. Mr. Zhug, did you forget I'm with the Public Security Bureau? But Zhug didn't seem to care. No problem. The two aren't in conflict. Many of our members are also from the Bureau. He explained the guild is just a platform for players. All interactions are voluntary. We don't exclude members with other affiliations. He then took out the guild's business card. Zhug smiled brightly at Yun Guo. We may not be as powerful as the Bureau, but we have our own unique information channels. It might be helpful to you someday. Yun Guo politely took the card. He neither refused nor agreed, simply saying, I will consider it. Zhug was fine with that answer. No problem. You can register any time you've made up your mind. As he examined the card, the space around them began to distort. Jin Gang spoke up. Looks like the settlement period is about to end. Yun Guo remembered something important. He turned to Sumi. I almost forgot one thing. He rushed over, asking her name, her real name, and her address. Sumi was surprised, only managing to reply, Huh? She shyly began to introduce herself. My name is Sumi. My address is. Before she could finish, everyone in the room vanished. Yun Guo was transported elsewhere. He scratched his head, muttering, Why was she so flustered? Don't tell me she thought I was hitting on her. Just then, the man in black glasses spoke. Mr. Zhulong, we now need to conduct a few tests. We must confirm you haven't brought any risk factors out of the instance. He approached Yun Guo, asking for his cooperation. Yun Guo gave a wry smile at the request. Right, I almost forgot about this part. The man in glasses began his assessment. Mental state is stable. No physical mutations. No hidden parasites. Personality, identity confirmed. No distortions. After finishing, he carefully handed the contract back to Yun Guo. Thank you for your cooperation. Now, if Mr. Zulong could just sign here. Yun Guo took it and replied. Got it. As he was about to sign, the pen cap suddenly flew off. It shot out, unluckily striking a nearby green vase. The vase fell and shattered right in front of him. A shard flew straight toward his handsome face. Luckily, his quick reflexes let him dodge. The man in glasses broke out in a cold sweat. The shard continued on, embedding itself in a nearby television screen. The scene made the man in glasses stare at the culprit. Noticing the unfriendly gaze, Yun Guo quickly held up the pen to defend himself. I've been pretty unlucky lately, would you believe me? The scene changes to a high-rise apartment, where Yun Guo is training hard. He pushed himself to the limit, sweat dripping from his face. Finished, he wiped himself down with a towel. He checked his body, but found no issues. He then reached back to check the mark on his shoulder. It seems this mark only affects my luck for now, he thought. He put his jacket back on, grabbed a bottle of water, and ordered the system to show his mission results. A system window appeared before him. The player has cleared a B-rank game, completed the main mission, and received 5,000 achievement points. No side quests were activated, so no extra rewards. Looking at the data, he was a bit confused. This game felt much harder than the first one. Why was it only rated B rank? But Yun Guo didn't dwell on it for long. It's useless to overthink it. He quickly navigated to the system's shop section. Better to see what good items I can buy this time. The screen refreshed. The following new items have been added to the store. The Myriad Spirit Elixir. Price: 10,000 achievement points. It can fully restore physical injuries in 10 minutes, but not mental or consciousness damage. It can only be used inside the original Sin game. Seeing the price, Yun Guo's jaw dropped. Damn, this is on a whole other level than before. But being able to fully heal your body is a pretty broken ability. He chuckled and quickly tried to use his legendary shopping skills. If I buy a bunch, I'll be unstoppable in the game, right? But the system was not about to grant his wish. A warning popped up. This is a special recovery item. Each player can only purchase one. Seeing this, Yun Guo could only give a helpless, bitter smile. I knew it. The system wouldn't be that generous. The system window updated again. Due to you receiving the Mark of Calamity, the game's new challenge updated the special items. Suddenly, a skill gacha wheel appeared. For 20,000 achievement points, he could draw a random skill for both worlds. It would vanish after 3 uses. Yun Guo was thrilled. A skill for the real world? This was a game changer. While waiting, he seriously re-evaluated himself. He had plenty of points, but his combat power was still pathetic. Honestly, a random thug with a knife could end him. This came at the perfect time. An image of a crystal appeared. The evil spirit essence. The crystallization of 10,000 points, usable only by Tom Soros's Victor, contains strange energy. Usage unknown. After reading the screen, Yun Guo was baffled. An evil spirit essence with no known use. Staring at the essence, he pondered. The shop shouldn't sell useless items. Was he meant to figure it out himself? Then, a thought struck him. Wait. Strange energy. Yun Guo glanced at the old statue on the cabinet. If he wasn't mistaken up close, it was a statue of Sanchuan Mingmu. He stared at the statue, analyzing it. This item could probably be used as nourishment for the goddess Mingmu. He claimed his items, the Myriad Spirit Potion, the Skill Wheel, and the Evil Spirit Essence. Yun Guo brought the essence near the statue to test his theory. He placed the item by the goddess's peach blossom and quickly stepped back. But contrary to his hopes, nothing happened. He scratched his head, confused. Why no reaction? Was I wrong? Suddenly, the statue's eyes flashed with light. The intact essence was instantly absorbed. Yun Guo stared in shock, unable to stop from wondering, what's going on? All the green energy was completely devoured by her. Then it dawned on Yun Guo. This was the strange energy hidden in the essence. The pull grew stronger, and the statue's eyes glowed brighter. The suction was so strong Yun Guo had to shield himself. The pull was immense, its energy distorting everything around it. Books scattered across the floor. Sanchuan Mingmu had officially awakened. After the commotion, Yun Guo exclaimed, so much energy, all sucked dry. Your Highness, you have quite an appetite. Suddenly, a booming voice erupted from the statue. Hearing it speak, Yun Guo fell down in terror. Holy crap, the statue is talking. She heard him and snapped. Brat, you brought this deity to this world without permission. I haven't even punished you for your disrespect. You offer this small tribute, Yet you still dare to speak nonsense? This was all too unbelievable. Yun Guo asked again. Are you really the goddess Mingmu? Sanchuan Mingmu shot back. What? You don't believe me? Yun Guo frantically waved his hands. No, I believe you, Sanchuan Mingmu continued. You have a strange evil aura on you. However, this deity has just recovered a fraction of her power and cannot waste it. Wait until you've offered more tributes, then this deity will consider helping you. With that, she returned to being a normal statue. Seeing this, Yun Guo sighed in relief. It seemed he'd really brought a god home. He just didn't know if that was a good thing or a bad thing. Just then, his phone rang. It was Qing Yun. He picked up. Hello? On the other end, Qing Yun got straight to the point. How are you? You sound exhausted. Are you unwell? Yun Guo replied. Just a bit of heart fatigue. Qing Yun looked at a data sheet, asking, I received a report that you encountered an unusual disaster after your mission. What happened in the game? Yun Guo sank into the sofa, calmly replying. Indeed, some things were unexpected. He tiredly looked at his phone. It's a long story. Hearing this, Qing Yun's expression turned serious. She immediately demanded, then submit a written report at once. The organization wants every single detail about this game. A moment later, at the Public Security Bureau, Qing Yun scanned the document in her hand. She turned to him. Anything else to add? Yun Guo scratched his head nervously. That's it, really. Everything from the instance is in the report. Just then, a worried Professor Bai burst through the door. Where's little Yun? Where's Lin Yun Guo? Looking exhausted, Yun Guo raised a hand. Professor Bai, I'm here. The professor rushed over to them. He stopped before Yun Guo, asking, Your report says a strange entity invaded your instance during the last mission. Yun Guo nodded. Yes. He then paced back and forth, deep in thought. So it's true. He stopped, speaking slowly. I understand now. The hypothesis was correct. As they were talking, a knock came at the door. Shilin went to receive a document from a guard. Seeing the professor pressuring Yun Guo relentlessly, she gently interjected, Professor Bai, please calm down first. Let's explain his current situation to him. Hearing that, he finally calmed down a bit and began to explain the situation to the boy. Little Yun. No, Comrade Zhu Long. Based on your intel, we checked the database. Professor Bai continued his analysis for Yun Guo. There's only one entity matching the name, mark, and form. The Calamity Herald, Gao Root. After hearing this, he was completely lost and confused. Gao Root? What's that? Seeing Yun Guo's confusion, the professor simplified it. An evil god. Shilin handed the documents to Yun Guo, summarizing the report. This report is from a player 6 months ago. Their instance involved a cult that worshipped Gao Root. The instance was set in 18th century England. The Calamity cult controlled London, preparing a summoning ritual. As they performed the rite, a frightened man hid in the dark alleys. Because according to the Calamity cult, after receiving Gao Root's gaze, disasters will pile up endlessly, leading the entire world to its ultimate destruction. Shilin noted the similarities between Yun Guo and the event. His disaster-attracting trait fits the description of the Calamity mark on him. The moment she spoke, misfortune struck. Yun Guo accidentally cut his hand on paper, crying out in pain. Seeing Shilin's words proven true, he could only laugh bitterly at his fate. Helplessly, he asked, Is there a cure for this curse in your archives? Hearing Yun Guo's question, Professor Bai stepped closer. He shook his head grimly, his voice heavy. There isn't. The mission was to stop the ritual, so why hasn't the Calamity truly struck? He then moved closer to Yun Guo, placing a hand on his shoulder. Professor Bai's eyes were filled with pride as he said excitedly, The Calamity Star's energy level is at least genius tier. That's the highest energy level known to us. This means you're the only player who has survived contact with an anomaly of this rank. This high praise made him uneasy, and he could only manage a wry smile. But unlike the professor's scientific curiosity, Yun Guo was far more worried about staying alive. He urged Professor Bai, If you don't find a solution soon, I'm not going to last much longer. Suddenly, Shilin interjected, holding out a strange talisman to him. Yun Guo stared at it, utterly bewildered, and asked her, What is this? Shilin explained softly. A good luck charm. It's a temporary fix, not a cure. She then continued, explaining how it functioned. The luck sealed inside can counteract your misfortune, at least enough for you to live a normal life. Hearing this, Yun Guo let out a sigh of relief. He clutched the charm tightly, determined not to lose it. However, it wasn't over. Shilin then announced, Don't celebrate yet. There are still 2 problems. She warned him with a serious tone. First, Your calamity can level up at any moment, but the luck points on this charm are finite. Shilin pulled something from her pocket, saying, I still need to find a real solution. Understood, he replied, looking up to ask, what's the second problem? At his question, Shilin stood across from him, crossing her arms arrogantly. Yun Guo asked, does it cost money? Shilin feigned confusion, scratching her head. Huh? What did you say? Seeing this, Yun Guo's lips curled into a smirk. Before he could speak, she blushed and quickly looked away. You have to pay. This is a very valuable item. The organization can't just give it to you. You need to provide an item of equivalent value. Hearing Shilin's request, Yun Guo immediately produced a pile of items. There were glass vials, a stack of golden paper, and countless marbles. Setting them down, he said confidently, that's easy. See if these are enough. If not, I have more. Professor Bai walked over, intrigued. He looked over the items in amazement, asking, clarity pills, golden ointment, vermilion fruit, and both water and fire-repelling pills. These are all mission rewards. How do you have so many? Yun Guo replied humbly, his voice laced with a hint of sorrow. They're just minor items, barely keeping up with my power level now, but luckily I have plenty. As for their origin, they're my mother's inheritance. At his last words, Professor Bai's curious hands froze mid-air. He immediately returned to his serious demeanor, clearing his throat as if recalling something. Let's set aside the matter of the charm for now. Right now, there's some intelligence I want to share with you concerning your parents. The mere mention of his family made Yun Guo intensely curious. He shot up from his seat, asking in a sharp voice, what is it? Before Professor Bai could even speak, Yun Guo lost his cool, firing off a volley of questions. News about my parents? Have you found where they are? Seeing how agitated he was, the professor tried to calm him down. Not yet. First, calm down. Professor Bai then pulled out an auction item catalog from his pocket, urging him, take a look at this. Confused, Yun Guo took it, having no idea what he intended. An auction catalog. What is this for? Professor Bai began to explain, providing him with information. In 3 days, the country's largest black market, the Black Stone Guild, is holding an auction in Jiangcheng. What you're holding is the list of auction items. He continued, guiding Yun Guo toward a clue about his parents. As for how it's related to your parents, turn to page 3. Once Yun Guo flipped to the page, Professor Bai asked, do you see the symbol in the corner? He stared intently at the strange symbol on the page, lost in thought. I see it. Suddenly, a flood of memories rushed into his mind. He saw an image of his father, Feng Mian, meticulously fixing every component of a toy for him. After a while, Feng Mian finally finished. He happily handed it to his son. It's done. Go on, Xiao Yun, go and play. Overjoyed, Yun Guo took the toy car in his hands and cheered with delight. Suddenly, a strange symbol on the underside of the car caught his attention. Yun Guo asked his father in confusion, Dad, what is this symbol? Feng Yunxian gently patted his head. He explained softly to his son, that's my personal mark. I leave a symbol like this on all of my creations. That way, Xiao Yun will know which things were made by me. As the memory faded, Yun Guo finally recognized the symbol. This is my father's mark. So what is this glass flask? Professor Bai already knew this and offered his own theory. It's a signal, he continued, explaining its benefits. You know the activation cycle for an original sin is 7 days, but using a signal can help you instantly start a game at any time. Because it can increase your power, it is an extremely precious item. Yun Guo nodded, finally grasping its significance. So that's how it is. Returning to the main issue, he was extremely puzzled. Then why would my father's symbol appear on a signal? This was something beyond even Professor Bai's knowledge. He could only shake his head, defeated. We don't know either. We only know that sometimes, players acquire items with your father's symbol, and they also manage to get some information from them. It's for this very reason that your father's file was flagged with suspicion of treason. Hearing him unload all of this, Yun Guo asked nervously, You know that I've seen the file? Professor Bai, seeing he'd finally caught on, replied confidently, Don't tell me you thought your call sign, and the selection of that girl, Feng Xinxi, as your support specialist were all just a coincidence. Stunned, Yun Guo finally pieced it all together, shouting in astonishment, It was you? Professor Bai didn't hide anything, directly stating his desire to acquire the signal. We leaked the information to you on purpose. The higher-ups at the Bureau may have sealed the case, but many of us don't accept their conclusion. That's why, Xiao Yun, we absolutely must get that signal. Seeing his resolute expression, Yun Guo got straight to the point. So, Professor Bai, you want me to participate in this auction? Suddenly the notebook was snatched from his hand. Shilin stepped forward, correcting Yun Guo. Not you. Us. Professor Bai wants us both to represent the organization at the auction. The organization has already approved, Professor Bai added excitedly. Not only that, I've secured a squad and housing for you both. From now on, you two are a team. He moved closer, placing a hand on Shilin's shoulder and the other on Yun Guo's. Professor Bai pushed them together, eagerly suggesting, you should live together now. That way, if a problem comes up, Qing Niao can help. Everything happened so fast he couldn't process it. Yun Guo blurted out, stunned. Huh? After a moment, as the news finally registered, Yun Guo was even more shocked. His shout echoed through the massive building. What? But despite his protests, the train to the exhibition had already departed. The two sat in the train car. One wrote, the other watched the scenery. No one said a word. Unable to stand it, Yun Guo broke the awkward silence. You know, the older generation loves to play matchmaker. I'll speak with Professor Bai later. But before he could finish, Shilin cut him off with a blunt refusal. Unnecessary. Each squad gets a small 3-story house as a base. It's standard, not the living together you imagine. Hearing her, he realized he'd overreacted. He awkwardly reined it in. Oh, so that's it. As expected of the organization. Very thorough. Shilin continued, stating her own opinion on the matter. Besides, I have no objection to Professor Bai's arrangement. Her casual acceptance left Yun Guo completely stunned. He yelled in disbelief. What did you say? Ignoring his reaction, Shilin coolly changed the subject. You sponsored an orphanage for 3 years. She continued her questions, asking, why? He was surprised she'd bring that up, but answered honestly, doing good deeds builds good karma. Besides, I'm basically an orphan now, so I help when I can. Shilin hadn't expected such a meaningful reason from him. She remarked, oh, is that so? While noting something in her book, she added, not a bad answer. Back in Professor Bai's office, Xinzi stood beside him, full of doubt. Professor Bai, are you trying to set up the captain with Zhulong? Is that guy even good enough? Our captain has had so many suitors. I've never seen her spare any of them a glance. Hearing this, Professor Bai just smiled. You don't understand. Qing Niao is an orphan. She heard this, wondering what was so special. What's strange about that? Aren't we support specialists usually orphans anyway? He didn't explain, just replied vaguely, you're young. You'll understand eventually. Annoyed by his secrecy, Xinzi pouted. I hate it when you old men speak in riddles. Here are the documents you wanted. Professor Bai ignored her tone, reading the files seriously. The information inside gave him a splitting headache. He said wearily, can't those bastards from the Mofo cult just stay down? Meanwhile, in a hidden base, Du Sha entered to report to his leader. Leader, you summoned me. Seeing him, the leader gave his order. Du Sha, pack your bags. You're going to Jiangcheng. He was confused by the sudden transfer. Jiangcheng? For the auction? But isn't Yishui already on that mission? The leader explained calmly. You will assist him. Make sure that signal device falls into our hands, or the hands of the People's Security Bureau. Du Sha heard the name, confused. The People's Security Bureau? Why is it okay if they get it? Suddenly, Yun Guo's image appeared on the screen. The leader continued. Because their agent is the son of Shan Ji, you can also use this chance to test his strength. Before Li Tai stood a clone of Liu Jie. Both desperately claimed to be the original. Captain, you have to believe me. I'm the real one. Captain, he's lying. I am. Li Tai's mind was a mess. He didn't know who to trust. No matter how close he looked, he saw nothing suspicious. Li Tai cursed quietly. Damn it, I can't tell them apart. They both fell to their knees, tears streaming as they begged him. Captain, please believe me. Captain, I'm the real one. Li Tai gritted his teeth, forcing himself to make the right call. After a long, careful observation, he finally drew his sword. He made his choice. Li Tai pointed his blade at one of them, declaring, You're the fake. Then, without hesitation, he swung and sent him to his death. The real Liu Ge clutched the fatal wound, trying to stop the bleeding. He gasped in pain. Captain, with his last breath, Liu Ge collapsed from blood loss. In that instant, Li Tai knew he had made a terrible mistake. His body trembled with guilt, his face turning deathly pale. The imposter finally revealed his true nature. He stood up calmly, brushing the dust off his pants. A smug, wicked smile spread across his face. How unfortunate. The imposter burst out laughing, savoring Li Tai's agony. You guessed wrong. Li Tai's face darkened with rage. His grip tightened on his sword. He lunged at the enemy, roaring, Die! Li Tai slashed right through the fake Liu Ge. The figure slowly dissolved into dust. Your chance is up. Come back next time, and bring more friends. The black portal vanished instantly. Li Tai dropped to his knees before his friend, crying out in pain. He slammed his face to the ground as tears fell freely. A report came over the comms. Anomaly containment has failed. 7th Squad has 1 survivor. I repeat, containment has failed. The scene shifts. A phone vibrates. Yun Guo and Shi Lin received the message at the same time. He stretched, hoping for a 2-day break before the auction. Looks like that's not happening now, Shi Lin replied grimly. A mission that can nearly wipe out an entire squad is anything but ordinary. This opponent isn't simple. She put in her earpiece to contact someone else. Yan Wei, I need a detailed mission report. Understood. The relevant file has been sent to your phone. The file detailed the mission, Mirror Nightmare. It covered its type, appearance time, evolution, infection range, and even included special notes. She wearily rubbed her brow. The previous unit was the Demon Squad? Van Qua asked curiously. What's wrong with them? Thon Lam seemed a little surprised. You've never heard of the infamous Demon Squad? Simply put, they're a bunch of problem children. She then explained the whole story to him. Their mission success rate isn't low, but they completely disregard casualties and consequences. The most infamous member is Captain Li Tai, who earned the title of Demon. Losing his entire team on this mission means he'll be even more difficult to work with. The train soon pulled into the station, and the two finally arrived. A man approached to brief them. This is the latest intel for the mission. We have confirmation. Van Qua's eyes shifted, meeting a gaze filled with death. He lunged, shoving the man aside. A suffocating wave of killing intent erupted, separating the three of them. Li Tai looked like a crazed demon. In that instant, Van Qua and Thon Lam summoned their power. The man held out a hand to explain. Li Tai, these are special ops, reinforcements. What are you doing? This is my revenge. I don't need help from 2 rookies who've only seen 2 games. Li Tai took a wide stance, gripping his sword. Don't worry, I'll just break their arms and legs. He shot towards Van Qua and Thon Lam in a flash, with no intention of killing them. A dark purple aura flared up as the enraged Li Tai prepared to strike. Demon Flash. Van Qua calmly countered his attack. So you're the Demon Squad? Li Tai raised his sword to block, but the sheer force of the impact made him panic. So fast. The two clashed, neither one giving an inch. A single blow sent Li Tai flying back, forcing him to drag his sword along the ground to stop. He couldn't believe his eyes. A gold tier? How is that possible? Li Tai's face paled. Before he could move, Van Qua was upon him, growling. You wanted to break whose arms and legs? Li Tai recklessly took the hit with his head, sending him flying back dozens of meters. He crashed painfully, his entire body flipping through the air. Van Qua gritted his teeth, his hand trembling slightly from the impact. This guy's head is tough. Li Tai struggled to his feet with his sword as his body began to transform. A horrifying killing intent billowed from him. Electricity sparked in his eyes as he advanced with a crazed smile, looking like a monster ready to devour them whole. This is bad. The demon's out of control, a staffer yelled anxiously. Contact the organization and request a cleanup crew. A moment later, Li Tai returned to normal. This was one reason Squad 7 was known as the Demon Squad. He slowly stood up, pointing his sword at Than Lam. Not demons. We are the Hero Squad. Van Qua shot him a sharp look. Heroes don't attack colleagues they just met. Li Tai scoffed. Ch. You're too weak. You're just here to die. Li Tai held out his arm and demanded. It hurts. Where's logistics? Get over here and bandage me. The staffer walked past them, saying apologetically, I am truly sorry this happened. Please follow me. Let's move to another location. Things were gradually sorted out and settled. Back at headquarters, Van Qua and Than Lam listened to the analysis of Mirror Nightmare. This is our target this time. Its grotesque image appeared on the projector screen. When last observed, it had taken the form of Squad 7's Hung Dieu, Lu Ge. Van Qua listened intently, then asked a question. Take a form? It can replicate someone's appearance? A voice from behind made him turn around. Not just the appearance. Li Tai slowly walked in. Appearance, abilities, voice. It can even replicate memories. He pulled out a chair as he spoke. It's like a mirror, copying the entire person it reflects. Li Tai narrowed his eyes. That's the origin of the name Mirror Nightmare. Then he kicked his feet up with extreme arrogance. Which means, if you're too weak and it copies me, you won't survive. Van Qua asked simply, so what if it copies me this time? What will you do? Li Tai slammed the table and shot up, yelling, Do you really think I can't kill you? Thon Lam tapped the table, cutting them off. Stop fighting. The mission is the priority. She focused on the main problem. From the description, this anomaly seems better suited for a solo mission. Why the need for a team? Li Tai described the situation, clearly irritated. Because if you go alone, the bastard won't even appear. It will just teleport away. The man with glasses added, Bishop-level fiends often have multiple abilities. The Mirror Nightmare's abilities are replication of others. And when facing a single enemy, it teleports away instantly, along with a death puzzle. Li Tai slammed his fist on the table in fury. Recalling the past, he explained, It will transform into your teammate, forcing you to guess who is real and who is fake. Every word dripped with hatred. If you guess wrong, the replicated person dies. Van Qua fell into thought. Sounds very tricky. Have you found a way to tell them apart? The man in glasses said nothing, only shaking his head. Li Tai immediately grabbed his sword. He yelled at the two of them. The solution is to kill them both. Whoever Mirror Nightmare copies, someone else just directly kills both it and the original. Problem solved. A question arose for him. So that's why you attacked us at the station. Li Tai nodded with a wicked grin. That's right. I needed to confirm if you had the ability to kill me. Van Qua turned to the man in glasses. Does the organization agree with this plan? He replied, To a certain extent, yes. This method minimizes potential losses. Li Tai continued. It has already killed 4 of my comrades. Van Qua just sighed. I feel you're a bit extreme. He then offered an idea to consider. Have you ever considered what if the copy gains a new ability after being replicated? Just then, a taxi driver blocked by the roadblock got out of his car, fuming. He was furious with the officer. Officer, why is the road suddenly blocked? The detour is several kilometers longer. The officer held up a hand. There's a potential gas leak ahead. Please take the detour. At this, Van Qua frowned, noticing the taxi driver was still trying to argue with the police officer to get through. Van Qua turned and walked over to Than Lam. Why can't we make the existence of anomalies public? If we did, people could at least take some precautions. Hearing his question, she answered, The more people who know about the existence of anomalies, the higher the rate of their appearance becomes. For the exact principle, you must ask Professor Bach. The 4 of them gathered. Pointing ahead, the man in glasses announced, The Dread Mirror has stopped right there. Based on our observations, if not activated within 2 hours, it will teleport again. The Dread Mirror sat in the center of the intersection, inside a marked circle. Li Tai needed confirmation and asked Van Qua, Are you certain this plan of yours will work? Van Qua answered, If it fails, we'll go with your plan. With that, the 2 of them advanced toward the Dread Mirror. As they stepped before it, their reflections appeared. Suddenly, a purple barrier formed, trapping them with the Dread Mirror. The sky twisted unnaturally, turning from blue to a swirling black vortex. The man in glasses watched coolly, hands in his pockets. The Dread Mirror's domain is forming. The second retrieval attempt begins now. Inside the barrier, Van Qua opened and closed his fist. He frowned, sensing the change. He thought, so this is the Dread Mirror's pocket dimension. This time, it copied Li Tai. Gripping his sword, his right hand raised the blade. Opposite him, a copy drew its sword with its left hand. Suddenly, 2 Li Tai stood before Van Qua, blades ready. In perfect unison, they roared, Choose! Which one of us is real? Hearing this classic true or false test shouted before him, Van Qua just smirked. Sorry, I don't choose. The moment he spoke, both Li Tais roared and charged at each other. The sharp clang of steel echoed as they clashed. Die, you abomination, they both screamed. Watching from the side, Van Qua thought, a perfect copy, truly hard to tell apart, but not without its weaknesses. Watching the battle, Van Qua analyzed the situation. Their combat power is identical, so they'll inevitably destroy each other. I just have to finish them both off. Van Qua spread his hands and shrugged. Of course, that means the original would die too. He fears death, so it's not a real option. But looking at the 2 Li Tais now, their wounds were identical. Both were exhausted, with no clear winner. Van Qua continued. Who told you to provoke a kid in his teens? To him, your death is more important than his own life. Checkmate. Suddenly, the fake Li Tai activated a strange power. His eyes looked like a half-mask as he chanted a sacrificial spell. Van Qua, enjoying the show, noticed something was wrong. He was surprised. Trying to play dirty, are we? Outside the barrier, Than Lam and the man in glasses kept watch. He spoke up. The domain is collapsing. Status inside is unknown. Inside, a monstrous copy of Van Qua himself had appeared. He voiced his surprise. It turned into me? That's actually a logical move, but this pair answered differently than the Li Tais. They spoke in unison. After all, I truly don't want to sacrifice myself to destroy a fake. Li Tai raised his sword. 1 minute. If you can't prove who's real in 1 minute, I'll kill you both. Van Qua just shrugged and smiled. No need to rush, one step at a time. First, let's see if it can replicate items. With that, he reached into a golden portal and pulled out a golden tiger-shaped seal. Instantly, a gleaming golden tiger appeared for both of them. It snarled, ready to pounce and attack at any moment. Li Tai was stunned, unable to believe his eyes. Van Qua didn't even have to fight. He just stood there, arms crossed, and activated something. The skill lottery system. A prize wheel instantly appeared. But the fake Van Qua couldn't replicate it. He was frozen in shock. Sweat dripped down his cheek, his face a mask of confusion. His mind raced. A skill lottery? How is this possible? There's something I can't copy? Van Qua just smirked as the system notifications rang in his ear. Skill. Charge learned. Skill. Glimpse learned. Skill. Furious Strike learned. Seeing the new skills on his system window, Van Qua smiled. 2 combat skills. My luck isn't half bad. Unable to copy him, the fake pointed at Van Qua and screamed, Lies! He's just bluffing to trick you into thinking he's the real one. Don't trust him. Hearing the exposed fake shouting nonsense, Van Qua just smirked. Oh, really? Then, his aura exploded as he shot forward. A system notification appeared. Skill, charge, break through their ranks. He dashed forward 15 meters in an instant. Cooldown, 2 minutes. In a flash, Van Qua was right in the fake's face, who recoiled in fear. How could he have been exposed so completely? His voice trembled. Why can't I copy this power? Van Qua answered scornfully. A pity. You can't replicate a pay-to-win system. Without another word, Van Qua raised his fist high, the embodiment of overwhelming rage, using brute force to shatter all technique. The system screen lit up. Furious Strike. Next attack gains 150% bonus power. Cooldown, 15 minutes. With a thunderous crash, Van Qua's punch sent the fake flying. Van Qua clenched his smoking fist, a victorious smirk on his face. I told you. Checkmate. The defeated copy knelt before him, utterly broken. He spoke slowly. You see? Turning to Li Tai with a grin, he asked. That was less than a minute, wasn't it? Li Tai angrily drew his sword. Hey! Time to die, you fake! He pointed his blade at the kneeling copy, whose face suddenly began to distort, melting like wet clay. Its entire body dissolved like a clay figure, turning into a disgusting puddle of sludge. Then, a blank white head rose from the sludge. It reformed into a humanoid shape, and Li Tai remained on high alert, his sword never wavering. But it was just a blank mannequin in Van Qua's clothes, kneeling silently. Van Qua walked over and poked its chest with a finger. The spot he touched rippled like thick liquid. Van Qua spoke. This is its true form. After its identity is exposed, it loses all of its power, leaving it helpless. Suddenly, the system chimed in. Congratulations, host, for completing the monster ecosystem analysis. Dread Mirror data file unlocked. Unlock 4 more data files to receive a collection reward. Please continue your efforts. It then displayed images of the collected data. Lin Guoyun tallied the anomalies he'd captured. The Phantom Pain Envoy, the museum's cursed father and son, Tom's spirit form, and the Mirror Demon. The mission was finally at its halfway point. Lin Guoyun closed his eyes and sighed. After all this trouble, he wondered what the final reward would be. A blade flashed through the air. Li Tai cleaved the creature in 2, splattering slime everywhere. But instantly, the entity reformed itself. Frustrated, Li Tai cursed. Damn it, how is it a spirit form? Lin Guoyun walked over, patting his shoulder, then confidently pointed a thumb at himself. If you don't mind, why don't you let me handle this? A dark smile crossed Lin Guoyun's face. I'll make it wish for an oblivion it can't have. Lin Guoyun reached into a void and pulled out a statue of a female immortal on a lotus blossom. It was the infamous San Chuan Mingmu. Immediately, the statue began to levitate, radiating a heavy, oppressive red aura. Stunned, Li Tai gripped his sword handle tightly. Full of suspicion, he demanded, What is that thing? Seeing his fear, Lin Guoyun waved a hand. Relax, it's not dangerous. To us. With that, Lin Guoyun leaned close to San Chuan Mingmu, whispering a chilling command. Now, feast for me. At his word, she began to move. She tore the spirit apart before it could even begin to regenerate. It was a state worse than death, an endless cycle of destruction and rebirth. The scene shifts to a crowded city street at night. A lone figure with a striking red umbrella stands out. She moves like a phantom through the bustling crowd, through the endless flow of people. Suddenly, a hand landed on her shoulder. The woman, known only as Evil Blood, turned in surprise. Before her stood a trio of smirking thugs. One with a mohawk spoke up. Hey, pretty thing, it's dangerous to be out alone. Why not come have some fun with us? Most women would flee in terror from such a scene. But Evil Blood merely covered her mouth with a sly, knowing grin. Her mysterious laughter was followed by an alluring voice. Okay. They led her into a dark alleyway. Evil Blood slowly, deliberately, licked her thumb. Her face filled with excitement as she whispered, "Is it over already?" A twitching arm reached up from the ground. A green snake coiled around it, its tongue flicking. Still holding her umbrella, Evil Blood sighed. "And I thought we could play for a little longer." All three thugs lay poisoned and unconscious on the pavement. Their eyes and lips had already turned a deathly black. Evil Blood crouched, extending her hand to her pets. "All right, my darlings, it's time to go home." Suddenly, the sound of footsteps echoed from behind her. With her sharp senses, Evil Blood instantly reacted. She launched the green viper toward the noise. The snake lunged, fangs dripping with venom, but the newcomer was none other than Slaughter. He casually caught the viper by the neck and spoke. "Is this a welcome gift?" "You shouldn't have." He released the snake. Evil Blood looked genuinely surprised to see a familiar face. "Slaughter? What brings you here?" As she retrieved her snake, he put his hands in his pockets. "The leader sent me to Yugu City," he replied. Evil Blood looked confused. "Just for that little signal? When did our master become so generous?" Slaughter just chuckled. "It's not just the signal. The Prophet's son joined the Public Security Bureau. The leader wants me to test his abilities." He drew closer. "So, what have you been doing lately?" Evil Blood began counting on her fingers. Sightseeing around Jiangcheng, trying local snacks and cakes, buying some souvenirs. Then, her eyes lit up with excitement. "Oh right. I also deployed the Mirror Demon. It wiped out a small bureau squad. This city should fall into chaos any minute now." She turned to him with a savage smile. "You're too late. There's no work left for you here." Biting her thumbnail, Evil Blood continued to taunt him. "The golden silkworm goo has gone dormant, and someone dealt with the Mirror Demon. The Bureau? Or someone else?" Slaughter replied, "My guess is the Prophet's son. The leader must have predicted this. That's why he sent me." Slaughter turned to face her directly. She asked, "So what did you bring with you?" A deep, knowing smile spread across Slaughter's face. "Don't worry. It's something truly earth-shattering, enough to drive this entire city into madness. But we have to wait until after the auction." He turned, patting her shoulder with a cryptic smile. "Be patient. I crave chaos even more than you do. However, we need the Prophet's knowledge, and must prepare for his contingency plans." But at these words, Evil Blood's face twisted into a sneer. In the guard's hand was a yellow, solid mass that looked unpleasant. The guard looked at it with pure disgust. "What in the world is this?" Lin Guoyun answered calmly. "Found inside the Mirror Demon's body. It doesn't look natural. Take it back for analysis." The guard immediately complied. "Understood." Another guard made a call. Anomaly contained successfully. With his mission complete, Lin Guoyun turned to leave. Qinglin and another agent followed behind him. 2 days later, night fell over the apartment building. Lin Guoyun sat on his bed and spoke into the air. "System. Open inventory." A holographic screen blinked into existence before him. Merit points. 55,101. He checked his balance and muttered, "It's not a lot, and the balance keeps draining. So annoying." Just then, he noticed a red dot on a mail icon in the screen's corner. "What's this?" His curiosity piqued. He tapped the icon. A new panel appeared, listing all of his major achievements. Black Rain, Feigned Offensive, Terror at the Art Museum, Unsolvable Case, 0 fatalities. Next to each was a massive sum of merit points, waiting to be claimed. A grin spread across Lin Guoyun's face. He felt like a tycoon whose wealth only grew. "I'm a living money cheat." Just then, a sharp knock echoed from his door. It was Qinglin. "It's time to go," she said. "The auction is about to begin." The two of them quickly made their way into the hall. Qinglin explained their plan. "To hide our identities, we'll all use different entrances. First, we need to get our masks." Lin Guoyun simply nodded. "Okay." The elevator ascended to the 28th floor. He and Qinglin stepped out and walked down the corridor. 2 staff members greeted them up ahead. One presented a table laden with masks. The other asked, "Honored guests, are you here for the auction?" The staff member said to please pick a mask. Lin Guoyun and Qinglin surveyed the masks on the table. Qinglin quickly found one she liked. "I'll choose this one." Lin Guoyun also picked one out. Holding the mask, he felt something. A pulse of spiritual energy. Is this enchanted with some kind of magic? He quickly used his system to check. The insight skill activated, turning his eyes red. A system window popped up. A rare grade disguise tool. It conceals one's spiritual signature and appearance, making them unrecognizable. Only now did he see the skill's true power. He'd bought insight to counter some enchanted glasses, but it was actually for appraising items. It was perfect for an event like this. Business done, he and Qinglin headed out. In front of the building, a car was already waiting. As they approached, a staff member opened the car door. "Your private car is ready, please." They both entered the vehicle. The driver, made of pure spiritual energy, asked, "Your destination?" Qinglin put on her mask and answered, "The Blackstone auction." The driver complied at once. Understood. Yunguo had his mask on now too. He leaned back in his seat, feeling a bit tense. Magic tools, a spiritual driver. "This Blackstone Guild is very impressive," Qinglin explained. "It's because the Blackstone Guild holds a unique technology. Many players buy their items there, so their influence has expanded." Yunguo became curious. "What kind of technology?" Qinglin's expression turned serious. She looked at him and answered, "You can trade directly with achievement points." Suddenly, Yunguo had to suppress a laugh, biting his lip. Qinglin demanded, "What's that look for?" Yunguo dodged the question. "Nothing. Just thought of something amusing." Just like that, the car drove through the night. They arrived at a magnificent castle, glowing with elegant lights under a starry sky. The car stopped before the castle entrance. As Qinglin and Yunguo stepped out, Yunguo gasped. "I didn't expect a place this extravagant." Qinglin shot back from his side. "What were you expecting? A scrap heap?" Just then, a staff member approached to greet the pair. "This way, valued guests. The auction is about to start." As they walked inside, a loud voice suddenly shouted, "Please, I'm begging you, let me in." That voice belonged to Su Jiangguo. He struggled against two guards, still screaming, "I only need to buy one item. I have a lot of money. I'll give you 50 million to let me in." The scream made Yunguo turn his head. Qinglin figured he was just a normal person who learned about the auction. Too bad real-world money is worthless here. Jiangguo continued to struggle against his restraints. He didn't stop shouting, "My daughter is also a player. Please, I just need one awakening item. I don't want her to die." Those words stopped Yunguo in his tracks. He seemed to realize something. Yunguo activated his insight skill. The system showed Su Jiangguo had no powers and was blood-related to Su Mi. After seeing Jiangguo's identity, Yunguo told Qinglin, "Wait here a second." He approached Jiangguo and ordered firmly, "Stop." At his command, the two guards released their hold. Yunguo then leaned down closer to Jiangguo. He asked, "You're Mr. Su, right? Here for an awakening item for your daughter?" Jiangguo replied instantly, "Yes, that's right. Sir, can you help me buy it?" His face was filled with desperation, his voice pleading. "I'll give you 100 million. Just please help me get one." Yunguo replied with confidence, "That's not necessary." Reaching into his pocket, he pulled out a vial. "Take this jade nectar of heavenly dew. It's one of the best awakening items available." A nearby staff member saw this, completely stunned. Jade nectar of heavenly dew? A treasure rarely seen at auction, and he's just giving it away? Another employee was just as shocked. "That's incredibly generous." The employee then whispered to his colleague, "Who is this high roller?" His colleague was also curious. "I've never seen that mask before." Seeing Yunguo hand over the rare item, the chatter continued. "Who on earth is this guest?" He had already placed the jade nectar on the ground for Jiangguo to pick up. Seeing the treasure meant for him, Jiangguo was just as shocked. Yunguo then ordered the staff to escort the man back. "And don't let me hear that someone tried to take this." They didn't dare refuse. "Yes, sir. We'll ensure the guest's mission is completed." Jiangguo had met his savior. He bowed his head to the floor, thanking him endlessly. "Thank you. Thank you." Yunguo didn't act arrogant. He just told him to have Su Mi report to the Public Security Bureau. Just then, Qinglin asked, "Su Mi, is she the player from your report?" Yunguo nodded. "Yeah, her talent is very powerful." He and Qinglin now stood before the grand hall doors. Two guards pushed them open. The doors slowly parted, spilling brilliant light. The hall inside was filled with seats, the space utterly magnificent. Facing this scene, Yunguo could only gulp. He was stunned. So this was the Blackstone Guild, a group older than the Public Security Bureau. Suddenly, a smile spread across Yunguo's face. "Well, if they trade in achievement points, I'll have to go on a big spending spree." The hall was buzzing with excited chatter. Everyone seemed eager for the auction to begin. An usher guided Yunguo to his seat. "This way, sir." He and Qinglin were now seated. Suddenly, all the lights blazed to life, focusing on one spot, the pedestal on stage. The auctioneer slowly walked forward. He announced clearly, "Ladies and gentlemen, the Blackstone Guild auction is about to begin." With a bright smile and gavel in hand, he continued, "Hold your paddles tight. And don't miss anything you desire, because every item tonight is completely one of a kind. At that moment, Qing Lin whispered to Yun Guo, "The organization gave us 100,000 achievement points. The signal device usually costs around 50,000. If there's any left over, we can bid on other things." The auctioneer spoke again. First up, a low-grade spiritual artifact, the 5 Demon Bone Spirit Jar. It houses imps that can cast a fortune, stealing spell, but the price is fresh flesh. The jar trembled on the display table. The auctioneer boomed. "The bidding starts at 3,500 achievement points." The hall instantly erupted. 4,000, 4,500, 6,000. A low-grade artifact can fetch 10,000 points, and often comes with a steep price. Seeing this, Van Qua mused to himself. A mid-grade artifact like the White Tiger Seal, one that balances offense and defense, is truly priceless. The auctioneer slammed his gavel. "The bidding is fierce tonight," he declared. "But our honored guests know. These first items were merely appetizers." The auctioneer roared. "And now for the next item." A cart was rolled out, bearing an object shrouded in red silk. He whipped the cloth away, revealing the night's main attraction. A crimson sword, glowing fiercely within a glass case. "A high-grade spiritual artifact. The ancient Viet sword," he announced. "It holds the soul of a powerful beast, unrivaled in ferocity, a terror to all spirits." The sword radiated a suffocating killing intent that filled the hall. Van Qua felt it too, thinking, what an incredibly menacing weapon. Truly the highlight of this auction. Immediately, Van Qua activated his system's skill. Glimpse of astonishment. The system window appeared with an analysis. Ancient Viet sword, legendary quality, the final blade forged by Wu Yezi. It was sealed for being too savage. It contains a dormant dragon sparrow spirit, fierce enough to devour phoenixes. Van Qua was impressed. Even damaged, a legendary item is still legendary. The gavel cracked down once more. The auctioneer announced, "Starting price, 30,000 achievement points. Let the bidding commence." The crowd erupted into a bidding frenzy. 35,000, 40,000, 46, 51. Then, bidder 16 raised his paddle. 100,000. The buzzing hall fell deathly silent. The bidder was none other than Van Qua. Beside him, Gui Qing Lam grabbed his hand. "Our main target is the signal lamp." Van Qua didn't even look at her. "I know, this one's on me." Just then, the gavel slammed down hard. The auctioneer's voice crackled with excitement, spittle flying from his lips. 100,000 points. Our first 6-figure bid of the night. He slammed the gavel down again, pointing dramatically. "Bidder number 16 is at 100,000. Do I hear another bid?" An older man, number 71, raised his paddle. 110,000. Van Qua just smirked, casually waving his own paddle. 150,000. Number 71 didn't back down, bidding 160,000. "Boy, I suggest you learn your place." Van Qua merely offered a confident smile. He glanced at the old man. "Old-timer, don't overextend yourself if you can't afford it." He raised his paddle. 200,000. The crowd erupted in murmurs once again. 200,000? I've never heard his voice before. Who is this newcomer? That price is insane. Another man whispered something to the auctioneer. He nodded, then addressed the crowd. "A moment, please. Bidder number 16. Our system shows your bid exceeds your verified balance. Before we can accept, you must submit to a balance verification." Hearing this, the old man sneered at Van Qua. So, just an arrogant brat putting on a show. His glare was sharp enough to kill. The price for defrauding the Blackstone Guild is steep, but Van Qua remained perfectly calm, crossing his legs. "Fine. How do you want to verify it?" Suddenly, a large, translucent orb was brought out on a velvet pillow. The auctioneer gestured towards the crystal and explained, "Sir, simply place your hand on this verification orb. It will read your account balance. Rest assured, no other information will be accessed." Van Qua nodded, his eyes fixed on the orb. "All right." In his mind, he commanded, "System, convert 1 million achievement points." For a moment, he stood perfectly still. The entire hall held its breath. Then, he placed his hand upon the crystal orb. Instantly, it erupted in a blinding golden light. The light was so intense it forced the guests to shield their eyes. Their faces were a mixture of shock and awe, filled with nervous anticipation. From within the brilliant light, glowing characters began to form. Everyone in the room craned their necks to see the number. 1 million. The old man's eyes went wide with shock, nearly falling from his seat. 1 million? Impossible. The crowd erupted into another frenzy of whispers. 1 million achievement points. I've never seen a number that high. Is he gold rank? No, He must be a Dharma regulation level master. Who is he? Van Qua removed his hand from the orb. Are there any further issues? He asked. The auctioneer, visibly shaken, cleared his throat nervously, but he quickly recovered, offering an awkward smile. No, of course not, sir. The auctioneer slammed his gavel to resume the bidding. The auction continues. The bid is 200,000 from number 16. Do I hear any other offers? The hall remained completely silent. The auctioneer smiled. It seems we have our final price. He raised the gavel high, his expression turning serious. The gavel came crashing down. The auctioneer turned to Van Qua and announced, Congratulations to bidder number 16. The ancient Viet sword is yours. Applause thundered through the hall, with some guests rising to their feet. Van Qua gave a polite bow in acknowledgement of the crowd's ovation. Thank you, everyone. The auctioneer's voice boomed again. Now, on to the next item. A mid-grade material, the Scarlet Blood Vine, starting at 1,000 achievement points. An hour passed, and the gavel fell once more. The host gestured grandly, a wide smile on his face. Sold. Congratulations to bidder 42 on winning the Vengeful Spirit Mirror. Below, Van Qua sat with his chin propped up, lost in thought. These are all items available in the system shop. Nothing special. Just then, a staff member wheeled out another cart, carrying a box shrouded in red. At the same time, the auctioneer's voice rang out. This next item is quite peculiar. Even our guild's own expert appraiser couldn't identify it. Give a specific appraisal report. He added to the crowd. But we know it holds immense spiritual power. The auctioneer's hand reached for the red cloth, and can react to most anomalies. The cloth was yanked away, revealing a golden star inside a transparent box. So the starting bid is 1 point. Bidding may begin. Van Qua suddenly grit his teeth in pain, glancing at his suddenly aching shoulder. It's burning. Is the mark of calamity reacting to this thing? Van Qua's head snapped toward the item. A single glance was enough to trigger it. A notification panel appeared. Item name: Seal of the Hidden. Quality: hidden. Description: hidden. After reading, he thought, a mere glance can't identify it. Van Qua told himself, better safe than sorry. I'll get it first. With that, he immediately raised his paddle. I bid 10,000 N. The old man from before shot him a surprised look. Even the auctioneer was shocked. Thon Lam's expression was no different from the others. Van Qua scratched his face with an awkward smile. Someone already bid 10,000 N? Then I bid 50,000 N. Kwai Thon Lam was exasperated. The last call was 25,000. Van Qua was stunned. Huh? The gavel slammed down on the table once more. Sold, the auctioneer announced cheerfully. Congratulations to player number 16 for acquiring the unknown stone carving for 50,000 achievement points. The crowd murmured. Does he think achievement points grow on trees? Did he suffer a head injury in the last instance? Or maybe he's bidding for the Blackstone Guild? The comments made Lam Van Qua too ashamed to look up. Fool, new money, idiot, those were the words they used. Beside him, Thon Lam was still in disbelief. Van Qua angrily crumpled the papers in his hand. Then he threw them on the ground. Call me a big shot. I got what I wanted. The auctioneer adjusted the bow tie on his neck. After fixing it, he spoke. I believe you've all waited long enough. Next up is our most valuable item. Behind the auctioneer, a woman held an item on a pillow. He took the item from her as he spoke. This is a signal flare. Its preciousness. I'm sure I don't need to explain, but this flare is even more special. An enlarged image of the flare appeared. He stood in the center of the frame and declared, That's right. This flare bears the prophet's symbol. An image of 3 faceless figures appeared. The one in the middle had a bizarre shape, its hand gripping a scythe. Whether it's the Public Security Bureau, the Doomsday Cult, or the newly risen evolution theory, everyone is gathering the prophet's knowledge. The auctioneer grew more excited as he spoke. Therefore, the starting bid for this signal flare is 100,000 achievement points. The person with paddle number 1 immediately bid 100,000. Right after, paddle number 23 bid 150,000. Next was paddle number 55 with 180,000. Van Qua grew anxious watching the countless paddles rise. He thought to himself, none of these bidders raised their paddles before. They were all waiting for this signal flare. The auctioneer watched as paddles shot up from below, the price climbing to 210,000, 220,000, 225,000. Kwai Thon Lam spoke as he passed his paddle to Van Qua. The organization underestimated this catalyst's value, but we desperately need it. Lam Van Qua's hand touched the paddle Thon Lam held. He took it with a confident smile. Don't worry, I won't let my father's work be stolen. Then, with a casual air, Vanhua raised his paddle to bid 500,000 N. The two men with brown and black hair were left completely speechless. The others were just as stunned, their jaws dropping. The auctioneer's hand, holding the gavel, began to tremble as his face turned grim. Bidder, number 16. Are you certain you didn't misspeak? Vanhua crossed his arms and shook his head. Of course not. 500,000 N. I will have that flare. The auctioneer's body was still shaking, his expression wary. Are there any other bids? The man with paddle number 1 snapped it in half with rage. The hand of bidder 23 began to tremble, while bidder 55 clasped his hands in defeat. The auctioneer looked down, his body shaking uncontrollably. Then congratulations to player number 16. He looked up, his mouth wide with excitement, and yelled, "Sold!" The gavel slammed down on the table once again. The hall fell silent. A brilliant chandelier hung from the ceiling. But then, something went wrong. It suddenly went out. The old man glanced up, confused. What's happening? Someone else shouted, "The lights are out." Vanhua froze for a moment. A power outage? But Kwai Thon Lam beside him was calm. No. The Black Market Guild doesn't make such low-level mistakes. Someone is behind this. Suddenly, the chandelier flickered back on, and the crowd erupted in chatter. Then, the auctioneer's panicked voice cried out, "Huh?" Everyone in the hall snapped their heads toward him as he stared at the item box. Inside, the item had vanished. The auction item. The auction item is gone. Vanhua shot to his feet in disbelief. What? He immediately activated a system skill. Yin pupil, activate! His pupils began to glow intensely. Vanhua frantically scanned the area, searching. Then, he spotted his target. On the stage, among the staff, stood a girl radiating magical energy. Vanhua pointed at her and yelled, "Something's wrong with that server. You, put the flare down." The female staff member broke into a savage grin. My, you've already found me?" With that, she ripped off her uniform, revealing a completely different form. "Ak you yet," she spoke with glee. "Then let me give you a little gift." As she finished, a hand suddenly burst from the ground. The arm was grotesque, clawing its way up. Soon, its entire body emerged from the earth, and it wasn't alone. Vanhua was shocked by the scene. Undead? And all 4 of them are Knight class. At the same time, others were suddenly attacked by swarms of insects. They screamed in terror. "Snakes! There are snakes! I've been bitten! It's poison!" The hall was filled with venomous, deadly insects. Vanhua was horrified. Meanwhile, Ak Huyet was about to vanish with the flare. "Have fun with my little pets. He's getting away!" So Yun Guo kicked aside the blocking insects. He rushed toward Yi Shui and yelled, "Stop right there!" As he reached out, hesitating, the signal flare. A spirit suddenly raised its scythe to strike. Yun Guo instantly sensed the mortal danger. He dodged to the side, narrowly avoiding the spirit's slash. Its horrifying gaze locked onto Yun Guo. Standing back to back with Qing Lin, she said, "2 each." Yun Guo agreed. Deal. Energy began to envelop both his hands. He strode fearlessly toward the spirit. Seeing its target approach, it swung its death scythe, but Yun Guo easily dodged the blow. Without hesitating, he slammed a magical fist into the spirit. The punch tore from its stomach to its neck, ripping its head off. Not stopping there, Yun Guo leaped into the air. He unleashed a relentless barrage of powerful blows, leaving the spirit defenseless. Just like that, the spirit collapsed at Yun Guo's feet. He turned and asked, "I've handled one. How are you doing over there?" He thought Qing Lin might be struggling, but no, she was fast. She had already dealt with both of her spirits. "What did you just say?" Witnessing this, Yun Guo exclaimed in shock. "Are you kidding me?" While he was distracted, another spirit attacked him from behind. Luckily, he dodged. He seemed to spot something, glancing down. Yun Guo saw the terrified auctioneer hiding under a table, next to the ancient Viet sword. He knelt beside the auctioneer and asked, "I won this, so I can use it, right?" The frightened man stammered, "Yes, just take it." Yun Guo used his power to shatter the sword's protective glass, then grabbed the hilt. As he held the treasure, a bone-chillingly dense killing aura erupted from it. Facing the massive spirit, Yun Guo showed no fear. He decisively swung the ancient Viet sword, unleashing a terrifying wave of magic. That wave of power struck the spirit, effortlessly cleaving its head from its shoulders in a single strike. Yun Guo stared at the sword, his eyes wide with amazement. So powerful, even in this damaged state. Truly a legendary weapon. Suddenly, a notification came through Yun Guo's earpiece. It was Qing Lin's voice. "This is bad. A horde of anomalies has appeared in the Jiangcheng area, from remnant to prelate class. they've begun attacking civilians. This is escalating into a catastrophic disaster. At that moment, on a rooftop, a monster known as the pianist was frantically playing a piano, and it was the piano's melody that drove all the anomalies into a chaotic frenzy. Beside him, Tusha watched the horrific scene with excitement. More chaos, a little more. The end of the world is here. Ha ha ha. Qinglin continued her report. It's the Doomsday Cult. Their member, Yi Shu, just attacked the auction and stole the signal flare. At the same time, Xinzi was studying a map, saying, I'll report any relevant info. I need you two to act quickly. Her face was filled with worry because, due to the cursed mirror incident, the Jiangcheng division had suffered heavy losses. They couldn't possibly handle so many anomalies. Hearing this, Yunguo immediately started searching for a solution. The anomalies were out of control, and their team was too small. Suddenly, his eyes fell on the auction attendees, who were struggling with poisonous insects. An idea sparked in Yunguo's mind. That's it. The buyers at this auction are all players, aren't they? Nearby, a poisoned man was foaming at the mouth, his face pale. Antidote, antidote. Someone help me. Just then, words appeared on a board. Free antidote. At the same time, plates filled with purple antidote pills appeared. It was all Yunguo's doing. He even used a megaphone to announce that any poisoned player could get a free antidote. Yunguo's voice echoed through the speaker. If you're passing by, don't miss out. This act quickly drew everyone's attention. They all rushed toward him, fighting over the cure like hungry tigers. I want one. Give me a pill, quick. Give it to me, I was first. Yunguo immediately quieted the crowd. Wait, I can give you the medicine, but you have to do something for me in return. They seemed desperate for the antidote. What is it? Just say it, Yunguo explained. Help suppress the strange things appearing in Jiangcheng, he continued. Of course, your efforts will not go unrewarded. Remnant class is 1,000 achievement points per kill, Knight class is 5,000 points per kill, and Prelate class is 30,000 points per kill. What do you all think? Hearing the offer, the players began to calculate. 1,000 points for just a remnant? That was an absolute steal. This was far safer than risking their lives to clear the game. After careful thought, they all responded. We agree. Then someone raised a question. But what if you don't pay up and run away at the end? At that, he pointed to Qinglin and answered, the person next to me is a representative of the Public Security Bureau. Even if you don't trust me, you should trust her. At this, Qinglin removed her mask. She also took out her official badge and declared, this commission is considered an official mission of the Public Security Bureau, and we request your full cooperation. An old man stroked his beard thoughtfully, then spoke up. Young lady, the anomalies in the city right now are not a small number. Based on the prices this young man is offering, a preliminary estimate puts the total value at over 20,000 achievement points. His expression grew concerned. Can the Public Security Bureau guarantee that all payments will be made? Faced with this question, Qinglin was a bit flustered. Just then, Yunguo's voice rang out. He placed his hand on a crystal ball and said, It's only 2 million. No need to bother the Bureau. The crystal ball then displayed his account balance. 500 million. Yunguo looked at the crowd. Are you all at ease now? 1 hour later, the city was shrouded in smoke. A young girl with a pale, terrified face. She was crawling on the street, screaming in horror. A monster! A monster! The anomaly was about to attack. The girl burst into tears and yelled, No! At that very moment, the monster took a massive blow from behind. The girl had been saved. It was a man with a large sword who had neatly dispatched the anomaly. Though exhausted, his face was filled with excitement. Excellent! Now, what's next? Another 1,000 achievement points banked. He immediately contacted Xinzi. Chaining Street is completely cleared. So, where am I headed next? Xinzi asked, surprised. You're seriously not resting? You just hit silver rank, right? After 3 straight kills, you still have energy? He puffed his chest out with confidence. Just give me the points, and I'm fully charged. I could take down 5 more, no problem. Xinzi sounded utterly defeated. Fine, head 300 meters east. There's a night-class monster there. 2 other players are already waiting. Hearing that, he instantly took off. The girl from before could only stare in shock. Thank you, she managed to say. He muttered while running. A night class is 5,000 points. Split 3 ways. That's 1,500 each. Gotta hurry. Watching the monitors, Xinzi pulled at her hair and questioned Yunguo. Where in the world did that Zhu Long find these guys? Every single one of them is running on pure adrenaline. As Xinzi's head was spinning, her phone rang. It was Yunguo. While taking down monsters, he asked, What's the situation? Xinzi replied instantly. Good work, Zhu Long. The new players are effectively stopping the monster's spread. The affected area has shrunk dramatically, she added. But about the unapproved achievement point rewards, the organization might not be able to cover the cost. But to Yun Guo, that was no big deal. It's fine, as long as the problem gets solved. In his mind, he commanded, "System, open achievements." The system panel appeared. Supernatural disaster event players under your command have eliminated Remnant, Knight, and Bishop-class monsters. A huge amount of merit points were awarded. After reading it, Yun Guo was satisfied. I knew it. This run netted me a huge profit. So good. Behind him, Qinglin was on the line with Xinzi. Has the cause of the mutation been confirmed? From the control room, Xinzi replied, It has. Based on the clues you gave us, we narrowed it down to the Doomsday Cult. Our intel division has identified the cause of the mutation. She presented a file. The cause of this supernatural disaster is a cathedral-class monster from the Doomsday Cult. Codename, the Pianist. Hearing this, Yun Guo and Qinglin were stunned. A cathedral, class, Xinzi continued. The Pianist's last appearance was in Muto City, North America. Over 300,000 died. The city was totally wiped out. Looking at the smoking ruins, Yun Guo asked, Are they trying to repeat the Muto tragedy here? He frowned, his eyes filled with doubt. But why? Suddenly, Qinglin placed a hand on his shoulder. She spoke gravely. The Doomsday Cult believes chaos is the ultimate truth, so they destroy everything to speed up the apocalypse. Qinglin's expression turned resolute, but this time, we absolutely will not let that happen. The file said as the music progresses, the monster levels increase. Eventually, it will summon Cathedral class and higher. Just then, Xinzi cut in. One of the final defense lines has arrived in Jiangcheng for support. Before they get here, do everything to stop the Pianist's performance. Yun Guo turned to Qinglin, confused. The final defense line? What's that? Qinglin quickly explained. The final defense line is the Renan Bureau's most elite force. She added, Only 5 of them are rule-level players. They are truly humanity's last line of defense. Hearing this, Yun Guo just sighed and scratched his head. But even if we have to stall, I have no idea where this pianist even is. Meanwhile, keyboards clacked furiously. Xinzi was completely focused, using the new monster spawns to pinpoint the pianist's location. I've triangulated a general area. Both of you, get to the West City District. I'll send the exact coordinates the moment I have them. Hearing the order, Qinglin and Yun Guo exchanged a look and nodded in perfect sync. Got it. Elsewhere, Li Taijiang soared through the sky on massive wings, sword in hand. He weaved between skyscrapers, all while reporting back to the info department. I've reached the West City District. No monsters spotted yet. But just then, Li Taijiang saw something. He looked up. Music drifted from the rooftop of a tall building. Li Taijiang immediately flew higher to get a better look. Just as he suspected, his expression turned grim. Target spotted. The pianist is on the roof of the Liangmao building. He's beginning the summoning. Xinzi immediately warned him, Don't be reckless. The pianist is cathedral class. You can't beat it alone. But Li Taijiang ignored her. For a hero, nothing was impossible. He unleashed his soul-devouring demon slash. A powerful arc of energy shot toward the pianist. But in that instant, Li Taijiang's eyes widened in shock. Tu Sha had appeared from nowhere to block his attack. So, someone finally made it here. Facing the power of Li Taijiang's sword, Tu Sha was completely unfazed and even excited. The Renan Bureau's hunting dogs are finally here. I was getting bored waiting for you. With just one hand, he effortlessly stopped Li Taijiang's blade. The hero's powerful attack vanished into thin air. Tu Sha moved like a flash. Before Li Taijiang could react, he was right in his face. Nothing beats the thrill of a good fight. And with that, Tu Sha threw a devastating punch into Li Taijiang's face. The hero went flying backwards, blood gushing from his nose and mouth. Li Taijiang slammed into a nearby wall with brutal force. He was in absolute agony. Then, Li Taijiang slumped over, completely unconscious. Tu Sha looked bored. What? Over in one punch? How disappointing. He glanced down at the pianist and yelled impatiently. Hey, you damn spider, hurry up and play if you don't want to die. In response, its hands began to dance across the keys. The pianist had 6 arms, its piano massive. From giant speakers, a monster-controlling melody began to blare. A swirling vortex quickly formed in the sky. From a distance, Yun Guo and Qinglin saw it. Yun Guo asked in horror, What in the world is that? Thon Lam's face tightened. A teleportation gate. On Tintu's monitor, a red alert blared urgently. The emergency alert sent her into a panic. How could this be? Another sanctuary level threat so soon? It was all over. Everyone run now. Seeing her panic, Thon Lam tried to calm Tin Tu. Don't panic. What's the code for intel? Tin Tu answered immediately. Always calm, always objective, always truthful. Seeing she had calmed, Thon Lam continued. Good. Tell us what happened. Tin Tu hurriedly explained the pianist's tempo had spiked. Compared to Muto City, this sanctuary gate was opening much faster, by a full 2 hours. At this rate, a second sanctuary-level monster would appear in less than 30 minutes. The final defense line needed an hour to arrive. They had to stall for at least 30 minutes. Just then, Li Thai woke up, and he heard everything. Wiping blood from his mouth, he spoke. 30 minutes? Humph, you underestimate me. Van Qua heard his voice and asked, Demon, where are you? Tin Tu quickly answered for him. Mr. Demon found the first pianist's location and is engaging now, but someone is blocking him, requesting backup immediately. Hearing this, both Thon Lam and Van Qua shot forward like arrows. In the dead of night, atop a dark building, an eerie piano melody echoed. Suddenly, a figure streaked across the sky. Do Sat landed beside the pianist, who frantically played the cursed tune. He kicked the piano in annoyance, terrifying the performer. Useless trash, play faster for me. His terrifying presence drove the pianist into a frenzy. From above, Li Thai soared down on his wings, aiming for the pianist. His downward slash left a crimson streak across the sky. At that moment, Do Sat sensed the approaching sword chi. He was instantly on high alert. Do Sat faced Li Thai's sword intent, channeling energy into his wings. A faint green light appeared. It enveloped Do Sat's entire body. With a casual wave of his hand, he shattered Li Thai's attack. The sword intent even reflected back at him. Caught off guard, Li Thai couldn't dodge in time. He took the full force of his own attack, amplified by Do Sat's power. As the dust cleared, Li Thai used his sword to stand. Seeing his resilience, Do Sat offered a sliver of praise. You took one of my hits, and you're still alive. Li Thai's eyes blazed red. He smirked, tightening his grip on his sword. A hero never retreats. Facing Li Thai, Do Sat didn't back down. A powerful green energy enveloped his entire body. Then I will break every bone you have. Their fierce battle began. Li Thai's slashes created a web of steel around Do Sat. But Do Sat punched through the gaps in the net. As time wore on, Li Thai lost ground. He took several of Do Sat's punches. Li Thai was steadily being pushed to his limit. His eyes glowed crimson, his sanity slipping away. Sensing this strange change, Do Sat paused his assault to observe. Was he trying to trade blows, or just losing his mind? Just then, Li Thai's slashes changed trajectory, growing ever stronger. His attacks even struck near the pianist. But the performer didn't dare move, with Do Sat standing guard right there. The cursed melody was nearing its end. Musical notes flew into the air, forming a green vortex. Tin Tu reported urgently. The performance is being affected. At this rate, they could hold out until the final defense line arrived. Across the battlefield, Do Sat realized Li Thai's true intention. Worried his plan would fail, he cursed angrily. So that was your goal, you little brat. Li Thai made no effort to hide it, smirking defiantly. Then do you dare face me barehanded, you old bastard? As Do Sat was distracted by the pianist, he struck. This time, Do Sat couldn't dodge. The crimson slash plunged toward his chest. Do Sat took the fatal blow directly, but no blood flowed. Instead, he rushed forward. The situation was unexpected. Li Thai couldn't react. As a result, Do Sat gripped his shoulder tightly, a scornful smile on his face. Keep moving, brat. Then, Do Sat used his iron head technique on Li Thai. One of his arms extended, clamping down on Li Thai's neck. His face turned purple from the pressure. Do Sat formed a fist with his other hand and laughed. Which part of you should I rip out first? The pressure forced Li Thai's eyes to roll back. He angrily gasped, You, bastard. Do Sat prepared to punch him in the mouth. You talk too much. Shut up. Suddenly, something shot toward him from behind. With sharp instincts, Do Sat instantly dodged the energy blast. Do Sat roared in fury. Who are you? A foot skidded to a halt, kicking up dust. Nearby, a hand crackled with lightning. His two saviors made their grand entrance, Van Qua and Thon Lam. Holding the ancient Viet sword, wreathed in purple flames, Van Qua declared, I am here to end you. The scene was utter chaos. The pianist desperately continued to play his song. Do Sat had just defeated Li Thai, who lay crumpled nearby. Van Qua and Thon Lam stood in a battle stance. Tin Tu, watching from her monitor, sent a message. Be careful. Your enemy is the seventh seat, the Doomsday Cult's harbinger of chaos, codenamed Do Sat. Over 2 years, he committed 7 massacres with over 10,000 victims. Do Sat's real face appeared on the screen. He was a major criminal wanted by the organization. He didn't let Von Qua and Thon Lam wait. Do Sat activated his close combat internal enhancement. Suddenly, a stream of red blood flowed backwards over his arm, enveloping his body. His known abilities include blood manipulation and super regeneration. As the blood reached his head, his eyes turned completely white. Understood. Upgrading threat assessment to peak golden rank. As blood covered him, Team 2 added worriedly. Some even believe he's reached the half-step law domain. Just as she finished speaking, Do Sat completed his power-up activation. Li Tai lay flattened on the ground, staring up. The battle, he thought, completely immobilized. He tried to move but was powerless. Was it blood loss, or were his wounds too grave? Suddenly, Do Sat stopped. He approached Yun Guo with a smirk. Lin Yun Guo. Yun Guo's brows furrowed in suspicion. You know me? Do Sat tilted his head, cracking his neck with a grin. Of course, I know you. You're the son of a legendary prophet, after all. The boss even told me to give you special attention. Suddenly, his face twisted with killing intent, veins bulging across his skin. He growled. But I've never been one for mercy. So try not to die. In an instant, Do Sat's figure blurred, startling Yun Guo. Yun Guo braced for the attack. So fast, he lunged forward with a punch. Yun Guo blocked the blow with his ancient Viet sword. The sheer force of the punch blasted through the sword, slamming into Yun Guo's chest. He coughed up blood. Qinglin yelled out, Zhu Long. Thrown back, Yun Guo struggled to halt his momentum, resetting his stance. Fresh blood trickled from his lips. I'm fine, he answered. Realizing his foe was on another level, Yun Guo grimaced. This guy's power is far beyond mine. Do Sat gave him no time to recover. He soared into the air for his next assault. Judging by his raw power, Yun Guo guessed he was at the peak of the high gold rank. From the other side, Do Sat unleashed a barrage of blood projectiles at Yun Guo. He was confused but couldn't react in time. Do Sat fired them like a machine gun, spraying powerful clusters of blood through the air. Yun Guo desperately dodged. He's too fast. He glanced at the crater a blood round had blasted behind him, offering a silent prayer. If he'd been a second slower, his arm would be gone. Suddenly, Do Sat landed, flashing a predatory grin. Quick on your feet, aren't you? But let's see you dodge this next one. With that, he fired a volley of blood bullets toward Yun Guo. The technique was called Blood Bullet Meteor Swarm. The speed was overwhelming. All he could do was curse. Damn it! Unseen, a powerful bolt of lightning descended. Qinglin had struck from behind, giving Do Sat no chance to dodge. However, he ducked low, evading her second strike. This created a huge opening for Yun Guo. As Do Sat had dropped his attack to deal with Qinglin, he glared at Qinglin, snarling, You're courting death. Despite his threat, Qinglin stood her ground, ready for his next move. As Do Sat's fist descended, Qinglin's lightning-wreathed body flickered and faded. Then, she reappeared in a different location. Unable to track her movements, Do Sat's face darkened with rage. He thought, not teleportation, it's semi-elementalization. She's becoming lightning itself to gain incredible speed. Yun Guo contacted Xinzi, asking her, What exactly is semi-elementalization? Xinzi replied, It's the ability she got from the Qingdiao dungeon. She stared at the chaotic data and frequencies on her screen. Her voice grew urgent. It's a deeper elemental resonance, temporarily turning part of the body into that element for a massive attribute boost. She explained that while Earth grants density and water grants flexibility, the lightning element Qinglin controls provides devastating power and speed. Right then, Qinglin's entire body was cloaked in crackling lightning. She faced a formidable foe like Do Sat, yet she showed no fear. Qinglin readied her stance for the next technique. Meanwhile, Do Sat was growing more frenzied, enraged at being thwarted so unexpectedly. Then, the two clashed again like a raging storm. The battle resumed. Blue lightning and crimson blood energy collided violently, while Li Tai remained paralyzed. Watching Qinglin being constantly overwhelmed, Li Tai couldn't bear it. He tried to awaken the demon within his soul. Move! Just move! An arm, a leg. Just move for me, he begged himself. Are you going to watch a comrade die, or just wait for someone to save you? At that thought, his eyes began to change color. Li Tai pleaded with the demon in his heart. Hey, demon, take what you want, just give me your power. Back in the fight, Do Sat suddenly slammed a blood-infused fist into the ground. Qinglin used her lightning speed to leap clear of the impact zone. Her boots skidded across the ground, kicking up dust. Suddenly, Qinglin realized something was wrong. Her pupils constricted. A red slime was wrapped around her leg. Tu Sat gripped the other end of the tendril like a rope. He laughed maniacally. Got you now. Qinglin struggled to free her leg, cursing, You bastard. The more his prey struggled, the more delighted Tu Sat became. The weakness of semi-elementalization is that the physical body remains. He spun and charged towards her. This time, victory seemed certain for Tu Saturday. Time for your last words. Qinglin was stunned, completely trapped. It's over. Suddenly, like a flash of wind, Yun Guo appeared before Qinglin. He glanced back at her and whispered, Thanks for buying me some time. Tu Sat leaped high, preparing to bring his fist down on Yun Guo. But Yun Guo was ready, having already concentrated immense power into his own arm. With a face full of absolute confidence, Tu Sat threw his punch. Yun Guo met the attack head-on, throwing his own fist forward to retaliate. Their fists collided, erupting in a massive flash of light. As he struck Tu Sat, Yun Guo roared the name of his ultimate skill, Raging Strike. Qinglin watched from the sidelines, her eyes widening in sheer disbelief. With that one blow, Yun Guo sent Tu Sat flying into the distance. The force sent him reeling backward, but Tu Sat quickly regained his balance. He somersaulted in mid-air, landing perfectly in a crouch. It seemed Yun Guo's attack hadn't broken his spirit. He had landed safely. However, the hand he'd used to block the punch was now horribly twisted. He hadn't expected Yun Guo to use a skill. A skill? He wasn't afraid. In fact, he was thrilled. Finally, he thought, this is getting interesting. The pianist sat before a piano, its 6 arms playing furiously across the keys. The musical notes that emerged were absorbed into an endless void. Xinzi, observing from afar, realized something terrible was happening and sent a warning. This is bad. The pianist's summoning is regenerating. The monster's timer. The second holy temple was fading fast. Yun Guo trusted Qinglin to handle it. That pianist is in your hands. She understood him completely. I know. With a grim look, Yun Guo made his calculations. This was the only way to stop the monstrous advent. For a moment, Qinglin was unsure who stood before her. Julong? No. It was Yun Guo. Then, a red liquid pooled at her feet. As she prepared to fly to her mission, she sent a silent prayer to Yun Guo. You have to make it out alive. Despite his injured arm, Tu Sha was utterly fearless, his taunts unending. Hey. You don't really think you can take me on alone, do you? Yun Guo smirked, gesturing behind him. No, I brought some help. The killer turned to follow his gaze. There stood Li Tai, one wing missing, slowly getting to his feet. His face was a mask of pure fury. Tu Sha's eyes widened, shocked to see him alive. How are you not dead yet? Red energy blazed in Li Tai's eyes. Because I am a hero, he roared, lunging forward to attack. Both Yun Guo and Li Tai charged the killer. A powerful blast of energy from Yun Guo shot directly towards Tu Sha. Meanwhile, Li Tai's sword carved a vicious arc into their foe. Together, they unleashed a relentless barrage of coordinated strikes. Yun Guo's blade flashed like lightning, severing one of the killer's arms. His face twisted in a mask of pure agony. Now with one arm gone and the other broken, Tu Sha demanded an answer. What in the world is that sword of yours? Yun Guo held his Guyue sword, mocking his enemy. It would be pointless to explain it to you, anyway. I guess a poor wretch like you has never seen a real treasure. Yun Guo and Li Tai glared, their eyes burning with killing intent. Yun Guo sensed his foe's plan and warned Li Tai. Don't give him time to recover. Let's attack together now. Suddenly, a deep crimson power engulfed the killer's entire body. His clothes were shredded, his face twisting into something grotesque. Yet, he was still smug. It was just an arm. You want to defeat me? You're still far too naive. Hearing this, Li Tai grew enraged. He aimed his sword at the killer and screamed, Shut your damn mouth. Tu Sha's eyes widened in shock, as if seeing something terrifying. Li Tai seized the chance, his blade piercing straight through the killer's chest. He had no time to react. The strike should have been a fatal blow to Tu Sha, but unfortunately, the monster was simply too powerful. Even with a sword impaling him, he was unharmed. He still had the strength to taunt Li Tai. Still not enough. Not nearly enough. Just then, Yun Guo charged forward, raising his sword high. You still have to deal with me. He focused a massive surge of energy into the blade. He lunged toward the monster. Rage strike. Yun Guo's sword pierced Tu Sha, making the killer's hair stand on end. This time, the smugness vanished from his face. The blade caused him real pain. Witnessing this, Li Tai couldn't help but sigh. What? That kid just stole all the glory. Yun Guo's sword was still stuck in Tu Sha's body, and he was clearly growing tired. He gasped for air, the attack having drained him. But Tu Sha, he looked completely fine. His body was perfectly healed. Seeing this, Yun Guo was in disbelief. This guy should be dead already. Tusha had returned to his original state. He let out a wide, triumphant grin, full of delight. Seeing that smile, Yun Guo felt a hint of unease. Black liquid began to ooze from the killer's body. The substance immediately swarmed around Yun Guo, trapping him. The strange black ooze crept closer to Yun Guo. He was stunned, unable to figure out what this substance was. What is this stuff? It morphed into countless tendrils, trying to bind him in place. Thousands of the black threads then converged, creating a perfect sphere. The orb of black liquid had completely imprisoned Yun Guo. Seeing his friend trapped inside, Li Tai's expression turned worried. He shouted his friend's name, Zhu Long. Anger filled his face as he thought, what kind of cursed trick is this now? He refused to stand by and watch. He immediately charged toward the sphere. Li Tai aimed his sword and lunged at the orb imprisoning Yun Guo. He struck the massive sphere with all his might, but it was impossibly hard. The force of the blow sent him flying backward. He glared up at the orb, cursing, damn it, what kind of trick is this? Just then, Qing Lin arrived, a faint melody trailing her. Qing Lin glanced at the sphere behind her in confusion. What is that thing? Inside, Yun Guo was completely lost and disoriented. Where is this place? A voice echoed from the ground below. Welcome to my soul space. Tu Sha appeared from out of nowhere. He spoke with absolute confidence. In this place, no one can disturb us. Yun Guo couldn't understand why he had been brought here. Soul space? What do you want? Outside, we fought over the body. Now, naturally. Tu Sha smiled grotesquely, spreading his hands wide. We will have a soul duel. Hearing those words, Yun Guo still couldn't grasp his enemy's intentions. A soul duel? What do you mean? Tu Sha snapped his fingers, explaining why they were both here. When my physical body dies, this space opens and pulls in both me and my killer. Suddenly, the ground beneath Yun Guo began to shake. He looked down, his jaw dropping in shock at the sight before him. They were now standing on what looked like a giant set of scales. Tu Sha began to explain the true purpose of this strange device. This scale is used to weigh the souls of both sides. Whichever side is heavier takes everything the loser has. That includes their powers, their life, experience, and combat skills. Hearing this, Yun Guo couldn't believe his ears and immediately questioned him. What? Tu Sha was brimming with confidence, revealing his ultimate. Yun Guo's side of the scale rose, stunning him. The balance was tipping dramatically. He was far lighter than Tu Sha. From below, Tu Sha's praise was pure sarcasm. Hey, Yun Guo. That gear isn't half bad, he sneered with utter contempt. But in the end, you're still just a rookie player. Behind him, the spectral form of a reaper materialized, scythe in hand. I've slaughtered countless lives, so my soul's weight is far greater than yours. He gestured mockingly toward Yun Guo. Soon, everything you have will be mine. Yun Guo hid his face, but he now fully understood what Tu Sha meant. So this is about the weight of our souls, is it? Anger hardened his face as he gripped the bracelet on his wrist. Suddenly, Yun Guo snapped the bracelet clean off. The massive scale shuddered as his side began to plummet downward. Shot upward by the sudden shift, Tu Sha stared in disbelief. What's happening? Beyond the scale, a crimson orb began to form. A colossal, blood-red eye materialized behind Yun Guo. He now wore a look of absolute confidence. Unlucky for you. Black lightning crackled from the eye. Even Tu Sha looked terrified before the massive, staring orb. He stammered, "What is that thing?" The scale's needle rocketed past 600. Tu Sha couldn't believe his eyes. Impossible. How can anything outweigh thousands of souls? Yun Guo, completely calm, answered him coolly. Because this isn't an ordinary soul. The massive eye blotted out the sky as Yun Guo revealed its true nature. It's a god. Tu Sha trembled in absolute terror, his teeth chattering. The scale's needle slammed against 1,000. The scale was now maxed out. The difference was absolute as Yun Guo's weight sent Tu Sha's platform soaring high. Looks like this match is settled. Below Tu Sha, thousands of ghostly hands clawed their way up from the abyss. As the hands touched him, his body began to disintegrate. Still, he refused to accept defeat. Impossible. I can't lose. I absolutely cannot lose. Watching Tu Sha fade into nothing, Yun Guo simply gave a cold, mocking smirk. When you're at the gambling table, you can't expect to only win. You bet everything, so there are only two outcomes. Tu Sha's body vanished, leaving a single eye. Yun Guo stood tall and declared, all or nothing. With Tu Sha handled, he faced the giant eye. Now for the next problem. Can you go back quietly? Suddenly, a system alert blared. Warning, abnormal intrusion detected. Warning, abnormal intrusion, player losing physical control. The alerts flooded his vision as the eye drew closer. Yun Guo grimaced. I had a feeling this would happen. In the control room, Xin Zi saw the alerts and frantically reported. Portal expansion estimated at 90%. Projected arrival of Phase 2 Sanctuary Class Anomaly in 3 minutes. Meanwhile, Qinglin's hands crackled with power. The news shocked her. A Phase 2 Sanctuary Class Anomaly? She and Li Tai were already fighting the pianist. They struggled to form a new plan. We can't get past the rule barrier to even touch the pianist, so all we can do is stall. How long until the final defense line arrives? Shinzi's reply was grim. Signals heavily jammed. I can't get a fix. 2 massive hands began tearing a hole in reality, horrifying Qinglin. What is happening? Shinzi was panicking, her body trembling. The anomaly was aggressively tearing the portal wider. Li Tai made a desperate move, lunging at the pianist with his sword. Damn it! But a powerful barrier protected the pianist. Li Tai's sword glanced off harmlessly. These blasted rule barriers. How much time do we have left? Sweat poured down Shinzi's face. No time. It descends in 10 seconds. The anomaly ripped the portal open, its head pushing through. Snow began to fall as the icebone giant landed in the city. The sanctuary-class giant wielded the rule of hoarfrost. The city began to freeze as a mysterious sword slammed into the ground. A man stared at the monster in terror. What will happen to Jiangcheng? Just then, a helicopter cut through the sky. A man with a goatee gave a reassuring smile. Do not lose heart, do not despair, he shouted, hanging from the door. Victory in this battle is assured, because I have arrived. In the control room, Xin leaped up. It's Mr. Po Jun. Po Jun leaped from the helicopter, his voice booming. We are the voice of civilization, and the agents of order. A streak of red light blasted the icebone giant. Be amazed. Resent me. My cruelty is for protecting order. Po Jun focused all his power into his fist. The red beam of light instantly tore straight through the icebone giant. Qinglin and Li Tai were stunned by his overwhelming power. So this is humanity's final line of defense. Meanwhile, Yun Guo returned to reality, sprawled on the ground. System alerts flashed. Intrusion, 65%. Intrusion, 66%. Player's body is out of control. Suddenly, Yun Guo's eyes snapped open, his irises now blazing a terrifying crimson. Another punch tore through the giant's chest, then its waist, leaving gaping holes. Over the monitor, Shinzi cheered. The battle simulation shows Po Jun is about to win. The master could destroy the icebone giant in under a minute. Once the pianist succeeds, this disaster will be over. Li Tai sensed something was wrong and scanned the area. Wait, when did the black cocoon vanish? The pianist's hands, once steady, now began to tremble. Qinglin instantly took a combat stance, warning Li Tai. Be careful. I have a terrible feeling about this. Li Tai suddenly pointed upward. Look, in the sky. Yun Guo had appeared, but it wasn't him. He was controlled by the calamity. Is that? Zhulong, controlled by the calamity, Yun Guo became a terrifying threat. Qinglin's eyes widened in realization as she warned Li Tai. That's not Zhulong. Be careful. Yun Guo extended his hand, a small red orb forming at his fingertip. A massive beam of energy then erupted from it. It shot directly at Li Tai, but thankfully, he dodged just in time. Li Tai was stunned by Yun Guo's transformation. What is that thing? Meanwhile, Shinzi frantically tried to warn the others. The call went unanswered. The Geiger counter screamed a warning. Distortion energy levels were spiking. On screen, the system confirmed the entity's true identity. After a quick search, Shinzi discovered the horrifying truth. Former Pontifex, peak Pontifex, a sanctuary-level threat. The system judged Zhulong had lost all control. A terrifying aura erupted from Yun Guo's body. They were now facing another sanctuary-level monstrosity. Meanwhile, the pianist played on without stopping. The melodies drifted upwards, slowly enveloping Yun Guo from above. Witnessing this, Li Tai was completely stunned. Is this some kind of internal conflict? Qinglin silently watched the pianist perform. The pianist played relentlessly, but his shoulders began to tremble. Seeing this, Qinglin realized the musician was shaking. It was a reaction born from pure fear. Suddenly, a blast of red energy tore right through the music. With a single wave of his hand, Yun Guo shattered the melodies. His eyes burned with arrogant fury. The Eye of Calamity materialized right behind him. It was controlling his every move. A red ring appeared over the pianist's head, but he still refused to stop playing. The shockwaves from Yun Guo's power forced Qinglin and Li Tai to their knees. Just the aftershock. Has this much oppressive force? What in the world is this thing? Qinglin stammered through the pain, revealing its true name. A genius-level aberration. The Star of Calamity. The possessed Yun Guo gathered power in his palm, ready to punish the pianist. Rebels must be annihilated. The pianist was lifted into the air by Yun Guo's power. As Yun Guo clenched his fist, the artist exploded. Qinglin glanced back. The piano was now empty. Her face filled with terror, she looked up, her voice trembling. He was killed in a single blow. Xinzi reported with a grim expression that the pianist was gone. Zhulong's distortion energy kept rising and is now a secondary-level disaster. Before Xinzi could finish, Yun Guo's eyes flashed menacingly. He turned his head, a sinister smile spreading across his face. Qinglin and Li Tai were completely paralyzed. He's noticed us. Damn it, I can't move. A blast of energy shot from Yun Guo's palm. Qinglin and Li Tai could only stare in horror. But just in time, Po Jun appeared, shielding them both. Po Jun raised a hand, effortlessly blocking Yun Guo's attack. As he held it back, he chided them. I told you not to worry, didn't I? Because I am here. Qinglin stared in disbelief at their rescuer. Master Po Jun. But wait, what about the Icebone Giant? Over there, the Icebone Giant lay shattered to pieces. Po Jun had already finished it. Po Jun faced the possessed Yun Guo. The real problem is Yun Guo's consciousness, trapped in the void. Did he really think his body couldn't be stolen? How could this have happened? This is a nightmare. He slammed his fist against the barrier. The system announced, "Mission complete. Congratulations, player, for ending the disaster and saving a city. Reward, 3 million merit points." But Yun Guo felt no joy, only despair. At a time like this, what good are merit points? What can I even buy? But then, a radical idea sparked in his mind. Yun Guo commanded the system. System, summon the achievement reward. Scourge of the Heretics. The system obeyed, presenting the reward. Malicious intent retrieval. Can be used on any level of aberrant unit. It consumes merit points to forcibly reclaim the target. The success rate depends on the target's level and the merit points spent. If successful, the aberrant becomes the host's slave. If it fails, the consumed merit points are lost forever. Yun Guo's expression hardened with resolve. It's not over yet. Yun Guo's hand hovered over the system's confirmation button. He pursed his lips. Is this still useless? But then, he dismissed that thought. No, that's wrong. The system said the Harbinger of Misfortune was unpurchasable. But I only have a part of it. If that's the case, the system panel updated. Harbinger of Misfortune. Purchase success rate, 0%. He immediately swiped across the panel, declaring, change the purchase target. Reset to the Eyes of Misfortune. The system updated. Target changed. Eyes of Misfortune. Success rate, 0.001%. A satisfied smile crept onto Yun Guo's lips. Good. The rate isn't 0. He loosened his tie with a look of pure confidence. Then I guess it's my time to shine. He then declared loudly, begin purchase. The system displayed, -1,000. Then, purchase failed. Failed. Panic seized Yun Guo as he issued the command again. Continue. But the answer was the same. Purchase failed. The system repeatedly displayed purchase failed, but he just kept ordering, continue. And then, a friendly reminder from the system popped up. The system warned of a low success rate, but Yun Guo ignored the panel, his command unwavering. I said continue. Unsurprisingly, the purchase failed, costing 1,000 points. He cursed the 1 in 10,000 odds. It was just a numbers game. A dark smile spread across Yun Guo's face. Then I'll crush numbers with numbers. A new panel flashed to life. Malicious purchase, successful. Cost, 7,840,000. Acquired the unlucky eye and regained control. He frowned, giving a new order. System, inspect the unlucky eye's attributes. A panel appeared, displaying the details he requested. The unlucky eye. An incarnation of a sanctuary-grade evil god. It could destroy, curse, and resist magic. Yun Guo's pupils shrank in shock. So many abilities. This is sanctuary-grade power? A brilliant light flashed from above. He realized he was waking up, but something was wrong. Po Jun was charging at him. He barely managed to dodge the sudden attack. Po Jun clenched his fist with a sigh. Why fight it? Once you become an aberration, your fate is sealed. Yun Guo was completely baffled. He pointed at himself. Aberration? He tried to explain calmly. Hey, big bro, calm down. I'm back to normal. But Po Jun wasn't convinced. Trying to trick me by acting human? You wretched thing? Yun Guo was stunned. He glanced at the crimson liquid leaking from his cheek. That punch was lightning fast. A direct hit would be fatal. The system flashed. Fatal blow detected. Activate blood frenzy to evade. A crimson aura instantly enveloped his entire body. This is the Slayer's skill. No time to hesitate. Activate it. In that instant, Yun Guo unleashed his power. Blood frenzy. Po Jun recoiled at the immense power erupting from him. The killing intent was overwhelming. He gathered his own energy in his fist. He prepared to fight. Still an aberration, he muttered. Don't worry, comrade. I'll give you a clean death. With that, Po Jun charged forward. He unleashed a flurry of devastating punches, but Yun Guo dodged each blow with ease. A strike to the shoulder, he weaved left. A fist from the left, he slipped right. A jab to the left. His movements were swift and relentless. A punch to the right chest. Yun Guo could read every attack. This was the Slayer's combat experience at work. Suddenly, Po Jun's image sharpened. An afterimage. He realized it too late. It was a feint. Po Jun appeared behind him. Rest now, comrade, he whispered, preparing a devastating kick. A sigil appeared behind Yun Guo as the blow landed. The impact was immense. He coughed up a spray of crimson liquid, staggering. Po Jun's voice was grim. Why do you resist? Why not accept your release quietly? Just then. Enough of this, Yun Guo spat. Aberration, release. You're just talking to yourself. His expression turned serious as he raised his hand. Did you really think I wouldn't fight back? As Yun Guo clenched his fist, cracks of icy energy appeared, feeding the unlucky eye. The eye of calamity manifested in the air above him. A smaller circle formed within it, its gaze locked on. Decay ray. A powerful beam of energy shot towards his opponent. Po Jun swiftly raised a shield, bracing against the counterattack. This strange attack was powerful, and it drained both spirit and strength. Red rose petals, laced with killing intent, began to fall. I'm not finished yet, Yun Guo roared, pointing at his foe. Ultimate art. Blood bullet meteor swarm. The devastating attack rushed towards Po Jun. A dark aura surrounded his hand. Karma fire. Suddenly, Qing Lin appeared between them. Her voice cut through the chaos. Both of you, stand down. She then warned sternly. Zhu Long, if you attack the final defense line again, the organization will brand you a deserter. Then she turned to the other. And as for you, Mr. Po Jun, Zhu Long's transformation has been resolved. Next time, please bring your communicator on missions. Hearing this, Yun Guo lowered his hands. The power in his hands faded. He was stunned. Was my attack aimed at humanity's final defensive line? As the smoke cleared, Po Jun appeared, scratching his head. Well, these communicators break so easily, he said with a wry smile. I'll be more careful next time. A thought struck Yun Guo. He's completely unharmed? Po Jun continued. I never thought you'd regain control. Po Jun smiled to himself. Is this the previous Zhu Long's kid? He's definitely no ordinary person, that's for sure. Not bad at all. Yun Guo landed gracefully, using his energy to break the fall. He stood and turned to face Qing Lin. Yun Guo asked quietly, Where's the pianist? He was met with silence. Finally, Qing Lin answered, You already took care of him. He couldn't process her words. What? Me? Seeing his shock, she confirmed it. Yes. It was you. She pressed on. What happened between you and the Slayer? Why did the Eye of Calamity suddenly take over? And how did you get control back? I need the details for my report. Just then, Po Jun landed nearby. My sweep is complete, he announced. He spoke slowly. All aberrations in Jiang City have been eliminated. He clapped his hands together. We've successfully averted another disaster. With that, he gave Yun Guo a hard slap on the back. Especially you. It's been a while since a rookie could keep up with me. Good. Very good. In fact, excellent. Yun Guo looked back at him. But my attacks didn't damage you in the slightest, Mr. Po Jun. Po Jun paused for a moment. No, you definitely did damage. He looked up with a confident smirk. It's just that my regeneration is faster. He's just that powerful. The other two stared in utter shock. How could he possibly damage Po Jun? Qing Lin wondered aloud. Mr. Po Jun, you should take this communicator. There's an urgent message. Suddenly, a voice crackled through the device. Mr. Po Jun, a dungeon has gone haywire on the coast. We suspect a cathedral-class anomaly has escaped into the sea and need your support. Hearing this, Po Jun turned to announce, I have to leave. Young man, a crisis is approaching. Our very civilization is in danger. He then offered a challenge. Grow strong quickly, and become humanity's last line of defense. Yun Guo hesitated at the offered hand, but then grasped it firmly. I will, he declared. Po Jun then boarded the helicopter, but he still raised a hand in farewell. The chopper flew off as those below waved back. Yun Guo stared at his own hands, lost in thought. Humanity's last line of defense. He comes and goes so quickly, but before he could finish, Qing Lin cut in. like a storm, right? Everyone who meets Mr. Pojun says he's brilliant, passionate, direct, and powerful, just like a summer storm. Meanwhile, a worried Shinzi sent a message. Mr. Zhu Long, we've encountered a problem. He quickly took the call. Did an anomaly slip past us? While chewing on a lollipop, she quietly replied, not an anomaly. It's the huge bounty you promised. The players are now fighting over the achievement points. They're about to crash the communication channels. It suddenly dawned on Yun Guo. I almost forgot about that. Contact the Blackstone Guild, tell them to arrange a venue, and I'll settle the payments. And as for Shinzi, she typed as she spoke, but the anomalies created by that pianist exceeded all our calculations. Based on current stats, the payout will exceed 500,000. A system panel flashed open. Achievement: anomaly repelled, plus 100. 5 million merit points. Total points received: 3,600,000. Final total: 1,904,000 merit points. Yun Guo's lips trembled at the number as he raised a hand, summoning a shower of currency. It's only 500,000 points. Tell all participating players they'll get another 5,000 achievement points as a bonus. Outside the Spring Wind Pavilion, an attendant gestured inside. Your identity is verified. Please form a line to the right. The player nervously scratched his head. All right. The attendant then announced. Everyone, please line up. Don't crowd or push. There are enough points for everyone. No need to rush. Inside the pavilion, the man from before presented his info to Yun Guo. Mr. Zulong, here is my kill record. Yun Guo took the phone he was offered, scanning it briefly. He looked up, impressed. Silver rank. You killed 4 Echo-class anomalies alone? And you also helped stop 2 Night-class anomalies. The man answered shyly. It was just luck. Yun Guo handed the phone back to him. Want to join the Public Security Bureau? We always welcome that kind of luck. The man took back his phone. I'll need to think about it. Yun Guo then ordered his aide. Transfer the points. The aide quickly complied. Understood. Instantly, he received a credit of 15,000. The man panicked. Mr. Zhu, is this a mistake? According to my kill record, I should have only received 12,000. Yun Guo calmly explained. The extra amount is a bonus, for protecting civilians while you fought those anomalies. Hearing this, the man bowed a full 90 degrees. Thank you, Mr. Zhu. Thank you so much. At this, Yun Guo waved his hands. It's nothing. Just remember to do more good deeds in the future. It will earn you merit. The aide immediately shouted, Next! Much later, Yun Guo sighed wearily. Finally, all the points are distributed. I never knew giving away points could be so exhausting. His aide remarked, Perhaps it's because no one has ever given out so many at once. Suddenly, Yun Guo asked a question. You're still alive? The man replied quickly, Only by your grace. Otherwise, I would have died at the auction. With that, he placed a VIP card on the table and spoke with gratitude. To thank you for your help, the guild asked me to deliver this. Yun Guo took it, his curiosity piqued. A black card? What does it do? The man bowed and began to explain. This card signifies you are the guild's most honored guest. You get priority purchasing rights and a permanent discount on all our merchandise. You can also use this card to request assistance from the guild at any time. Hearing that, Yun Guo shot to his feet. And the beacon? Is there any news? Immediately, the man reported. The beacon is still in the hands of the blood demon. But please don't worry. All guild merchandise is specially marked. We're already close to tracking it down. The beacon will be delivered to you within a day at the latest. Yun Guo turned away. Good. I'll sleep and await the good news. The man replied, Thank you for your trust. Outside the Spring Wind Pavilion, Qinglin had been waiting for him this whole time. Her brow furrowed as she asked, Is everything settled? Yun Guo stretched and yawned. Almost. The Blackstone Guild is handling the rest. The bridge of Qinglin's nose reddened slightly as she pointed. Want to get something to eat? My treat. He grinned. Definitely. After all that, I'm starving. Yun Guo and Qinglin were walking down the street. As they neared a food stall, Qinglin suddenly spoke to him. Let's eat here. The stall was small, with an old man frying meat. Qinglin raised a finger. Sir, 2 bowls of your famous specialty, please. The owner smiled warmly and replied, All right, 2 bowls of spicy red noodles coming up. He brought the food out quickly. Yun Guo had a look of concern. Sir, weren't there reports of anomalies in the city today? Why do you still dare to operate your stall out here? The owner set down 2 steaming bowls and chuckled. What's there to worry about? Wasn't it just a chemical plant explosion in East City that made some people hallucinate? He smiled confidently. flexing his arm to show how healthy he was. During the war, I even delivered meals to the front lines. My stall's been here for 40 years, come rain or shine. Yun Guo asked Qing Lin nervously. Is the chemical plant explosion the official cover story? Qing Lin was calm. While eating, she replied, we can't tell ordinary people the truth. Still curious. Yun Guo pressed on. And the ones who actually saw the anomalies? Qing Lin didn't answer immediately, simply chewing her food. After a moment, she looked up and said, they get special treatments. Medicine, hypnosis, and even players' abilities. Soon, they'll forget, believing it was just a nightmare. The deceased are all listed as victims of the blast, and the organization provides pensions for them. Yun Guo quickly finished his meal, gently placing his chopsticks down, but his eyes remained glued to the bowl. How many people died in this incident? Qing Lin's hands froze midair. Her face grew grim as she stated the figures. The files list 260, but the total is probably closer to 300. Unexpectedly, Yun Guo forced a small smile. That many, huh? But his smile faded, his gaze dropping to the floor. The original Sin game. I used to think it was all just a game. If only I had been a little stronger. Before he could finish, Qing Lin interrupted him. Don't put so much pressure on yourself. If you hadn't been there, Jiang Cheng's losses would have been catastrophic. Far more innocence would have been involved. She gave a slight smile, brightening the entire space. Thank you, Yun Guo. At her words, a blush crept up his cheeks. His sudden shyness was impossible to miss. But he quickly recovered, adding, why have I never noticed before that you have such a beautiful smile? As soon as the words left his mouth, Qing Lin slammed her chopsticks down. The sudden noise made Yun Guo flinch. He peeked at her cautiously. She turned away, her own face blushing furiously. What nonsense are you talking about? Go pay the bill if you're done. Yun Guo scratched his cheek, completely confused. Huh? But weren't you treating me? Meanwhile, in another location, outside a private room, the atmosphere inside the room was incredibly tense. Seated were 3 or 4 people. Xu Jingyan, Professor Bai, Deputy Chief Mo Veston, and another individual. Deputy Chief Mo slid a radio forward, closed his eyes, and spoke grimly. Now that everyone's here, this meeting is in session. Xu Jingyan's face was a mask of fury as he tapped the report before him. I trust you've all read the Jiangcheng report? In sharp contrast to Xu Jingyan's fury stood Professor Bai. The professor laughed heartily. Considering it was a super disaster, the low casualty count means it was handled perfectly. Suddenly, Xu Jingyan slammed his fist on the table. He thundered, glaring furiously at Professor Bai. Our topic today isn't the anomaly, it's Zulong. The question is whether Yun Guo is safe for us to keep around. Professor Bai, unbothered, simply glanced his way. Didn't he perform admirably? He took down the pianist and the massacre by himself, foiling the Doomsday Cult's entire plan. Xu Jingyan's tone became more aggressive. The report also says a sanctuary-level anomaly possessed his body. Deputy Chief Mo rapidly twirled a pen between his fingers. He stopped, then cheerfully replied to Xu Jingyan. But he took back control of his body, didn't he? And then he even managed to enslave that very anomaly. Deputy Chief Mo was perfectly calm. A 4th sanctuary level, plus a 5th. We've just gained another last line of defense. He finished by humming a cheerful little tune to himself. Xu Jingyan's face remained grim. But he's only gold level. Enslaving something tiers above him is impossible. What if this is a disguised anomaly, biding its time? If he becomes a last line of defense, he could devastate the organization. Hearing this, even Professor Bai grew tense. Then what is your proposal? An image appeared. Yun Guo, chained hand and foot, thrown into a containment cell. Xu Jingyan said gravely, his expression darkening, confine him. We need to guarantee he is under control and avoid all possible risks. Deputy Chief Mo smiled sheepishly, trying to reason with him. His power has already reached peak gold level. Plus, he has a sanctuary level pet. Should we deploy another last line of defense just to monitor him? His tone grew fiercer, his eyes filled with disbelief. Do you realize how desperate we are for high-level combat power? Just then, the radio on the table crackled and buzzed violently. Director Xu's concerns are well-founded. Cross-tier enslavement, potential for regression, and his abnormal growth rate. This young man carries a high risk of losing control. The 3 of them jolted in surprise at the voice from the radio. Together, they cried out, "Director!" The director's voice spoke again. But we shouldn't throw the baby out with the bathwater. He has rendered great service. We can't imprison him over a potential risk. Kaka, what's your take on this? Kaka remained absorbed in the video game in her hands. She didn't respond, lost in her game. Not until the game over screen appeared did she grunt in frustration. Kaka angrily threw her gaming device onto the table. She finally spoke up casually. Risk is a matter of perspective. If you're that worried about it, why not just perform a risk assessment on him? Kaka added, eyeing her game console with a hungry look. Besides, I've been wanting to research a sanctuary-level specimen for a very long time. The city was now shrouded in gloom. Under a gray sky, wind scattered black leaves across the empty streets. As Yunguo walked along, a gust of wind made him sneeze. He rubbed his nose, wondering, is someone talking about me? Qinglin? Or Feng Xinzi? Suddenly, a loud voice boomed from behind him. Zhulong. Hearing the call, Yunguo whipped his head around. Li Tai approached, his face a grimace of pain. Bandages covered his head and hands as he limped forward on a cane. Yunguo watched him, then voiced his concern. You're out of the hospital? No, wait. You don't look like you were discharged. Li Tai scowled, struggling forward. Cut the crap. He suddenly grabbed Yunguo's tie. Li Tai's eyes blazed with fury as he roared. I heard you took down another mirror specter 2 days ago. Hearing this, Yunguo's gaze faltered, unable to meet Li Tai's eyes. Yeah. He gently pried Li Tai's fingers from his tie. He straightened his clothes with a serious expression. According to the Blackstone Merchant Guild, this one was left behind by the vile blood when it fled. Yunguo held out a clenched fist, and from the specter's remains, I found this. Li Tai watched intently as Yunguo opened his hand. In his palm rested a shapeless golden object, pulsing with a strange light. Suddenly, an explosive rage erupted from Li Tai. His wings burst from his back as his body flared with power. So it really was them. A fearsome energy shot from his eyes, which burned with a murderous intent. The Doomsday Cult. Yunguo stared in shock at Li Tai's transformation. Are you crazy? He hissed, glancing around nervously. We're in the middle of the street. Li Tai suddenly clutched his face, his expression twisted in agony. Tendrils of dark energy writhed around his body. He clawed at his throat, his eyes looking ready to burst from their sockets. His form became monstrous. Then, he snapped like a rabid beast. He threw his head back and let out a savage roar. The dark power around him surged more violently than ever. People on the street stared at the chaos, murmuring amongst themselves. What's wrong with that guy? Is he shooting a movie? Li Tai's fury intensified. His eyes turned a milky white as he continued to scream. Yunguo reached into the air, summoning the ancient Viet sword. The blade materialized, glowing with immense power. He gripped the hilt firmly. Then, Yunguo coldly aimed the sword's tip at the rampaging Li Tai. Calm down, Li Tai. Yunguo tried to reason with him. If you can't control yourself, you'll just let that power slaughter indiscriminately, then you'd be no different from the Doomsday Cult. The sword's point remained steady. In response, Li Tai's rage flared, his power blanketing the area. But then, the feral look in his eyes slowly faded. The milky white receded, returning to normal. Li Tai strained, his body trembling in immense pain. He clenched his fists, fiercely suppressing his own power. The massive aura began to recede, absorbed back into his body. Damn it. I'd rather die than become one of those things. Get back inside. Suddenly, Li Tai collapsed, his hands and knees hitting the ground hard. The immense aura vanished completely. Li Tai braced himself on the ground, breathing heavily. A relieved smile touched Yunguo's lips. Good. I knew you could calm down. Still panting, Li Tai looked up and shot back. Humph. Save your sentimental crap. He quickly grabbed his cane. Yunguo made the sword vanish back into thin air. Li Tai slowly pushed himself to his feet and spoke. Follow me. A while later, they stood in a beautiful spot. The setting sun bathed the sky, and in the distance, a large building was visible. Yunguo gazed into the distance and asked, A church? Still staring, he turned with a puzzled look. Why did you bring me here? Li Tai answered quickly. There's a cemetery on the mountaintop. An image of a graveyard appeared, filled with simple, orderly headstones. Li Tai's voice continued. The fallen heroes of Jiangcheng's Public Security Bureau are buried there. Yunguo thought to himself, I think Gui Qinglin mentioned that Jiangcheng's 6th squad was almost completely wiped out while dealing with mirror specters. With that thought, he quickly turned to Li Tai. You don't mean. Li Tai began walking forward as he spoke. My brothers are buried here too. I wanted them to meet you. He suddenly glanced back. After all, you got revenge for them. The brilliant golden sunset painted the white clouds. A strong wind sent dry leaves dancing through the air. Li Tai led the way, limping up each step. Yunguo followed in silence. Li Tai gazed at the tombstones with a quiet sorrow. Brothers, I brought someone to meet you. I know you all would have really liked him. With that, he began to clean each headstone. He moved meticulously from one grave to the next. Then, Li Tai knelt before one of them, taking out a dish and placing it in front. My old squad members. All of them died at the hands of the Doomsday Cult. As he spoke, his expression grew darker. I know, in your eyes, I'm probably just a hot-headed brute, obsessed with revenge. But then, Li Tai quickly looked up. His face was filled with grim determination. But their hands are stained with the blood of my comrades. Even if revenge is meaningless, it's something I have to do. Suddenly, Yun Guo placed a firm hand on Li Tai's shoulder. No, I've never thought that. He spoke with absolute seriousness. For those who have committed the ultimate evil, someone must make them pay the price. Li Tai looked up, stunned. Yun Guo's face grew somber. Besides, my parents' disappearance is most likely connected to the Doomsday Cult. Li Tai listened in silence as Yun Guo stared into the distance. However, I think your comrades, and my parents, dry leaves continued to drift on the wind. Wouldn't want to see you sacrifice yourself just to avenge them. He suddenly turned with a gentle smile. Seeing the enemy cornered and destroyed. Isn't that much more satisfying than dying along with them? Li Tai slowly stood up. That's just your excuse. He extended a hand. But I like it. If we share the same goal, then we're comrades. Your shopping list is kind of depressing. As Lin Guoyun descended the stairs, a voice called out from behind. Hey! Confused, Yun Guo instantly spun around. Li Tai began. In 2 days, you have a risk assessment. His expression darkened, his voice tense. And I hear it's a surprise test. They'll judge if you're at risk of losing control. Be prepared, and be careful. Hearing this, a wave of anxiety hit Yun Guo as he asked, is this test really that dangerous? Li Tai answered deliberately, no. The test isn't dangerous, the person is. As he spoke, the air around him grew heavy. Li Tai's face was grim. The one in charge of planning this whole test is Kaka. Speaking of the prodigy, Kaka was busy with her handheld game inside a lab. Kaka, 14 years old, an innately awakened individual, the top scientific advisor for the Security Bureau. Her eyes seemed to pierce right through you. Kaka flashed a small, lively smile. She is utterly self-centered and acts without thinking of the consequences. The scene shifts to a file on a desk, showing Kaka's photo and info. Yun Guo sighed, stretching wearily. He wondered, why would a big shot like her have time to run a risk assessment for someone like me? From another room, Feng Zizi's voice explained. It's because Brother Zhulong is also considered a very important figure. If you pass this risk assessment, you will become a reserve, frontline operative, one of the organization's most crucial assets. Of course, they're being cautious. Sister Qinglin also wanted me to tell you. If you pass, you'll gain access to all the information the organization holds about your parents. Yun Guo sank back into his chair. What should I prepare? He asked. Zizi, curled up in her seat, quickly replied. No one can predict what kind of test Miss Kaka will design. But since it's a risk assessment, just focus on remaining as stable as possible. Just prove you can control your mind and your power. Suddenly, a knock came from the door. The person who entered was none other than Ji Qinglin. As she entered, she asked, Are you ready? The test is starting. Soon, Ji Qinglin led Yun Guo before a group from the Bureau of Human Safety Assurance. The head of the Anomaly Investigation Department, Kaka. Her expression was serious, hands shoved in her pockets. She asked, So you finally arrived? In the group was a young woman with white hair and a blank expression. Kaka began the introductions. These individuals will be overseeing the test. They are all neuroscience experts, including an older man with white hair specializing in psychology, and another middle-aged man. He had deep, dark circles under his eyes, his face stern, an expert in mystical and spiritual fields. Kaka crossed her arms and continued coldly. Miss Kaka will conduct the final evaluation. Let's not waste any more time. Begin the test. Kaka gestured behind her. Follow me to the test site. Yun Guo just scratched his head nervously. Kaka led the way, with Yun Guo and Qinglin following close behind. As they walked, he suddenly glanced back. Kaka pointed toward a white table and chair. Sit over there and just follow the instructions. Yun Guo obeyed, walking toward the setup. Qinglin followed him as he quietly sat down. She handed Yun Guo a screen, placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder. Don't be nervous, she advised. I'm sure you'll be fine. This is just an examination. When Yun Guo glanced back, he saw the 3 bureau officials. They were standing right behind him. Their faces were completely emotionless. A flash of worry crossed Yun Guo's eyes before he turned back around. He looked down at the tablet. The screen displayed Antisocial Personality Test. The white-haired woman stood before Yun Guo, holding a document. A moment later, the old man placed a bizarre helmet on his head. An image appeared. a ghost with long, stringy hair, crawling toward him. Mental stability test, the middle-aged man announced, reading from a clipboard. Yunguo sat on the chair, looking completely drained. A flame-like power began to burn in his palm. Distortion control test. Soon after, Kaka stood before him and spoke once more. Next is the most crucial step. We need to test your control over the Eye of Calamity. Yunguo stood firm. Everyone, take a few steps back. Give me some space. Yunguo coolly extended his hand, and a dark power erupted from the center of his palm. A giant eye materialized in the air, with Yunguo at its center. The 3 bureau officials watched as the powerful eye began to open. They were absolutely thrilled. Such a high level of distortion energy. I wonder what it feels like. Is it wet or dry? A sanctuary class ability under perfect control. It's truly unbelievable. Yunguo's expression finally relaxed as he scratched his head. They're a lot more excited than I thought they'd be, and a bit more lively. Kaka, standing nearby, suddenly chimed in. That's perfectly normal. This is their first time encountering a fully manifested, sanctuary class anomaly. Hearing that, Yunguo looked confused and asked, "How do you want me to prove it's under control?" Suddenly, the floor opened up, and a large target rose from below. "Command it." Kaka pointed at the target. "Follow my command. Shoot that target." Yunguo immediately raised his hand. Dark energy swirled within his palm. As Yunguo thrust his hand forward, the giant eye above him instantly fired a laser beam. It shot towards the targets. On one, a bright red X marked the moving objective. Yunguo immediately pointed his finger in the other direction. The eye obeyed, shifting backward. Just like that, it moved perfectly over the X. Seeing this, the officials couldn't help but tremble. The eye now seemed to be staring right at them. Control it? We want to collect a tissue sample. A trembling hand holding a scalpel slowly approached. The eye's fleshy tissue. The scalpel quickly made an incision. Qinglin appeared behind the female professor, placing a hand on her shoulder. The professor was still shaking. "Let me." And with that, Qinglin swiftly carved out a large sample. The giant eye recoiled in pain, but did not resist. Tears welled in the creature's eyes as a tissue sample was placed in the tray. Thon Lam let out a weary sigh, wiping the sweat from his face. "It's done." Vanhua turned to Kaka, asking if that was all. Kaka replied instantly, "There is one final step." She then opened her palm. In the center lay a dull, yellow X-shaped object. "Place this on it." The item resembled a small emblem. Vanhua asked with curiosity, "What is this?" The young girl quickly replied, "I can feel an immense hostility from it." The colossal eye remained wide open, crackling with arcs of pure power. The Eye of Calamity appeared on the ceiling above. Meanwhile, Vanhua held the talisman as Kaka explained, "This contains divine power. Against an envoy of calamity, it is the ultimate weapon. It can sear an insignia onto his body." He began to approach the eye as she continued her explanation. "This proves that you have truly claimed it." Red lights flashed as an alarm blared throughout the entire room. An unknown energy signature has been detected. All personnel evacuate the room immediately. I repeat, all personnel must evacuate. The alarm echoed endlessly, but he walked calmly toward the entity, unfazed by everyone's stares. Kaka watched him, deep in thought. It seems he cannot fully control a sanctuary-class artifact. She raised her radio. "Prepare the electromagnetic weapon at maximum power. If the test subject loses control, terminate it immediately." A moment later, the weapon systems came online. A barrage of weapons materialized behind him, all aimed directly at the Eye of Calamity. The neurospecialist looked on with concern. She called out to Kaka, "But Lam Vanhua will be caught in the crossfire." The girl replied with unwavering confidence. "He volunteered to wield this sanctuary-class artifact. He must have come prepared for this." Then, she glanced at the person beside her. "What do you think, Thon Dieu?" She answered without a moment's hesitation. "I believe he can resolve the problem." He stopped before the eye when a system notification sounded. The Eye of Calamity's attack instinct has been activated. It is attempting independent action. Hearing this, he asked in confusion, "Attack instinct? Independent action? Is there any way to resolve this?" The system replied instantly. "Suppression is possible using achievement points. Each attempt costs a minimum of 5,000 points. The more points consumed, the higher the chance of suppression." He sighed in relief. "You startled me. I thought this was something serious." The system screen appeared, displaying the cost for suppression. He pressed it without hesitation, murmuring, "Problems that can be solved with money aren't really problems." He then rapidly increased the number until satisfied and commanded, "Suppress." Instantly, 1,000,000 points blasted into the Eye of Calamity, easily crushing it. That it collapsed so quickly was beyond his expectations. He thought to himself, "It seems I used too much force." An alert sounded after its defeat. The Sanctuary-class artifact's energy has vanished. The alarm has been deactivated. He then placed the talisman upon it. Applause erupted as a voice said, "Very good. I'm not sure what method you used, but you have successfully met the test's requirements." Hearing this, he turned and asked, "So does that mean I passed?" CCA replied with a satisfied expression, "Of course. You are now an official candidate for the organization's frontline." The girl reached into her pocket, pulling out a handheld gaming device. She turned to leave, but not without giving him one last warning. "However, allow me to remind you," Kaka continued. "There is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Life's gifts always have their prices marked in advance." After that warning, his expression grew much more tense. He raised his hand, tapping the air to open the system screen. He instantly appeared in a mystical space and asked aloud, "A gift from life? System, what is your price?" But he only received an automated response, unable to answer player's query. "Please rephrase the question." Elsewhere, in a meeting room, 3 people were waiting. Suddenly, the door opened and a psychologist walked inside. He held a stack of papers in his hands. He announced, "The psychological health and antisocial behavior screening results are in." Xu Jingyan asked sternly, "And?" The psychologist smiled warmly. "Perfectly normal. There are no signs of any sociopathic tendencies. He displays a positive attitude, sound mental health, a strong sense of justice, and profound empathy, with a clear tendency toward altruism. There are no problems whatsoever with his personality profile." With that, he set the papers on the table. Professor Bai picked them up and let out a hearty laugh. His stability was proven by Tarp, and his mental state is sound. He then looked at Jingyan and asked, "Old Xu, do you have anything left to say now?" Though reluctant, he finally conceded, "I respect the results of the test, but I will still maintain my own personal reservations." Hearing this, another man spoke into the intercom. "Director, what are your thoughts?" A voice crackled back from the speaker. "If there are no issues, then grant him the corresponding authority and honor he deserves." The vice director then spoke up. "I have a proposal. Regarding Zhu Long's promotion to a frontline candidate, we should generate some publicity." He then spoke grimly about the world's current state. The so-called pantheon in India is promoting their God awakened. America just introduced 2 geniuses, said to be heirs to the King of Shura. In the virtual space, the Europeans have even proposed creating a genius club. He used a red pen to circle the boy's photo as he continued. "We cannot afford to lose to them. We must create a major headline of our own." The voice from the intercom responded, "Then proceed with this plan." In another place, a door burst open. A man rushed in holding a paper, yelling, Sir, you have to see this." The sudden outburst startled Zhu Ge, who asked irritably, "What is it now?" Gui Qinglin explained everything to him. The organization now officially recognized him as a frontline reserve. These were his issued support materials. As he reached for the regulations, she slammed the table to grab his attention. "This sheet outlines your rights and duties, including a personal liaison, a special logistics team, and a mission handler. You can study this at your leisure." She pushed a confidential file toward him. "This is about the previous Zhu Long, your predecessor, and your father, Lin Fengmian." Those words sent a shock right through him, sparking the image of a powerful man dressed in white. She went on. "Lin Fengmian, male, 48 years old, a former researcher at the Academy of Sciences and the lead expert for the Public Security Bureau, who discovered the original Sin game. 2 years ago, late one night, he and his wife, Jiang Hongli, vanished from their lab. The scene showed clear signs of a struggle, bloodstains and traces of drugs, but no information was left behind. Her words painted a picture of a ransacked room, and she wasn't finished. In the 2 years since, groups like the Sun Cult and Evolution Theory claim to have received his research and aid inside the original Sin game, hailing him as a prophet. In the past, Lin Fengmian sat with his back turned, a cigarette in his hand, a truly imposing figure. On his desk were a computer and a family photo. Qinglin continued, saying the group's theories perfectly match Lin Fengmian's final Sea of Chaos's theory, making their claims highly credible. He looked down at the documents, responding, "So it is believed Lin Fengmian and his wife either betrayed us or defected." Startled, he blurted out, "Their current location is suspected to be inside the original Sin game." Qinglin nodded. "That's right. Ms. Tada and Professor Bai believe your parents found a way to permanently remain inside the original Sin game." She opened a box on the table and spoke. "They may have even gained some authority inside the game, allowing them to contact players through rewards and pass on information." Hearing this, his hopes surged. "You've already reacquired a signal?" She leaned forward, her expression serious. Given your unique connection to Professor Lin Fengmian, the organization has entrusted this signal to you. Zhou Long pointed to himself, confused. She touched the device in the box, and a red band of light shot out, projecting a system screen that read, "Begin the Purgatory Trial Game. Participants, a maximum of 3. She explained that the signal accesses an instance for a 3-person team. You can choose one teammate to bring with you. Still confused, he had to ask. Just one person? Isn't it a 3-person team? What about the third member? In response, she gave a confident smile. I'm the third member, he could only say helplessly. Oh, so that's how it is. Seeing his reaction, she glared at him. What? You got a problem with that? He quickly backpedaled. Not at all, I'll follow the arrangement completely. She snapped the box shut and said, that gives us 2 days. She took the box and headed for the door, adding one last thing. Think carefully about who you're bringing with you. On a clear day at his villa, he stared out the window, deep in thought. For a 3-person team, member synergy is the most critical factor. He considered their abilities. Both he and Gui Qinglin were combat-focused, so their third member absolutely had to be a support type. Hand on his chin, he ran through the players he knew. The images of Li Xiaoyang and Li Tai appeared in his mind, but he immediately dismissed them. One is a battle maniac, and the other's always drunk. Neither would work. He instantly discarded both options. Just then, his phone rang, breaking his concentration. The screen flashed with an unknown number. Zhou Long answered the call. Hello. On the other end, a man sipping coffee spoke. Is this young Master Zhou Long? I am Zhuge Guang from the Tianya Society. He extended an invitation. I heard you're currently in Jiangcheng. I'd like to invite you for a meeting, if you can spare the time. Later that evening, at a brightly lit cafe, he entered wearing a brown coat over a white turtleneck. From across the room, Zhuge saw him and waved. Young Master Zhou Long, over here. As he sat, Zhuge asked gently, Please, have a seat. What can I get you? Zhou Long sat and replied with a smile. Black coffee will be fine. Zhuge turned to the counterman, simply raising a finger. The man understood and replied, Please wait a moment. He cut straight to the point. Mr. Zhuge, why did you specifically ask to meet with me today? Zhuge answered calmly. The Tianya Society received the report on the Jiangcheng incident a few days ago. We also saw the news of your promotion to frontline reserve by the Security Bureau. Zhou Long smirked. And? Zhuge didn't keep him waiting. Therefore, I'd like to formally invite you to join the Tianya Society. Just then, the waiter arrived with his coffee. Your black coffee, sir. Please enjoy. He picked up the conversation again. Mr. Zhuge, you know I'm a member of the Security Bureau, yet you're still inviting me? He waved his hand dismissively. The Security Bureau, the Tianya Society. Ultimately, we're both just organizations exploring the original Sin game. He took a sip of coffee before replying. But at least the Security Bureau is officially sanctioned, isn't it? Zhuge seemed almost resigned. You're right, but the Tianya Society offers something the Bureau cannot. Freedom. Confused, he repeated. Freedom? Zhuge simply replied. That's right. In the Bureau, every action is bound by organizational discipline. But in the Tianya Society, as long as you don't harm the group's interests, no one will interfere with your actions. His face grew serious. No interference? Then what is it that you pursue? Zhuge adjusted his glasses, his tone grave. Knowledge. Everything related to the original Sin game. Instance clears, player data, ability types, item guides, everything. Zhuge confidently stated, Join us, and our intel will be yours, helping you become much stronger. Shadowy figures appeared in his story. We have operatives in the Security Bureau and the Doomsday Cult, giving us vast intel. He maintained a smile, insisting it was no exaggeration. Aside from the game's discoverer, the missing Professor Lin Fengmian, the Tianya Society has the deepest research. My finger traced the glass as I leaned in and asked, Mr. Zhuge, admitting to planting spies so openly, isn't that reckless? I expected panic, but he just gave a calm, slight smile. Zhuge replied, It's an open secret. Both sides find the Tianya Society quite useful. Sometimes, they even need our help. Hearing this, I cut to the point. So, you want me to be your spy? Zhuge corrected me, extending a hand. Not a spy, a partner. We just want to exchange info on the original Sin game. And there's compensation. I laced my fingers, smirking. Didn't you say you already have a partner in the Bureau? So why me? Matching my energy, Zhuge replied, because you're leveling up too fast. A newcomer to the reserve front line, yet you're already impossible to ignore. Besides, we've played a game together. I also highly value your skills. I took a sip of coffee, then slammed the cup down. Yun Guo stood up with a radiant smile. I understand everything, Mr. Jug. But I can't decide right now. Please give me time to think. I turned to leave, but Juge replied cheerfully, no problem. Contact me anytime you decide to join. At the door, Yunguo said, I'll be going now. Thanks for the coffee. Juge politely replied, of course, Mr. Julong, take care. After Yunguo left, he turned to the person at the counter. What do you think of him, President? The president replied calmly, an interesting young man. Let's watch him a bit longer. Meanwhile, I left the cafe, lost in thought, news and intelligence. So that's how they balance the bureau and the cult. Suddenly, a loud shout broke my thoughts. Please, let me pass. But the man blocked her. Just listen to me, don't be so hasty. I turned around. That voice sounds so familiar, I thought. The girl shoved him, yelling. I said move. Sumi tried to flee, and I realized who she was. I called out, Sumi, is that you? Her face lit up. Mr. Zulong, what are you doing here? She rushed toward me as Nan Tian gritted his teeth. Nan Tian stewed. Who is this punk? How does Sumi know him? Meanwhile, Yunguo answered her. I'm in Jiangcheng on business. What about you? She quickly replied. I'm here with my dad. He wanted to buy awakening materials for me at an auction. I recalled seeing Jiangguo surrounded. I think I've met her father before. From a distance, Nan Tian adjusted his tie and spoke. Who's this handsome fellow? Sumi, you could at least introduce us. Hearing her name, Sumi looked at him nervously. He extended his hand for a shake, introducing himself first. Song Nan Tian, from the Song family of Nancheng. Lin Yunguo turned to Sumi. Is he your boyfriend? Sumi looked away, quickly waving her hands in denial. No, not at all. Our families are just close friends. Then, the two young men shook hands. Yunguo shook his hand. A pleasure. I'm Zhu Long. Nantian's face twisted as he thought, you dare try to steal Sumi from me? I'll teach you a lesson, punk. He then squeezed Yunguo's hand with all his might. Yunguo realized. An ability? He's a player too? Nantian stared at their hands, shocked. What? How is this possible? My grip can crush steel, yet he's not reacting at all. Lin Yunguo just smirked. What's wrong? Wondering why my hand isn't crushed yet? Sumi glanced between us nervously. Seeing Yunguo's grip, she cried, Song Nantian, what are you doing? Attacking Mr. Zhu Long? That made Nantian panic. He tried to pull away, frantic. I'm not, he won't let go. Yunguo pulled him closer, fear flashing on Nantian's face. Then Yunguo released him, sending him tumbling to the ground. Nantian writhed in pain, clutching his wrist. My hand! My hand! Nantian glared from the ground, furious. Do you have any idea who I am? How dare you? Yunguo simply frowned back. You started this. We're both players. Don't cause a scene just because you're weaker. Suddenly, Zhug appeared, rushing over. What's going on here? Seeing him, Nantian scrambled up, whimpering. Mr. Zhug! He rushed over to him, clutching his arm. Mr. Zhug! Nantian held out his hand. Help me. But Zhug seemed hesitant. And you are? Nantian quickly introduced himself. I'm Song Nantian. I joined last week. I donated 3 million to the society. Zhug's eyes widened. Ah, the one Xiao Zhao introduced. What happened to you? Nantian quickly pointed at us, tattling. That guy's a player too. He attacked and injured me. He's disrespecting our Tianya society. Zhug gestured toward us. You mean that gentleman over there? Nantian kept pointing fiercely. Yes, that's him. You have to get revenge for me. He's walking all over the Tianya society. You have to teach him a lesson. A real lesson. Zhug calmly adjusted his glasses, then suddenly slapped Nantian to the ground. Shut your mouth, Nantian whimpered. Mr. Zhug, why did you hit me? Zhug then walked toward Yunguo and Sumi, addressing him, Mr. Zulong. My apologies. I'll have his membership revoked at once. Van Qua frowned and replied, That's your problem. The two then turned and walked away. Nam Thien stood, wondering, who exactly is this Truk Long? Just then, Jia Cat approached him. Jia Cat sat beside Nam Thien, dusting his shoulder. He's the one I personally invited to the guild today. Nam Thien asked, You invited him yourself? Jia Cat's brow furrowed in anger, his hand gripping Nam Thien's shoulder tightly. That's right, he hasn't even agreed, and you've already caused me trouble. Get out of my sight. Don't let me see you again. Flustered and scared, Nam Thien stammered, I understand. Van Qua turned to Tumi. By the way, have you used that celestial jade dew? She looked at him and answered, Yes, I have. Brother Truk Long, how did you know that was my awakening material? He turned sharply toward her. Because I'm the one who gave it to your father. Tumi was stunned by the revelation. You gave it to him? I thought my dad bought it at an auction. It's too precious a treasure to be wasted on me. An image of her praying with her hands clasped appeared. Van Qua glanced at Tumi, thinking, that's right, Tumi's ability is perception. Using the celestial jade do awakened a support-type power. Isn't she the final member my team is missing? Van Qua's expression grew serious as he called her name. Tumi. Startled, she replied, yes? Van Qua extended a hand. A new original Sin game is about to begin. I hope you'll form a team with me. Will you accept? Tumi placed her hands on her blushing cheeks, her heart racing. A new game. Forming a team with brother Truck Long. Isn't this basically him asking me on a date? Then, Van Qua pulled something from his pocket. I know joining another game could be dangerous. You can refuse if you don't want to. With sparkling eyes, Tumi placed a hand on her chest and declared, I accept. A moment later, a finger dialed a number for Fong Tin 2. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 2, 3, 4, 5. The call connected. Van Qua put the phone to his ear. Fong Tin 2, what's the procedure for getting someone into the People's Security Bureau? Tin 2 answered from the other end, his brow furrowed. A player? The process isn't simple. We have to do a background check, an ability test, and a psychological evaluation. Why the sudden question? Van Qua glanced at Tumi as he spoke. I've found a teammate for the 2 mission. Can we simplify the process? Tin 2 sat before a large data screen and replied, you're a frontline reserve now, so your authority is high. It shouldn't be an issue. As he typed, Tin 2 asked, what's the name of your new recruit? Van Qua answered, Tumi. He clarified, Tu as in Suzhou, Mi as in eyelash. On the other end, Tin 2 keyed her name into the search tool. A file appeared with Tumi's basic information. Age, height, status, habits, and main abilities, along with her picture. Tin 2 spoke. Tumi, right? Let's see. Here it is. Good news. The organization already has a file on her. Suddenly, the information on the screen blurred. Tin 2's eyes widened. She took the test before but failed. Text flashed on the screen. Judgment criteria power level too low. Tin 2 read it aloud, puzzled. The reason was insufficient power. On his end, Van Qua lowered the phone and asked, Tumi, have you ever been to the People's Security Bureau? She pointed upward. Yes. I went once before using the Celestial Jade Dew, but I didn't pass the assessment. Tin 2 leaned back in his chair, looking away as he spoke. Then it's much simpler. Her file is complete, and with your guarantee as a frontline reserve, I can finish all the paperwork before you get back. Elsewhere, as night fell, Kwai Thon Lam stood waiting before a house with her arms crossed. The sound of footsteps drew her attention. It was Van Qua and Tumi. He raised a hand in greeting. You've been waiting long? Van Qua gestured to Thon Lam, introducing them. This is Kwai Thon Lam, codename Thon Du. She was my guide in the original Sin game. He then gestured to Tumi, and this is Tumi, the 3rd member I found for the 2 mission. Thon Lam and Tumi shook hands warmly. Hello, it's nice to meet you. Thon Lam sized her up, thinking, she's very cute, the kind of person that makes you feel protective. Tumi looked away shyly, her hands on her cheeks. Why do I feel like she's glaring at me? The 3 of them then began to walk, and Van Qua asked, are the procedures Fong Tin 2 mentioned done? Thon Lam, leading the way, replied, it's mostly finished. There are just a few documents she needs to sign herself. Follow me. The next morning, in a small meeting room, a hand quickly signed a paper. A man in a suit sat across from Tumi. Sign in the bottom right corner, then add your fingerprint. She picked up the pen. All right. He then looked up at her. Now, please describe your abilities in detail. Tumi looked up and answered, yes, I have 2 main abilities. A green energy began to glow in her open palm. She looked at the green orb of power she had just summoned. First, I'm highly sensitive to all supernatural energy and can sense the presence of spiritual bodies. She held her hand forward as the energy enveloped it. Second is a healing ability. I can treat and restore wounds, but I can't regenerate severed limbs. Standing outside with Van Qua, Thon Lam crossed her arms and commented, perception and healing abilities. Thon Lam faced to me from a distance. As a support, she'll definitely improve the team's versatility. Van Qua smiled. Of course, I spent a long time considering this final choice. Thon Lam muttered under her breath before turning away sharply. I thought you just picked her because she was pretty. Van Qua turned to her. What did you just say? She quickly raised her voice. Nothing. Inside the room, the man stood up and took a file from the table. The data has been entered. Miss Tumi, welcome to the People's Security Bureau, she asked nervously. Is it already done? He stood. placing a hand over his chest in a friendly gesture. It was expedited because of the frontline reserve mission. Your codename is Bok Trok. You can read the rulebook if you have any questions. Von Qua, who was now seated nearby, asked a question that made the man turn his head. Has my application to use the Tio been approved? He turned to Yun Guo and reported, It's approved. The site is ready. You can activate the dungeon at any time. Yun Guo shot to his feet, then lead the way. As the three walked, Su-mi tugged his sleeve. Brother Lin! Su-mi clutched her chest anxiously. I heard these dungeon tokens are priceless. Am I really not holding you back? Yun Guo smiled reassuringly, placing a hand on her shoulder. I've thought this through. Your intuition and awakened power are very useful. His face brightened. You have to trust my judgment, right? So be more confident. Su-mi's face lit up as she nodded. Okay. A moment later, a golden item materialized in his palm. A system window appeared. Use token to activate the frigid purgatory dungeon. Participants: Lin Guo, Gui Qinglin, Su-mi. Below were two options: yes and no. Yun Guo turned to them. Ready? They glanced at each other and replied together, We're ready. Yun Guo gave a thumbs up. The man above received the signal. He touched his earpiece, reporting, The Bamboo Dragon team is ready to activate. Moving to level 2 alert. Below, Yun Guo selected yes. All eyes fixed on the item in his hand as he declared, Dungeon, activate. Instantly, a brilliant golden light flooded the room. Lin Yun Guo, Su-mi, and Gui Qinglin had entered another realm. Yun Guo stared at his hands, scowling in his mind. It's gone. A one-time thing, just as I thought. Su-mi gazed out worriedly. Brother Lin, I think there are other people here. Yun Guo's face tightened. How is that possible? A crowd of people stood before them, murmuring, Where is this place? The game Original Sin is real? Mom, I want to go home. Jin Gang appeared, scratching his head in anger. What's going on? Why was I pulled into a game? I haven't even eaten yet. Suminobu snapped, sword in hand, looking around. Sigh. I just escaped one unlucky fool. Why get dragged into a game now? Helen also appeared, observing. A teleportation game. It's only been 2 days since my last game. Someone must have triggered a signal, opening a temporary dungeon. Helen checked a news report. It said the Blackstone Guild held an auction in Jiangcheng where a mysterious bidder bought the signal. According to reports, the signal came from Jiangcheng. In other words, the activator might be a newbie. Helen smirked to herself. A backup defense line. She scanned the group. It seems the person is among them. This trip is proving lucky. A notification appeared overhead. Frigid Purgatory Dungeon. A mission board then materialized. It stated the dungeon's rules and rewards. Suminobu grinned slyly. Won't the rewards be better if fewer players survive? It also emphasized that players could fight each other. A number hovered above everyone. Suminobu glanced around. How terrifying. All of you are my prey. Tu Yang thought to himself, a free-for-all? Am I in another mess? Jin Gang shivered and cursed. Damn it, we have to fight other players? Why'd it suddenly switch from PvE to PvP? Gui Qinglin frowned deeply. Frigid Purgatory. The Security Bureau has no record of this dungeon. With this many people and rewards, this is unprecedented. The notification showed the mission starting in 5 seconds. Yun Guo yelled, A countdown? Where's the 15-minute prep time? Suddenly, the ground shattered beneath them. As everyone fell, a notification flashed. Winter is coming. Endless frost and snow. An image of a planet appeared, followed by an alert. The long night. Countless demons have created a purgatory. Demons appeared, but they were frozen solid. Even creatures like foxes and crabs were encased in ice. The city was buried in deep snow. The announcement continued. Civilization is fading. The city is collapsing. The flame is about to die. A close-up of the city appeared. You are this world's last saviors. Before a gate, a long line of people had formed. A noblewoman sat sipping tea nearby. In a snowy field, a woman huddled against the howling wind. A thinly dressed girl shivered, hugging herself as she spoke. Where is this place? Outside the Sky Continent, players stood in a long queue. Jin Gang arrived, looking around. It's the Sky Continent. Yun Guo suddenly teleported before the noblewoman, startling her. This was the upper city's noble district, where he had just been. He ignored her panicked shouts. Who are you? How did you get in here? He was only focused on his power. A random teleport? I wanted to hunt, but I need to find other players first. Elsewhere, Su-mi, Yun Guo, and Qinglin emerged from a snowdrift. Yun Guo spat out a mouthful of snow. Tui, nothing but snow. Don't just teleport us so suddenly. Lin Yun Guo stood up, gazing ahead. Su-mi was shivering. while Qinglin fixed her hair. Yun Guo turned to check on them. Are you two okay? Qinglin crossed her arms. I'm fine. Sumi replied shakily. I'm okay too. He frowned, analyzing the game. 100-player battle royale, no prep time, and random teleportation. Why is this dungeon so weird? Yun Guo hugged himself against the biting cold. It's freezing. It must be -10 degrees Celsius. Sumi panted, shivering. Brother Lin. Yun Guo turned, realizing with a jolt. This is bad. Sumi has no physical enhancements. She huddled, trembling. I'm so cold. Yun Guo immediately summoned a flame. A purple fire appeared in his hand. Hold on, I'll use this to keep you warm. But the flame began to flicker and fade, surprising him. What's happening? Qinglin looked at the flame, asking worriedly. What's wrong? He replied. My calamity creation flame. It has no heat. Yun Guo hurled it into the air. It exploded like a brilliant firework. He looked up, saying, It can burn, and it's destructive. But the embers that fell to the ground were cold. Yun Guo explained, There's no warmth at all. He quickly removed his jacket and offered it to Qinglin. She said she could maintain her own body heat with high-speed exercise. But instead, Qinglin draped the jacket over the shivering Sumi. Qinglin knelt down, holding Sumi. She looked at Yun Guo and said, If we don't find a way to keep her warm, she'll die of hypothermia. System notifications shocked everyone. Player eliminated. A player being dragged down reached for his screen, which showed the reason for his death and the remaining players. Sumi trembled, telling Qinglin, I saw a survival show once. They used snow to build shelters for warmth. Qinglin replied, A snow shelter only traps existing heat. We don't have a heat source. We need to reach that city. She then turned to Yun Guo. When we were falling, the system mentioned it. That's the last remaining city. There must be a way to get warm there. Yun Guo asked her, Do you have any leads on the city? Qinglin nodded. Yes. When I was in the sky, I studied the mountain's layout. She pointed on a mental map. The city is northwest of this mountain. We're currently southwest. We just need to head straight. Qinglin added with concern. But the problem is, moving at top speed will cause her body temperature to drop even faster. Sumi stammered. It's okay. I'll try to endure it. Yun Guo was busy scrolling through his skills. Fiery calamity, swiftness, control, furious strike, searching for a solution. Besides fiery calamity, what else could possibly raise her temperature? His eyes lit up. I've got it. Yun Guo chose to activate his blood control skill. He grabbed Sumi's hand. She asked weakly, Brother Zhulong, what are you doing? Yun Guo explained, I'm forcing your blood to flow faster. This ability can temporarily generate heat for you. Sumi's heart began to pound. She exhaled a frosty breath. She really was a little warmer. Yun Guo pulled her to her feet. This is just a temporary fix. Your heart can't take this for long. With that, he hoisted her onto his back. Yun Guo told Qinglin, I'll carry her. You lead the way. We moved to the city at top speed. Without another word, they both shot forward at maximum speed. Elsewhere, another girl was trembling violently from the cold. Let's go. She collapsed into the snow. Somebody, please help me. Meanwhile, a massive line had formed at the city gates. Jin Gang stared at the elimination notice with worry. It's only been a few minutes, and players are already dying. This instance is no joke. He scratched his head nervously. I should get inside the city and hide. Inside the city walls, there was a commotion. Keep searching. The master has ordered us to find the intruder in the upper district. Yes, sir. The soldiers searched frantically, unaware of the figure hiding in the shadows. Suminobu licked his lips with anticipation. Let the hunt begin. At the Human Security Bureau, a phone rang. Jing Yan glanced at it, thinking, the hotline. A serious warning. He picked up the receiver. Jing Yan answered curtly. Hello, this is Xu Jing Yan. Agent Black reported. Deputy Chief, there's been an incident with Zhulong's squad during their mission. The instance opened half an hour ago, but they haven't returned. Jing Yan was instantly alarmed. What are you trying to say? The instance is out of control? Agent Black looked at the locator and replied, Not exactly. We can't be sure yet. Because all the measured indicators are normal. Jing Yan glanced at the phone, thinking, the instance isn't out of control. But the players haven't returned. He gave an order. Lock down the information, secure the site, record all data, and sync it with the research department. The other end replied, Understood. After hanging up, Jing Yan couldn't shake his worry. Is this an anomaly or a new pattern? He frowned, thinking, if this is the new normal, instances that only let you in but not out, then the outside world's combat power will plummet. Jingyan dialed a number on a black phone. He ordered, "It's me. Have the intel team track all players entering instances, and have logistics confirm all items that can delay an instance from opening. Also, notify the final 2 defense lines to be ready for any emergency." The voice on the other end replied, "Understood." After that, he slammed the phone down. Jingyan then picked up a blue phone. He narrowed his eyes and said, "Notify all members above the ministerial level to convene for a decision-making meeting." 12 kilometers outside Kongzhou City, Sumi was still shivering as she said apologetically, "I'm sorry, I just got here, and I'm already slowing everyone down." Yun Guo felt her forehead, and was immediately alarmed. "Don't think so much. Say less, and slow your breathing. Your hypothermia is getting serious." The system announced another player's elimination, the number of survivors, and the total prize money. Sumi clutched her clothes anxiously. "Brother Zhu Long, am I going to die here too?" Yun Guo reassured her. "I brought you in, so I won't let anything happen to you. I'll help you speed up your circulation again." Yun Guo transferred a type of energy into Sumi's hand. Sumi gritted her teeth against the pain. Feeling her heartbeat, Yun Guo was shocked. A heart spasm. Her heart rate is already too high. This blood circulation can only be maintained for about a minute, but as soon as it stops, her temperature will plummet again. A hand pushed open the door. Qinglin walked in and said, "I can see the city. It's past this mountain ahead, about 10 kilometers to the west. It's not too far, but I'm afraid Sumi can't last that long." Sumi gasped for breath. "Taking me with you will only be a burden. Leave me here. You and Brother Zhu Long should hurry to the city." Qinglin suddenly knelt, reassuring Sumi, "It's not that dire yet. We'll definitely find a way." Sumi was deeply moved. "Sister Qinglin," Qinglin smiled. "At the very least, you should trust Zhu Long, who cleared the last stage with you, right?" Yun Guo also made a choice. "For 10 kilometers, we can take the risk." He lifted Sumi, and the 3 of them left the shelter together. Yun Guo asked Qinglin, "My speed will be very fast in a moment. Can you keep up?" Qinglin raised her hand, crackling with lightning, and replied, "Who do you think you're looking down on?" She pushed off her heels and shot forward. "I'll wait for you at the city gate. Don't be too slow." Yun Guo gave a helpless smile, a woman's strange competitive spirit. He reminded Sumi, "Hold on tight, don't fall off." "I know." Yun Guo activated his ability, Flicker. With Cloud Step activated, a purple aura flared around Sumi. At the same time, Yun Guo used his Raging Blow, vanishing in an instant. Outside the city gates, a guard's breath turned to frost. He muttered to his partner, "Why are there so many snow refugees today?" The other guard replied, "Probably from the same village. Their clothes are still clean." He then added, "But they're barely wearing anything." The guards became alert. What was that noise? A cloud of dust rose ahead. What is that? Was it an avalanche or a beast tide? But seeing Yun Guo, they understood. No, that's not right. It's a person running. The guards were shocked. How could running alone have such power? A genetic warrior. Not level 2, at least a level 3. Yun Guo blasted past, forcing the guards to dive for cover. Yun Guo skidded to a stop before the gates. He panted, looking at Qinglin, who smirked. "You're a minute late. The snow's still falling." A guard approached to ask, "What business brings you to Qinzhou City?" Qinglin explained, "Our village was destroyed by snow, so we came seeking shelter." The guard gestured them in. "Welcome, welcome. Qinzhou always appreciates genetic warriors joining us." The guard in the back asked, "We're just letting them in? What about the entrance fee?" His head was immediately shoved down. The older guard chuckled. "The cold has muddled his brain. Please pay him no mind. You 3 can enter directly." He waved them off. "Please, travel safely." He then spun around and smacked the younger guard. "Are you out of your mind? Demanding a fee from 2 genetic warriors? Do you have a death wish?" Yun Guo overheard the guard say, "His running alone could start an avalanche. He's at least level 3, more than enough for the upper city." He put his arm on his partner. "Quick, report this. They might become our superiors, and maybe they'll remember our good deed." The young guard nodded eagerly. Right. You're so much smarter than me." Once they were inside, Yun Guo set Sumi down. Qinglin supported her as Yun Guo said, "Just be careful." Sumi said, "It's warm in the city. I think I can walk on my own." She took off the coat and gave it to him. "Thank you for your jacket." Yun Guo took it and put it back on. "This city is massive. It must hold hundreds of thousands of people." Qinglin observed the other refugees. It seems their technology is near the 19th century, during the First Industrial Revolution. Her gaze shifted to a soaring tower. But that tower doesn't look like something from the 19th century. Yun Guo thought, "First, we need to get settled." An idea hit him. Or should I investigate the Purgatory Cold Night right away? Just then, a little girl approached. Excuse me, are you new to Qinzhou? Do you need a guide? Or help finding a room or the market? I can take you. All it costs is a few warm vouchers. Yun Guo remembered the guards. Warm vouchers again? The gatekeepers had mentioned them too. He asked the girl, what are those? The girl explained, warm vouchers are used for everything here. Food, shelter, clothes, equipment. Entry to the city alone costs 40. You didn't know? Yun Guo finally understood. So, warm vouchers are the currency here. He immediately commanded, System, open the support shop. Serendipity activated. First, time support shop use unlocked. The exchange rate was 1 achievement point to 1 warm voucher. Yun Guo stared at the conversion. 1 to 1. This meant that for players with few achievement points, there was no way to get a lot of warm vouchers through the shop. He then grinned. This is my advantage, Yun Guo declared. Exchange 1 million warm vouchers. 1 million achievement points consumed. Remainder covered by merit points. Yun Guo summoned a voucher and asked, Is this a warm voucher? The girl named Xiao Qi replied, Yes, that's it. It's a pure warm voucher, even more beautiful than newly mined ones. Sumi came closer. Brother Zhulong, can I see it? Yun Guo placed it in her hand. Sumi felt an incredibly intense energy radiating from the crystal. She pointed towards the tower. I can feel that same energy reacting over there, a voice explained. Because warm vouchers are the fuel for the energy tower. The energy tower is responsible for keeping Qinzhou warm and powering the Li Fire Formation to stop the snow beasts. The little girl continued. That's why if you want to live in Qinzhou, you must pay a sufficient number of warm vouchers regularly. Qinglin asked the girl. Then how does one obtain warm vouchers? Xiao Qi suggested. Usually, the Tiangshu Institute gives out missions. If you want to go, I can take you there. Qinglin's face grew serious. But you have to be in the city to accept missions for vouchers. So outsiders with no vouchers can never enter the city? The tower is always running. That's why the guards take them to the mines. Many people work there, including a man named Jin Gang. Mining 800 caddies of ore can be exchanged for the 40 vouchers to enter. An axe slammed down. Jin Gang told a guard, That's easily 800 caddies. Keep the extra. Now give me my vouchers. I want to enter the city. Xiao Qi asked them, You still haven't found a place to live, have you? If you go to the land office now, you won't get a good price. Yun Guo stepped forward and told Xiao Qi, Let's go. Take us to the land office first, and we'll pay whatever your guide fee is. Xiao Qi beamed with joy. Okay, I'll lead the way. The scene changed. A hand took a grape from a plate. A blonde woman fed the fruit to an old man. My lord, open up. The man obeyed. Suddenly, someone burst through the door. My lord, urgent report from the gates. 2 Stage 3 genetic warriors have entered the city. He snapped in anger. Can't you see I'm busy? Get out. The man bowed. Yes, sir. But the lord quickly changed his mind. Wait. He stroked his beard. Stage 3. Have the general office investigate and find them. The woman leaned in. My lord, what's a Stage 3 genetic warrior? He chuckled. Just brutes with special powers. A beauty like you needn't know. Now, let's continue with the grapes. She scowled. This lecherous old man is so on par with a rank 3 genetic warrior. Must be another player. Helen wondered. What rank am I? Yun Guo's group continued exploring the snowy town. Xiao Qi eyed the houses, explaining as they walked. In Qinzhou, heating is the most critical thing to consider. Some houses may look bright and lovely, but they're freezing at night. It's the easiest trap for outsiders like you all. The little girl turned back to me, reassuringly. But don't worry, everyone. I'll take you to a truly honest broker, though the rent will be a bit higher. Hearing this, she couldn't help but chuckle. Sumi smiled at the girl, asking gently, We believe you, but could you tell us your name first? Xiao Qi's face immediately turned red. She spun around, stammering, It's Qi Xuan. Just call me Xiao Qi. She patted the girl's head, then stepped back to introduce everyone. My name is Bai Zi. Our leader is Zhu Long, and this is Qing Niao. It's very nice to meet you. Yun Guo then opened his system window. Seeing the words Han Prison Night ends, he asked curiously, Xiao Qi, do you know what Han Prison Night is? The girl crossed her arms and replied, I've studied for 2 full years, so of course I know what Han Prison Night is. She began her story. 210 years ago, a great frost descended, and the entire world was encased in ice. The cold was fierce. Towers and rivers froze solid. Snow buried the entire region. Ever since, daytime temperatures have been below -10 Celsius, and the ice never thaws. At night, it plummets to -80, and countless monsters appear. Monsters threaten from the sky, land, and see. Xiaoqi raised a finger to explain. Because of the extreme cold and danger, every night since the Great Frost is called Han Prison Night. Hearing this, he and Qinglin stared at each other. Both of them were thinking, -80 degrees? Hordes of monsters? Has Han Prison Night really lasted for 210 years? Is a problem of this massive scale something we can even handle? Seeing their faces, the girl asked, "Big brother, big sister, why do you look so horrified? Did I misremember something?" He scratched his nose, reluctantly saying, No, please continue." Remembering the city protected by a dome, the girl went on, "I heard that outside settlements are often attacked by monsters at night, but Qinzhou is protected by the Li Huo Grand Formation. The monsters can't get in, so you all can rest easy." Sumi forced a smile and changed the subject. We know Qinzhou is safe, but won't we miss the good rooms if we're late? Xiaoqi, please lead the way." The girl didn't think much of it, humming as she walked. Just then, Sumi turned and asked, "Brother Zulong, is this mission going to be very difficult?" He answered immediately, "Yes." According to Xiaoqi, to complete this mission, we have to solve an event that's lasted centuries and affects the entire world. Qinglin added worriedly from the side, "The difficulty could surpass A rank, and might even reach S rank." Sumi optimistically reassured them, "Let's find the cause first, maybe we can solve it. There's strength in numbers." He sighed at her words and nodded, trying to stay positive. "Let's hope so." Suddenly, Xiaoqi turned back to remind them, although there are no monsters during the day, Qinzhou has plenty of other dangers. You all should be careful. She issued a warning. There's a group in the city called the Ice Blood Clan. Absolutely do not provoke them. Those people are evil. They not only steal and extort money, but sometimes they even kill. All of them have skin as blue as ice. In an alley, a hand tossed and caught some ration vouchers. The leader sneered as he walked. "You poor devil. Is this all the vouchers you had on you?" They left the beaten corpse behind them. A notification then rang out. Player number 31 has been eliminated by assault. With 96 people remaining, the prize pool has increased to 640,000. Elsewhere, sharp claws slammed onto the floor as a man riding a tiger hunted for someone. If you encounter a noble lord, you must show proper respect. Citizens on both sides of the road knelt before the man. All commoners must give way, kneeling on the ground with their heads bowed, and are forbidden to look directly at a noble. Noticing someone trembling in a corner, the man was immediately interested. The noble lord pointed accusingly. "That's him, the thieving wretch who snuck into my house." At his command, the guards advanced. The person weakly raised a hand to beg, "I have no ill intent. I was just leaving. I'm not an intruder." They opened fire without hesitation. The man then gave an order. "Clean up this filthy bloodstain. Don't leave a single trace behind." At his word, the guards complied. "Yes, sir," and dragged the body away. Just then, another notification appeared. Player number 69 was eliminated after being shot by guards. The number of people has dropped to 95, and the prize has increased to 650,000. At this time, at the Tianshu Institute, a strange voice called out, "Limited time reward! Limited time reward!" A man shouted, "Cooperate with medical research. You can complete it easily without having to do a thing. 100 ration vouchers a person." The passers-by were quickly drawn in. Xiaoqi pointed at the mission board, saying, "The missions at the Tianshu Institute might seem simple, but the ones with huge rewards are usually extremely dangerous." In some dark laboratory, a volunteer struggled on an operating table. His arms and legs were strapped down, his mouth was gagged, and he could only let out muffled cries for help. Seeing the doctor adjust his glasses to prepare for surgery, he screamed in terror. "No!" Ketchup splattered everywhere. The system announced that player number 4 was eliminated by experimentation. 94 people now remain, and the prize money has risen to 660,000. After a moment, Xiaoqi pointed ahead and shouted, "We're here." He followed her gaze. In front of them stood a large, old, boarded-up house. The sign read, Ping'an Housing Agency. Suddenly, the wooden sign was torn down by the wind, crashing violently to the floor. Seeing this, the three of them stared at Xiaoqi, startling her. The girl awkwardly explained, "It's not what it looks like. Please, let me explain. It's because this place is so honest that they have no money to renovate the storefront." Just then, the wooden door opened. Renyu slowly stepped out, rubbing his neck and looking around. Why did this busted sign fall off again? Seeing a familiar face, he said cheerfully, "Yo, isn't this Xiaoqi? Are you bringing more fat sheep to my door?" The girl spun around. Xiaoqi clenched her fists, gritting her teeth. "Brother Renyu!" She kicked him hard in the shin, yelling, "It's because you're always joking like this that it's so hard for me to find clients." Hearing this, he yelped in embarrassment. "Ow! Ow. My bad. My bad. Finally getting serious, he looked at them and asked, I assume Xiaoqi has already introduced you all. Do you have any special requirements for housing? Yun Guo spoke up. We're new to the city and need a place, preferably something spacious. The agent rubbed his hands. Outsiders, are you? Then you shouldn't pick a place that's too large. Yun Guo frowned. Why's that? Ren Yu replied flatly. Because it's not worth it. Newcomers should use their heat vouchers on more important things. He raised a finger, explaining. Some of you may not know, but indoor heating is charged by area. Besides rent, the larger the house, the higher the heating costs. Hearing this, Yun Guo stroked his chin. So that's how it is, he continued. Many brokers won't tell you this, just to earn a commission. Yun Guo then placed a hand on Ren Yu's shoulder. Don't worry, heat vouchers aren't an issue. At this, the agent was stunned. What? Yun Guo presented a large bag, placing it in his hands. I said, heat vouchers are not a problem. The agent stared in disbelief. Is this all heat vouchers? But you just arrived in the city, how is this possible? Yun Guo simply tucked the bag away. No more questions, just help us find a house. Ren Yu forced a smile and pointed, I understand. This way, please. Meanwhile, in the middle of the street, Jin Gang followed another broker, asking suspiciously, Is this agency you're taking me to reliable? Why not just look for a house directly? The broker glanced back, reassuring him. Without a broker's guarantee, no landlord will rent to an outsider. Don't worry, just follow me. Moments later, he stopped before a lavish building named Emperor Brokerage, saying smugly, Look at this sign. How could a place this big possibly cheat you? He led Jin Gang inside, walking to the counter and tapping the desk. The usual. The receptionist immediately raised a hand in response. Understood. With that, the broker placed a rental contract on the table. He watched Jin Gang review the document, saying, Once you sign this, you'll own a home in Qinzhou and no longer be an outsider. Noticing a detail, Jin Gang asked, 120 square meters? That's too big, I live alone. The broker immediately leaned in, putting a hand on his shoulder. You might not know this, but the bigger the house, the safer it is. He continued his tempting pitch. The Great Li Huo Formation can't stop all the beasts. And when they get in, they always visit the small houses first. Jin Gang grumbled in frustration. But I have no heat vouchers left. I used them all on the entry fee. If I'd known, I would have kept some, the broker said greedily. Don't worry. We offer low-interest loans for clients like you who are temporarily short on funds. Jin Gang asked, surprised. You have that too? The man gestured proudly to the sign. We at Emperor Brokerage provide thorough and comprehensive services. The blizzard grew worse, wind whipping through the trees. Jin Gang stood stunned before a dilapidated shack, then furiously threw the contract down, yelling, Son of a bitch! Suddenly, a strange voice made him turn. Hey, are you a player? Seeing the group behind him, he asked with confusion. Who are you? The old man replied, We're players too. I was hoping we could stay at your house for the night. Jin Gang angrily pointed at the hut and shouted, You want to live in this hellhole? The old man waved his hands, explaining, Don't you know? The temperature here can drop to minus 80 degrees Celsius at night. You can't survive outside. Only a room offers warmth. Jin Gang picked up his contract, snapping, Why don't you rent a house yourselves? They'll even give you a loan for it. The man answered timidly, We're old, weak, sick, and disabled. They won't lend us money. Suddenly, a window appeared. System notification. Player 23 eliminated for fighting. 93 players remain. Prize pool, 670,000. To everyone's surprise, the old man held out his hands. If you're still worried, you can tie us up. Seeing this, Wang Chung said nervously, But then couldn't they threaten us at any moment? The old man turned and yelled, He might not kill us, but we will definitely die if we stay outside. Witnessing this, Jin Gang let out a deep sigh. His heart softened. Get in. You don't look like much of a threat. The old man bowed his head. Thank you so much. Jin Gang turned away, saying coolly, Don't mention it. My brother taught me that good deeds earn merit. Elsewhere, a woman's impaled body lay on the ground as a hand reached out to pull a sword free. A purple-haired man glanced at the system window and sneered. You were number 23? Pathetically weak. Isn't there any more interesting prey? Back with Ren Yu, he gestured to a building and introduced it. Gentlemen, this is the finest house I have. The entire house is made of stone and is airtight. It has brand new heating pipes and beast fur carpets. Plus, it's near the city center with good security, located within the first wall. Qing Lin went up the stairs. I'll check the rooms on the second floor. Su Mi touched the fireplace in amazement. It even has a fireplace. Ren Yu replied, That's mostly for decoration. The heating still relies on the energy tower. Yunguo looked around for a moment, then said, "It's decent. What's the price?" The agent smiled. 8 heat vouchers a day. Yunguo frowned. 8? Seeing his reaction, Renyu seemed a little disappointed. "I knew it. Still too expensive, huh?" "No problem. I can show you other places." Yunguo suddenly cut in. "You mean it's too cheap?" He thought to himself, renting a house isn't that expensive. Hiding the bag behind his back, he mused, "The system gave me so many heat vouchers for a reason." Yunguo tossed the bag on the table. "Here's rent for 10 days. If there's extra, consider it a tip." The agent was overjoyed. He picked up a voucher and asked, "But can any of you tell me what else these heat vouchers can buy? Preferably something special," Yunguo added generously. "I'll give the one who tells me an extra 100. Renyu glanced at Xiaoqi, whose eyes were shining. He saw the girl looking at him pleadingly, clearly wanting the reward. Renyu sighed and said, "Let Xiaoqi tell you. I have to go file the rental contract." The girl said cheerfully, "Besides daily necessities, there are 3 main things you can buy with heat vouchers." Then, she began to list them. First, there are gene-modifying drugs. After modification, you can gain new abilities or enhance your strength. Next are beast core weapons. Powerful gear crafted from monster cores grants special abilities. And finally, there's mechanized inheritance. Mechanical masters can transform their limbs into machinery, gaining power rivaling that of genetic warriors. Most outsiders enhance their powers first, then head to the Tiangsu Institute for high-risk, high-reward missions. He then laid the warmth tickets on the table. "This information is valuable. This is your reward." Xiaoqi took just one, saying, "One is more than enough for me." Clutching the ticket, she said earnestly, "This info isn't worth much. You could have found it yourself, big brother." Hearing this, Manhwa simply patted her head with a smile. "But you still saved me time." "Know where I can buy those things?" The little girl shook her head. "It's probably too late today. Night is falling, and the cold prison night is beginning. I'll take you tomorrow, big brother." Outside, dark clouds rolled in as the snow fell thicker. He nodded in agreement. "That works." Xiaoqi waved goodbye and started to leave. "I'll be going then." But she stopped dead, shouting, "Wait. One more thing. I almost forgot." Van Qua's group paused, turning to the panicked girl. With a terrified look, she pointed at their door and warned them, "If you hear a knock at midnight, don't open the door, no matter what." Just the thought made her face pale, imagining the shadowy horror that would appear the moment the door creaked open. Having delivered her grave warning, Xiaoqi finally left, her mind at ease. She waved cheerfully. "I'll see you in the morning." And with that, the door slammed shut. They entered and gathered on the living room sofa to talk. Van Qua was the first to speak. "What are your thoughts?" Sumi replied first. "Brother Zhulong is incredible, getting so many warmth tickets right at the start." Qinglin then shared her own thoughts. "This world seems ancient, but the gene-modifying drugs and monster core equipment are highly advanced. It shows this world has dark technology. We have no leads on the mission yet. We should probably focus on powering up first." Sumi froze, realizing she'd misunderstood him completely. Her face flushed red as she stammered, "Oh, so that's what you were asking about?" She wanted to crawl into a hole from embarrassment, thinking, "I'm so dead. This is so cringe. What can I even say now?" So, she quickly raised her hand to speak. Sumi then stammered, I think that energy tower looks suspicious." Intrigued, he leaned in. "Why do you say that?" She answered honestly. "Didn't Xiaoqi say the temperature here drops to -80 degrees at night? An energy tower capable of heating a city this large must be some kind of dark technology." Her words sent him deep into thought. "Makes sense. This dungeon is more complex than I thought." His gaze sharpened, turning cold. He recalled the bone-chilling cold, the extreme frost, and the intense spatial distortions. Then, a flood of notifications appeared, players being eliminated one by the encroaching cold. His expression hardened. "So this is the cold prison night." Just then, Qinglin's voice cut through his thoughts. "This level of distortion, it's like the supernatural disaster back in Jiangcheng. We have to endure this kind of cataclysm every single night." She recalled the city's barrier under constant assault, knowing its collapse was just a matter of time. But Sumi had another idea. Didn't Xiaoqi say the Li fire formation can keep the monsters out, that they can't get in? Hearing that, Qinglin could only hope she was right. "Let's hope so," she replied. The scene shifts to a cabin atop a mountain. As the blizzard raged outside, a group of refugees huddled inside for shelter. A burly man finally broke the tense silence. "Good thing this shack isn't drafty, even if it's old." Just then, a frantic knock echoed from outside. He froze in terror, screaming, -80 degrees! Who could possibly be out there knocking? Outside, the frail silhouette of a woman knocked weakly. She pleaded in a faint whisper, "Please, can you open the door?" Her body trembled, on the verge of collapsing in the freezing blizzard. She desperately begged the people inside, "I'm a player too. It's too cold. I can't hold on much longer." A blue-haired man couldn't take it anymore and moved to open the door. "It sounds like another player." Luckily, a clear-headed girl beside him pulled him back. "Don't." The burly man blocked the door, roaring at the others, "Anyone who opens that door, I'll rip to shreds." His threat stopped them cold. The scene cuts back to Vanqua's house. Inside, the two women prepared for bed, but asked worriedly, "Vanqua, are you sure you can handle the night watch alone?" Vanqua offered a reassuring smile. "Don't worry. With my current physique, I can go days without sleep. You two get some rest." Though still worried, they listened and went to their rooms. Halfway to her room, Qinglin paused. "Please be careful." He simply replied, "I know." Time ticked by. The clock struck 10 p.m., and everyone was asleep. Then, at 2 a.m., a sudden violent knocking shattered the silence. He startled. "Who's there?" A small, childlike voice drifted from outside. "Big brother, it's me, Xiaoqi. Can you please let me in?" Hearing Xiaoqi's name, he was stunned. He called back, "Xiaoqi, what are you doing out there?" Outside, a small figure stood alone in the raging blizzard. The voice replied weakly, "I couldn't get home in time. It's so cold, big brother. Please let me in." Without a second thought, Vanqua rushed over and threw open the door. "Hurry, get inside where it's warm," he said to the familiar silhouette. But Xiaoqi looked strange. She hesitated, then said, "Thank you, big brother. You're a truly good person. It's just a shame you're about to die." Her face twisted into a grotesque mask, the snow monster in disguise. Seeing no reaction from him, it sneered smugly. "Foolish outsider. Are you frozen in fear?" It then lunged forward to attack. But Vanqua just smirked. "Frozen?" he asked, a chilling smile on his face. Then, a strange blue energy began to glow from the palm of his hand. In a flash, his hand clamped around the snow fiend's throat. Stunned, it gasped, "What?" He then lifted it high into the air. His grip tightened, suffocating it. The fiend struggled to yell, "How did you?" A sinister smile crept onto his face. "You mean, how did I know you were a monster?" He continued, revealing 3 reasons. First, Xiaoqi said not to open the door at night for anyone, so she would never have come to find me. Second, it's -80 degrees outside. A normal little girl couldn't possibly survive that temperature, let alone come knocking. And third, your disguise is good, but the distortion in your aura is impossible to hide. As he spoke, a sinister light gleamed in his eyes as a system notification appeared. Hearing this, the monster reverted to its true form. It roared in fury, "Damn you!" Yunguo just smirked. The true hunter always appears as the prey. "You wanted to hunt a newcomer, but wasn't my target also you?" He leaned in close, his eyes glinting with cunning. With a final squeeze, the monster was instantly obliterated. At that moment, a system notification appeared. Monster profile collected. Useful information about the snow fiend then appeared. As Yunguo read the details, he looked disappointed. He thought to himself, "Besides being a good liar, this thing has no other skills. Any veteran player could probably handle it, right?" With that, he slammed the door shut. Suddenly, a notification about a player's death popped up, killed by a fiend. Reading the alert, he was stunned for a moment. Someone actually fell for that trick. The scene shifts back to the small cabin on the mountain. A woman lay dead on the floor. Beside her, a muscular wrestler panted heavily after defeating the small snow fiend. He pointed at the cold corpse on the floor, yelling at the others, "This is what happens when you open the door. Do you see? Anyone else who disobeys, I'll throw them out myself." At this moment, he recalled the other man, sighing, "Brother Zhu Long, it's hard to be a good person." As he spoke, he rubbed a wound from the fierce battle. His eyes then caught sight of something on the floor. A sparkling gem emerged as the snow fiend's corpse melted away. He froze on the spot, wondering, "What is this?" Back with Yunguo, he received a similar stone. He slowly picked it up to examine it. The system activated, displaying a fleeting glance notification. These demon cores often drop from instance monsters and have various uses. The notification also mentioned the name Lin Fengmian. Reading this, Yunguo's entire body froze. "Father. He's been to this instance." Suddenly, a woman's voice echoed from behind him. "Little one, give that to me." The voice came from the wooden statue. Yunguo asked in disbelief, "Empress Mingmu, why do you want this?" The voice immediately replied, "This item can restore my power. Give it to me, and find me more of them." Hearing this, his inner businessman awakened. Yun Guo smirked slyly. "Oh, is that so? I can give it to you, but what's in it for me?" The more he spoke, the more urgent her voice became. She practically screamed, "Would I, the Empress, steal from a junior like you? Don't you have a damaged sword? Give me 1,000 of these stones, and I will help you repair it." She was referring to his broken ancient Yue sword. Satisfied, he agreed instantly, jumping up with a grin. "It's a deal." The scene changes as the sun begins to rise over the mountain peaks. Animals began to stir from their long hibernation. A success notification appeared for all the remaining players. The number of survivors was 76, and the total prize money was 840,000. From the cabin, the brawny man peeked out first. He saw the warm sunlight surrounding them and stammered emotionally, "Is it finally over?" The scene shifts to another area. In a hidden cave built into the cliffs, a mysterious man quietly watched a large screen in front of him. A doctor on the screen spoke. "The frozen prison night is over. The gear for crossing the snow plains is ready. You should get going." The man wore a mask, making him impossible to identify. Hearing the doctor, the mysterious figure stood up, ready to act. He asked the doctor, "Who are you? Why are you helping me?" The doctor countered with his own question. "You're a player from the real world, aren't you?" At this, the man's expression darkened, his voice dropping to a freezing tone. "How do you know?" The question only made the doctor chuckle. His eyes were fixed on the man's watch as he replied, "Heh, that kind of device doesn't exist in this world." He then turned, gesturing this way, but the mysterious man remained suspicious, trying to get more information. "Are you a player too? Why are you here?" The doctor was silent for a moment before answering, "I can't tell you yet, but I do have a question for you." The man asked curiously, "What is it?" A familiar name was spoken. "Lin Guoyun. Have you ever heard that name?" The man's face grew serious, his entire demeanor changing, but he still managed to reply, "I've heard it. He was recently nominated as a reserve for the front line by public security." Suddenly, the doctor stopped. They faced a high-security gate. While the doctor was being verified, the man asked again, "How do you know him?" Finishing the verification, the doctor pressed a red button beside the door, calmly answering, "Just a random question. That's all." Beyond the gate, a world engulfed in a raging blizzard was revealed. Outside, the sun was rising higher, illuminating everything. A door burst open as a pair of feet hurried down the stairs. A sleepy Su-mi yawned widely, just waking from a long sleep. Seeing her messy state, Yun Guo, already impeccably dressed, smiled and greeted her. "Good morning. Did you rest well?" In contrast to her, he looked sharp and handsome. Seeing him like this, she lost her composure, panicking internally. "What do I do? I should have washed my face first." The moment he spoke, her face flushed a deep crimson. She quickly tried to fix her disheveled hair. After a moment, she stammered a reply to his question. "I slept very well. The room was warm and the bed was comfortable. Nothing happened last night, right?" He replied calmly with a smile. "A monster knocked on the door. I took care of it." Hearing that, Su-mi was instantly wide awake, completely stunned. It took her a moment to process what Van Qua had said. Lam Thon approached with breakfast, asking them, "Did you find anything?" His face grew serious as he revealed what he'd found that night. These relic beasts all hide a core inside their bodies. You can get it by killing them. This type of crystal contains an immense amount of energy. Its potential is enormous for power, weapons, technology. It could change everything. He spoke his thoughts with a grim, focused look. Seeing how invested he was, Lam Thon put her bowl down and offered to help. "It really has huge potential. Xiao Qi said they sell them at the market. Let's wait for her to guide us there." He agreed with Lam Thon's idea. He said calmly, I think so too." As for Su-mi, she stood shyly in a corner, listening intently to their conversation. She thought glumly, "Lam Thon even made breakfast for big brother Ju Long. I've lost." Suddenly, her stomach growled loudly, a sign of imminent starvation, shattering the quiet atmosphere between the other two. Lam Thon noticed and told her to eat. "What are you spacing out for? Come, have breakfast. I made a portion for you too." She replied happily, "Okay." As she sat down at the prepared seat, Su-mi realized someone was missing and asked the others, "Didn't Xiao Qi say she would come this morning? Why isn't she here yet?" Though Van Qua was also worried, he tried to reassure them. He replied calmly, "Something must have held her up." The scene shifts outside, where three men are relentlessly chasing a little girl. They yelled furiously, "Stop right there, brat." I said, "Stop, you hear me?" It was Xiao Qi, but she had just run into a dead end. Thinking fast, Xiao Qi leaped onto a wall, scrambling to the rooftop to escape. She didn't forget to shout back at them, venting her anger. Ren Yu already paid my protection fee this month. Why are you blocking my house so early? A purple-haired thug from the group cursed back at her. Heard you introduced Ren Yu to some new big shot yesterday. He hasn't paid his protection fee yet, has he? She listened to what they were saying. She instantly realized they meant Van Qua and grew anxious. They're after Big Brother Zhu Long. No, I have to warn them, fast. With that thought, she acted, making a goofy yet adorable face at them. She used her childish voice to taunt the thugs. Big shot? You must have heard wrong. I've got places to be. With that, Xiaoqi zipped across the rooftops and vanished. Outsmarted, they stayed behind, screaming in fury. When I get my hands on you, brat, you'll regret this. The scene cuts back to Van Qua's house. Just then, a frantic banging echoed from the door. They all stopped eating their breakfast, their gazes fixed on the entrance. Xiaoqi's voice came from outside, calling desperately, Big brother, big sister, open the door. He recognized her voice and couldn't help but smirk. He thought, speak of the devil. As the door swung open, the girl lost her balance and tumbled forward, still stammering nonsense. Ba-bang! Luckily, she caught herself on Lam Thon, avoiding a painful fall. Seeing the girl's state, Lam Thon asked gently, Bang, what? It's all right, just speak slowly. After catching her breath, the girl's face filled with worry as she reported the situation. It's the Ice Blood Gang. They're here to cause trouble for you, Sumi asked in disbelief. Why are they targeting us? That gang has eyes all over Xiaocheng. Xiaoqi nervously explained what she knew about them. They heard from somewhere that you have a lot of warm vouchers and want to extort you. We should go to the Tiangsu Institute to hire guards, or hide the vouchers. Seeing her panic, his first move was to calm the girl down. Xiaoqi, don't panic. Then Van Qua added, it's already too late to leave. Hearing him, she asked innocently, why? His face was impassive as he glanced toward the door and said, because they're already here. Outside, a mob of thugs was descending upon the house. Their leader was a man with fiery red hair. He began to taunt Van Qua, run, little punk. Why'd you stop running? The thugs laughed with smug arrogance. Terrified, Xiaoqi clung to Lam Than and stammered, how is this possible? I was sure I lost you. The leader laughed, mocking the little girl. You didn't lose us. I let you think you did. You led us right to these fat sheep. Suddenly, the girl realized it was all her fault. She buried her face in Lam Than's arms, sobbing. It's all my fault. If I had just been more careful. Lam Than smiled gently, stroking her head reassuringly. It's okay. Xiaoqi, you did a great job. Just leave adult matters to the adults. Van Qua stepped forward, approaching the mob. He asked them boldly, you're here to collect a protection fee? The leader's face was vicious, his arrogance on full display as he tried to intimidate him. That's right. I suggest you pay up quietly. The Ice Blood Gang might even protect you. But that intimidation tactic had no effect on him. Van Qua calmly taunted them. And what if I refuse to pay? Instantly, all their expressions darkened. The leader was ready for a fight. His face hardened into a sinister grin. Then it won't be your decision to make. A flash of light suddenly shot toward the red-haired gang leader. He swiftly dodged the blast of light. It struck the ground, shattering the earth and stunning the red-haired leader. Van Qua aimed his sword at the leader, questioning, Are you certain? The members of the Ice Blood Gang all stared, their jaws agape in shock. Sword aura. He's a warrior? I knew this fat sheep wouldn't be an easy mark. The red-haired leader reached into his jacket, searching for something. He pulled out a sharp dagger, a smug look on his face. So it's just a relic core weapon? Big deal. I have one, too. Yun Guo secretly activated his system to scan the red-haired man's weapon. Crimson Flash. Serpent Core Blade. Quality. Green. Imbued with a Berserker Serpent's core, it trades sanity for a massive boost in all stats. Note: the effect weakens on users with high base stats. The red-haired man instantly unleashed his ultimate skill. A crimson aura exploded from his body, the enhancement. Now much stronger, he charged straight for Yun Guo. He leaped high, blade raised for a devastating downward slash. His face twisted with malice as he aimed for Yun Guo. Gripping his own sword, Yun Guo met the charge head-on. A violet energy erupted from his body as he dashed forward. He unleashed Butterfly Cloud Step. Moving like lightning, Yun Guo slashed past him before the man could react. His sword clattered to the ground. Rage Strike. The man collapsed, defeated. Yun Guo calmly picked up the fallen blade. Yun Guo twirled the blade, scoffing at his foe. A powered-up weakling is still a weakling. Suddenly, a mysterious voice echoed, My lady, would you desire a core like this? As long as it is complete. Just then, the blade in his hand began to fade away. It vanished. He turned to the remaining Iceblood clan members. Get lost. The man's two comrades helped him to his feet, but the blonde one shot back a threat. You just wait, this isn't over. Yun Guo rejoined his group, needing answers. Xiao Qi, tell me everything about the Iceblood clan. Wiping away her tears, Xiao Qi nodded. Okay. She then began to explain everything she knew about them. The Iceblood clan emerged a few years ago. They claimed to have frozen blood, making them the chosen ones. Su Mi chimed in, confused. But his blood seemed normal. Apparently, only the high-ranking members truly have it. The grunts are just regular people. Su Mi recalled their outfits and scoffed. Yet they dress the part. Such pointless pride. That's right, Xiao Qi added, then warned Yun Guo. They're dangerous and lawless. You all must be careful. Yun Guo knelt and gently patted her head in praise. We know. Now, we need to buy some core armaments. Can you show us the way? Okay. Xiao Qi happily nibbled on a hot sweet potato as she led them. The four of them walked down the street, enjoying their snacks. Suddenly, Yun Guo sensed that something was wrong. In a nearby alley, two men in black held children at gunpoint. Don't move. Inspection. Nobody moves a muscle. After a check, the man shoved a boy aside. It's not you. Get lost. The freed child instantly fled for his life. Yun Guo watched him run. Then, the man in black spotted his group. You, four, halt. Where were you last night? Xiao Qi quickly stepped forward. Sir, we were in the West District. The West District? He sneered. You stayed there? She offered him a red core with a disarming smile. It was crowded, she explained sweetly, but safe. The man smirked, pocketing the core. Seeing an opening, Xiao Qi began, Sir. But he instantly sensed her probing. Stop fishing for information. He pushed her away dismissively. Now go, get out of here. His partner continued screening others. Seeing his partner was distracted, he leaned in and whispered, a noble family was slaughtered last night. Rumor is, an outsider was responsible. After sharing the secret, he shooed them away. All right, you're cleared. Now move along. Qing Lin immediately pieced it together. The outsider. It must be another player. Just then, snow began to fall. Inside a magnificent, brightly lit castle, a woman named Helen arranged her lipsticks. In her mirror, she saw a figure climb through the window. She asked calmly, Are you the one who murdered the nobles? The intruder dropped silently into her room. Sumonobu slowly approached her. Oh? And how did you guess that? Helen casually applied her lipstick, not even turning to look. The entire family and over 20 guards, all stabbed in the throat with a sharp blade. She met his eyes in the mirror. That requires the weapon you're holding, right? Sumonobu leaned in close, his smile sinister. Heh, you're a smart one. Oh? So you've come to kill me? Helen calmly capped her lipstick. Hoping to raise your final bounty rank? Sumonobu drew his blade without hesitation. That's right, he said flatly, swinging the sword for her head. Then die. The blade sliced cleanly through her neck. But his face twisted in shock. What? It was merely an afterimage. He was bewildered. Her presence had felt completely real when he entered. This woman is no simple target. From behind him, Helen's voice called out, Hey kid. Holding a cigarette, she mocked him. Getting so emotional is unbecoming. Sumonobu refused to quit, lunging at her again. Shut up. Once more, his blade passed right through her form. He glanced back, taunting the empty space. You coward. Then, a wisp of smoke formed behind him. Helen's voice echoed, Your skills aren't half bad. She materialized behind him again with an offer. How about we cooperate? Cooperate how? Help me find someone, and I'll make you stronger. Meanwhile, as snow fell harder, Yun Guo's group entered the heavenly pivot courtyard. Xiao Qi quickly explained to the group. This was the Tiansu Institute, the city's most vital hub, divided into 3 main sectors. She explained the place in more detail. The information center is where they post the various available quests. The quests there offer high rewards, but they also come with great risks. The blonde commissioner stood at his counter. Sir, to buy demon cores safely, you post a commission here. The girl then led everyone to the final section, the rest area. If your team isn't big enough for a commission, you can find mercenary hunters here. Yun Guo approached the desk. He had 2 requests to post. Xiao Qi pointed towards the exit. Zhulong, you two go ahead. I'll just wait for everyone at the door. Yun Guo walked up to the commissioner's desk and tapped the counter to greet him. Hello, I'd like to post a commission. The commissioner informed him about the required deposit. The deposit is 200 nuan tickets, with an 8% brokerage fee. Please pay up front. Yun Guo stroked his chin, calculating silently. Was asking for 1,000 demon cores at once too flashy? Would it attract the government's attention? Maybe he should get the rest on the black market. Seeing him lost in thought, the commissioner spoke up. What's wrong? Can't afford it? If you don't have the money, don't act like you do. The commissioner waved him off dismissively. His voice dripped with contempt. No money? Then get lost. Don't waste my time. Arrogant fools who judge others. They're everywhere. Yun Guo summoned the system. System, exchange 10,000 nuan tickets. The exchange was successful. 10,000 nuan tickets appeared in his inventory. He immediately slammed the massive pile of tickets on the counter. The commissioner's jaw dropped. I want to post a 10,000 reward quest. Yun Guo smiled as he commanded the commissioner. It's all in cash. Count it carefully. The commissioner behind the counter shot up from his seat, panicking and shouting. What? He couldn't believe they were real. He quickly grabbed one and bit down on it. His colleague tried one and confirmed. The feel is right. These are real nuan tickets. The commissioner's hands trembled as he gathered the currency. So much. He collected them, still in disbelief. Is this really 10,000? Yun Guo gestured to the pile. So, can I post my commission now? The commissioners immediately bowed, their faces plastered with respectful smiles. Of course. We've counted it. We'll announce the quest immediately. A bearded man entered the shop. He was shocked to see the crowd gathered in front of him. What's happening? Why is it so packed over there today? Another man approached, placing a hand on his shoulder. Haven't you heard? Someone posted a 10,000 nuan ticket quest. If we get that order, we won't have to worry about food or clothes. At least, not this year. Let's go. Nearby, someone was respectfully pouring tea. The blonde commissioner who was so rude before was now all smiles, fawning over Yun Guo. Sir, you still haven't told me what the commission is. He slowly brought the teacup to his lips. Haven't I said? The three commissioners bowed before him and replied, Not yet, sir. Everyone is waiting. Yun Guo dipped his finger into the steaming tea, using the water to draw a symbol on the table. This symbol. I want to know everything about it. A thought raced through Yun Guo's mind. If his father had come to this game world, he would have definitely left something behind. I have to seize this chance and find any clue I can. The blonde commissioner spoke up again. Everything means. Yun Guo picked up his cup again. I want all information, including items, buildings, clues, and even people associated with this symbol. As long as you find related information and it's verified as true, you can claim this 10,000 nuan ticket reward. In the Tiangsu Institute, Yun Guo listened to the commissioners chattering beside him. Do you have any more specific information? The blonde commissioner seemed flustered by the vague instructions. Even if we find a lot of mismatched things, it'll be hard for you to distinguish. Yun Guo sat on the chair, looking down at everyone and issuing a command. Focus on high-tech products. Things like artifacts with unknown principles, or labs with unclear origins. Focus the search on places like these. Having made his point, he tapped the table. All right. Yun Guo returned to his leisurely state, crossing his legs as he gave another order. Anyone who finds the origin of this symbol gets 100,000 nuan tickets. Even a related clue will earn a corresponding reward. Hearing this incredible news from Yun Guo, the crowd erupted in cheers. Awesome. The doors burst open as everyone rushed out to find the information he needed. The room was nearly empty now. A hand tugged on a sleeve. Su Mi turned to Qing Lin, her voice full of worry. Sister Qing, is it okay for Julong to cause such a scene? Hearing her question, Qing Lin turned and calmly explained. Although attracting attention seems risky, it's also the fastest way to get clues. She raised a finger, glowing with power, as if giving a silent warning. If danger arises, we simply handle it. Yun Guo turned to those who remained. You aren't taking the quest? The man in the brown coat smiled brightly. We can't beat those mercenaries, so we came to ask if you have any other tasks for us. He gestured to his comrades, explaining their position. Our abilities are limited, but in terms of connections and networking, we're one of the best groups in all of Qinzhou City. Yun Guo smirked, inwardly satisfied. The effect of throwing money around was immediate. Still crossing his legs, he gave them their mission. Coincidentally, I still need a batch of demon cores. You can help me collect them. But just then, the commissioner beside him rejected the request. Sir, the Tiangsu Institute is not allowed to announce private commissions. Hearing this, Yun Guo immediately reminded him about the money that he had already given. I recall that if the reward is 10,000, the fee is 8,000. But I gave you 10,000. Hearing Yun Guo's words, the commissioner quickly turned his head away, pretending he knew nothing. I don't see anything. Please, go on. The man in brown happily agreed to work for Yun Guo. Cores are hard to find. How many do you need? Yun Guo calmly took a sip of his tea. He gave them the number he wanted. Start by gathering 1,000. Hearing that, the man's jaw dropped in disbelief. 1,000? Yun Kuo glanced up. What's the matter? Is that too difficult? The man scratched his head. It's not difficult. It's impossible. Unless you raid a noble's entire vault, there's no way to find 1,000 cores. Suddenly, the door burst open as someone stormed in. It was Kim Kang, his face burning with rage. He yelled, "A complaint! I need to file a complaint." Yun Kuo glanced toward the door, sizing up the situation. Kim Kang? He's in this instance too? Yun Kuo rose from his chair, hands in his pockets. He walked toward Kim Kang, speaking to the other man. Then just get me as many as you can. Find me when you have the goods. Seeing Yun Kuo emerge, Qing Lin immediately questioned him. Are you done with your business? Yun Kuo approached her. Yeah. I saw someone unexpected. Let's go check it out. A notice was slammed down hard on the counter. Kim Kang, enraged, pointed at the contractors. You people are liars! This is a complete scam! That mission was far more dangerous than described. Everything was written in the commission letter. You just didn't read it. The contractor pointed to the bottom of the letter, where a small line of text was tucked in the corner. Warning. Monsters may appear in the designated area. Be careful. Seeing those words, Kim Kang exploded. Isn't that just a trap? Yun Kuo led Qing Lin and Sumi toward the counter. Sumi immediately recognized the man. That's brother Kim Kang. Right. Let's see. As he got closer, Yun Kuo asked about the situation. What happened here? Don't talk to me. I'm furious. Hearing a voice, Kim Kang snapped his head around. When Kim Kang saw who it was, his jaw dropped in shock. Boss Zulong. Yun Kuo gave him a small wave. Kim Kang was stunned to see Yun Kuo here. The person next to him was already trembling. Boss, what are you doing here too? Yun Kuo smiled, asking how Kim Kang had been lately. How have you been? Kim Kang rubbed his head. I'm good, really good. The contractor behind the counter nervously eyed the two of them. Do you two know each other? Yun Kuo turned his attention to the contractor and questioned him. Yeah. He's saying you scammed him. Hearing that, the contractor was thunderstruck and denied everything. No, not at all. We're a government agency. The contractor then handed the commission letter to Yun Kuo. This gentleman simply didn't read the contract's terms carefully. Yun Kuo took the letter and read its contents. Search for items in the snowfields. Travel to the snowfield ruins. 200 egg coupons per person, per day. Looking at the commission made him recall Xiao Qi's words. Is this what he meant? The greater the danger, the bigger the reward? A bald guy nervously rubbed his head, words tumbling out. 2 of our guys got injured. The contractor said we can't get paid until the mission's complete. Yun Kuo's brows furrowed in irritation. The injured are players, too? The bald man turned and pointed in a direction. They're players, over by the door. It looks like they're in bad shape. Yun Kuo quickly moved toward the exit. I'll go check. Yun Kuo turned, his handsome face cool as he commanded. Bai Zhuang, you come with me. Bai Zhuang obeyed instantly, stepping quickly behind Yun Kuo. Bai Zhuang turned with a bright, friendly smile. Hello, brother Kim Kang. The bald man, flustered, replied, Little sister Su, Bai Zhuang, you're here too? Stepping outside, they saw white snow covering every inch of the streets. Wounded players were slumped helplessly against the walls. Wang Cheng's face was badly bruised. He lay on a girl's lap, gritting his teeth in pain as she cried and begged, Hang on, don't die, please don't die. Seeing this, Yun Kuo's voice was grim. Can you heal him? Bai Zhuang hesitated. His body is intact. It shouldn't be a problem. As she finished speaking, Bai Zhuang extended her hand, creating a mystical green light. The glow shone downward as she asked, May I treat him? Tears continued to stream down the girl's face. He was bitten by a grotesque beast. Bai Zhuang knelt, placing a hand on Wang Cheng's chest. Her hand radiated a magical green healing energy. Instantly, the other girl's attitude shifted. She stared at Bai Zhuang with a calculating gaze. This kid is incredible. Maybe she can be useful later. Bai Zhuang's healing magic was clearly working. Wang Cheng slowly woke, a faint smile on his lips. Thank you. Then Wang Cheng sat up. Thank you. Bai Zhuang gently said, Your wounds are healed, but you're still very weak. Be sure to rest. An older man with a white beard ran over. Brother Kim Kang, who are these people? In Kim Kang's eyes, Yun Kuo was a living legend. Unbelievably cool, always shining with a brilliant aura. This is my boss. He's handsome, powerful, and absolutely flawless. A perfect man. Boss Zulong. Qing Lin nudged Yun Kuo, laughing. What's gotten into him? Yun Kuo replied. I carried him through the last instance. He wasn't like this back then. Suddenly, Yun Kuo recalled something. The last instance. Wait a minute. He immediately turned to ask, Kim Kang, your instance wasn't supposed to start yet, was it? So why are you here now? Kim Kang looked confused. I don't know either. He recalled being bewildered. Why was I suddenly dragged into the game? I hadn't even eaten dinner. Kim Kang continued. I was just pulled in here, right in the middle of cooking. Qing Lin suddenly realized, it's another change in the instance rules. Yun Kuo added grimly, this looks like some serious trouble. The scene shifts. Kaka is in a private meeting, presenting on the anomalies in the original Sin game. This time, I have good news and bad news, Kaka announced seriously. The bad news is, in the last 2 days, 542 players entered instances. None have returned. Kaka changed the screen. The good news is that the virtual organizations, Pantheon, Takamagahara, and others, have also entered a level 1 alert state. We suspect they're facing a similar crisis. Deputy Chief Veston, seated below, finally had a question. With everyone else in chaos, no one will bother us, right? This was truly good news. Jing Yan angrily demanded. Any leads on why the instance changed? His brother replied. We have a theory, but we need a player to return to confirm it. Jing Yan shot to his feet, giving an order. Then this meeting is over. All departments, increase surveillance, especially on the last Buddha sect. Jing Yan's face tightened. Those people love to appear at the worst times. The scene shifts outside, where Yun Guo asks, You brought them along just because they begged? Jin Gang retorted, Saving people builds good karma. Isn't that what you said, boss? He then asked anxiously, Did I do something wrong? Yun Guo placed a hand on his shoulder, praising him. Not at all. You did great. Keep it up. Everyone gazed up, admiring Jin Gang's incredible leader. The girl in yellow frowned, a thought forming in her mind. So, if I just get close to him, this mission will be completely safe. Her tone instantly shifted, becoming sickeningly sweet. Big brother Zulong, she cooed, rushing to Yun Guo's side. Can we follow you from now on? She brazenly linked her arm with his. It's so cold here, and there are monsters. This manipulative act sent Bai Zhuang into a jealous rage. She won't survive long. Bai Zhuang's blood boiled as she bit her lip, her eyes blazing at the two. She stormed over, shoved the girl's head back, and screamed. Men and women should keep their distance. Don't you get it? Bai Zhuang stood between them, demanding. Why are you getting so close? The girl in yellow fired back, unfazed. I'm talking to brother Zhu Long. What's it to you? A hand gently touched the cold earth, triggering a clap of thunder from the sky. Bolts of lightning rained down, aimed directly at the girl. Luckily, she jumped back in time to dodge. Qing Lin stepped forward, looking impossibly cool. We're not close. Don't try to act familiar. Seeing this, the girl's face paled in terror. She stumbled back, her entire body trembling. Qing Lin turned to ask, What about these other players? Yun Guo considered it. According to the instance's rules, their deaths would provide the maximum benefit. Bai Zhuang asked, stunned, Brother Zhu Long, you're not actually going to kill them, are you? Of course not. He waved it off. I'm just thinking of another way to use them. Suddenly, Yun Guo snapped his fingers with a bright smile. I've got it. He placed a hand on Jin Gang's shoulder. Jin Gang, I have a critical mission for you. Jin Gang slapped his chest with a solemn look. No problem. As long as the boss gives the order, I guarantee I'll complete any mission. Hearing this, Yun Guo brought a hand to his chin, smiling faintly. Oh? Any mission at all? Jin Gang pounded his chest harder, flashing a confident, 10-toothed grin. Anything at all? Yun Guo clapped him on the shoulder and said, Then go take care of the Knight of the Frozen Prison. Jin Gang froze, completely baffled. Huh? Me? Yun Guo waved his hand with a huge laugh. Ha ha ha. Just kidding. He continued. The mission is to do your best to unite the players. Jin Gang glanced back at the crowd, confused. Unite the players? Yun Guo quickly explained. New or old, it doesn't matter. As long as they aren't hostile, try to recruit them. Jin Gang nodded in understanding. Yun Guo offered a hefty bag of money, which Jin Gang took. Take this. Anyone who cooperates gets 200 tickets daily as a reward. Qing Lin interjected from behind. Isn't this a waste of money for ordinary players? Yun Guo reassured him. Don't worry, it's a lot of cash, but it won't be spent in vain. He then turned back to Jin Gang. Your mission is inside the Knight of the Frozen Prison. One clue is worth 1,000 achievement points. As Yun Guo gestured wide, a cascade of glowing coins flew out behind him, brilliantly lighting the area. The offer was valid for the entire instance. The other players were stunned by this display of wealth. What's that light blinding my eyes? It's so dazzling. Yun Guo put a hand on Jin Gang's shoulder, his tone serious. In short, I'm counting on you. Jin Gang replied without hesitation, "Yes, sir." Then, Yun Guo, Bai Zhuang, and Qing Lin strode inside, leaving Jin Gang with his task. The girl in yellow ran up to him. "Brother Jin Gang, who are they? They're handing out tickets and points like they're nothing." Jin Gang angrily brushed her off. "It's none of your business. Stop prying." Rejected so coldly, the girl's face turned purple with rage. The scene shifts. Yun Guo approached a little girl building a snowman. "Sorry to keep you waiting, Xiaoqi." She immediately ran over, her face beaming with joy. "Are you two done with work? Then let's go." The three followed her lead, and Yun Guo asked, "Where are we heading next?" Xiaoqi quickly replied, "We're going to the Jade Orchid Ward. It's the black market run by the Taiping Gang, the oldest and most respected one." Suddenly, a loud noise echoed from the distance, grabbing their attention. "I'm afraid none of you are going anywhere today." It was two towering thugs, one red and one green, looking for a fight. The red-haired one spoke. "Brother Li, that's them." The green-haired one roared, "So bold. You mess with our Ice Blood clan and dare to show your faces?" Xiao Qi tugged on Yun Guo's sleeve, frightened. "Big brother, he's from the Ice Blood clan." The crimson mirror gaze activated, and Yun Guo's eyes flared with a purple light. The scan revealed the green-haired man was Zhou Li, a member of the Ice Blood race, possessing the Ice Blood ability. Yun Guo's brow furrowed. A level 2 dark sorcerer. But Zhou Li just laughed. "If you don't want to die, hand over your tickets now." Yun Guo summoned a system panel, commanding, "Extract Dragon Sparrow." The sword materialized instantly. Yun Guo gave a faint smirk. "I hear you have a layer of scales." A menacing purple aura erupted from his body, pulsing outwards. Yun Guo issued a direct challenge. "Let's see if those scales can block my sword." Provoked, Zhou Li's pupils dilated with rage, veins bulging on his face. He leaped forward to attack, but was instantly blasted backward by an unseen force. Sweat poured down Zhou Li's face as he gritted his teeth. This suffocating pressure, I've never felt anything like it. The scene shifts to 10 minutes earlier, where a tall, imposing man stood waiting. He wore only leopard skin pants, his bare torso revealing heavily tattooed arms. He stood before the Tianyu courtyard. Shui Tong looked up, completely baffled. A fat sheep who drops 100,000 just like that? Does someone like that even exist? His informants were getting less reliable by the day. Just then, the door opened. Shui Tong asked, startled, "Is it true?" A young man with golden hair replied, "Yes. Mr. Demon Zhulong just left. You can still catch him." Hearing this, Tuyet Thong bolted, dashing off with furious speed. "If I lose this fat sheep, Big Sis will tear me apart." As Tuyet Thong arrived, he saw Chao Luke shouting orders, "Hand over your warming tickets if you want to live." This made Tuyet Thong wonder, why was Chao Luke here? He scanned the group, one man, two women, and a small child as their guide. It's really them. Tuyet Thong gritted his teeth. But why are they facing Chao Luke? He's a stage 2 gene warrior. Is there time to get back up? Chao Luke grew impatient, gesturing wildly. "You can do this the easy way, or the hard way." Van Qua's reply was pure defiance. "The hard way? Bring it on. I'll even give you the first move." The redhead behind them yelled, "Brother Luke, teach him a lesson. Make him understand our Ice Blood clan is not to be messed with." Chao Luke's face contorted with rage, his teeth grinding audibly. Tu that suddenly pulled Than Lam's hand. She asked, her voice trembling, "Big brother, will he be all right?" Than Lam gently stroked her head. "Don't worry. To him, this is nothing." Bak Trang clasped her hands in prayer. "Brother Truck Long will be okay." With all his might, Chao Luke lunged forward to attack. "You're courting death." He swung his claws, leaving a glowing red arc in the air. But Van Qua's sword met the attack, blocking it perfectly. Van Qua analyzed the blow. In terms of pure power, he's already at the silver tier. The redhead's jaw dropped in disbelief. He actually blocked it? One of Brother Luke's swipes can shred steel plate. In a flash, Chao Luke unleashed a furious barrage of attacks on Van Qua, but to his dismay, Van Qua dodged every single blow. Van Qua noted inwardly, his speed is also near silver tier. Tuyet Thong watched from the side. He was completely stunned, his expression darkening. To be toying with Chao Luke like this, is he a stage 2, or even a stage 3 gene warrior? Van Qua observed. Sword at the ready. Attack power, confirmed. Next up, defense and regeneration. He unleashed a powerful slash. The heavy blow sent Chao Luke staggering backward. Van Qua pressed his advantage, forcing pained cries from his opponent with each strike. Van Qua stood over the fallen Chao Luke, his expression grim. His defensive power is like a full suit of armor. He glanced at the open wound. the wound on Chao Luk's leg. Regeneration seems a bit slow. Tuet Thong was stunned, speechless, his mind reeling from the shock. Stage 3. He must be Stage 3. Speed type? Hunter? Or Windwalker? The terrified redhead rushed to the unconscious Chao Luk. Brother Luke! Brother Luke, are you okay? Suddenly, Chao Luk's eyes snapped open. The wound on his leg rapidly healed. A proliferation ability. His breathing grew even more ragged and heavy. He gripped a weapon tightly and sprang up, hurling it forward with a roar. Die! The terrified redhead ducked, letting out a sharp cry. Incredibly, Van Qua dodged the surprise attack with effortless grace. Suddenly, a purple light shimmered in Bok Trang's eyes. It allowed her to see the flow of power in Chao Luk's body. She immediately warned Van Qua. Brother Truk Long, all his energy is surging. Van Qua finished her thought. A berserker skill, sacrificing reason for power. In less than 3 seconds, Chao Luk vanished from his spot. He reappeared instantly in front of Van Qua, unleashing a devastating punch. Van Qua was forced to leap backward. Die! Chao Luk roared, throwing the punch. But with incredible speed, Van Qua intercepted the blow aimed straight for him. But the fist was laced with a hidden toxin, poisoning Van Qua on contact. Yet fate smiled on him again. Poison resistance. Successful. Van Qua's face hardened with fury. He's using poison too? Suddenly, a violet flame erupted from him, stunning Chao Luk into silence. In that instant, Van Qua launched a fierce counterattack. From a distance, Tuyet Thong saw the strange flames blaze to life. I've never seen flames of that color before. Does he have more than one power? A dual-element warrior? Van Qua smirked as Chao Luk collapsed to the ground. Blood sprayed across the ground. So this is the limit of a Stage 2. Black poison seeped from his own hand. A system message appeared. Toxin purged. Tuyet Thong bit his finger, sweat pouring down his face. His eyes lit up, seeing a golden opportunity. He thought to himself, a dual-element warrior. I have to get him to Big Sis. Thon Lam approached the body on the cold ground. He was poisoned and lost consciousness. Van Qua made a decision. Then let's go. We need to find the Taiping gang. Hiding behind a wall, Tuyet Thong heard everything. He thought excitedly, what? They're looking for the Taiping gang? With that, Tuyet Thong rushed out towards Van Qua's group. In the bitter cold, he called out loudly. Are you folks looking for the Taiping gang? You should come with me. Hearing the voice, Van Qua turned, his eyes filled with suspicion. He asked Tuyet Thong, You're with the Taiping gang? Tuyet Thong replied instantly, That's right, while pointing to his arm. It was covered in intricate tattoos. This marking is all the proof I need. From behind, Tu That saw it and nodded. That's the Taiping gang's symbol. Instantly, Van Qua grabbed Tuyet Thong's hand, his face lighting up with relief. That's perfect. Then we'll be counting on you. This sudden change of attitude left Tuyet Thong a bit flustered. All right then. In the city, the snow fell thick and fast, and the air grew colder. A maidservant hurried towards a specific room. Reaching it, she quickly opened the door and entered. She approached Helen and announced, Madam, Mr. Lam is here to see you. Helen smiled and simply said, Let him in. At that moment, Tumanobu walked in, his expression grave. The players you wanted, the ones worth more than gold. I've brought them. 2 figures followed behind him. The first was ND. Abilities include werewolf transformation, immense strength, bloodlust, and military combat arts. The second was San La. Abilities include ancient yoga, curse of resentment, the 5, penetration spirit, and the 3 spirit demon. Helen responded to this news with indifference. I know. I'll inform the master later. For now, just take them to join the guard squad. Then, her voice suddenly dropped to a growl. Besides them, how many other players did you capture? Is my target among them? Tumanobu replied. 11 in total. The electric lights cast a bleak, cold glow. The sharp click of high heels echoed. Tumanobu was leading Helen down into the depths. He said, As you wished, all of them are locked in the black dungeon. Helen glanced down. This isn't the fallback position you mentioned. Below, she saw the pathetic sight of people trapped in iron cages. Tumanobu scoffed. What's the use of keeping this trash alive? Just let me kill them all. Helen shot back. These little rabbits are jumpy. Too many elimination notices, especially from player combat, will send them scurrying into their holes. We have to catch them all before they realize what's happening. We have to bag them all in one fell swoop. A cunning look appeared on Helen's face. Hearing her plan, Tumanobu didn't argue. As you wish. But don't forget your promise to make me stronger. Helen smiled confidently. Relax. I've already picked out your target. The only Tier 4 Gene Warrior in all of Kongzhou City. Tumanobu looked surprised. You mean the city lord's personal guard, Gongsun-ji, Helen confirmed. That's right. The data the city's founder brought back from the snow plains, only Gongsun-ji has access to it. To find the truth about Hanyu, we'll have to face that old man eventually. And his guard, Chinyu, is your perfect target. Tumanobu's eyes lit up. A Tier 4 gene warrior. If I kill him, I can reach Tier 4 as well. Haha. Suddenly, Helen produced 2 photos. There's one more thing for you to do. She said the gate guards reported 2 gene warriors entering the city yesterday. They're at least Tier 2 or higher. These are their portraits. Tumanobu studied the images. You think they're players, too? They were portraits of Lin Guoyun and Qinglin. Helen continued. That's right. The one I'm looking for might be one of them. Bring him to me. She then added one more condition. Alive. At the Taiping gang's territory, everything was covered in thick snow. Lin Guo suddenly sneezed. Who's thinking about me? Qinglin handed him a tissue. Are you sure you want to meet the leader of the Taiping gang? Lin Guo replied. A direct factory deal is good. Besides, these locals should know more than we do. Xue Tong appeared at the door. The gang leader will see you now. Thick smoke swirled through the room as someone savored the fragrant incense. Xue Tong's voice announced, Gang leader, they are here. A woman's voice answered, Let them in. This was the Taiping gang's leader, Jin Sik, who looked incredibly proud and regal. Honored guests, your visit truly brightens up Taiping. Faced with Sikwei's immense aura, Lin Guo and his group were frozen in place. Sik spoke cheerfully. Gentlemen, why the silence? Have I been a poor hostess? Lin Guo quickly replied. We just never imagined the leader of the Taiping gang would be so young and beautiful. Sik let out a soft laugh at the clever praise. She leaned on her desk, then gracefully hopped onto it, revealing a stunning figure. Mr. Zhu Long, you have a way with words. She went on. I know why you are here. The Taiping gang will give you our full support. Her voice was smooth. We can even go 30% below market price. At this, Sumi stepped forward. Well, there's no such thing as a free lunch. For such a huge discount, Miss Jin Sik, you must want something in return, right? With her motives exposed, Sik simply confessed. Since Miss Baizi sees through me, I have nothing to hide from you. I do indeed have a request. Sik's expression turned serious. 10 days ago, a scavenger discovered a laboratory in the snow plains. He had noticed something strange under a snow-covered ridge. With his bare hands, he started digging away the thick snow. A hard steel plate was revealed. On it, a transparent glass panel glowed faintly. He peered inside, trying to get a better look. Inside were countless large, perfectly preserved containers. Sik explained the lab was in good condition, holding priceless items. The Tianqiu Institute issued a survey mission for it. In Qinzhou City, only 2 factions were strong enough to accept. The Taiping gang was one of them. Hearing this, Qinglin asked, Gang leader, you want our help to eliminate your competition. Sik slammed her hand on the desk. Precisely, it was Lin Guo who spoke next. Making an enemy of a faction as strong as the Taiping gang for a 30% discount doesn't seem like a worthwhile trade. Sik looked like she had him cornered. What if I told you the competition was the Iceblood clan? This revelation stunned Lin Guo. What did you say? Sik pressed on. Our competitor is the same Iceblood clan you just clashed with. She also knew one more thing. It seems you already killed one of their gene warriors. Sik's tone had turned cold. You've already made an enemy of them. Even if you don't help me, they will hunt you down, right? Qinglin snapped. Are you threatening us? Sik rose from her seat. That's not a threat. It's an assessment based on what I know of the Iceblood clan. Hot-headed, extreme, and ruthlessly vengeful. Sik slowly approached Lin Guo as she spoke. The Iceblood clan is like a red-eyed rhino. It won't stop until its enemy is gored to death. Then she made her goal crystal clear. You only need to help me deal with a few of their gene warriors. In return, the Taiping gang will make sure they never bother you again. Sik glided past Lin Guo. Her words had clearly struck a nerve with him. Lin Guo and the others were now seated at a massive dining table. A server approached and lifted the lid from a dish, revealing a delicious-looking grilled salamander. Xue Tong, standing beside them, quickly introduced the meal. Charcoal-grilled ice butterfly salamander. It's a specialty of Qinzhou. The meat is tender and a must-try. Qinglin and Sumi looked visibly uncomfortable seeing the dish. Sumi whispered softly, I'll pass. Other dishes were then brought out immediately. 4 happiness meatballs, lemongrass chicken wings, and crispy fried cakes. Xiaoqi's mouth watered instantly. With sparkling eyes, she cried out, Wow, so much amazing food. Soon, the plates were spotless, with only greens remaining. Xiaoqi's stomach was full, her heart filled with pure bliss. I can't eat another bite. I'm really full. Seeing Xiao Qi so defenseless, Yun Guo asked, Xiao Qi, you seem to know the Taiping gang. Aren't you afraid of them? The good food had clearly earned her trust. Xiao Qi smiled, replying, They're not like that. Then, her face suddenly clouded with sorrow. My neighbor, Grandpa, is a former Taiping gang member. He took care of me after my parents passed away. Just then, the system suddenly appeared before Yun Guo, a new mission notification. He had triggered a hidden quest, the Orphan of Shuicheng. Mission details. Xiao Qi hides a tragic past tied to Qinzhou City's dark side. Investigate her parents' cause of death. Reward: 100 Qi condensing pills. Yun Guo was curious about Qinzhou City's darkest secret. He suddenly gave Shui Tong a sharp glance. Shui Tong understood his meaning, and they both went outside. Once alone, Yun Guo spoke. The old Taiping gang member Xiao Qi mentioned. I want to meet him. Shui Tong hesitated. Huh? You'll have to wait. The Taiping gang is huge. I need to find him. He then hurried off to begin the search for this person. His resolve was absolute. He had to obtain the Qi condensing pills. More spiritual power would extend the Eye of Calamity's summon time. At the old Taiping gang member's home, he was chugging wine straight from the bottle. He praised it cheerfully. Good wine. He offered it to Su Mi. You drink too, this is top shelf. Su Mi refused. No, I'm fine. Seeing the old man's carefree nature, Yun Guo nudged Shui Tong. Are you sure this is the right guy? Shui Tong answered confidently. I'm positive. He's the only old Taiping gang member living near Xiao Qi. In Yun Guo's mind, he'd imagined a warm old man saying, Xiao Qi, come, Grandpa has a treat for you. He scratched his head, a little disappointed. He thought the old man would be gentler based on Xiao Qi's words. Yun Guo quickly pushed the thought aside. Forget it, as long as he's the one. He approached the old man and said, Grandpa, we're here to ask you a few things about Xiao Qi. The old man's demeanor instantly turned serious. Why are you asking about Xiao Qi? Shui Tong then realized he'd forgotten to make introductions. He quickly explained to the old man, these are honored guests of the gang leader. Their concern for Xiao Qi is a good thing. You're worrying too much, old sir. Hearing this, the old Taiping gang member's expression softened a bit. The Bingshu Ren caused trouble before, which put me on edge. Honored guests, what do you wish to know? Qing Lin caught his words and asked tensely, the Bingshu Ren? Are you talking about them questioning Xiao Qi's portly customer this morning? Hearing this, the old man flared with rage. It's not just that. Those scoundrels have been after her parents' assets for ages. This revelation startled Yun Guo. Assets? Old sir, can you elaborate? The old man began his story. Xiao Qi's father was once a healthy man. The family was poor, but they managed. But then Xiao Qi's mother became gravely ill, and they couldn't manage. Her father took a high-paying scrap mission. He encountered a monster. He survived, but lost an arm. Hearing this, Su Mi's eyes welled with tears. She whispered, choked with emotion, how could they? The old man continued. The couple was resilient. They knew if things continued, the whole family would starve. They steeled themselves and went to the Blood Tax Bureau. Yun Guo asked, the Blood Tax Bureau? Shui Tong was surprised. You don't know of it? He then explained. To survive the ice hell nights, you must turn in a heating ticket for warmth. You know that, right? Yun Guo replied. I do. Shui Tong added, besides missions, the blood tax is the second path to heating tickets. They literally stick needles in you to take your blood. 2 standard bags of blood can be exchanged for 80 heating tickets. Paying a tax with your blood, that's why they call it the blood tax. The sharp Qing Lin understood. After losing blood, your body weakens, making missions the next day harder, right? Shui Tong nodded. Exactly. That's why the bureau is called Hell's Outpost. Once you start paying, death isn't far behind. Then, he turned to the old man. But you mentioned assets. Did Xiao Qi's parents choose the Dai? The old man just grunted. Su Mi asked again, Shui Tong, what's Dai? A horrifying glint appeared in Shui Tong's eyes. It's a way to trade your very life for heating tickets. The bureau uses brutal methods to drain every last drop of blood. In exchange, they give you a huge amount of tickets up front. Normally, only the elderly on death's door choose the Dai to leave something for their families. Hearing this horror, Su Mi trembled with fear. The old man's hand suddenly slammed down on the table. And those Bingshu Ren bastards want to steal even that blood money? He growled, furious. They're truly the lowest of the low. At that moment, the system screen appeared. Congratulations. The cause of Xiao Qi's parents' death has been investigated. Reward received. The system noted. A world of scarce resources always breeds human tragedy. The objective was complete, but Yun Guo was still unsettled. But is the Blood Tax Bureau really that simple? The mission was complete, but the description seemed to hide a deeper meaning. With that, Yun Guo turned to Qinglin. "We're stepping out for a second." Qinglin replied instantly, "Understood." Then Yun Guo, Qinglin, and Sumi went outside. Once the three were alone, Yun Guo asked Qinglin, "What is it?" She replied, "Something's not right. Why use blood for the tax?" She elaborated, "With resources so scarce, manpower should be the most valuable asset. Collecting blood weakens the workforce, unless the blood itself is worth more than a human life." Yun Guo grew suspicious. "You think a monster is involved?" Qinglin continued her explanation. "It's highly likely. Many monsters fed on human blood, so why did the warrior clans gather it for them?" Just then, Sumi timidly tugged Van Qua's sleeve as he asked, "What's wrong?" Sumi answered softly, "Brother Zhulong, can we please help Xiao Qi? The Ice Blood Gang has gone too far." Van Qua warmly patted Sumi's head. "All right, I agree that gang is getting annoying." Siquei then walked in hastily, followed by a tall, powerfully built man. That man was none other than Qin Feng. The door opened with a creak. Siquei appeared and asked, "So, you've agreed to move against the Ice Blood Gang?" Everyone was already gathered inside the room. Van Qua calmly sipped his hot tea. He then spoke, "Gang leader, please share the plan with us." Siquei replied, "To crush the Ice Blood Gang, we only need to deal with 3 people: Kuang Hu, Lei Zentian, Yi Bao, Yang Heng, Shui Quanfeng, and Shi San." Siquei continued, 3 of them are Tier 3 Gene Warriors. They are the gang's combat pillar and its core." She spread her hands, laying out her strategy. "As long as you, sir, can gravely wound them, the rest will scatter like sand. The Taiping Gang will help you clean up." Qinglin then asked, "Without their Gene Warriors, the Ice Blood Gang can't compete for the Tiangsu Institute's commissions, right?" Siquei smiled, agreeing it was a mutually beneficial arrangement. She then looked at Van Qua. "Do you have any objections, sir?" Van Qua's expression was grave. Tier 3 Gene Warriors. Behind Siquei, Qin Feng's eyes shimmered with spiritual energy, as if probing Van Qua's power. His face instantly paled with a flicker of terror. When Van Qua asked, "Are they all like him?" Qin Feng only felt a terrifying presence, as if a pair of mystic eyes were watching him. Siquei's voice snapped Qin Feng back to reality. Qin Feng is indeed a Tier 3 warrior. Hearing this, Van Qua stood. "Then there's no problem. Give me their locations." But Siquei had other ideas. "It's late. We can act early tomorrow." Van Qua dismissed her. "No need. Unlike you, I can act at night." With that, he, Qinglin, and Sumi left to begin the assault. Once they were gone, Siquei asked Qin Feng, "What did you sense from him?" "Tense," Qin Feng replied. "His power is immeasurably deep. I've only felt that kind of pressure from Qin Yu." Siquei was stunned. "Are you saying he's a Tier 4? Qin Feng nodded. "That's right." Siquei pondered. "Qinzhou's history has only seen a few. Why would one suddenly appear now?" She suddenly clenched her fist with resolve. "But there's no time to think. This is our greatest opportunity. If we use this Tier 4 warrior, we can return to the inner city. Everything they stole from us, I'll make them repay 100-fold." Van Qua and the others walked through the frigid, snowy night. Sumi asked worriedly from behind, "Brother Zhulong, is it really okay to attack at night?" Van Qua replied, "It's fine," he explained. "While dealing with that monster last night, I tested something. I can use my powers at night, if not for too long." An image of Van Qua striking down their foe flashed through Qinglin's mind. She added, "The enemy won't expect a night attack. You can defeat them one by one, then replenish your heat inside their base." Qinglin could already picture the scene. Hearing this, Van Qua patted her shoulder. "That's a brilliant idea." This familiar gesture from Van Qua sparked a bit of jealousy in Sumi. The snow fell heavier as the temperature dropped. The glass window panes were about to freeze solid. Over here, it was bone-chillingly cold, and he shivered despite his blanket. "Damn it, why is it so cold tonight? I already paid this month's heat vouchers." Glancing at the thermometer, the man screamed in horror. -80 degrees. This man was Shui Quanfeng, a Tier 3 Gene Warrior and a leader of the Ice Blood Gang. He yelled, "Is this a joke? Am I even indoors?" Shui Quanfeng grabbed an oil lamp for light. He walked to the door, muttering, "Is there a draft?" The moment Shui Quanfeng unlatched it, icy air blasted through. As the door swung open, a torrent of freezing wind slammed into Shui Quanfeng. Icy blasts hit him relentlessly, threatening to freeze him solid. His oil lamp was instantly extinguished. He was shocked. He saw 2 windows wide open, letting the snowy wind pour in. He was puzzled. What the hell? Walking to the window, Shui Quanfeng cursed. "Damn it. What blind fool opened my window in the middle of the night? After closing the window, he kept cursing. If I find you tomorrow, I swear I'll beat you to death. Having blocked the wind, Shui Quanfeng sighed. Whew, I'm freezing. Just then he felt a murderous aura behind him. It was Van Qua, gripping the Gu Yue sword, ready to strike. He barely managed a grunt. Oh no. As he turned, he saw Van Qua's powerful strike descending upon him. The slash tore a chunk of flesh from Shui Quanfeng's arm. Blood spurted out, and the man was utterly terrified, unable to process what was happening. Shui Quanfeng collapsed in pain, screaming as he looked at Van Qua. He slowly asked, Who are you? Van Qua's eyes blazed. He answered decisively, The one who's come to take your life. Hearing this, Shui Quanfeng panicked and begged, Spare me, I'll give you all my heat vouchers. 5,000. No, 10,000 I have. Just don't kill me. In truth, he was trying to distract Van Qua. He secretly infused internal energy into his spilled blood. But Van Qua remained completely unfazed. You think stalling me for a few seconds lets you ambush me from behind? Shui Quanfeng's plan was exposed. He was shocked. How did you? Van Qua knew because Sique had warned him. The Ice Blood Gang's third in command, Shui Quanfeng, is the most cunning and loves sneak attacks. His ability is the Blood Blade. The weaker he seems, the more careful you must be. At that moment, Shui Quanfeng used his power, sending streams of blood flying right at Van Qua. With intense focus, he unleashed his technique. Bloodlust Cyclone. Colossal streams of blue blood swirled, trapping Van Qua, then forged into razor-sharp blades. As he moved in for the kill, he screamed, Just die! But as he lunged, Van Qua's eyes suddenly blazed with a terrifying inner power. That very power erupted, shattering the deadly blades of blood. Huyet Tonfong was stunned. What is this? How did you evade my attack? Van Qua simply replied to him, Because you're not the only one here who can control blood. The system then displayed. Blood control. Huyet Tonfong screamed in terror. I have to run. Why can't I control it? Don't you dare come near me. Tears of pure terror streamed down his face. Please, no. A final, agonizing scream ripped from his throat as blood splattered across the walls. Now, the man was breathless, his body slumped against the wall. Van Qua coldly turned away. One down. He then headed for the door. -80 degrees. It's still too cold. The chill is seeping into my body. I have to finish the other two, and fast. On a quiet night, under a heavy blanket of snow, Ak Bao sat alone, nursing an enormous mug of beer. Ak Bao, a third-rank Jin warrior and second in command of the Blood Gang. He seemed drunk, slurring as he set his mug down. What's going on? Was that sound from the third brother? Suddenly, a portal ripped open in the air, and a blade emerged, aimed right at him. The blade pulsed with a murderous aura that grabbed Ak Bao's attention. Yet, for some strange reason, the weapon just hovered there, not attacking. Surprise, old man? Van Qua suddenly appeared, striding towards him. I was told your concealment technique was a pain to deal with. Looks like they were right. Van Qua sneered at Ak Bao's rabbit-like cowardice. Who are you? Do you even know who I am? Ak Bao, second in command of the Blood Gang? Your only real skill is using your power to hide. A coward in his shell, the rumors were true. Ak Bao screamed in his face. What did you just say, you punk? People had warned Van Qua about Ak Bao's 7,749 divine abilities, that Ak Bao's shadow concealment was first-rate, making him nearly invincible, especially in the dark of night, but he was also hot-tempered and reckless. Provoking him was the best strategy. He knew he couldn't win and was already planning to flee. Damn you! I'll cripple you, then I'll find out who sent you. But in the next second, Ak Bao revealed himself and charged straight at him, but he was too inexperienced to even touch a single hair on Van Qua. A system window appeared. You have endured the cold too long. 20% chance of stiffness when dodging. At this point, things suddenly became difficult for Van Qua. Damn it. So the low temperature really does affect my combat ability? After a brief exchange, Ak Bao decided not to linger. Next time, I'll tear out your heart. But Van Qua wouldn't let him escape so easily. He held a talisman in his hand and threw it straight into the dark puddle ahead. He didn't stop there, pulling out more glowing talismans. He threw them like darts, cutting off Ak Bao's escape as the dark energy was blocked at every turn. But it was a fruitless game of cat and mouse, with neither side able to gain an advantage over the other. Ak Bao rose from the dark puddle, taunting him. It's useless. You can't hit me. Just die. Yet Van Qua calmly asked, Ever heard of a shadowless lamp? Hearing this, Ak Bao was clearly startled, his bravado instantly gone. He stammered, A what? A shadowless lamp is still a light source. Vanhua explained. Simply put, with enough light sources, shadows shrink until they barely exist. And the truth was, they were now standing in a room completely illuminated by the talismans placed all around them. Now, care to guess how many light sources are in this room? Those words alone were enough to drain the color from Akbao's face. You wouldn't dare. But of course, Vanhua would. He acted instantly. A powerful light erupted from him, engulfing the entire space. In sharp contrast to the room's sudden warmth, the bone-chilling snow continued its heavy fall just outside. And just like that, Akbao was utterly defeated. Got you, my eyes. Vanhua cut straight to the chase. The men who tried to steal Shao Qi's inheritance. Did you send them? Purple fluid began to ooze from his scorched eyes. After hearing the question, Akbao decided to play dumb. Shao Qi's inheritance? What the hell is that? Seeing his pathetic act, Vanhua pressed him again. You nearly killed a little girl, and you don't remember? But he still refused to take any responsibility. A little girl? Do you have any idea how many people die in Qinzhou every single day? Akbao slammed his hands on the ground in a rage. Do you remember every grain of rice you've ever eaten? Clearly, he had no intention of talking. You can just die too. Though Akbao's eyes were now useless, he could still manipulate his surroundings with his hands. But of course, Vanhua had no intention of letting him run wild any longer. Die. The joke was over. Vanhua was serious. He unleashed a flurry of snake-like slashes, obliterating the giant arm. This fool just wouldn't learn. Now, Akbao's arrogance would cost him his life. Vanhua's final strikes were a death sentence. He finally collapsed under the relentless assault. In the next second, a pool of green fluid spread across the floor. The killing intent was unmistakable. Vanhua offered some parting advice. Try not to be so evil in your next life. Outside, the white snow continued to fall without end. But his mission wasn't over. There was still one target left. And soon, that final person would meet the very same fate as Akbao. The homes of Akbao and Guangho weren't far apart. The real challenge was just getting inside. Guangho had spent a fortune renovating his residence. The interior was crawling with guards. He was clearly paranoid about an outside attack. Guanghu's base was a deadly maze, a fortress designed to crush any intruder. Reaching the air vent, Yunguo didn't hesitate, slicing it open. With no time to waste, he crawled inside to infiltrate. The heating duct was his only entry. At the end, he dropped silently into a storage room. After making sure the coast was clear, he cautiously pushed the door open. But the eerie silence was suspicious. Weren't there supposed to be guards? Still, he ignored the feeling and crept forward. He barely took a few steps before spinning around, sensing imminent danger. Guanghu was clearly not to be underestimated. The man had anticipated his arrival and prepared a trap. Yunguo had been careless, but his instincts flared just in time. With lightning-fast reflexes, Yunguo launched himself into the air, dodging the attack. A hailstorm of sharp weapons rained down on him. He crashed through a glass pane, forced into another room, but he recovered instantly, ready to counterattack. A blade appeared in his hand. It was time to show them true power. Yunguo felt no fear, only anticipation for Guanghu's appearance. Come out, Guanghu. This trap won't kill me. Suddenly, a lamp on the wall began to sway. Guanghu finally revealed himself, stepping forward with a slow clap. He was genuinely impressed by Yunguo's incredible evasion skills. I knew the canary would send someone, but only one? She truly underestimates me. Yunguo didn't dare make a reckless move. He was deep inside enemy territory. To welcome his uninvited guest, he had a few of his subordinates at the ready. His eyes scanned Yunguo and landed on the blade. So, you're the one who killed Xiao Zhu today. But Guanghu was fatally overconfident in his numbers. I admit, you're a skilled fighter, but I have all my men with me. Do you really think you can win? Yet Yunguo didn't flinch, defiantly pointing his blade at them. Stop wasting time. All of you, attack at once. Seeing this, Guanghu considered recruiting him. Hold on. You killed one of my men, but I value your talent. Join the Blood Human gang, and I'll let you live. Yunguo found the offer laughable. Oh? You intend to recruit me? Guanghu leaned forward on his seat, confirming with an eager look. That's right. He continued his tempting offer. That canary is known for her schemes, but she's a fool. Long hair, but little insight. What's the use in following her? Guanghu laid out a series of incredible benefits. Just agree to join me. In Qinzhou City, you can have whatever you want. Do as you please. So? But Guanghu's vile reputation had already reached Yunguo, but I hear the leader of the Blood Human gang doesn't treat his own brothers very well. Yet, no matter what was said, he remained confident in his ways. So what? In my gang, the strong devour the weak. If you're ruthless and can fight, you'll want for nothing. Coupons, food, women, it will all be yours. Kwang Hu then adopted a mysterious air, ready to reveal a shocking truth to show his sincerity. Let me tell you a secret. Do you know why the Taiping gang stole the lab commission from us? It was clear Yun Guo didn't know the answer. He just stood silently, his blade still aimed at Kwang Hu. Though Yun Guo was a straight-laced man, he had no interest in worldly pleasures. Coupons, women, and resources? I'm not interested in any of that. But then, Kwang Hu played his trump card. What if I told you it was a level 4 gene solution? At this, Yun Guo was stunned. He never thought he'd encounter one, and of course, this was no ordinary prize. A level 4 gene solution could grant gold-tier abilities. This substance is extremely rare and carefully hidden, inaccessible to most. Unprompted, Kwang Hu began to share a piece of history. The commission's target is the Pangu Research Institute. It was Qinzhou's main center for gene medicine, but it was abandoned 30 years ago after an unforeseen blizzard. Now, the entire place is buried in snow, shrouded in a quiet, gloomy atmosphere. Hearing this, something didn't feel right to Yun Guo. Why entrust such a vital place to a civilian gang? Kwang Hu answered without hesitation. In the last 30 years, they've sent dozens of teams. Hundreds of level 3 gene warriors died. They have no one left to send. Yun Guo was still suspicious. Even if they can't get it, why would the ruling clans give this opportunity to newcomers? He suddenly stood up, and Yun Guo defensively raised his blade. That's assuming the level 4 medicine they have actually works. What do you mean? Seeing his clueless look, Kwang Hu was amused. Looks like the canary kept you in the dark. But Yun Guo understood his divisive tactics and wouldn't fall for the trap. Trying to create division is useless. Just get on with it. Kwang Hu got straight to the point. Qin Yu, the last level 4 warrior from Qinzhou, was created 7 years ago. Logically, the ruling clans don't lack resources, yet it's been this long without a new level 4 appearing. I'm guessing the medicine they have is defective. They need the other formula from the lab. Whoever retrieves Pangu's research legacy will rule Qinzhou in the future. After trying to manipulate Yun Guo, he still hadn't given up on his plan. Let's cooperate. We'll overthrow the ruling clans. We'll create a better Qinzhou. But Yun Guo had no intention of allying with him. He answered by swinging his blade forward. A violent, purple aura flared at Kwang Hu's feet, making him flinch. And the answer is still no. My apologies. Not interested. He refused to walk a wicked path for his own ambitions. Yun Guo almost pitied the man. It was because of his blindness. Yun Guo was simply speaking the righteous truth. What about the people you robbed and extorted? Or forced to their deaths, like Shao Qi? You just see commoners as objects to bleed dry. Even if you toppled the gentry, you'd just become the new privileged class. After his words fell on deaf ears, Kwang Hu finally gave up. It was clear negotiation had failed. Yun Guo's resolve was clear from the start, only he wasted time talking. Negotiation was never an option. If so, Kwang Hu would show no mercy. He immediately charged forward to attack, but against these underlings, a single swing of his blade sent them all flying. One of them, overestimating himself, lunged with a sharp weapon. But of course, Yun Guo's overwhelming power easily blocked the blow. He channeled all his mana into his arm, creating a devastating aura of killing intent. His power surged, amplified beyond its limits. In an instant, Yun Guo took the man down completely. Facing a group that wasn't even a warm-up, he felt a flicker of contempt. You're really relying on them to fight me? Then, Kwang Hu realized the truth. So that's it. You're a level 3 warrior. No wonder you're so confident. Canary must have told you about the secret passage. But she didn't know my home, and my brother's homes are all connected to it. Even at night, they can reach me at a moment's notice. No matter how strong you are, can you face 3 level 3 warriors? Second brother, third brother, face the enemy. Kwang Hu then ordered them to reveal themselves and test their might against Yun Guo, but his only reply was a dead, unsettling silence. He snatched up the command token and yelled again, "Second brother, third brother," but Yun Guo knew it was useless. They will never answer you. However, I can send you to meet them. Hearing this, Kwang Hu's jaw dropped in shock. You killed my brothers? By the time he understood, it was far too late. That's right. Now, it's your turn. With no brothers left to save him, Kwang Hu had only himself. Don't celebrate too soon. In a flash, his muscles began to bulge and harden. Kwang Hu transformed, entering a state of unprecedented power. His own clothes couldn't contain his massive form. Kwang Hu's eyes blazed with a murderous fury, wanting to devour him whole. I will personally tear you to shreds. Outside, a dark night reigned, with white snow blanketing the landscape. But inside the factory, Red alerts began to flash across the screens. Warning. Machinery and engines show signs of losing control. Take immediate action. The pressure was suddenly spiking erratically. It's the same over here. We're losing control. Suddenly, amidst the chaos, a figure approached them. One of the technicians was immediately hoisted into the air. Duanmu Ming, of the Gentry, vice director of the Skywork Company, and head of the energy tower. His heart burned with panic as he demanded answers. What is this? What's wrong with the tower? The man looked at him, his face deathly pale, and stammered, Vice Director, the steam core is about to explode. A massive amount of heat radiated from the core. The machinery was now a ticking time bomb. It seemed this would be a long night for the energy tower. If they couldn't stop this, the consequences would be catastrophic. Duanmu Ming couldn't understand how this happened so suddenly. What did you say? Explode? How is this possible? It was an unforeseen accident. The technician had no answers. The core was supposed to last another 10 years, but recent winters were colder than projected. Now, the core could no longer bear the strain. Time was running out, but they still had no viable solution. Report. The furnace pressure won't go down. This is getting critical. But instead of finding a solution, Duanmu Ming vented his fury on the staff. I don't care what you do, you will secure that steam core. He refused to hear any more excuses, only concerned with saving his own skin. But, Vice Director, there are no buts. If that core fails, you're all going to the Blood Tax Bureau. The tension in the room was palpable. Duanmu Ming was backing them into a corner with his threats. Just when all seemed lost, the appearance of Da Xiang brought a glimmer of hope. Never mind, Master Sun. Duanmu Ming quickly explained the situation. Old son, you're just in time. Please, handle this for me. Let me take a look. With age comes wisdom. Da Xiang's experience was their only hope. The overload is critical. This should have been inspected long ago. His expression grew grim. At this point, there's only one option. Duanmu Ming, losing his patience, pressed him urgently. What is it? Spit it out. We have to shut down the main conduit to relieve the pressure, then activate the core's emergency release. However, the situation is too severe. There will be consequences no matter what, but doing that will. Duanmu Ming cut him off, refusing to hear the consequences. No buts, just do it. The other technicians tried desperately to intervene. Vice Director, you can't. The Grand Fire Array relies on that conduit for power. If it goes offline at midnight, the consequences will be unthinkable. Tired of the chatter, the short-fused Duanmu Ming drew his gun. He aimed it squarely at them, giving one final, stern warning. All of you, shut up. Do exactly as Old Sun said. Prioritize the heat supply for the steam core and the upper city. All Duanmu Ming cared about was the core. Everything else was irrelevant. The staff scrambled to follow the master's orders. After a moment, everything was set in place. Master Sun was ready. Pulling the lever would sever the connection. The general never wanted a part in this, but an order from above was absolute, a truly wretched fate. He then placed his hand on the lever. In mere moments, everything would change forever. The red conduit reacted instantly, unleashing immense heat into the air as a crimson pillar of energy erupted from the tower. From afar, it resembled a fiery explosion, and even distant creatures took notice of the disturbance. A critical failure in the energy tower disabled the Lai Hoa Grand Formation. Hathan's heat will drop 50% for 12 hours, allowing monsters and Hananguk to invade. Mission reward. After 12 hours, every survivor gains 10,000. Everyone was stunned by the sudden turn of events. Panic spread through the crowd, as no one knew what horrors lay ahead. In the middle of beating down Kwang Ho, the urgent alert made him freeze. The energy tower. It failed? Seizing the opening, Kwang Ho lunged forward. Though Van Qua dodged, his face was lightly scratched. Van Qua needed to end this quickly. Finally done holding back? I don't have time for this. A smug grin spread across Kwang Ho's face. Trying to scare me? That won't work. But with pressing matters at hand, Van Qua raised a finger, preparing his technique. Playtime is over. A murderous aura, sharp as a blade, swirled around him. His eyes of calamity flared with world-shaking power. At that moment, Van Qua unleashed his final trump card, a direct challenge to his opponent's very soul. Behind him, a pair of colossal, divine eyes began to open, their light an abyss, threatening to swallow Kwang Ho whole. As Kwang Ho's gaze met the swirling vortex of death above, he froze solid like a statue. What? Is this power? He thought this was just a simple fist fight. Who knew he would unleash this? What in the world is that thing? Van Qua couldn't afford to hold back now. He had to finish this and move on. My apologies. I didn't want to use this, but I have more urgent matters to attend to. The colossal eye gathered a dark vortex of murderous energy. All energy converged into its pupil, like a god drawing a celestial bow. Manhwa pointed at Kwang Ho, issuing a final judgment. In a flash, the divine eye erupted like the sun's wrath, firing a terrifying beam of energy that tore through the darkness, straight towards Kwang Ho. Instantly, he was engulfed in a crimson inferno. Believing he had paid his price, Manhwa gave the command. "That's enough. Stop." Kwang Ho could no longer stand and collapsed. Demonic static crackled from the eye, its lightning binding his very soul as he fell to his knees, utterly defeated. Seeing their leader fall, his underlings panicked. How can this be? Is the boss dead? Manhwa's challenge was meant to terrify them. Anyone else want to turn? They didn't dare, scrambling away in absolute terror. "Don't kill me. Run. He's a monster." A system window appeared. "You have used the malevolent god's power." 10-hour cooldown initiated. Even without a cooldown, his body has its limits. Using it just once consumes enormous energy. With my current spirit energy, I couldn't use it twice anyway. Mission complete. Subdue the blood. Ice Clan. Finally, both of Manhwa's objectives for the day were complete. He opened the door, stepping out into the bone-chilling cold. Next up, the newly announced mission. But what awaited Manhwa next would be far more difficult than anything before. An urgent outdoor mission. Heavy snow fell from a lightless, endless night sky. Meanwhile, inside the building, Tan Fong found Tuok. Seeing him, she asked anxiously, "Do you have any idea what's going on?" As an outsider, Tan Fong was uncertain. It's not clear yet, but the city's heat supply is dropping fast. Suddenly, while they were still confused, a new voice spoke up. "There's a problem with the energy tower." Thon Lam, who had just entered with Tumyu, explained. "The Lihoa Grand Formation was shut down. Hathan's heat supply will be cut in half." Tuok, surprised by her knowledge, had to ask, "How do you know all of this?" Thon Lam didn't hesitate to answer. "I have my own channels," she replied, then asked, "Guildmaster, has this ever happened before?" Tuok answered quickly from memory. "Never." Tan Fong, sensing the danger, warned her. "With the formation down, monsters will definitely invade the city. My lady, please retreat to the panic room." Tuok knew their fears were real. Tonight, Hathan would become a river of blood. She suspected this was a ploy for someone's personal gain. The outrage from the casualties, guided correctly, could force the noble clans to make concessions. The key is ensuring our safety with power the clans must respect. We need to secure control over these outsiders. Unable to manage the crisis herself, Tuok turned to Thon Lam. "Can I ask you to protect our guild members? You will be rewarded generously for your help." Thon Lam hesitated. "Indoors we can manage. But outside, the cold makes fighting difficult, even for us." "Go to the Ju Yi Assembly Hall," she ordered Tan Fong. He hesitated for a moment, but she insisted. "This is an order." Tuok then gestured to the two women. "Please, go to the Ju Yi Hall first. Tan Fong and I will gather the guild members." "Hurry, everyone must assemble immediately." They moved the weak into the hidden chamber, and then the two of them departed. Snow blanketed the inner city. Unaware of the danger, people played mahjong. They chatted while playing. "Lu Tong, what's all that noise outside tonight? Heard there's an issue with the energy tower." 8 of 10,000. Worry flickered across their faces, but was quickly dismissed. "The energy tower? Isn't that serious?" Red Dragon. But one of them casually reassured the rest of the group. "My old man said it won't affect the inner city's heat. If a few peasants from the lower city die, who cares?" They continued their intense game of mahjong. Tiles clacked like martial arts strikes. No one even looked up. "Mahjong." Laughter erupted throughout the room. "Now, pay up." Outside, thick snow continued to fall relentlessly as darkness consumed the land. Meanwhile, in Qinzhou's Taihe Hall, a fierce debate was raging on. The great ministers had all gathered inside the main palace. A controversial issue had clearly erupted. They argued fiercely, none willing to back down. "What did you just say? Hasn't it been fully investigated? Why rush to place the blame?" Everyone had their own opinion, refusing to agree with each other. You should save those words for the rioters. But as their fierce argument raged, a powerful voice suddenly silenced them all. Zunji entered calmly, but his words were a heavy reprimand. Such a loud internal conflict in Taihe Hall. Have you all lost your sense of decorum? In his presence, not one of them dared to speak. They quickly formed two lines to greet the city lord. Zunji then ascended the dais and calmly took his seat. Once everyone was settled, Zunji ordered Mu Ming to report. "Mu Ming, explain what has happened to everyone." Yes. The steam core was the most urgent issue, so he got straight to the point. Due to a prolonged overload, the energy tower's steam core has been severely damaged. The Tiangong Institute had to shut down the bypass to release the pressure. Everyone was utterly shocked by this news. What is the Tiangong Institute thinking? You closed the Lihuo Grand Formation? Can the inner city's security even be maintained? Mu Ming, completely flustered, stammered out his explanation. The prolonged overload was to heat the entire inner city. This incident should only affect the lower inner city area. Facing this crisis, Zunji angrily slammed his hand on his chair. Yet he forced himself to remain calm. The Central Secretariat decided to raise the temperature at night. It has already come to this. Further talk is useless. Discuss a solution now. But one minister voiced his concern. If the inner city is fine, how will we calm the commoners? Lord Duanmu, how do you intend to explain this matter? As Mu Ming was about to defend himself, the minister continued. The steam core overload was an unforeseen accident. The Tiangong Institute will improve its management. Enough, Zunji cut him off. The commoners don't need the truth, they just need someone to blame. To resolve the matter, he made a decision. This incident was caused by my mistake. To demonstrate justice, the culprit will be executed at the city gate. Any objections? The ministers glanced at each other, waiting for someone else to protest. However, Mu Ming was more concerned about one thing. How would they identify the person truly responsible? Zunji didn't answer directly, only hinting, Lord Duanmu, you always keep 2 death-sworn retainers, don't you? Meanwhile, Yunguo was racing ahead at breakneck speed. Worried about the energy tower, he ran desperately. Suddenly, a system notification appeared. Player has been affected by distortion. Acquired bone-chilling cold status. He immediately requested a personal status check. Player is afflicted by cold chi, causing stiffness during evasion. Periodic physical checks required due to aberrant transformation. Abilities sealed by breath of ice. Increased vulnerability from bone-chilling cold. All statuses can only be removed by exposure to sunlight. If he didn't act fast, his situation would only get much worse. With the Lihuo Grand Formation down, negative effects quickly built up. As he tried to press forward, he suddenly froze. Yunguo skidded to a halt. It seemed another obstacle had appeared in his path. Before him materialized a massive, monstrous bat. Its grotesque form looked horribly mutated. One look was enough to see its hostile intent. The beast stared him down and let out a vicious snarl. He could feel that something terrible was about to happen. So, it's begun. From the swirling snow, dark shapes flickered past like phantoms. Several wolves appeared, lunging at Yunguo with lightning speed. Above, a swarm of bats erupted from the darkness, their shrieks echoing like cries from the underworld. Wolves howled below as bats swarmed above. The monsters formed a tightening circle of darkness around Yunguo. As snow blanketed the land before dawn, the seal shattered. A horde of frenzied beasts poured out, charging the sleeping village. Without hesitation, their fiery eyes blazing, they smashed through wooden doors. It was a nightmare descending. Inside a cold house, a mother and child huddled together. The floor began to shake and crack apart. A dark chasm split open the ground beneath them. From the fissure, a massive, demonic bat shot upwards. The little girl's eyes went wide. She was frozen in terror, her soul captivated by the horrifying sight before her. While chaos erupted outside, Jinggang began fortifying the house. Tables, cabinets, anything that moves. Bring it all over here, now. Everyone shoved furniture against the doors and windows, sealing every entrance. Then, he turned to the terrified group cowering in the corner and gave his order. No one leaves this room for any reason. You'll even relieve yourselves in here. Meanwhile, a woman anxiously fidgeted. Jinggang, brother Jinggang, will those monsters really attack? But Jinggang was certain the beasts wouldn't dare. With this many of us, they'll never find us. But the words barely left his mouth when planks came flying at him. Talk about a surprise. The very door Jinggang just reinforced was smashed apart by a monstrous force. Speak of the devil. A vicious wolf poked its head inside. The sight left her trembling in pure terror. Jinggang refused to let them breach the walls and lunged forward with his monster force fist. With his massive frame and overwhelming power, he delivered a devastating, godlike blow. The wolf was stunned, senseless. Jinggang seized the opening, locking his arm around its neck. Anyone with a knife, stab it now. But his command was met with stunned silence. Everyone was frozen to the spot. He couldn't hold the beast for long, so Jinggang urged them to move. It seemed fear had paralyzed them all. But after a moment, pure survival instinct took over, driving one young man to grab a knife. Wang Chung didn't hesitate for another second. He charged the wolf with grim determination, raising the knife high to deliver the final blow. Though Wang Chung was hesitant, he made his choice. He brought the knife down, and in that instant, a brilliant light flashed. Seeing the boy's courage, Jinggang was pleased and gave a nod of approval. Well done. Wang Cheng was still shaking, but he turned to her with a reassuring smile. Just when they thought the nightmare was over, a monstrous bat swooped in, targeting him from behind. Seeing Wang Cheng was oblivious, Jinggang screamed a warning, "Move!" But it was already too late. Before he could react, the creature latched on. It dragged Wang Cheng into the air and flew off, ignoring his desperate screams. "No! Somebody help me!" Watching the bat drag Wang Cheng away, utterly helpless, she sank into despair. Wang Cheng. The girl knew only one person could help. She turned to Jingang, begging, "Please, you have to save him. Save him." Just then, the system window materialized. Player 84 has been eliminated, killed by a monster. 74 players remain. Total prize pool, 840,000. He saw the shock on her face, tears streaming down as she trembled uncontrollably. He tried to calm her. "Calm down. He's gone. Our priority now is self-preservation." Jingang couldn't let anyone else meet that fate, so he barked out a new command. "Everyone, move now. Seal the doors and any cracks in the walls, unless you want to freeze to death." Meanwhile, a pack of wolves was being incinerated by Qinglin's brilliant, lightning-like energy. Her movements were like a bolt of lightning, her reflexes as sharp as a newly drawn blade. With a single, fluid motion, she turned another beast to dust. Everyone watched in awe of her power. She's incredible, even stronger than brother Qin Fang. Of course, sister Qing is incredibly strong. But as she spoke, Sumi's expression darkened. She sensed something sinister approaching and quickly warned Qinglin. "Sister Qinglin, a night-class monster to the west." "Understood." Nearby, Quasi was observing the situation. "How many does that make?" "Guildmaster, that's the 12th one." The Guildmaster felt truly blessed to have so many talents on her side. A Tier 3 warrior, and one of the strongest at that. One who's likely Tier 4, a peak Tier 3, and a pharmacist. To have this kind of support, the heavens must be on my side. Sumi approached Qinglin to check on her. "Are you injured? Do you need healing?" "I'm fine." Qinglin then handed her a precious item. "Keep this safe. It will be useful for Zhu Long." Sumi glanced out at the white, endless sky, her heart heavy with worry. "Will brother Zhu Long be all right? The spatial distortion outside is getting worse." Qinglin came to her side to reassure her. "No matter how dire it gets, he will find a solution. Just have faith in him." While those inside huddled and prayed against the howling wind, outside, a battle for survival raged between Lin Guoyun and a horde of beasts. He stood alone against the charging, howling pack. A mystical light radiated from his body, like starlight in the thick blizzard. His spirit-infused saber was his only companion, and countless beasts had already fallen before its cold edge. That's the 21st. A warning flashed. Frost effect has intensified. Find a heat source immediately. And that's exactly what Yunguo desperately needed. "You think I don't want to?" he muttered. The snow fell thick and fast as the wind howled, cloaking everything in a deadly, freezing aura. Just then, a new entity appeared. A snow lion, its fur as white as the driven snow. Its massive wings radiated a bone-chilling cold as it stalked towards Yunguo. Before the battle even began, it roared, a clear declaration that any trespasser would pay in blood. He never expected to face a monster this powerful here. A bishop class. Just my luck. Without warning, it opened its maw, firing soul-piercing shards of ice straight towards Yunguo. He'd just finished fighting the wolves. With no time to even catch his breath, Yunguo now faced a threat 100 times more terrifying. Unwavering, he held out a hand, gathering the killing intent from his very bloodline into a swirling crimson orb. With 2 fingers pointed forward, he unleashed a vicious stream of malice that tore through the air. The energy blast screamed through the air, aimed directly at the lion's outstretched, snow-white wings. But in a flash, an unseen force completely neutralized the attack. The blast of killing intent vanished as if it had never existed. Yunguo was forced to land, putting distance between them. He grimaced as his attack proved useless. The blood bullet's damage is too low. Time for a raging strike. Unyielding, Yunguo raised his saber high. His body radiated a killing aura, thick as the blood mist on an ancient battlefield. He moved like a flash of crimson lightning. He charged straight at the snow beast, determined to end this in a single blow. He had to win fast. Leaping into the air, his form blended into the blizzard. The blade descended with cataclysmic force, the might of one who dares defy nature itself. For a fleeting moment, man and beast passed one another in a blur. Model. The air grew tense, waiting to see who would fall. Yunguo landed, motionless as stone. His blade gleamed, his hand stained with a light green fluid. That fluid should have signaled victory. But when he turned, His eyes widened in shock. What? He couldn't dodge properly? Was his butterfly step sealed? No. Hypothermia was dulling his own senses and reflexes. The lion stood unscratched, its eyes burning like flames, radiating immense killing intent. Yun Guo knew the situation was dire. He hadn't just wounded it, he had enraged it. It roared again, unleashing a volley of ice flames. He was forced on the defensive, desperately dodging each attack. Ice shards rained down like a demonic meteor shower, relentlessly tearing through the land. Yun Guo was trapped, with no opening to counterattack. He mentally reviewed his skills. Calamity Eye was on cooldown. Tribulation Flame was sealed. Blood Bullets were too weak, and his ultimate strike couldn't finish it. What other options were there? Suddenly, an idea struck Yun Guo. The Soul Heavenly Scale. But that only worked against celestial beings. The system panel suddenly flashed a message, immobilized for 2 seconds by the chilling aura. Wait. At a time like this? But the disaster wasn't over. The snow lion roared, forming an ice orb as bright as the midnight sun. It launched the orb, a Death Star hurtling directly toward the stunned Yun Guo. In that moment, he was utterly helpless, filled with despair, unable to fight back. Was this how he would die? But just as the tension was about to snap, Tu Yang appeared. Let me handle this. He flashed past Yun Guo before he could even register it. Tu Yang instantly summoned a powerful shield to protect them both. After the shield held, his entire body began to tremble violently. So cold. Tu Yang breathed a sigh of relief. Glad he wasn't too late. That was dangerous. Are you hurt? Saved by a total stranger, Yun Guo couldn't help but wonder. You are? But it wasn't the time for introductions. The little lion's getting angry. We'll talk later. Suddenly, Tu Yang pulled out a small sphere and threw it toward the beast. Catch. The lion, curious about the strange ball, cautiously approached it. The two seized the opportunity to escape. Let's go, now. What was that thing? Some kind of binary thermonuclear laser device? Something like that. In an instant, the sphere emitted a brilliant light, and then, it exploded. Luckily, they had gotten far enough away to be safe. Warning, you have failed the physical check for anomalous transformation. Mutation type. Internal injuries. Yun Guo's condition worsened as he coughed up blood. Seeing him shivering, Tu Yang asked with concern, Hey, Zhu Long, what's wrong? He rushed to support the faltering Yun Guo. A sprain? Is that it? You don't cough up blood from a sprain. But Yun Guo was trying to say one thing. Bai Zi. Seeing Yun Guo about to collapse, Tu Yang immediately carried him. You need to find Bai Zi, right? A moment later, Yun Guo passed out on his back. Where is Bai Zi? You have to tell me. Though at his limit, Yun Guo forced out the words. Fearing the worst, Tu Yang quickly warned him. Hey, don't you dare thank me. I'm afraid you'll cough up more blood and die. Outside the palace, snow continued to blanket the world in white. A servant leaned against a pillar, looking completely dejected. But as he wallowed in boredom, a figure slowly approached him. The servant was about to yawn when he saw Sun Ji before him. Instantly awake, he hastily asked, Old master, you've returned? Without a word, the old man commanded, Take me to the study. Not daring to refuse, the servant quickly led the way. Yes, old master. At the entrance, he pushed open the heavy doors. He respectfully announced, We are here. Should I light the black incense for you? But Sun Ji refused. There's no need. The old man suddenly stepped toward the servant and pressed a finger to his forehead, hypnotizing him. You will tell no one I was here tonight, not even me. Sun Ji used his magic to erase the servant's memory of this visit. The servant's eyes glazed over as he obeyed. Yes, old master. With the servant handled, the two of them finally stepped inside. But then, a shocking truth was revealed. This wasn't the real Sun Ji at all. Ugh. Pretending to be an old man is exhausting. The next second, he raised a hand to begin the transformation. An aura enveloped the figure, reverting it to its original form, and the one disguised as Sun Ji was none other than Helen. Suminobu was impressed by her flawless infiltration skills. That ability of yours is quite convenient. But what he admired even more was Helen's sheer audacity. But to just walk into the city lord's mansion, aren't you afraid he'll suddenly return? But she had timed her infiltration perfectly. Don't worry. The Council of Elders is debating the energy tower all night. This gives us the perfect chance to find the intel we need. But when Suminobu saw the mountains of books, he felt his heart sink. There are mountains of books here. Where do we even start looking? Helen walked past the shelves, running a hand over the books. I don't know for sure, but I have a hunch. She seemed to understand Sun Ji's personality perfectly. A man who's been city lord for 40 years. A control freak who only sleeps 4 hours a night? He'd never keep something important too far out of reach. As she spoke, a specific place came to mind. A hidden mechanism. Helen scanned the room, searching for the trigger. If I were him, I'd place the trigger somewhere within easy reach. Servants clean the desk supplies, and the books on top are far too obvious. After a deduction worthy of a master detective, she reached down to a basket next to the desk. It must be here. Helen placed her hand on what looked like a set of scrolls. Just as she predicted, she was right. Motors whirred and gears began to turn. The next instant, the bookshelf before them split in two, revealing a hidden passage. Deep inside Sunji's study, there was another secret room. Tomonobu was impressed by Helen's sharp deduction. Should I be clapping right now? She pushed him forward. Let's go. Let's check downstairs. They descended the stairs, step by step, into the pitch-black space below. But after a few steps, he suddenly froze, realizing something was wrong. They thought they were alone, but a third party had already arrived. Someone's down there. But for Helen, a little company was no problem at all. She channeled her mana into Tomonobu, turning them both invisible to proceed. Let's go, they can't see us. With this powerful spell, they confidently moved forward without fear. Who would have guessed there'd be a massive laboratory hidden so deep inside? They stared at the rows of chemical vials, stunned for a moment. Then, a bag of red syrup caught Helen's eye, sparking her curiosity. But unlike her caution, Tomonobu immediately touched the red syrup on the tray, then brought it to his lips for a taste. In an instant, they both realized what it was. Human blood. Suddenly, the researchers inside began to panic. That thing is hungry. Where's the blood? The two were startled by the strange, mysterious creature this place was hiding. That sound was not friendly. Let's go check it out. It turned out there was another large room inside this secret base. One of the researchers pushed a mysterious metal container inside. Overcome with curiosity, they quickly moved closer to see. But the scene before them made them question their own reality. Are you kidding me? What is this? Helen and Tomonobu looked up, absolutely astonished. Looks like the people of this world have gone further than we imagined. Meanwhile, in Taiping State, sunlight pierced through the clouds, but snow still blanketed the entire landscape. Thon Lam was there, sighing at the overwhelming amount of work to be done. The crowd of people was simply uncountable. Tumi was also present, but instead of searching like Thon Lam, she was using her mystical arts to scan the area. After a moment of intense focus, Tumi finally found a clue. Sister Thon, Truk Long's aura is heading this way. But I think there's someone else. Hearing this, Thon Lam turned to her, confused. Someone else? Are they fighting? Tumi's face grew worried as she sensed his energy. I don't think so. Their auras are very close, but Truk Long's feels unstable. And just as she said, Tu Duong and Van Qua were wandering aimlessly in a blizzard. Is anyone there? Where is that Bok Trok? Truk Long is about to die. When Tumi and Thon Lam heard a noise from the door, they instinctively turned. Ti Tuok, fearing any delay would be fatal for Van Qua, urged them on. You two, hurry up. If another beast attacks, I'll have Tan Fong fight it off. As soon as she opened the door, Tumi asked with a worried voice. What happened to Truk Long? Seeing they were acquaintances, Tu Duong explained his condition. He's injured. We need to get him inside first. Van Qua was still completely unconscious, oblivious to the world. They gently laid him down to check his condition. Tumi, though panicked, tried to stay calm and begin treatment. I'll start healing him right now. But before she began, she quickly assessed his overall state. Truk Long has multiple wounds and severe internal bleeding. Thon Lam glanced at her with a serious look and asked softly, Can you heal him? Tumi wasn't sure but would try her best. I think so. But she didn't forget about Tu Duong, turning to ask, Who are you? Why did you save Truk Long? He didn't hide anything and answered honestly. Saving him was just convenient. Someone asked me to deliver a message to you people. With no time to waste, he got straight to the point. I'll only say this once. The first sentence is, the seed begins to rot from the top. And the second sentence is, it's a fake. It must be a fake. Tu Duong offered no name or context, only those two cryptic lines. Thon Lam already found him mysterious, but now she was even more confused. What does that mean? But Tu Duong only did his job, revealing nothing more. Don't ask me. I'm just the messenger. Now that my job is done, I'm leaving. He didn't linger for a second, leaping outside and vanishing. After that, they stayed in Taiping State for a few days to monitor Van Qua's condition. After a long period of unconsciousness, he finally, slowly opened his eyes. Tumi had been by Van Qua's side the whole time. Seeing him wake up safely, she couldn't hide her joy. Truk Long, you're finally awake. He slowly pushed himself up into a sitting position. Looking around at the unfamiliar room, Van Qua was confused. Where am I? To me quickly filled him in. This is a room in Taiping State. You've been unconscious for over 10 hours. And as expected, Van Qua was stunned by his location. Taiping State? How did I get back here? Her voice was steady, but a lingering unease remained in her words. A man in black brought you here. He just left 2 sentences and then disappeared. Hearing this, he immediately wanted to know what was said. 2 sentences? What did he say? But before Tumi could speak, Thon Lam pushed open the door and answered. The seed begins to rot from the top. The other line was, it's a fake. It must be a fake. Thon Lam remembered every word Tu Duong said that day. Tumi, seeing her, was curious about the situation. Sister Thon, you're back? What's it like outside? Although things seemed to have calmed down, they had suffered a huge blow. The monsters have left Kinzhou City, and the Lihuo formation has been reactivated, but the damage last night was immense. The death toll is at least 3,000. Seeing Van Qua was awake, Thon Lam wanted his opinion. These 2 riddles, do you know what they mean? He repeated the words, deep in thought. He was pretending? I don't know. Van Qua couldn't remember much. I was about to be attacked by a monster. But he suddenly appeared and blocked the attack. I might not know more about him than you. It's my first time meeting Tu Duong, so I don't know much. But Thon Lam felt a strange sense of familiarity. Appearing so suddenly, doesn't he seem a little familiar to you? Van Qua thought for a moment and agreed with what she said. Familiar? Now that you mention it, maybe a little. Tumi was curious about what happened to him that day. Truck Long, how's your wound? Was it the Iceblood people or an aberration? He glanced at his own hand, then shot down her theories. It was neither of them. The wound was caused by the night of freezing hell. The night's temperature isn't just low, it brings intense, corrosive distortion, worsening the body's negative state and causing mutations. This state triggers random mutations in the body. The result was over a dozen wounds suddenly appearing on me. Do you remember what I said about the distortion and erosion at night? But Thon Lam didn't seem to recall, asking, what kind of distortion? He wanted her to understand it herself, asking what creates the distorting energy. Thon Lam then closed her eyes and made her guesses. An aberration, or a player who's lost control. Then, in the next second, her eyes snapped open as if she realized something. You suspect the source of the night of freezing hell is actually an aberration? It seemed Thon Lam finally understood his meaning. Van Qua immediately confirmed it. That's right. He slowly rose, his body aching. Our mission is to end the night of freezing hell, but ending a natural disaster is an impossible task. But ending the aberration that creates the disaster is possible. And that was Van Qua's true intention now. Thon Lam saw his move as risky, but full of potential. So that's it. A bold but logical deduction. Even if you're right, let alone the power level of the aberration creating this hell, where would we even begin to look for it? Van Qua hadn't considered that problem yet and pondered for a moment. Where do we find it? Suddenly, his body began to sway. Hey! While Tumi reached out to support him, Thon Lam held her back. She wanted Van Qua to concentrate fully on finding a solution for them. Don't disturb his train of thought. Van Qua's mind was a tangled mess, pacing back and forth, lost in deep contemplation. Mutations, Icebloods, the Blood Tax Bureau, 2 riddles. He'd been thinking for a while, but soon, everything clicked into place. So that's how it is. I understand now. It seemed that after reconsidering everything, Van Qua had found their fatal flaw. We made a fundamental logic error. Thon Lam was intensely curious and immediately pressed him. What logic? He'd realized their true role. Right now, we're in a game instance, and ending the night of freezing hell is this game's main story. But Tumi had never thought of it that way, and was a bit stunned. The main story? But haven't we been investigating the night of freezing hell? Van Qua suddenly snapped his fingers, as if the problem was solved. He had shifted his perspective to see what they had missed. The problem itself. You don't have to search for a main story quest. Thinking back, they truly had countless clues in their hands but never realized it. We always thought we hadn't found clues about the night of freezing hell. But in truth, wasn't everything we experienced a clue? Thon Lam and Tumi looked at each other, as if they finally grasped the key point. All of this. It was all a clue. Everything seemed to awaken from a long slumber as an Arctic chill began to stir. Corrosive distortion. The state of corrosion signaled the presence of bizarre creatures. The reason they hadn't noticed these things was because a hidden power was manipulating this entire situation from behind the scenes. The bizarre creatures and the Icebloods show us the unsolvable end of the night. Thon Lam, her curiosity still unsatisfied, continued to ask, Is that all there is to the Ice Bloods? Do you think their mutations are connected to the Night of Freezing Hell? Suddenly, Van Qua snapped his fingers once more. It was as if she had just hit another crucial point. And he confirmed Thon Lam's suspicions, then added more details. The bizarre creatures and the Ice Bloods signal the unavoidable outcome of the night. Complete mutation means losing all reason, becoming one of those creatures. It seemed they now had a much clearer picture of the deep-seated events, but they didn't know how to face it. But even if the source aberration of the night exists, we still don't know where it is, do we? But in the next second, Van Qua connected everything to Tu Duong's words. No. Do you remember the first riddle left by the man in black? If the seed hints at Cam Chao, then the corrupted top is the Sea Clan. None of this happened by chance. Everything was orchestrated from the very beginning. Why can the energy tower resist the corrosion of the night? Why did the Sea Clan have to create the Blood Tax Bureau? Because they know more than anyone. The Sea Clan definitely knows the truth about the Night of Freezing Hell. But for that very reason, they lost their conscience. They've hidden everything. They've become corrupt. Suddenly, as Van Qua's speech reached its climax, a knock came at the door, and it was none other than Ti Tuok, a bright smile on her face. Am I interrupting you? Both Thon Lam and Van Qua shook their heads at the same time. Then he suddenly strode toward her, as if in a hurry. Van Qua saw her purpose and asked directly, Guildmaster, you came in such a hurry. Is it to know the status of the 3 Iceblood leaders? Ti Tuok flashed an even brighter smile, then denied his words. You're joking. Your willingness to help is a great blessing. How could I dare to complain? She didn't stop there, revealing another piece of news. Besides, the divine punishment of Ho Dien and Bao Ak has spread through every street. Hearing the 2 he had sent to their graves now being talked about, he was a bit puzzled. Divine punishment? Who knew they'd see Van Qua as a god? Based on what she had overheard, Ti Tuok relayed the story to him. Ho Dien's most trusted subordinates have been spreading the word since this morning. Word on the street is Mad Tiger angered a god and was punished from above. It seems the Blood Ice clan loves to talk, spreading what they saw everywhere. They say an indescribable, terrifying god tore through the void itself. With a single strike, Mad Tiger was utterly annihilated. Even Ti Tuok burned with curiosity, desperate to know his secret. But Yun Guo remained perfectly calm, as if nothing had happened at all. Just a rumor. There's no god. Mad Tiger is surely dead. The survivors just got scared and made things up. But his Hollywood-level acting didn't fool her for a second. Hearing the exaggerated tales, she wasn't surprised in the slightest. He clearly knew the truth. Could he really summon a deity? Just then, Van Qua's next question pulled her back to reality. If not for Blood Ice, why is the clan leader here? At that, Ti Tuok recalled her true purpose, having nearly forgotten her main task. It turned out she had an invitation for Van Qua to accompany her to the Meridian Gate. The energy tower accident last night left many dead and severely wounded. The Scholar clan had to appease the people. The city lord himself would appear at the Meridian Gate in 1 hour to give an explanation. Are you interested? Faced with this sudden invitation, Van Qua considered the potential benefits for himself. Though the Scholar clan would offer a flimsy excuse, this was a golden opportunity to learn more about the city lord and his clan. After a moment's thought, Van Qua agreed to Ti Tuok's terms. Then please, clan leader, lead the way. Not wasting time. She gestured to the door and they left at once. Of course. This way, please. Outside, snow fell silently. It blanketed the dark rooftops like the ashes of a forgotten season. Step by step, they entered quietly. Each found a suitable spot in the vast, snow-covered courtyard. However, Ti Tuok had other matters to handle and quietly excused herself. I have orders for my subordinates, so I cannot accompany you further. Van Qua didn't press the issue, smiling as he told the leader to go ahead. Without looking back, Ti Tuok strode silently forward. The others remained still, waiting for something unknown. Before long, a guard approached, his deep voice announcing the critical news. The city lord has arrived. At the announcement, all the guards immediately straightened their posture, standing at attention in solemn silence. Tonchi then calmly stepped onto the balcony, each footstep firm and deliberate. The old man stood high above, facing the citizens waiting patiently in the square below. To ensure his words carried, the soldiers bellowed for complete silence. Silence. Now, Tonche faced his people. His presence was quiet yet majestic, like a sacred mountain unmovable in a storm. Outside the Meridian Gate, a group pushed massive carts forward. Their wheels groaned against the thick snow, a heavy, determined sound. Before offering any words of comfort, Tonchi calmly introduced himself. I am the city lord of Qinzhou, Gong Tonchi. His purpose was to express sympathy for the victims. Tonche spoke softly. Regarding last night's tragedy, I feel immense sorrow. But those were not the words the people wanted. They protested fiercely. We don't want sorrow. We want an explanation. Explain yourself. All they wanted were their loved ones back, not these empty words of sympathy. The lives in the lower district are lives too, a life for a life. Yet, those shouting with outrage all bore a distinctive tattoo on their arms. Van Qua spotted this as clear as day. Unable to keep it to himself, he turned and whispered quietly to her. The instigators all have tattoos. They're members of the Taiping clan. Thon Lam then quietly asked for his opinion. Are they trying to incite public outrage? Suddenly, a soldier beside Tonchi scanned the crowd below, his gaze sharp as a blade. Immediately, a sound wave, thin as mist, spread out from him. The air vibrated like the surface of a disturbed lake. Thon Lam wondered if he could handle this. Can you deal with it? It's a bit of a hassle, but not a problem. Facing the people's fury, Tonchi's face darkened. I came to give you an explanation. So shut your mouths and listen carefully. After silencing everyone with one sentence, he addressed the steam core issue. In the next moment, Tonchi gave them the reason they demanded. The Grand Lihu array shut down due to a connecting pipe valve. When it wasn't opened correctly, the core became overloaded with steam. The valve was not opened correctly because someone neglected their duty. A shocking truth was finally laid bare, and the one responsible for this disaster was none other than Mok Van. He was found completely drunk in the control room. Duan Mok Van, who forgot the pride and responsibility of the scholar clan. Soon after, he was bound tightly and dragged before the crowd. The culprit who killed 1,000 people in the lower district. He was then disrespectfully thrown to the ground, but it was necessary. To punish the guilty and warn others, Tonchi showed no mercy. Citizens of Qinzhou, tell me, how should I deal with this man? No matter how many times the old man asked, their answer was the same. A life for a life. Mok Van, seeing his end was near, struggled like a trapped insect. Tonchi agreed completely with their verdict, sealing the man's fate. Fine, then a life for a life, but not today. Other soldiers immediately restrained him, preventing any movement. As Mok Van was dragged away, Tonchi had already chosen his execution day. This is a grave matter, and I know many victims are not present. In 2 days, at the hour of the horse, I will make him pay for the lives that were lost here. Meanwhile, in a much calmer place, Tomonobu and Helen were having a conversation. The two sipped tea while discussing the turmoil. Then it will dwindle, and finally, be gone. In 3 days, the hatred will fade. Find a scapegoat, and this will all blow over. But her words went in one ear and out the other. To start the day, Helen already had a mission for Tomonobu. Today, you will guard the energy tower. He stood silently, toying with his blade, saying nothing. But who knew he would dare to defy Helen? I am not your dog. I work with you because I want to kill. I won't guard that damn energy tower for you. She set her teacup down, calmly explaining herself. I'm sending you because there might be a slaughter. Helen knew just how they would react. The people of Qinzhou may accept the Lord's excuse, but the players will not. I predict the defense force will investigate the tower. Go there and wait for him. Beat him into submission, then bring him to me. Helen wanted Tomonobu to do her dirty work. As for his allies, kill them as you please. Her expression grew colder than ever before, but a hungry look appeared on his face. This is the kind of job I like. Meanwhile, Van Qua and his team were still there. Do you think the city lord was telling the truth? Thon Lam saw right through it. There was a 90% chance he was lying. Suddenly, a wave of unease washed over him. At this moment, the energy tower must remain safe. We have to find out what happened last night. Thon Lam completely agreed. Suddenly, someone ran up from behind, calling out to them. Mr. Truk Long, Miss Bark Track. It was Tit Thong. He arrived out of breath and announced, the 3 guildmasters invite you for a talk. He was puzzled by the sudden invitation. The guildmasters? Didn't we just see them? Tit Thong then explained the situation. It's the Tianshu Institute. They've arrived at our doorstep. The masters sent me to find you. Van Qua wondered what business they had. The Tianshu Institute? Are they here for the demon stones? But Thon Lam suspected it was a clue about the symbol. If so, Van Qua wouldn't waste another second. He urged him to lead the way. Understood, right this way. After Tit Thong's summons, they quickly arrived at the Taiping Guild. Inside, Tit Tuk and Mok Min were already waiting calmly. Soon after, Tit Thong entered, giving them a slight nod. The air in the room instantly grew tense. Guildmaster. He leaned in and whispered, Mr. Truk Long has arrived. Now that everyone was present, she wasted no time. Director Duanmu, I've invited them. Persuading him is now up to you. The 3 of them then slowly stepped inside. Since this was their first meeting, Tuk began the introductions. These three are honored guests of the Taiping Guild. Mr. Truk Long, Miss Than Dio, and Barch Trak. They entered with calm, serious expressions. She then gestured to the man beside her. This is the Deputy Chief of the Tiangong District, Lord Duan Mok Min. He oversees the energy tower, but without a word of greeting, he asked bluntly, "Was it you who killed the Mad Tiger?" To diffuse the tension, Tuk stepped in with a light laugh. "Lord Duan Mok Min, you jest. The leaders of the Blood Human Gang were heinous criminals. What does that have to do with us?" Though her tone was gentle, Mok Min pointed at her rudely. "Oh." Tun Feng's face darkened at his blatant disrespect. Mok Min's own expression was full of bitter resentment. He wanted to speak, but the words wouldn't come. After a moment, he decided to let the matter rest. "Never mind, I'm not here to discuss that. Mok Min was here today to use their manpower. In short, the Blood Human Gang's case is tied to you. Now that they're gone, you must join the investigation team." Hearing this, Van Qua stepped forward with purpose. This wasn't a joke, he was getting serious. Fed up with his attitude, he held nothing back. "Are you threatening us? Do you know who I am?" He remembered Tuk's introduction perfectly. "The Guildmaster introduced you. Deputy Chief of Tiangong, in charge of the energy tower, and a noble, correct?" But Van Qua had a sharp mind and wouldn't be fooled. "Outsiders like us won't fall for a noble's trap, will we?" Seeing the two were about to clash, Tuk clapped her hands. She then spoke gently to calm the situation. "First, both of you must calm down. We're here to discuss a partnership, so please drop the hostility. Lord Duanmu needs a victory to offset last night's failure. Trust me, in all of Qinzhou City, Mr. Truk Long is your best choice." Having persuaded Mok Ming, Tuk then turned to Van Qua. "And as for you, Mr. Truk Long, with Lord Duanmu's help, your quest for 1,000 demon stones will be much easier." Vor Than from the Tiangsu Institute also tried to persuade him. "If Mr. Truk Long joins the team, the Tiangsu Institute will fully support your quest. We will provide 200 demon stone cores, free of charge." When Van Qua looked back at her, To Mi voiced her complete trust. "Brother Truk Long, you decide, we will follow your lead." But he rejected the offer flat out, despite everyone's efforts. "Thank you for your kindness, Guildmaster, but we have other business." Meanwhile, Mok Min tapped his fingers on the armrest. Seeing Van Qua was unmoved, he decided to strike a nerve. "I hear you're looking for this symbol? Who knew the very thing tormenting him was in this man's grasp? You have a lead on it?" "I do. I even know who created it." To earn Van Qua's trust, Mok Min revealed everything. Lam Fong Min, a brilliant researcher from the Penghu Institute. He is the only one who marks his work with that symbol. The words struck him like lightning. An even match? What was that? Mu Ming revealed all he knew, so the rest is up to you. Believe it or not, that genius is legendary. I'm still young. I only know he was with the Penghu Research Institute. If you want information on him, go to the institute yourself. Yunguo still couldn't process what he'd just heard. Impossible. To keep him from panicking, Qinglin put a hand on his shoulder. He then stepped forward with a proposal. "Clan leader Jin, this is sudden. Could you give us a moment to discuss it privately?" Tuk didn't mind at all and agreed at once. "Of course. Shui Tong, show our three guests to the adjacent room." Once inside the private room, Qinglin immediately shut the door. The three of them began discussing what they'd just learned. "Sister Qing, is what that clansman said true?" "It's very likely. We never mentioned Lin Fengmian. He would have no reason to know that name. But now, everything was spinning like a top. My father was researching that dungeon 2 years ago? It's impossible." Qinglin comforted him, not wanting him to worry. "That's exactly why we have to uncover the truth behind this impossibility." He still felt something was wrong. But she reassured him, no matter what happened, they would never leave him to face it alone. "As for the energy tower, I can handle it. We're comrades, after all. I'll also give my all to support them in this. I'll do my best to help you too, Sister Qing. Don't worry, Brother Zhulong." Seeing their support, Yunguo couldn't help but feel relieved. He resolved to prepare thoroughly with the team. But then he suddenly made a request. "Can I please be alone for a moment?" The two left immediately, giving Yunguo his privacy. A moment later, he reached out his hand into the empty air. A brilliant vortex of light blazed into existence. In a flash, he pulled a small statue from it, holding it in his hand. Yunguo placed the Sanchuan Mingmu statue on the table and pleaded, "Matron, I beg you, can you protect someone for me?" Seeing him ask for aid instead of acting himself, she was displeased. "Boy, what do you take this venerable one for? Your nanny?" Sensing her annoyance, he quickly sweetened the deal. 200? I'll add 200 more monster cores to the offering. but her next short reply left Yun Guo stunned once again. What? Then, to suit them both, San Chuan Mingmu stated her terms. 1,200 monster cores, give me 500 now, and I'll help you once. With no other choice, Yun Guo decided to bet it all. He slammed his hand on the table, sealing the deal. A promise is a promise. Meanwhile, as they talked, Mu Ming was casually sipping his hot tea. Though he'd initially refused, he suddenly changed his mind completely. I'll join the investigation team, he declared. Sir Zhulong, are you certain? Yun Guo would join them, but only if they met his demand. However, I have one condition. I require 500 monster cores. I will leave once you deliver them. Hearing this, Mu Ming's expression darkened. He was absolutely furious. Furious at this audacity, he slammed his hand on the table. Mu Ming repeated hotly, "Don't you dare be so greedy. I said you'll be paid after the job is done." Seeing the confusion, Yun Guo began to explain his reasoning more clearly. "I don't need a gift. I just need you to gather 1,200 million for me, and I'll pay market value immediately." Mu Ming was still seething at Yun Guo, but he could only grit his teeth and endure it. Annoyed by the demand, they still sprang into action a second later. Wu Qing, prepare what he needs. Yes, my lord. Soon after, Wu Qing arrived with a computer and began her calculations in front of him. 790,000. 800,000. After confirming, she announced, for 500 monster cores, a total of 840,000 scrip. Confirmed. Yun Guo then asked, "Where do I collect them?" Wu Qing slid a key toward him, explaining, "Everything is next door. This is yours." Taking the key, Yun Guo moved without hesitation. He stopped before a small, securely locked chest and carefully lifted the lid. Inside, a mountain of monster cores glittered like shattered stars. Their light danced across his face. He then sat and calmly opened his bag. Each movement was deliberate, long since planned. Once her demands were met, he raised his head and spoke in a low voice. "Matron, here is your deposit of 500 monster cores." In response, San Chuan Mingmu issued another command to Yun Guo. "Place this venerable one amidst the monster cores." Instantly, her statue levitated into the air, wrapped in a vortex of blood-red demonic energy. Soon, her entire form was centered among the glowing cores. The statue's upper half began to shift into a strange, sickly green color. It was like a poisonous fog from another world. In a blink, San Chuan Mingmu forged a slender, sharp needle, radiating a bone-chilling cold. "When the time comes, break this needle, and I will act." "Can anyone break it?" Yun Guo asked, holding the needle, still slightly confused. "Do I need to carry the statue with me?" But all that mattered now was the needle. It was his greatest trump card. "Just break this needle. Even if you fall into the underworld, I will appear." He then handed it to Qing Lin with a warning. "If you face something you can't solve, break it. I understand." A moment later, T-Tuk entered, urging them to get ready. "Gentlemen, the investigation team is ready. It's time to move out." As Yun Guo stepped outside, he saw Shui Tong waving from afar. So, Master Truk Long was here. His presence made Van Qua curious. "You're heading to the Pangu lab too? Hey, the chief sent me to back you up." Without missing a beat, Tiet Thong gestured forward. "Let me introduce you to the team members. This time, we're escorting tribal researchers to the Pangu Institute. These two are Imperial Guards, rumored to be level 3 gene warriors." Shui Tong promised Si Ju he'd look after Yun Guo. "The rest of them are our Taiping gang people. We will follow your orders, sir. If you say east, we will never head west." Wasting no more time, Shui Tong took the lead and gave the order. "Let's move out." As the carriage began to move, Shui Tong's grand words echoed. The main gates swung open to welcome them. The arrogant youth storms the world, over mountains of white bones. Your life is worth less than a blade of grass. Snow blankets, a silent world. From the grim black prison, a cry echoes endlessly. "I was framed!" In the dungeon, a bone-deep chill lingers where light never reaches. "I never went to the energy tower that day." Duan Muyun could only grip the iron bars in despair. "Help me. My father is the director of the Tiangsu Institute. I've been framed." But no matter how much he screamed, no one outside cared. To the black prison guards, it was just another day. Framed? Who isn't framed in the black prison? Let him scream. A rich boy like him will lose his voice in 2 hours. They mocked the boy, unaware of Tu Yang lurking nearby. He was here purely to investigate the situation. Duan Muyun crying foul, just as that person predicted. Something happened at the energy tower. He quickly moved away, avoiding detection. Tu Yang struggled internally. Should he warn them? In the end, he chose to keep observing from a distance. First, He needed to find out what really happened at the energy tower, but it seems his movements had already alerted the guards. One of them turned. "Did you hear that?" The other's face darkened as he immediately denied it. "You're hearing things. Even ghosts avoid this place." Meanwhile, Yunguo's caravan moved slowly through the snowy mountains. This Li fire formation is so convenient. Seeing such a treasure used so casually, Shui Tong was completely astounded. If scavengers had this, they could go anywhere. Yunguo then made a suggestion, but Shui Tong immediately refused. "Ask the staff for one when this is over. Our scavenged heat cards are barely enough to burn." At this, Yunguo's curiosity was piqued. He decided to see what Shui Tong knew. "Why is the Penggu Institute so far from Qinzhou City?" Hearing this, Shui Tong lit up and replied enthusiastically. "Sir, you've asked the right man. They say Qinzhou City was once much larger, but as the snow disaster worsened, the city walls had to shrink." Yunguo immediately grew curious and asked eagerly, "So the Penggu Institute was abandoned recently?" Shui Tong knew the old history well and had some insights. Normally, a place this far out should have been lost long ago, but until 30 years ago, it was still an exclave of Qinzhou. Yunguo's gaze shifted to the horizon, a wary look in his eyes. An exclave? Isolated outside the walls, neither abandoned nor brought inside. He knew there had to be a reason. Some hidden secret must be at play. Must it remain there for a reason? Suddenly, their horned beasts stopped, refusing to move forward. Shui Tong quickly scanned the path ahead for any obstacles. His expression turned grim as he saw the creature before them. "It's a primal snow worm." This was hardly a challenge for Yunguo. He emerged from the carriage to handle it. "Don't worry, I've got this." Elsewhere, under a gray sky, a lone carriage approached the city gates. The driver gently pulled the reins, guiding his horse steadily forward. The city gate was now in full view, just a short way off. A guard stepped forward, raising his hand to halt them for inspection. "Halt! We need to check your cargo." The sudden command startled the horse. The driver immediately dismounted to present himself. The guards pointed to the crates and began their questioning. "Travel permit? What are you hauling on that cart?" He offered a calm smile and reported smoothly. "The Tiangshu Institute, Lord Duanmu's cargo, just brought out. Surely you remember." Another guard looked closer and confirmed, "It is Lord Duanmu's crate." Then, in the next moment, the driver reached inside his robes. He produced a coin purse for the guards, ensuring a smooth passage. "We all serve the great clans. A little convenience for you, brothers." The guard asked no more questions and waved him through. "Go on." But before the carriage left, the guard added a warning. "Finish your delivery and get out. If the sentinels catch you after curfew, no one can save you." The cart's cargo remained untouched, and that was fortunate because inside wasn't cargo, but Qinglin hiding. After entering the city, the driver made sure that the coast was clear before Qinglin emerged. They had to part ways here. The driver could go no further. "My lady, I can only take you this far. The rest is up to you." Before she left, Qinglin warned him to be careful and not blow his cover. And right behind her stood the energy tower. Soon, all would be revealed. Back with Yunguo's group, one of the researchers was in a secret discussion with his own men. The special researcher from Qinzhou, Chen Hao, the one Taiping finally found. "How is he performing?" "The file on him is thin," a mysterious figure in blue reported back. "He's an outsider, only here 2 days. It was an order from above. I can't get a read on him." Before Van Qua stood a giant snow worm. Its massive, muscular body slid across the snow, a colossal shadow on the white landscape. But with just a few clean, decisive moves, Van Qua easily subdued it. Tiet Thong watched from the side, completely amazed. "So powerful. That's my master." In his eyes, Van Qua was now a rising star. "Master, are your shoulders sore? Let me give you a massage." The defeated snow worm dissolved into a monster core. Van Qua retrieved it and approached him. "How far to the Penggu research lab?" Tiet Thong made a quick calculation. "About 8 kilometers left. We can make it before nightfall." After the brief exertion, he gestured for the man to take a seat on the sled. Van Qua had no time to waste. "Then let's move out." The snow fell silently, blanketing the world in a thick, white haze. In the quiet, only the sound of hooves echoed through the vast mountains. Tiet Thong wasn't exaggerating. They arrived in what felt like no time at all. The journey was so swift, Van Qua had barely dozed off. "Master, we're here." Before him loomed massive structures against the snow. The Penggu research ruins. The other members began passing equipment to one another, then moved forward about 5 meters. Being his first time here, Van Qua was puzzled by their actions. "What are you guys doing?" Tiet Thong, the walking encyclopedia, quickly explained. The main research facility is underground. It looks like they're planning to blast an entrance open. After confirming the ideal spot, the researchers backed away. 3, 2, 1, detonate. When the moment was right, they slammed the red button. Just as Tiat Thong predicted, the device exploded in a cloud of fire and smoke. Soon after, a small hole appeared. But deep inside, it was pitch black, untouched by any light. To be safe, they needed to scout the inside first. They took out a flare and dropped it into the mouth of the pit. The hole wasn't too deep. The flare landed safely after just a moment. Tronhao was now able to confirm his suspicions. Just as I thought, below us is the research facility's escape route. With the safety check complete, the team took out a rope and rappelled down one by one. As soon as his feet touched the ground, Van Qua scanned his surroundings. The space was incredibly dark, forcing them to rely on flashlights to move. Holding their lights, the group advanced slowly. After a short walk, they finally reached the base and stopped before a large door. While Van Qua wondered how to open the door, Tron Hao produced a key. Looks like they didn't leave the door open for us. Do you remember the code? This door is purely mechanical. He slid the key in, adding grimly, no code, no alarm, but it's rigged to blow. This double-layered wall is packed with hundreds of pounds of explosives. One wrong turn, and the person opening it will be vaporized. But then, something unexpected happened, causing him to panic. Why is it stuck? How can this be? Tiat Thong rushed over to see what the problem was. Sir, is there something wrong with your key? Tranhao's face twisted in frustration as sweat beaded on his forehead. If the key was the problem, we'd already be dead. So why won't the door open? Amidst the tense situation, Van Qua remained calm, looking for a solution. An idea seemed to strike him as he turned to Tiat Thong. Do you have a lighter? The man was like a magic pouch, but he asked curiously before handing it over. I do. Master, what are you planning to do? Just give it to me. With the lighter in hand, Van Qua flicked it open and ran the flame over the key. Tronhao was stunned by Van Qua's actions and yelled, Are you insane? I told you, this door is packed with explosives. Why are you using fire? What are you trying to do? Ignoring him, Van Qua finished and tried the lock once more. It seemed Van Qua's method worked. The dormant gears began to turn, and the jammed door finally creaked open. Both men stared, their jaws agape at the impossible sight. The door's open. How did you do that? With his sharp intellect, Van Qua explained the principle to them. If the key isn't the problem, then the lock is. Traditional locks use grease for lubrication, which freezes solid in extreme cold. Wasting no more time, they quickly moved inside. The door's open. Let's go. The research lab was a massive space, filled with all sorts of machinery. Van Qua looked around, impressed by the construction. Such high-level scientific architecture. Did you people really build this? Tranhao wasn't interested in answering, only in his orders. You're just in charge of security. Everything else is none of your concern. Everyone, priority is to find the entrance to Area 9. But Van Qua couldn't take his eyes off the advanced design of the place. This tech is generations ahead of Qinzhou. Is it lost knowledge, or a chance discovery? All the while, their every move was being filmed by cameras, and the one observing everything was none other than Fong Mian, still trying to cause trouble for me, even at this stage. Then, his eyes landed on a familiar figure, and he froze. Wait a minute, but at that same moment, he noticed a particular detail. It was the watch on Van Qua's wrist that gave him away. So the day has finally come, Fong Mian mused, sooner than I predicted, but our reunion was always inevitable. After heading deeper inside and entering a code, Tran Hao pressed a red button to open the next door. However, something he never expected happened. The door didn't open. Instead, a thick mist sprayed out from both sides. He couldn't believe he'd entered the wrong password. The wrong password? How is that possible? Refusing to accept it, Tran Hao slammed the red button again. This place was sealed for 30 years. How could the code have changed? Suddenly, Tran Hao's own hand began to blur before his eyes. One moment, he was perfectly fine. The next, he collapsed to the ground. He suddenly went limp, collapsing to the floor before Yun Guo's shocked eyes. The researchers with him were no different, all fainting and crumpling to the ground. No one knew what happened, but they all dropped to the floor, completely unconscious. The true power behind this finally revealed itself. It was none other than Feng Mian. They were all under his control now. He strode forward, pinning Chen Hao under his boot. The code's wrong. Someone must have changed it. Sensing the imminent danger, Yun Guo finally moved. With the cold steel pressed against Feng Mian's neck, he demanded, "Who are you? Why did you ambush us?" Unwilling to provoke Yun Guo, the man slowly raised his hands. "How are you still conscious? This dose should have knocked out an elephant." Warning: High concentration of anesthetic gas detected. Immunity successful. Yun Guo wasn't interested in answering. He just wanted his own question answered. Just then, the man said softly, "Xiao Yun, don't just look at the surface. Some problems are hidden from view." But this only made Yun Guo more suspicious of Feng Mian. How could he possibly know those words? The man didn't respond, remaining perfectly still. A moment later, Feng Mian decided to remove his mask. After revealing his true face, he turned towards Yun Guo. "Weren't you looking for me?" The man before him was Lin Feng Mian, former chief researcher of the Lin Bureau and the father of Lin Yun Guo. Elsewhere, an infuriated employee was storming outside. 12 straight hours of work is one thing, but they won't even let me have one smoke? Are they trying to work us to death? The air inside was suffocating, so he stepped out to catch his breath. He stood calmly, closing his eyes and tilting his head to the sky. The air out here is so much better. But his luck had just run out. A moment later, he was knocked unconscious by Qing Lin. She only did it because she needed something from him. With this pass, she could finally sneak into the tower. But she hadn't been waiting long before she sensed movement. Well, what a surprise. Tomonobu was suddenly there. With a flash of his blade, he sent the poor employee to his grave. But his true target from the very start was her. "So, you managed to dodge that?" A murderous aura began to radiate from Tomonobu's sword, but that just makes it more fun. Let's play a little longer. It seemed Qing Lin's quiet investigation was over now that she'd run into this obstacle. Before making her move, Qing Lin decided to ask him first. "Are you a player, too? What is your purpose here?" Tomonobu bizarrely licked his blade. "My purpose? My purpose, of course, is to kill you." He glared at Qing Lin, as if he wanted to devour her whole. The next moment, Tomonobu grew more excited than ever, showing off with a few swings of his sword. But Qing Lin wouldn't be intimidated, gathering her light energy to meet his challenge. The moment their eyes met, they clashed like a raging storm. Suddenly, Tomonobu's blade extended as if it were alive, its tip lunging straight for Qing Lin. This was no ordinary sword. Its strange mechanism allowed it to unpredictably extend with every swing. The sword is extending? Qing Lin instantly noticed its unusual property. A single moment of carelessness was all it took. Her rhythm broken, the blade grazed her cheek, leaving a chilling cut like a winter wind. Tomonobu roared with laughter, his eyes blazing. He was relishing the most thrilling fight of his life. "Not many can excite me like this. And you even managed to dodge?" This only heightened Tomonobu's excitement. "I love it when my prey struggles." Yet, she remained perfectly calm as she spoke to him. The wielder of the Berserker Demon Blade. "Are you Shaolin Jishin of Fusang?" In response, Tomonobu drew back his sword, preparing his next strike. "If you know my name, then you know the brutal end that awaits my opponents. Just be a good girl and wait to die." But it wouldn't be that easy. Qing Lin launched herself into the air, dodging Tomonobu's deadly slash. It didn't take her long to recognize his fighting style. Data profile. Shaolin Jishin, belligerent bloodline. His demon blade is unpredictable and an extreme threat at long range. Understanding dawned on Qing Lin as light energy erupted around her. In an instant, she closed the distance at unimaginable speed, arcs of lightning coiling around her limbs, threatening to tear space itself apart. There was only one way to counter him, a close-quarters assault, using speed to overwhelm his power. Facing Qing Lin's lightning assault, Tomonobu was stunned, completely caught off guard by her speed and power. "What?" Without hesitation, Qing Lin poured all her energy into one final strike, a single finishing blow, like judgment from the heavens. "This next attack will end you." Semi-elemental form, lightning. But in that instant, her form vanished into thin air, leaving only crackling streaks of lightning. She disappeared? In a flash, lightning ensnared Tomonobu's entire body like an inescapable net. A deafening crack tore through the air as blood erupted from his mouth. His body, no longer able to stand, trembled on the verge of collapse before her wrath, so powerful, it even shattered my soul shield. But at that critical moment, Annette and Sanlei suddenly appeared to protect him. "Why are you two here?" It seemed he now had allies, sent by Helen. "Her Majesty the Queen summoned us, of course. If not for us, you'd be dead." The three of them now faced Qing Lin. The odds were stacked against her. Her Majesty has given the order. Kill any player attempting to enter the energy tower. Qing Lin couldn't understand why they would go this far. "What are you trying to hide? If something happens to that tower, everyone will die. But to her, your lives are like insects. No matter how great the disaster, the only ones who will die are commoners like you." Now that his identity was revealed, Feng Mian held nothing back. "Didn't you come looking for me, my son?" Hearing Feng Mian address him that way, Yun Guo froze. Father. But looking closer at the man's face, Yun Guo denied it. No, my father's over 40. You only look like him in his 20s. Just who are you? He stared intently at the Feng Mian before him, his mind reeling with confusion. He cut the explanation short with a simple introduction. Lin Fengmian, age 26. Guaranteed 100% real. The hidden truths he had for Yun Guo would have to wait. A full explanation was too complicated. It was better to move them first. Fengmian then gently placed Shui Tong onto a mattress. He burned with curiosity about Fengmian's motives, but Fengmian simply reassured him, saying they'd only sleep for a while to avoid disrupting the grand plan. It became clear Fengmian's true target wasn't them, but Yun Guo. Now that they were finally alone, he could get to the heart of the matter. So, where to begin? I suppose I should start with my identity. But before he could continue, Yun Guo cut in. Why did you say you were the 26-year-old Lin Fengmian? Everything you now witness is the result of his ambition. For a grand design, Lin Fengmian fractured his memories into dozens of pieces, each one an independent being. I am one of those pieces, the memory fragment of Lin Fengmian at age 26. Even in his wildest dreams, Yun Guo could never have imagined this. A grand plan, memory fragments. Seeing him completely frozen, Fengmian continued to explain. It's normal if you can't accept this right away. To be honest, even I didn't expect my future self to be so creative. After a moment, the conversation shifted to family. If what you say is true, then why did you and Mom disappear 2 years ago without a word? The memories of that day were seared into his mind. What did his father's 4 lines of prophecy mean? And then, the situation took a truly surreal turn. I don't know. You don't know? I am the memory fragment from age 26. I don't have memories from when I was 40, because Fengmian only remembered the past. His son was still just a little boy to him. In my memory, you were only this tall. I never imagined you'd grow so much. Then Yun Guo asked a crucial question. So how did you recognize me? At the very beginning of the game, a player was teleported to this exact spot. That person told me all about your situation. I'm sure you've already met them. Fearing Yun Guo wouldn't understand, he repeated a very familiar line. What seems fake isn't necessarily fake. In that moment, his long-held suspicions were confirmed. That person was really sent by his father. He couldn't wait any longer and asked what the 2 riddles meant. But his father didn't answer, instead asking Yun Guo to follow him somewhere. Before we discuss that, I want to take you somewhere. As they walked, Fengmian asked Yun Guo his thoughts on the final Cold Hell mission. What is your theory? He quickly stated his opinion. I have one guess. The source of the Cold Hell must be an incredibly powerful anomaly. There's no other way to stop this cataclysm. But what is this anomaly? And where is it hiding? There are no clues yet. Fengmian was pleased with his deduction. To have figured out that much is impressive. After all, clues in Qinzhou City are scarce. After walking a short distance, they stopped before a door engraved with a 4-armed warrior. Yun Guo stared at the strange sight in shock. What is this? Fengmian then patiently began to introduce it to him. The Gate of Hell. The creators of this place had such advanced technology, yet in the end, all they could do was pray to the gods for protection. He stepped forward and entered a password to open it. How ironic. As the door opened, a powerful wind erupted from within, like a gale from the depths of hell itself. As the wind blasted against him, it triggered a chilling memory. The temperature was impossibly low, on par with a night in the cold hell. A wide, pitch-black passage appeared. This tunnel is only 260 meters, but it took 15 years to dig. You can find the excavator's notes left on the walls. Yun Guo ran his hand along the stone walls inside. In the 36th year of the solar calendar, we arrived. His father's voice echoed in the silence, merging with the cold rising from the earth. Just as you guessed, the extreme cold of this world is caused by that very anomaly. 400 years ago, a meteor fell from the sky. Afterward, the world plunged into an age of extreme cold, and all methods of creating warmth vanished. At first, no one paid attention to the cold caused by the anomaly, until the low temperatures threatened their daily lives, and they realized the gravity of the situation. Researchers began searching for the cause of the anomaly. They found the meteor's impact site, built a city on top of it, and excavated the truth from below. Finally, they found this place, where the god fell. It is both the beginning and the end. After a long walk, they stopped before a vast ice lake that stretched out like a massive mirror between heaven and earth. Yun Guo gazed forward. His eyes widened at the ethereal and bone-chilling sight. A god? Fengmian then pulled out a small remote and coldly pressed a button. Ice flooded the space, blanketing everything in a frigid white. A silent omen spread through the air, as if a great event was about to erupt. Look, this is the source of the cold hell, an anomaly that can be called a god. From within the thin ice, a ferocious shape appeared, like a slumbering demon finally awakened. Yunguo stared through the frigid ice, an unnameable suspicion stirring deep within him. This god you see before you is his life's work. The city of Qinzhou, the research institute, my very existence here. It is all because of it, and it is the one thing you must ultimately kill. Yunguo remained completely silent, his somber gaze listening for something echoing from deep within the ice. Gazing at the god with eyes full of killing intent, a fierce resolve surged within him. I want to kill it. Feng Mian was no different, staring intently at the god before them. His grave expression came from understanding exactly how formidable this creature truly was. Even though it's been dormant for 4 years, this mission is far from simple. Many have already tried and failed to defeat this god. Do you see that hole? The scientists who found it ran countless experiments. It might sound impossible, but it all actually happened. Chemical toxins, radiation, the anthracis virus. And that wasn't all. They used many other poisons. Even heavy weaponry was brought in to be tested. Explosive weapons. Everything you can imagine, they've already tried it. Yet every attempt ended in failure. But as you see, Fuso, the Taiz. Be serious now. There. It remains in perfect condition, as if death itself doesn't apply. Yunguo understood the hidden meaning. Was his father saying this problem was unsolvable? But Feng Mian denied it. Quite the opposite. They already had an answer. After realizing they couldn't kill the god, the scientists began to study it. They started by testing various drugs on small mice. Soon, those tiny mice mutated, swelling into monstrous creatures. They injected the god's blood into animals and ran experiments. The divine blood enhanced these creatures, making them aggressive. Feng Mian then decided to test Yunguo. Did anything come to mind? He racked his brain, searching for the answer. Gene warriors and monsters from Night of the Frozen Prison? Hearing this answer, he was extremely satisfied. Correct. The gene warriors are the results of this project. After countless trials and experiments, humanity finally managed to steal a fraction of the god's power. He slowly stepped forward. That's why the scientists devised a new plan. If we can't kill a god, then we'll create another god to kill it. So their method was to fight fire with fire, an artificial god. Their high-risk gambles finally paid off, yielding incredible results. It was an insane plan, yet they not only attempted it but actually succeeded. They truly used the god's flesh to create a new god. Yunguo then slowly walked forward, each heavy step feeling like it was treading on frozen time. But when he saw the god stir slightly, he froze. Disbelief filled his eyes, unable to process what he'd just seen. If they succeeded, then why is it still here? The next answer shocked him even more. Because of fear? Fear that they couldn't kill it? Feng Mian shook his head. No, they were afraid they would kill it. The founders of Qinzhou were perhaps true heroes. They were men determined to save the world by slaying a god, working together to create a miracle. Obviously, their descendants are not the same. They were corrupted by power. The extreme cold is the foundation of their rule. If the sleeping god dies, how will the nobles maintain their high status? At this moment, Feng Mian placed all his trust in Yunguo. Little Yun, you must overthrow the corrupt nobles, find the artificial god, and end everything. Meanwhile, Qinglin was still facing the three of them. Only we will die? What do you mean? Anda gave a sly smile and replied, Still don't get it? The energy tower has a problem, but it won't threaten the upper district. Only you and the commoners in the lower district will die. Sanlei was losing his patience. Enough talk, just finish her off. But it seemed he wanted to play with her a little longer. The thrill. It's all about the thrill. We can't let this beautiful lady die without knowing why. The impatient Tamanab couldn't wait any longer and drew his sword. He then pointed it at her with a grin. Qing Ding Tai. The sword in his hand suddenly extended, shifting like a living creature. This weapon's unpredictable nature made it incredibly difficult for Tamanab to defend against. However, Qinglin still faced a greater obstacle, Ande and Sanlei. He instantly flashed to her right and threw a punch. Falling into my arms already? You're quite eager. But Qinglin wouldn't accept this fate. She countered with the skill card. Flash Snow. As Andy's punch flew forward, Qinglin vanished into thin air. Chaos Hex, a curse that restricts a unit's ability to use their powers. Sanlei was preparing his attack, heart in turmoil. It seemed his technique countered Qinglin, freezing her in place, unable to move. Things had taken a turn for the worse. Qinglin was about to break. Facing 3 opponents at once was beyond her limit, and she was quickly being overwhelmed. A brilliant purple light suddenly flashed, flaring up like a final ray of hope. Her fierce will to survive was the only thing keeping her on her feet. As for Ande, he walked calmly toward her, his eyes unfeeling. He then tried to persuade her, "Don't resist anymore. I'll guarantee you a painless death." However, she still held one last trump card, the pin from Sanchuan Mingmu. But the three of them had no intention of letting her go. They kept closing in, cornering her with no escape. In that tense moment, another voice spoke up. "Three grown men bullying a girl. Aren't you ashamed?" Tamanab immediately spun around to see who was there. "Who is it?" The newcomer was no stranger. It was Xu Yang. "I'm just passing by." He found the sight of them ganging up on a woman disgusting and had to speak up. "I couldn't stand your behavior, so I had to intervene." Seeing a third party interfere, they decided to go all out. "What now? He's probably a player too, just take him out." Sanlei didn't waste words, immediately summoning several crimson skulls around himself. 5 spirit ghosts. Yet Xu Yang just stood there, completely calm. Raising ghosts? That's an act that harms virtue and weakens one's fate. If you're not careful, it will backfire, and you'll suffer a miserable death. Annoyed by his constant lecturing, Sanlei got angry and attacked directly. "Nonsense. 5 spirit ghosts. Sever his throat for me." Xu Yang didn't let him attack, throwing a strange gourd forward. Skill card. Death God Gourd. Without hesitation, he unleashed all 49 of his divine arts. "So you won't listen to reason? Subduing ghosts is my specialty." Xu Yang's gourd acted like a miniature black hole, sucking in all of Sanlei's skulls. Poof. At that moment, Sanlei was gravely injured and coughed up blood. Seeing a portion of his power gone just like that, his blood began to boil. "What did you do to my 5 spirit ghosts?" Xu Yang held the gourd, a smug smile on his face. "I've captured them to brew some wine. Consider it my fee for exorcising them." But Qing Lin suddenly recognized his identity. The ghost brewing eccentric. Could it be? Suddenly, a clean sword strike from Tamana brought her back to reality. "Do you really have time to worry about others?" She kept her distance from him for now instead of attacking. "While Xu Yang handles the other 2 pests, I'll deal with this one over here. You should be saying that to yourself." Model. Suddenly, Ande lunged forward, shoving Tamana aside. "Move!" His gaze was fixed, ready for any attack. The next instant, a fiery clash erupted between them. Ande rose from the earth-shaking impact, clearly displeased. Skill card. Asura of Karma Fire. It summoned a fearsome phantom warrior, its long blade gleaming with a cold aura. No words were needed. Skill card. 5 senses God form. Sanlei got serious, focusing all his might. Tu Duong and Qing Lin now had no choice but to team up. The situation looked grim. They had to adapt. But even outnumbered, they resolved to fight until the very end. An ultimate move? Everyone has one. He placed his palm on the ground, releasing a sinister aura. Summoning art. 5. Clawed Sword Dragon. Everyone's arrogance vanished as chaos erupted. "Where's the dragon?" "I have no Fusang people here, watch out." Amidst the thick mist, Toyomon Nobu swung his sword with confidence. Only he could see through this deceptive trick. "There's no dragon. It's an illusion, we've been tricked." Meanwhile, Tudung and Than Lam had already escaped the trap, not giving chase. "Looks like these guys aren't very bright." The 2 of them finally had a moment to talk. "Li Tudung, why are you here? What are you talking about?" "I don't understand." "Stop pretending. The Death Gourd, the final white snow. Who else could it be but you?" "Greenbird, was my acting that bad?" Seeing his identity exposed by Than Lam, he lowered his hood. "You're making me lose face." With nothing left to hide, he tossed his cloak aside. Than Lam still couldn't understand why Tu Dung was here amidst this chaos. "I don't care about your dignity. Just tell me, why are you in this game?" He glanced around, seeking a safer place. "This isn't the place to talk. Let's head back to the city first." But Than Lam doubted they could leave peacefully. After that commotion, escaping wouldn't be easy. Yet, Tu Dung was confident in his exceptional navigation skills. "Don't worry, Greenbird. I'll lead you to a safe route." Who would have thought his safe route was a manhole cover? "This is the safe route you mentioned?" Tu Dung quickly opened the lid, gesturing for her. "Greenbird, just trust me. Hurry inside before we're spotted." When Toyomon Nobu returned, Helen demanded an update. "Is she dealt with?" "Not yet." Thinking back, he was still seething with rage. Victory was in my grasp, but who knew her backup would arrive? Hearing this, her expression turned serious. Helen shelved it for now and asked another question. "What about the energy tower?" Luckily for him, he had some good news. "No one got in." "We pushed them back." Helen then crossed her arms, giving Toyomon Nobu a final warning. "Guard that energy tower well. I don't want to hear bad news twice." This was a stark contrast to the countless disasters unfolding outside. Meanwhile, in the Taiping Guild's lounge, To-mi sat alone, chin in hand, completely relaxed. But in an instant, she sensed a familiar aura. This spiritual power. Is Sister Thon back? To-mi rushed to the door to welcome her home. But it wasn't just Thon Lam who returned. Tu-dung was with her. Yet, she barely noticed his presence, focused only on Thon Lam's condition. To-mi couldn't help but ask frantically, "Sister, what happened to you?" Though she had faced hell to return, she simply reassured the girl, "It's nothing. Just ran into some steam in the sewers." Only then did To-mi notice Tu-dung's presence. "Is this the mysterious person from last night?" He immediately flashed a friendly smile and introduced himself. "Mysterious person? That sounds so distant. We're all colleagues from the Renan Bureau. Just call me Divine Calculator." Tu-dung then subtly leaned down to gently shake her hand. "Hello, Divine Calculator. Hello. I'm counting on you for this dungeon." But the moment was cut short as Thon Lam pulled his hand away, then pointed inside, ordering Tu-dung, "Go next door and change. We need to talk later." Since Tu-dung was on their turf, he agreed without arguing. "As you wish. You're the boss. I'll listen." After hearing the full story, To-mi was stunned. So the energy tower really is in trouble? And some players are using this to kill everyone? Why would the Shi clan agree? Thon Lam figured they must have sold their souls. Perhaps they've gone mad. Unwilling to let things spiral out of control, she decided to act immediately. The urgent question is, how do we solve this mess? In tangled situations like this, her thoughts immediately turned to him. If only Brother Truck Long were here, he'd know what to do. Tu-dung suddenly realized Truck Long's absence and asked about him. Where did Truck Long go? The Pangu Research Institute. Investigating clues related to Lam Fong Mian. Hearing her answer, he started to understand. So that's how it is. But after processing what Thon Lam said, he was shocked. Wait, Lam Fong Mian? The previous generation's Truck Long? Tu-dung began pacing back and forth restlessly. No wonder he recognized me instantly and knew the high-level code. But what about his age? Seeing him muttering to himself, To-mi asked, "What are you talking about?" Tu-dung then began to share what he was thinking. "My starting point was the Pangu Research Institute, where I met a very strange guy. He's not a player, but he is a member of the Renan Bureau. He looks to be in his 20s, but claims he's been in this dungeon for 30 years. A huge suspicion formed between them. You think that's Lam Fong Mian? It's highly likely. Otherwise, too many things wouldn't make sense." Now she finally understood why his movements were so mysterious. "So he told you the riddle and about the anonymous identity?" Tu-dung corrected her slightly. "He did tell me the riddle, but the investigation was my own decision. My plan was to observe from the shadows before acting." To-mi grew curious about what he had discovered. "So, Divine Calculator, what did you find out?" "On the second day, I snuck into the city and infiltrated the prison. After capturing Duan Mu-yun, he headed for the energy tower. But he found the leader under attack and was forced to step in." Qinglin was completely stunned. "What did you just say?" Tu Yang repeated awkwardly. "I said I saw you in danger and had to help, but that wasn't what caught Thon Lam's attention. It was the previous line. He was visiting Duan Mu-yun's prison." A realization hit her as she slammed the table. This was it. They just had to get their hands on the scapegoat, Duan Mu-yun. They could use him to confront the city lord and expose his plot. But To-mi worried. Human hearts are unpredictable, but what if Duan Mu-yun refused to cooperate? Thon Lam already had a plan. On execution day, he could either cooperate or lose his head. He'll know what to say then. The real problem was breaking him out. After some thought, To-mi finally had an idea. "I have an idea. I'll see Jin Gang today. He's gathered some players whose abilities might be useful for us. If it was settled, they needed to move fast. Tell me about their abilities," she urged. "We must form a plan quickly. Duan Mu-yun's execution is in 2 days. They had just 1 day left." Meanwhile, at a lavish party, noble ladies were chatting. Both women looked thrilled. It had been too long since the last banquet. This is what the gentry lives for. Suddenly, Helen approached them. "It's so troublesome being stuck inside at night." Her eyes began glowing a strange purple. "Don't you all agree?" And just like that, they were hypnotized. "That's why we absolutely must not repair the steam core. We absolutely must not repair the steam core." It wasn't just them. Everyone present had lost their will to her. With everyone under her spell, Helen smiled slyly. "The entire upper district is in my hands. Prepare the security bureau's defenses. How can you possibly break this stalemate?" Her question was a challenge. Meanwhile, Tunobu stood quietly, leaning against a wall. Snow fell heavily amid the biting wind. He seemed to be waiting. Suddenly, a jolt like an electric current struck him. He frowned, dodging aside. You still dare to show your face here? The attacker was none other than Than Lam. She appeared with a smile, aiming to distract him. You're always here, such a model watchdog. Provoked, Tunobu drew his blade. He declared that today, she would die. A classic cat-and-mouse game began, with Than Lam luring Tunobu away from his post. Tu Yang's group watched from the shadows. As Tunobu gave chase, Tu Yang spoke. Step 1. Make them think our target is still the energy tower, and make them lower their guard on the prison. Flashing back to the night before, Tu Mi and Than Lam had reviewed the plan. She told Than Lam, Sister Than, this all rests on you. Than Lam simply nodded. Once they left, Tu Yang and his crew emerged. He said, Our leader has made her move. Let's get into the heat pipe, now. The three then opened a nearby vent and slipped inside. Tu Yang warned, Run if you don't want to get scalded. We only have 20 minutes. They had successfully infiltrated the prison. Tu Mi explained the next step. Step 2. Confirm a safe escape route. We must ensure Guoyun gets out alive. Master Diviner, will the heat pipe work for an escape? He laughed, thumping his chest. Don't worry, this pipe goes everywhere. The three finally reached a small staircase. Tu Yang gestured upwards. The prison is up there. Remember your mission. The other two answered in unison. Suddenly, he pulled out a gourd of wine and began chugging. Finally, a chance for a drink. I've been holding back for days, he cried, finishing the gourd. Face flushed, Tu Yang laughed drunkenly before leaning against a wall. He mumbled to his companions. I'm sleeping now. The guards are sleeping too. Go. The man in the vest glanced at the bald man. He got himself drunk. Will this even work? The bald man replied. We're here. We have to trust him. It's about honor, just as planned. They continued up the stairs. Inside, the two guards were passed out cold, just like Tu Yang below. They mumbled, More. Good wine. This was step 2. Tu Mi's instructions for step 3 were clear. Avoid detection by the guards. They needed a window of time to get him out. Tu Yang had taken this task, saying, Leave it to me, and he delivered. Tu Yang had used a skill card during infiltration, the great dream immortal art. He yawned. Drink up for me. Fill your cups. Back with the infiltrators, they were searching cell by cell. The bald man asked, Find him yet? The other replied, Nothing on the left. After a tense search, they finally spotted Guoyun. The bald man whispered, Found him. Over here. He then urged, Quick, get the lock. He snapped back, Don't rush me. The man in the vest then activated a skill card, Candle Wax Transformation, turning his body into wax. He could mold it at will, shaping his finger into a key. The lock clicked open. He's all yours now. The bald man nodded. Leave it to me. The bald man sat beside Guoyun and used his own special card, the Scapegoat skill, which creates a perfect copy. The copy shatters upon taking a fatal blow. Tu Mi had reminded them. The most critical step wasn't just breaking him out. Their plan needed Guoyun to testify against the city lord. She continued. For him to face the city lord, he can't disappear. Otherwise, the execution would be postponed. Back in the cell, the bald man had created a puppet identical to Guoyun. We must leave a body double behind. Luckily, I know a player with this skill. After completing his task, the man was sweating, completely drained. It's finally done. But his partner was worried. This double, it isn't waking up. Are you sure this is okay? The bald man, though worried himself, reassured him. They'll just think he's scared stiff. Let's go. Forget the double. The escape is what matters. With that, they carried the real Guoyun from the prison, returning to Su Mi. It was time for her next move, a meeting with T-Tuk. T-Tuk smiled. Miss Baizi, what can I do for you? Su Mi's reply was dead serious. At tomorrow's execution, I need your help to expose the city lord. Hearing such an outrageous proposal, T-Tuk chuckled behind her hand. Miss Baizi, do you realize what you're asking? But Su Mi's resolve was unshaken. She recalled the scene at the square. Yesterday, I saw many from the Taiping gang waving their banners with purpose. That tells me you stand with us, Miss Jin T-Tuk. Realizing Su Mi was dead serious, T-Tuk's expression hardened. I may resent the city lord, but I know this petty trick won't dethrone him. T-Tuk's voice grew grim. If you anger him, it won't just be us. Her brow furrowed with tension. The entire Taiping gang will be utterly annihilated. Su Mi stood her ground, laying out their plan. But what if I can prove the city lord is lying? That he concealed the true cause of the energy tower disaster? Hearing this, T-Tuk scoffed. That's impossible. Suddenly, the door was kicked wide open. Tu Yang strode in, dragging a bound and gagged Duan Muyun. Oh, it's very possible. He shoved the man forward, right at T-Tuk's feet. She stared in shock. Duan Muyun? You broke him out? As the prisoner trembled, Tu Yang's voice cut through the air. To save his own skin, he'll help us prove the city lord's words are all lies. Sumi added her voice to his. We'll prove the nobles care nothing for the poor, inciting the fury of the masses. But T-Tuk saw the flaw. That's still a weak argument. That's pure fantasy. The second Duan Muyun appears, Qin Wu will execute him as an escapee. Just then, Yun Guo appeared from the shadows. Don't worry about that. Yun Guo smiled confidently. Leave the rank 4 Jin warrior to me. Seeing him, T-Tuk's own smile returned. Mr. Zulong. So, you've returned? She stood. Where is the Jitong Association? Yun Guo replied coolly. They're locked down in the Pangu Research Institute. They can't move for the time being. Jin T-Tuk frowned with worry. The investigation team. Did something happen? What about the modification drug? Yun Guo remained calm. I have it. 2 different formulas for the rank 4 gene modification drug. He added a condition. But you must cooperate with our plan tomorrow. Only then will I hand them over. Yun Guo laid out the whole plan for her. You were right. Simply inciting the commoner's rage is not enough to topple the city lord. That's why we need you to contact the other noble forces. He pressed on, even as her frown deepened. Like the wrong Duan Muming and other families crushed by the city lord. He's ruled for decades. He's made decades worth of enemies. He made a gesture, outlining the strategy. With allies inside and out, overthrowing him is entirely possible. Finally, Yun Guo's voice softened. I hope you will consider this proposal carefully. This may be your only chance. T-Tuk trembled slightly, swallowing hard, but she kept her composure, playing her part. Even if I refuse, you'll just approach the other nobles yourself, won't you? Yun Guo's reply was cool. Yes, but that would be far more troublesome, which is why I'd prefer to work with you. T-Tuk was blunt. I'll need leverage to persuade the other noble families. Just as he'd planned, Yun Guo produced a slip of paper. This is half of the formula for the gene modification drug. That should be enough leverage. T-Tuk accepted it with a smile, her voice smooth as silk. I will give it my all. With that, she turned and left without a single glance back. Qin Feng, prepare the carriage to the upper district. After T-Tuk vanished from sight, Sumi could no longer hold back her doubt. Mr. Zulong. Can we really trust her? Yun Guo's confidence was absolute. Don't worry. Whatever she chooses, it won't change the final outcome. Tu Yang grinned at his words. So you have a counterplan for her betrayal. Meanwhile, at the Taiping Institute, Jin T-Tuk's carriage cut through the falling snow. Qin Feng called from the driver's seat. Miss, are we headed to Lord Duanmu's estate first? Inside, T-Tuk unfolded a secret message and gave a new command. No, we're going to the Protectorate's office. The secret note was brief. I have long heard of your reputation. Let us meet. It was signed, Helen. T-Tuk sighed to herself. A far more important invitation. Soon, she arrived at her destination. Helen sat poised on a chair, setting down her teacup. Miss Jin T-Tuk. I've heard so much about you. It's a pleasure. T-Tuk's reply was stern. You have me at a disadvantage. I know nothing about a Miss Helen. Since when did the noble families of Qinzhou produce a figure of your caliber? Helen crossed her arms. Her reply deflecting the question. My history is far less interesting than your recent choice of partners. Jin T-Tuk's brow furrowed. Miss Helen, speak plainly. Helen rose slowly, closing the distance between them. She toyed with a strand of T-Tuk's hair, her voice dropping to a cold whisper. Hoping to use those outsiders to regain your noble status, aren't you, Miss Kim Lam Ca? T-Tuk's eyes shot open in shock. How do you know my name? Helen just shrugged. That's not important. What matters is that I can give you the noble status you crave. T-Tuk cut to the chase. What do you want? Helen answered without a hint of shame. Betray them. Work with me. Jin T-Tuk frowned, a cold smile on her lips. And why would I discard my current allies for a promise you may not keep? Helen leaned casually against the window. Because you don't truly want to upend Qinzhou's order. You just want your noble power back. Eventually, they will stand in your way. But we are the same kind. Jin T-Tuk's lips tightened as she thought. Then, her eyes widened, and she burst into laughter. You're right. They wield the power of B-rank gene warriors. They are the true threat to Qinzhou's stability. Her objective achieved, Helen beamed, patting her shoulder. I knew you would see the light, Miss Jin. Now, let's discuss how to bury them for good. Meanwhile, back at Yun Guo's meeting, he was laying out his own firm plan. The Pangu Research Institute has connected the dots. After tomorrow's storm at the Noon Gate passes, we must investigate the Blood Tax Bureau. Fragments of memory, Thonlam muttered, rubbing his head. A sleeping god, the city's founder. This situation is far more complex than I expected. Mokvan gently consoled him. At least our objective is clear. First, we overthrow the city lord and take the legacy of that artificial god, the founder. Then we use it to eliminate its source, and end this endless winter night, Thonlam replied, facing Mokvan. Everything hinges on whether you can help me dethrone the city lord during tomorrow's public execution. Thonlam gently approached Mokvan, patting his shoulder. Do you remember what you need to say tomorrow? Mokvan replied with resolve. Yes. The next morning, amidst a blizzard, Mokvan was bound for the block as a crowd gathered to watch. Tone Shay boomed out the charges. Mokvan had neglected his duties, damaging the energy tower and cutting off heat to the lower city. Hundreds of people had perished. The old man clenched his fist, feigning righteous fury and sorrow for his disciple as he yelled, "When the noble breaks the law, he is punished like a commoner. We execute him today to appease the souls of the dead." He slammed the execution token down. A nearby soldier obeyed, swinging a cold blade at Mokvan's neck. But instead of blood, a stream of dark, shadowy magic erupted from the wound. The onlookers were stunned. Why is there no blood? What is happening? Suddenly, someone cried out. Could he be a fake? The mob roared in fury. A fake, it's a duplicate. The aristocrats are trying to trick us. Tanchi panicked, trying to calm the seething crowd. Everyone calm down. I will immediately send men to find Mokvan. I swear I won't spare the one responsible for the tower incident. Than Lam slowly stepped out, leading the real Mokvan. He clapped slowly. Truly impressive, City Lord. You can spin lies with all the passion of someone telling the truth. Bravo, bravo. The surrounding crowd, witnessing this bizarre scene, was utterly confused. Isn't that the real Mokvan? Why is he there? What does this mean? The City Lord is lying. Tone Che scrambled to recover. Thank you for bringing Mokvan here. You will be handsomely rewarded. But inside, the old man's mind was reeling. When did he get behind me? Why couldn't I sense him at all? Than Lam gave a cold smirk, signaling to Mokvan as he answered mockingly. No reward is necessary. After all, you were about to execute him. Shouldn't he be given a chance for some last words? At this, Tonchi shot a look at Tunvur, who instantly lunged to attack Mokvan. Than Lam was faster, drawing his ancient Yue sword. He effortlessly parried Tunvur's powerful blow. Contempt filled Than Lam's eyes as he spoke with a cold taunt. Why is the City Lord so afraid to let Mokvan reveal the truth about the energy tower? Weren't you just vowing to punish the true mastermind? Tonchi shouted to deflect. Qinzhou has its own laws. An outsider like you has no say here. Tunvur, dispose of this trash. At that, Mokvan collapsed, crying out in anguish. I was framed. The tower explosion was from a prolonged steam overload. He slammed his head against the ground, as if atoning to the people of the lower city. He revealed everything. The overload was because the aristocrats partied all night, and the council itself decided to cut the lower city's heating to supply the upper city. I was just a scapegoat to take the fall. The crowd grew indignant. So they treat us like disposable pawns? We freeze to death while they celebrate. A blood debt must be paid in blood. Tonche's composure finally cracked. His carefully built image shattered as he screamed, Tunvur, kill that criminal now. Tunvur unleashed his Ice Mountain technique, but Than Lam was prepared. He activated Raging Blood, using his Blood Rage enhancement skill. The two opposing forces clashed, battling for supremacy. The impact threw both of them back in a massive explosion of smoke. Tunvur was knocked away, barely managing to stay on his feet, but Than Lam stood unharmed in the smoke, taunting Tonchi. Why the rush to silence him, City Lord? Is it because everything Mokvan said was true? The old man desperately denied it. Completely baseless, just the slander of a condemned criminal. Suddenly, a sharp voice cut through the air. Is that so? It was Tuk. She stood defiantly in the snow. The upper city is lit with feasts and parties that rage all through the night. Did the City Lord think we couldn't hear them? Her words ignited the crowd's memory, and their murmurs grew into a roar. I've seen the lights from the upper city. I've heard the music from their feasts. Tuk knew public opinion was now on her side. She pointed at Tonchi, her voice ringing with accusation. You sacrificed the lower city for the upper. Are our lives worth less than one of your banquets? Tonchi's brow tightened, so she was the one pulling the strings from the shadows. Tuk couldn't hide her triumphant smirk. Everything I've lost, I will take back with my own two hands, she declared, rallying the people. The lives of the lower city matter. We demand a say in Qinzhou's future. The crowd roared in support. We demand a say in Qinzhou's future. Our lives matter. At that moment, someone tried to slip away. Thonlam moved in a flash, pressing his sword to Tunvor's neck, stopping him cold. He warned him icily, I didn't say you could leave. Seeing Tunvor was captured, Tonchi played his next card. Guards! These rioters are attempting a rebellion. Suppress them immediately. The guards aimed their weapons at the crowd. Thonlam instantly moved to shield T-Tuk. Where are your people? She asked urgently. We have to make the city lord admit defeat now. At that exact moment, a familiar voice rang out. All guards, stand down. The guards instinctively turned. It was Mokmin, striding forward and giving a cold command. Not one of you will lay a hand on any of these civilians. Tonche's eyes widened in shock, his voice dripping with venom. Mokmin, as an aristocrat, you dare join this ridiculous farce? Mokmin replied with firm resolve. This isn't just my decision. It is the unanimous verdict of the Council of Elders. Abdicate, to soothe the souls of those unjustly killed. The crowd below roared as one. City Lord, step down immediately. We demand you step down. Gongsun-ji asked grimly. If I agree to abdicate, how do you plan to end this charade? Jin Chikwe replied with a practiced smile. I will join the Elders' Council. As the representative for the lower district, I'll ensure everyone's rights are protected. The people around them began to chant in support of the guild leader. Gongsun-ji raised an eyebrow. Just you alone? Jin Quick answered firmly. Just me. The old man turned to Mu Ming, asking, Is this the council's unanimous decision? He also answered resolutely. It is the entire council's decision. In the end, Gongsun-ji had to relent. He raised his hand, slowly removing his regalia. Pained, Gongsun-ji knelt down, placing the symbol of his authority on the ground with his final words. Fine, have it your way. Seeing that Gongsun-ji had surrendered, Yun Guo released Qin Yu. He moved to Jin Chikwe's side, praising her softly. Nicely done. Jin Chikwe answered humbly. It was all due to Mr. Julong's plan. In her heart, she thought, Thank you all for your sacrifices. It was done. Everyone shared in the joy of their victory. Shouts echoed through the sky. We won. We finally won. The council finally has someone from the lower district. Meanwhile, in Gongsun-ji's hall, he took out the city lord's seal and the key to the secret vault, placing them on a tray. He brought it to Duan Mu Ming. Everything is here. Seeing Mu Ming hesitate, Gongsun-ji grew impatient. If you must imprison me, then make your move. Mu Ming accepted the two treasures, explaining politely, The city lord has done much for Qinzhou. No one will pursue these minor errors of yours. You may retire in peace. Gongsun-ji said nothing, simply turning and walking away. Qin Yu, let's go. And just like that, the two left the hall with their heads held high. As the snow outside grew heavier, Jin Keek watched them go. She sighed. Next is dividing the spoils. It will be a chaotic night, at the very least. Then she turned her attention to Yun Guo. Mr. Zulong, would you like to rest now? He had no reason to stay any longer. With a polite nod, he said, Then I'll trouble you to handle the city founder's legacy and the search for the outsiders, guild leader. Jin Keek replied politely, I will devote myself to the task. On the way back, Qinglin couldn't shake his unease, entrusting everything to Jin Kika. Is that all right? Yun Guo stated confidently, They only have one option. Then he calmly explained, I just proved that even a tier 4 variant warrior like Qin Yu can't touch me. Because of that, they only have one last card to play. Qing Lin instantly understood. That last card. You don't mean the artificial god. Yun Guo nodded. Correct. If Jin Kikwe doesn't betray us, she'll naturally help us find it. And if she does betray us, her only remaining move is to turn the artificial god against us. Finally, he concluded, either way, it doesn't change the fact that we will meet that local deity. Therefore, Jin Chikwe's potential betrayal doesn't affect our plan at all. After settling matters, Jin Chikwe finally had time to bring Yun Guo the documents. All the research materials you wanted on Pangu are here. Yun Guo took them, offering a compliment. I thought it would take the guild leader more time to seize power. I didn't expect you to be this fast. Jin Kike brushed her hair back, replying humbly, You're joking, mister. I'm still a long way from holding real power. Then, she calmly explained, the gentry are too busy fighting over power to pay any mind to research materials. That's how I was able to obtain them so smoothly. As if recalling a painful memory, Jin Kike added grimly, That year, when the gentry abandoned the Pangu research, they did take a few things. Using that as a basis, they started pouring vast resources into their own secret research. I secretly investigated the movement of these materials. From there, I found where they were conducting their research. Yun Guo immediately grasped the point. The Blood Tax Bureau. Jin Queek pulled out a cigarette, lighting it sorrowfully. Taking a deep drag, she regained her composure to speak. Correct. The Blood Tax Bureau has never disclosed its use of the tax, which consumes vast resources. It's an annual allocation. It's like a monster lurking in the dark, devouring the people's very lifeblood and the resources of the gentry. Yun Guo reassured her, "Don't worry, I will help you deal with that monster." Jin Cheek was stunned, offering a bashful thanks. "Then I'm truly grateful to you." After speaking, she awkwardly changed the subject. "There's one more thing. It's about the Tier 4 genetic modification drug." Yun Guo had already guessed. He quickly explained, "Duanmu Ming is giving me the remaining medicine cores for that. I'll cooperate with him." Jin Chique agreed with delight. "Then I'll go with him myself. Lord Duanmu to prepare." Yun Guo walked her to the door. "Hurry now. We must get to the Blood Tax Bureau." After Jin Chique's figure had vanished, Sumi breathed a sigh of relief from behind. "Phew. Brother Julong, is the test over now?" "Luckily, Sister Jin is still on our side." Yun Guo's lips curled into a cold smile. "Huh, quite the opposite. She has successfully sold us out." Sumi froze solid. She was utterly baffled, asking in disbelief, "Huh? How is that possible?" But Sister Jin was clearly trying to help us find clues. Qinglin stepped forward, patting Sumi's shoulder and explaining gently, "That's just on the surface. Don't just listen to what she says. Instead, watch what she does." If she hadn't colluded with the gentry, the drug's formula would have been her trump card. But now, she's agreed to share the Tier 4 drug's formula with Duanmu Ming. That proves she has already found another partner besides us. Once that was settled, Yun Guo went to find Tu Yang. He couldn't help but praise him. "Your predictions were godlike. Go find Jin Gang first." Seeing Tu Yang's confusion, Yun Guo explained, "After we reach the Blood Tax Bureau, the gentry might attack the other players. You should lead them into hiding in the heating tunnels to prevent unnecessary casualties." Tu Yang understood and nodded. "I get it." Yun Guo smirked and gave a cold huff. "I'll take the bait first, then I'll destroy all your traps." That night, Yun Guo opened chests of shimmering medicine cores, placing them around his room. To the Three Rivers Matriarch Goddess, a humble offering. "Your ladyship, these are the last 700 medicine cores." Suddenly, from the statue, a powerful energy field erupted. It slowly enveloped the entire room, seeping into the very air. Soon, Yun Guo was trapped in the matriarch's illusion. She casually lounged before him, praising, "You've done well, little one." A stunned Yun Guo could only stammer, "Your ladyship." 3. The matriarch smirked. "What? Can't you even recognize my voice?" Yun Guo sweat nervously, trying to cover his shock. "I do. I just never imagined your overwhelming presence." The closer he looked, the more terrified he became. This crushing pressure. It was even greater than the Eye of Calamity. A holy sanctuary? Or is this a natural disaster-level threat? And that's where we'll stop for today. That was our summary of the story. If you have any thoughts, drop them in the comments below. Don't forget to leave a like, subscribe, and ring that notification bell for more awesome content. For now, thanks for watching, and we'll see you in the next one. Bye-bye.